Chapter 1. Reborn as Child Uncut Magnus. Ow, my kidneys. Dane kept his eyes shut and reached out with his trembling left hand toward the agonizing pain in his lower back. Could they have really taken them? One shouldn't trust those women from street-side massage parlors. Where am I? Looking around, Dane realized he wasn't in the ambiguous little room of the massage parlor, but instead in a dark, damp, dimly lit, and cramped space filled with an overpowering moldy stench. They can't have sent me to northern Myanmar, can they? Creak. The old wooden door was pushed open from the outside by a skinny, dark-skinned woman carrying a bowl. Second brother, take your medicine, the dark, gaunt woman said expressionlessly. Second brother? You might as well call me first brother. Dane firmly believed he was in northern Myanmar, and that the woman was administering drugs under the command of the scam artists. Despite her dark and gaunt appearance, the woman had exquisite features. If she had some flesh on her face, she would undoubtedly be a great beauty. Northern Myanmar is indeed terrifying, turning what could be a stunning lady into a frail, dark old hag. The older brother has been dead for many years, the gaunt woman said. Dane sneered. You still have the nerve to say that? He must have been killed by you people. Young girl, I can see you're also being coerced by them. Here's what we do. You get me a knife. When I go out and fight them, you escape. Mommy. The gaunt woman turned her head upon hearing her daughter's voice. Seeing her standing at the door, her voice rose sharply. What are you doing here? Go away. The little girl stubbornly stood her ground. The gaunt woman glanced at the bed, where Dane was rolling around, clutching his head, seemingly too busy to pay attention to them. She quickly picked herself up, grabbed her daughter, and fled. On the bed, Dane curled up like a boiled shrimp, breathing heavily as if he had just run 800 meters. He wasn't sold to Myanmar but was transported to another time. He landed in an era named Great Yan, which had no relation to any historical records. The youth whose body he now occupied was also named Dane, known as second brother because he was the second son, a poor scholar child. The gaunt woman from earlier was not a victim of a scam group, but his wife of 5 years, Leora. They were childhood sweethearts, marrying when they came of age, and their daughter was born a year later. They should have been an enviable rural couple. But everything changed after Magnus passed the examination to become a child scholar half a year ago. Feeling important, Magnus began to think Leora was beneath him since she hadn't given birth to a son. Instead, he fancied Michaela, the beautiful daughter of a silk merchant in town. Believing Michaela was testing his sincerity, Magnus frequently visited town to meet his sweetheart. If Leora tried to stop him, he beat her mercilessly. Sometimes, he even hit their 3-year-old daughter. These were harsh words. Dane wanted to mediate, but felt something was off. Opposite his dwelling were neatly built tiled houses with clean windows. His own place, however, was dilapidated, with no windows, explaining the cold, damp conditions. Why, as a respected scholar in the village, did he have such a low status, unable to live in a proper house? But Dane had no time to ponder further as his new mother prepared to strike with a pole. Leora was already fragile. One blow could kill her. Even if she survived, the medical expenses would be unaffordable, given he had no money at all. Chapter 2. Not even letting him eat. Are you a stepmother? Dane quickly stepped forward and caught the pole that was about to land on Leora. Mom, if you hit her with that pole, will Neve still be alive? Leora, whose expression had been numb, instantly brightened upon hearing this, but her eyes soon dulled again. Dane's mother looked at her son in disbelief, then erupted in anger. Her daughter-in-law's apathy merely irritated her, but her son's favoritism infuriated her beyond belief. Good boy, people say when you get a wife, you forget your mother. I didn't believe it, but today you've shown me otherwise. You're really willing to go against your own mother for a barren hen? Dane replied, Mom, you're a woman too. By humiliating Neve like this, aren't you insulting yourself as well? Her daughter. Dane couldn't fathom it. Cohen would have surrendered to Perry's tears, tantrums, and threats. But Dane wasn't going to indulge this old woman. He had no sense of recognition for Perry and had no intention of placating her after remembering her antics. He pulled Leora back into the house. Perry screamed loudly for a long time, feeling something was amiss. Previously, Cohen would have long ago kneeled and begged forgiveness. Why was there no movement today? Opening her eyes slightly, she saw not a trace of anyone. This wretch, what insolence! Dane led Leora back into the house, where their daughter Aliana rushed forward, shoving him. At first, Dane didn't understand what this meant, but after a moment, he realized. Aliana was protecting her mother. She assumed Dane was going to hit Leora again. Dane's heart suddenly ached. Cohen, oh Cohen, what kind of atrocities have you committed for your little girl to protect her mother so fiercely? Dane forced a smile, saying, Aliana, Daddy won't hit you or Mommy again. I swear to heaven. Upon hearing this, Leora panicked. She grabbed her daughter and retreated to the corner, saying anxiously, Dane, if you dare sell our daughter, I'll take you to die with me. Dane blinked. What kind of logic is that? How did you deduce from my words that I would sell our daughter? Don't jump to conclusions. One can only think that someone who has done too many evil deeds might suddenly appear benevolent, but actually be plotting mischief. Leora's reaction made sense given the context. But Dane felt frustrated. Cohen caused the trouble, yet Dane must deal with the aftermath. Don't misunderstand. I won't sell our daughter, Dane explained. I know you won't believe me right now, but I'll prove it with actions. Seeing the fear in the eyes of the mother and daughter, Dane turned and left the room, allowing them to calm down. After Dane left, Leora rushed to the door and locked it. Standing by the bed, Aliana tearfully cried, Mommy, don't let them sell me. Leora held her daughter tightly, saying, Aliana, don't worry. Mommy won't let anyone take you. If that scoundrel really tries to sell you, I'll kill him and drown myself with you. Aliana cried louder, I don't want Mommy to die. Tears streamed down Leora's face as well. She didn't want to take her daughter to die, but she couldn't bear to see Aliana sold off to rich families as a servant. Based on her understanding of Dane, he would likely choose a brothel. Better to die together than let Aliana suffer for the rest of her life. Outside, Dane sighed deeply upon overhearing their conversation. Dane retorted, with Aliana's small frame, how can she steal anything? Speak with integrity. Besides, Aliana is also your granddaughter. Don't treat her like this. Perry said, don't talk nonsense. I don't acknowledge this money-losing good-for-nothing as my granddaughter. Dane's eyes darkened, giving a mocking chuckle. Fine. I'll remember that. Then he walked away without another word. Behind him, Perry jumped and cursed. What did you say? Don't call me Rodnelia. Unfilial son, unfilial son. Ignoring her, Dane sped up and vanished instantly. Chapter 3. Rodneving off the land. Dane strolled around the village, hoping to find someone from whom he could bum a meal. However, upon seeing him, the villagers would scatter as if avoiding a thief. Even the young children, upon spotting him, would start crying in fear. Dane found the situation both amusing and heart-wrenching. He thought that while being a scholar didn't bring much glory, it still held a certain level of respect. Yet, here he was, an educated man treated like a beast in the village. Brother, how did you end up this way? With no help from neighbors, self-reliance was his only option. As the saying goes, Rodneve off the land if you live near the mountains, live off the water if you live near the river. There was a large river. With that, he left resolutely. Aliana hugged Leora's neck happily. Mommy, Daddy has gone to look for food. Aliana won't go hungry tonight. Leora thought to herself, after being deceived so many times by him, why can't the little girl learn? He can only bring food if the sun rises from the west. Yet, seeing the hopeful look in her daughter's eyes, Leora couldn't bear to shatter her illusions. She forced a smile. Aliana, sleep now, and we'll have food when you wake up. Aliana climbed to the foot of the bed and fell asleep obediently. Looking at her daughter's dirty little face, Leora felt an unbearable pain. I'm sorry, Aliana. Mommy shouldn't have brought you into this world. You haven't had a single day of happiness with Mommy. I feel so guilty. As the saying goes, a craftsman must first sharpen his tools to do good work. Dane first used a hatchet to cut a section of bamboo. Despite being berated by his mother-in-law Perry, he took a roll of thread and a needle from her bedside cabinet. Finally, he found a cracked bamboo basket in the woodshed, slung it over his shoulder, and headed straight for the river. The village Dane lived in was called Hajong Village, meaning it was situated in the middle reaches of the large river. Similarly, there were Xianhuan Village, Upper River, Xiuxian Village, Lower River, and Hai Village, River Mouth. These 4 villages all belonged to Nanha County. From the eastern end of the village, it took roughly 15 minutes to reach the Dayang River. Having arrived at the riverbank, Dane still needed to find a suitable spot to fish. After walking along the riverside path for about an hour, he found just the right place. He bent the sewing needle he had taken from Perry, fashioning a simple fishing hook and wrapping it with hemp thread. At the end, he attached a small stone as a sinker. Next, he dug a few worms from the mud for bait, and chose a promising spot using his years of experience in the Air Force for choosing fishing spots. He cast the line smoothly and anchored the bamboo pole with a large stone, then waited. Fishing gave him hope, but what Dane truly sought were clams and crabs hidden among the river stones. Flipping the first stone yielded immediate results, 2 large crabs waving their claws aggressively, which he promptly tied up with grass and tossed into the basket. Thinking it might just be beginner's luck, each subsequent stone turned up more crabs or shrimp, making him realize it wasn't about luck. It was about abundance. Did the locals not eat shrimp, crabs, and clams? After some contemplation, Dane understood. While these foods tasted good, commoners in ancient times prioritized meals that could fill them up. Crabs and shrimp certainly couldn't do that. Eating too much of these also caused adverse reactions. Chapter 4. Old friend? Deadly enemy. Dane's pores opened up instantly, cold sweat drenching his shirt. What the heck? There's actually a venomous pit viper here. The venomous pit viper was one of the most dangerous snakes, and it was also among the few that would chase after people. Getting bitten by it meant finding a shady spot to lie down and wait for death. Despite his brush with danger, Dane started to contemplate capturing this venomous pit viper. Snakes, especially those as potent as the venomous pit viper, were highly sought-after treasures in medicine shops, fetching hundreds of coins each. Sensing Dane's intent, the viper flicked its tongue at him and slithered into the water, vanishing quickly. A pity, Dane sighed, vowing to bring tools next time to catch one. One venomous pit viper could be worth several days' catch of shrimps and crabs. Picking up his fishing rod, he reeled in another grass carp weighing about 2 pounds. Dane's grin stretched from ear to ear. In his previous life, such a fish would keep him occupied for hours. After stashing away his fishing gear, carrying a heavy bamboo basket, and holding the fish, Dane headed toward the county town. 2 hours later, breathless, he arrived at a tavern. A waiter approached enthusiastically. Sir, are you stopping for rest or lodging? Dane set down his basket, revealing live shrimps and crabs, then waved the fish. Do you buy these? He left swiftly, not because he feared the owner might change his mind, but because he was famished and needed food immediately. Tavern meals were too expensive. He sought out cheap yet filling street food like steamed cakes, bang. A filled cake cost 1 coin, while an unfilled one cost half. Although they looked similar to pot sticker buns from his past life, they were closer to a flatbread called guahe. Unlike pot stickers, bing weren't fried but baked, making them less fragrant but incredibly satisfying when starving. 2 no, 3 filled bing, to eat here. Salivating, Dane handed over 3 coins. The vendor placed 3 steaming bing in front of him, along with a bowl of broth. Dane bit into a bing, then paused. Did ancient traders really put so much effort into their products? 1 bite got him straight to the filling, unlike in his previous life, where 3 bites to get to the meat in a pot sticker were already considered good. He devoured the bing, feeling mostly full, but he stopped eating, knowing further consumption could lead to indigestion. 5 more filled bing, to go, he added, handing over 5 more coins. The vendor wrapped them in oiled paper cheerfully. Great choice. Hope to see you again. Dane tucked the wrapped Bing into his shirt to keep them warm. Cold Bing were hard on the teeth. Next, he visited a pharmacy, sold some Chinese yam, Huangjing, and made back the money spent on the Bing. Near the city exit, he saw interesting stalls, one selling sugar figurines, the other hair ribbons. Axel came up to Dane, sizing him up before saying, Brother Chun, I'm relieved to see you're all right. Dane sneered, ha. Axel defended himself, Brother Chun, yes, I acted dishonorably back then, but I had no choice. Uncle who gave orders and I couldn't disobey. But I did something for you too. After Uncle who let you go, I took you to see a doctor and even paid 20 coins for your medical expenses. Now that Brother Chun is well, perhaps we can discuss those medical expenses? Dane smiled sardonically. You actually lent me money for medical expenses? Axel pretended to be upset. Look at you, brother. Have I ever been stingy? Dane replied calmly. I don't recall it at all. Axel countered. Are you really going to deny this debt, Brother Chun? Dane said nonchalantly. As an educated man, how could I dodge a debt? But since this whole thing is just your word without any witness, how can I believe you? Let's do this. If you can bring the doctor who treated me and prove you paid for my medicine, I'll repay you. Axel's face darkened, gritting his teeth. What do you mean? You think I'm trying to scam you? Dane nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I think. Axel didn't expect Dane to be so blunt and stood there stunned, unsure how to respond. By the time he came to his senses, Dane had already walked out of the city gate. Axel rushed after him, grabbing Dane's arm. Mr. Chun, you really intend to? To what? Dane narrowed his eyes, coldly. Despite Axel's bluster, he was essentially a hollow threat. Overwhelmed by Dane's demeanor, he quickly let go of Dane's arm. Dane gave a mocking smile and walked away. Watching Dane leave, Axel's eyes were filled with malice and resentment. This foolish scholar had changed completely after the beating, becoming smarter and even more ruthless. Just now, that look in his eyes reminded Axel of Kelvin. Damn it, this matter isn't over. Dane felt like he had wings on his back, eager to fly home. However, the long and winding mountain road wouldn't shorten just because of his urgency. By the time Dane arrived home, it was pitch black. Ancient people lived by the rhythm of nature, rising with the sun and resting with its setting. In the dark village, occasional muffled groans from women were heard. This was one of the few forms of entertainment for villagers at night. Though Dane had unwittingly become a father, he was still technically a virgin and couldn't resist such sounds, bending over and dashing home as fast as possible. The door was locked but couldn't stop Dane. He skillfully climbed over the wall, put the bamboo basket in the woodshed, and silently returned to the door of his small house. Pushing the door, it didn't budge. Dane found a stick, slid it through. Rodney Xiuxian stared at him, disbelieving. This evil-hearted man had actually brought back baked cakes? Not swill. Where did he get the money? Could he have sold their daughter? Was the brothel in town coming to pick her up tomorrow? To make the daughter look healthier and fetch a better price, he bought baked cakes for her? Rodney Xiuxian was flustered and angrily shoved the package back at Dane. Mr. Chun, if you dare sell our daughter, even as a ghost, I won't forgive you. Dane was bewildered. Why was she talking about selling the daughter? He had worked hard to bring the baked cakes back, carrying them on his shoulders until they bled, yet received no thanks and was accused of being a child seller. This made Dane feel deeply disappointed. The impression Cohen left on Rodney Xiuxian was extremely negative. She couldn't believe Cohen would be so kind as to bring food from town for her and her daughter. Even if he did, it must be with ill intent. Deep down, she probably wished he'd never come back. Thinking of this, Dane cursed Cohen a million times. If not for you, would I endure such humiliation and slander? Dane picked up the package, dusted it off, carefully opened it, and handed it back to Rodney Xiuxian again, sincerely saying, Xiuxian, I was wrong in the past, but I've truly changed. These baked cakes were exchanged for catching crabs and shrimp, not from selling our daughter. Reluctantly, Aliana handed over the pancake. Seeing that only a small portion was left, Perry cursed loudly. Why is there so little left? Did you hide half? A money drainer trying to trick me. Hand it all over, or I'll beat you. Aliana burst into tears. Grandma, Rodnilia hasn't eaten anything all day. Let her have this little bit, please. Aliana won't eat anymore. You two are just alike, not worthy of eating pancakes. Hand it over now, or else. Dane couldn't bear to watch any longer. He snatched the pancake from Perry's hand and said coldly, Rodnilia, it's late. Go back to bed. Staring at her empty hands, Perry initially stood dumbfounded. Reacting abruptly, she hopped around and yelled, You ungrateful good-for-nothing. Now you're helping this money drainer bully me. I raised you with my own sweat and tears, and this is how you repay me. You ingrate. May lightning strike you dead. Dane remained indifferent. Then you should stay far away from me, so the lightning won't hit you too. Perry's cries suddenly stopped as she stared at Dane, as if he were a stranger. She sensed that something was wrong with Dane ever since morning, and this feeling grew stronger now. Such behavior was unheard of before. What happened today? Did he take the wrong medicine, or was possessed by a ghost? Rodnilia, you eat too. Leora took the pancake and gently patted her daughter's head, saying, Thank you, Aliana. Aliana smiled sweetly and continued eating. However, Leora didn't eat the half pancake Aliana gave her. Instead, she wrapped it up. Puzzled, Dane asked, Why aren't you eating? Leora glanced at him but didn't reply. She still didn't fully trust Dane. She felt that this change might only last a night. Tomorrow, he would revert to being the loathsome Dane. So she kept the pancake, intending to save it in case Dane reverted. This way, they wouldn't starve for a few days, especially her daughter who often went hungry. The sight of her starving tore her heart apart. Dane figured out her thoughts after some pondering. He couldn't blame Leora. After all, the past Magnus caused too much trouble. Trust takes time to build but only a moment to destroy. Soft persuasion probably wouldn't work. He needed a stronger approach. Dane picked up the oiled paper and moved to the door. Neve, if you don't eat it, I'll throw it away. Leora panicked. Why waste food? Food is meant to be eaten. If you don't eat it, why should I keep it? I didn't say I won't eat it. I just wanted to save it for tomorrow. You've been hungry all day. How can your body endure it? Eat now, or I'll throw it. Don't throw it. I'll eat, okay? Dane arrived at the woodshed and fashioned a soft bed for himself out of hay. Covering himself with a straw mat, he found it even more comfortable than a wooden bed. However, the pain in his shoulder made Dane toss and turn, making it difficult for him to fall asleep. Even though he had only been here less than a day, Dane felt as if he had lived half a lifetime. Actually, he could have ignored the life or death of Leora and her daughter. With his status as a transmigrator and scholar, Dane was fully capable of living well in this era. Yet strangely, such a thought never crossed his mind. Instead, after seeing Leora and her daughter, he became intensely determined to make their lives better. Could it be lust at first sight? But Leora wasn't exactly eye-catching right now. Dane's biggest strength was that he wouldn't overthink things he couldn't figure out. Since this feeling came without reason, he might as well accept it calmly and follow his heart. To ensure Leora and her daughter lived well, catching crabs and shrimps alone would not be enough. Crabs and live shrimps were seasonal aquatic products. After this season, fewer people would eat them, and they'd be harder to catch. Transporting them was also a big issue. A physically weak student like Dane couldn't possibly carry a heavy basket to sell in the county every day. Both his body and mind couldn't handle it. So, the immediate problem to solve was transportation. He needed to make as much money as possible while shrimps and crabs were still in season. Make her get up. If she doesn't bring back 10 pounds of firewood today, no dinner for her. Leora hurriedly responded. Rodnilia, there are snakes by the river. Savannah is too small, and it's dangerous. Dangerous, my foot. Country kids aren't so precious, Perry said coldly. Remember, 10 pounds of firewood. Not a pound less means no dinner today. And you, go cook immediately. Perry left triumphantly. Leora bit her lip, her eyes reddening from sadness. Moments later, she felt legs hugging her. Looking down, she saw her daughter, Savannah. Rodnilia, Savannah will pick firewood obediently. Don't be sad. Leora's heart ached as if pricked by needles. She squatted down and hugged her daughter tightly. After comforting each other for a moment, Leora suddenly remembered something and carried Savannah straight to the woodshed. Chun, if you've truly changed, protect your daughter. Leora placed Savannah beside the still sleeping Dane, instructing her. When father wakes up, tell him grandmother asked you to collect firewood by the river. Understand? Despite having eaten the pancakes Dane brought back, Savannah still feared him immensely. Seeing Leora leave, she clutched her mother's clothes timidly and whispered, Rodnilia, I'm scared. Leora stroked Savannah's head and said, Savannah, be good. If he wakes up and hits you, cry out. Rodnilia will come save you. Do you forget what I said last night? I promised not to hit you or your mother anymore. Savannah cautiously raised her head, asking, really? Of course, and if you don't believe me, we can pinky promise. Dane extended his little finger. Savannah hesitantly reached out her little finger and hooked it with Dane's. Pinky promise, no breaking for 100 years. Whoever breaks it is a little puppy. To children, pinky promises were sacred, so Savannah's fear and wariness toward Dane diminished significantly. Taking advantage of this, Dane repeated his question. Savannah whispered softly, Rodnilia went to cook. And Rodnilia told me to tell father that grandmother wants me to pick firewood by the river. If I don't collect 10 pounds, I won't get dinner. Dane flew into a rage. This is utter nonsense. Chapter 8. If she dare hit my daughter, I'll hit her daughter. Dane picked up Aliana and said, good girl, listen to dad. Whoever wants to pick up the firewood can do it. We're not going. Aliana timidly replied, Grandma will hit me. Dane scoffed, she dares. Do you remember what dad said yesterday? If she hits my daughter, I'll hit her daughter. Aliana waved her hands. Dad, hitting people isn't good. We don't hit people, we're decent. Why did they live in such a small, damp, windowless hut? And Dane, a rare scholar in the village, deserved better treatment from the Chin family. The meal will take a while. Why don't you take your daughter to wash up? Leora noticed Dane staring blankly at the steamed cakes and assumed he wanted to eat right away. Dane snapped out of his thoughts and suppressed his concerns. He took Aliana to the well, fetched water, and washed up together happily. Leora watched them from the kitchen, warmth spreading through her heart, even moistening her eyes. After washing up, Dane returned to the room and took out the candy figure he had bought from town the day before. Tada! He proudly showed the candy figure, but then looked embarrassed. It had melted overnight and no longer resembled its original shape. But Aliana wasn't bothered at all, her eyes shining with surprise. Wow, it's a candy figure. Dad, is this for me? Dane nodded. Of course, do you want it? Aliana nodded again. Dane leaned his cheek forward. Do you want it? Kiss Dad first. Aliana was embarrassed, twisting her small hands together, glancing between the candy figure and Dane. Adorable. After hesitating, Aliana couldn't resist the temptation and lightly kissed Dane's face. Dane handed the candy figure to Aliana and touched the spot she had kissed, laughing like a fool. Aliana slowly licked the candy figure. Holidays, but her daughter had nothing. Thinking of this, Leora didn't feel Dane wasted money anymore. She licked the candy figure, sweetness seeping into her heart like a spring. Mom, is it good? Aliana asked, smiling widely. Leora turned away, wiping away tears. It's good. Aliana urged. Mom, have some more. Leora replied, no. Aliana, eat it. At that moment, Dane teased, always thinking of Mom. What about asking Dad? The kitchen's atmosphere froze. Aliana, frightened, stuffed the candy figure into Dane's hand and hid behind Leora. Leora, fearing Dane's sudden seriousness, wondered if he was reverting back to his old self. Dane laughed helplessly, realizing his relationship with them was still fragile. He knelt down, waving Aliana closer. Good girl, Dad was joking. Dad doesn't want the candy figure. You can have it all. Persuaded by Dane's gentle coaxing, Aliana finally emerged from behind Leora, taking the candy figure again. Dane breathed a sigh of relief, almost sweating from this encounter. Wiping his forehead, he suddenly noticed the porridge in the pot had changed from sorghum porridge to a clear white broth. What had happened? Parents will get angry if they find out, Dane calmly said. Why should they be angry? You cook the food, sweep the floor, and feed the livestock, yet you don't even get breakfast. Aliana is just a baby and expected to drink a bowl of bran soup in the morning? Is there no justice? No law? That's how it is. Either we all eat together, or no one eats at all. With that, he went to his parents' room and knocked forcefully. Wake up and come eat. 15 minutes later, Hermes was the first to enter the dining hall, followed by his wife Perry, with Denver and Hamilton trailing behind. Being woken up so rudely had already annoyed Hermes. Upon entering the dining hall, his anger escalated further. Dane was already sitting down and eating, holding Aliana. As the father, Hermes hadn't even sat down yet, and this insolent son dared to sit first? Was there any respect left? Thankfully, Dane hadn't taken the seat of honor. Otherwise, Hermes might have overturned the table on the spot. Perry couldn't contain herself, slamming the table and shouting, Wretch, your father hasn't sat down yet. How dare you? Stand up immediately. And the money loser in your arms needs to gather 10 pounds of firewood to qualify for a meal. Where's the firewood? Dane continued feeding Aliana without looking up. She didn't gather any. Not today, and not ever. Perry fumed. You're defying me? You treat my words as air? Dane said indifferently, Rodnelia, fairness is essential. If my daughter needs to gather firewood to eat, so should third uncle's daughter. Only when Nora gathers 10 pounds of firewood every day will Aliana follow suit. Perry gritted her teeth. Nonsense. How can your daughter compare to Nora? Nora. Cough, cough. Hermes interrupted irritably. Enough arguing in the morning. Sit down and eat. Leave the firewood aside. Let's eat. Since the patriarch spoke, Perry dared not curse anymore. She glared fiercely at Dane before going to serve the meal. Perry approached the stove, opened the steamer lid, counted the black flour buns, felt something was wrong, and stirred the sorghum porridge with a ladle. The pot only had broth left. Perry flew into a rage, turning to Leora. Prepared as much as you can, but home thieves are hard to guard against. You, broomstar, stole the buns and sorghum. From Dane's arms, Aliana immediately protested. Grandma, Rodnelia didn't steal. Perry retorted, Shut up, I didn't ask you. You and your mother are both good for nothings. Dane slammed his chopsticks on the table, coldly saying, Enough yelling. The buns and sorghum were eaten by me. We haven't separated our meals, so we should eat from the same pot. Perry, furious, yelled, Wretch, why should you eat sorghum? Bran the pot, and strode out. Perry panicked. What are you doing? Fourth brother, stop him. Sitting back down immediately, Esmond Lang saw Dane giving him a menacing look. Can't mess with him. Dane carried the pot directly to the chicken coop and poured the entire pot of sorghum porridge into the chicken trough. The chickens were bewildered. Was it New Year's today? Perry screamed. Old man, beat him. Beat this grain-wasting animal. Hermes was trembling with rage, grabbing a pole by the door and smashing it toward Dane, cursing, I'll beat this grain waster. Dane caught the pole, pushed hard, and Hermes staggered back. Thanks to Henry's quick reflexes, he didn't fall flat. Perry collapsed on the ground, wailing endlessly. Wretch, wretch, I raised you through hardships, and this is how you repay me? Rodneating will strike you. Dane looked at Hermes and said, If you won't let us three eat, then none of us will eat. Hermes' face turned livid, trembling uncontrollably. He never imagined this obedient son would defy him like this today. How dare he? ####Chapter 10. Special treatment. Dane returned to the room, where Leora was sitting on the bed edge with Savannah in her arms. Both mother and daughter had somewhat pale faces. Leora couldn't believe how thoroughly Esmonliang whispered nervously. I was really afraid second brother would throw away the white bread buns too. Hermes glared. He wouldn't dare. Esmonliang replied, but second brother didn't react at all when he saw us eating white bread buns, which is strange. Lady Vicky slapped her thigh. I remember now. He bought some flatbread last night and probably still has some left. He must be going to soak it in hot water to eat. Hermes frowned. Isn't it always you who collects the allowance from the government office? Where did he get the money to buy flatbread? Lady Vicky bit into a bun. Who knows? Maybe from his friends in the county town? She nudged Esmonliang's arm. Rodney till 4. Go see what your second brother is doing. Is he really eating flatbread? Esmonliang shook his head vehemently. No way. I don't want to go. Second brother might hit me. Lady Vicky poked Esmonliang's forehead fiercely. You useless boy. How can a scholar beat you up? Just peek inside. Don't worry about asking for food. Go now, or no more buns for you. Facing the temptation of the bun, Esmonliang reluctantly walked to Dane's door, sneaked a peek inside, and then quickly ran back to the kitchen. Mom, second brother is really eating flatbread. He broke it up and soaked it in water, and he's eating happily. And. Lady Vicky urged. And what? I heard Savannah say there's meat in the flatbread. Esmonliang swallowed hard. Although the Chen family's conditions weren't too bad, they occasionally ate meat. However, meat held a natural allure for a teenage boy like Esmonliang, who longed to eat it every day. The last time he had eaten meat was 2 days ago, and now seeing Savannah, who usually struggled to get even basic meals, eating meat-filled flatbread, he not only felt hungry but also a pang of jealousy. Hermes tapped Esmonliang's head with his chopsticks. It's just meat. What kind of man are you? Finish your meal. We need to go to work in the county town later. Esmonliang nodded sullenly. Lady Vicky said, when you go to the county town, make sure to visit the government office and ask when this month's student allowance will be distributed, so that son doesn't get it first. Hermes nodded. I know. Let's eat. Inside Dane's room, Leora and Savannah shared a bowl of soaked flatbread, while Dane enjoyed his own bowl. Dane wanted to join them, but considering their relationship was only beginning to improve, sharing a meal wasn't appropriate yet. Forcing himself in would only cause them discomfort. As Dane ate, he pondered. He didn't feel like he belonged to the Chen family. As the second son and a scholar, his life in the Chen family was worse than livestock. In rural families, if someone became a scholar, they would be highly respected, if not worshipped. Yet, Dane barely registered any presence in the Chen family. Even after being beaten by hooligans in the county town, the Chen family made no effort to get him medical help. Could it be that Brendan Chen was adopted? The more Dane thought about it, the more he believed it. From the moment Chen Jeremiah could remember, he was always the most mistreated. He ate leftovers from his younger siblings and wore hand-me-downs. Whenever anyone made a mistake, it was always Chen Jeremiah who got punished. To escape this, Chen Jeremiah studied tirelessly, hoping to pass the exams and leave the family. To fund his studies, he learned to steal. Ironically, Lady Vicky happily accepted the stolen money without disciplining him as a normal mother would, even encouraging him to do more. Unfortunately, Chen Jeremiah wasn't suited for studying. Years passed with no results, and soon he reached marrying age. The dowry for marrying Leora was over 2 taels of silver, saved from Chen Jeremiah's thefts. After marriage and having Savannah, he expected life to improve, but Lady Vicky's abuse only intensified his rebelliousness. He picked up his books again, swearing to pass the exams this time. Eventually, Chen Jeremiah passed the exam and became a scholar, earning 50 coins per month from the government. However, the money was never seen by Chen Jeremiah, as Hermes and Lady Vicky collected it all. Rodknife remained miserable until Chen Jeremiah met Michaela from the cloth store. A bold idea struck him: become a live-in son-in-law in the Osiris family and leave forever. Note: I replaced Doi Shir, Zhui Su, with live-in son-in-law, to ensure it reads naturally and fluently in English while accurately conveying the meaning. To marry Michaela, Leora and her daughter became obstacles, so his attitude towards them worsened, leading to frequent violent outbursts. However, his plan to become a Doi Shir didn't come to fruition. Instead, he was beaten to death by hooligans sent by Michaela. Ultimately, this body was taken over by Dane. Note: Doi Shir is not translated in the user's input. Here it is translated as become a live-in son-in-law. Improved version. However, his plan to become a live-in son-in-law didn't come to fruition. Instead, he was beaten to death by hooligans sent by Michaela. Ultimately, this body was taken over by Dane. Chapter 11. Even the hateful have their pitiable moments. After Leora and her daughter finished a bowl of water-soaked cakes, they noticed Dane sitting by the bed, lost in thought, not having touched his own meal. Leora gave her daughter a meaningful look, and Aliana, understanding immediately, moved closer to Dane, raising the bowl to his mouth. "Daddy, eat." Dane snapped back to reality. Seeing the worried eyes of mother and daughter, he felt an iniquity with his friends in town. If she dared ask where the money went, it would certainly invite a brutal beating. For so many years, this was the first time Dane had brought money home. Leora pinched herself hard on the thigh. It hurt. She wasn't dreaming. Dane, caught between laughter and tears, explained, "From today onward, every penny I earn, except for a small amount for emergencies, will be given to you to manage." Looking at the dozen or so copper coins on the bed, Leora's eyes suddenly reddened, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. Dane wanted to wipe her tears, but stopped midway, standing awkwardly. "Neve, don't cry. Your tears make my heart ache." He then gestured to Aliana to comfort her mother. Aliana immediately rushed into Leora's arms, shoving her treasured sugar figurines into Leora's mouth. "Mommy, eat these sweet sugar figures. They're sugary, and you won't be sad anymore." Holding her daughter, Leora choked back tears. "I'm not sad, Mommy. I'm happy." Then she looked at Dane. "Rest assured, I'll take good care of this money." She gathered the money and began searching for a place to hide it. After looking around, she found a hollow near the head of the bed, stuffed the money inside, covered it with straw, and then pulled over pillows and quilts for triple protection. Dane laughed. "Unless Rodnilia grows a dog's nose, there's no way she'll find this." Leora blushed. "Is this a bit too much?" Dane shook his head. "No, it isn't. With Rodnilia's nature, if she finds out you have money, she'd snatch it. You're too gentle to argue, and you'd end up watching her take it. Hiding it is better. Hiding it is safer." Just then, unusual sounds came from outside. At the door, Dane saw his father, along with Coyle and Esmond, carrying tools and heading out. Dane remembered, it was slack farming season. All the village's able-bodied men would work in the county during this time to earn extra income for household expenses. Working in town also meant getting a free meal, saving another meal at home. Leisure times call for thin porridge. Busy times require hearty meals. If they stayed home and ate thin porridge meal after meal, even the strongest young men wouldn't last. Finding work meant finding food. They didn't intend to take Dane along, and even if they asked, he wouldn't join. Turning to Leora, Dane said, "I'm going to the river to catch fish. Oh, and remember, Aliana mustn't go to the river. There are snakes." Leora was slightly nervous. "Isn't that dangerous? What if you get bitten?" "Don't worry, I know how to handle it," Dane reassured her. "Come on. Good girl, what do you want? Daddy will buy it for you when I earn money." Aliana bit her finger. "It's okay, just, with this, he could attack a mountain viper from a distance. A dead viper, while less valuable than a live one, was safer. Catching a live snake required skill, which Dane lacked. Given the choice between a dead viper and a dead Dane, Dane naturally chose the former. Chapter 12. Harvest over the mountain peak. I reeled in the fishing rod, hooked a worm, cast it out with all my might, and secured the rod with a stone. Done. Next came the task of flipping stones to find crabs, river shrimp, and clams. Today's luck was pretty good. The first big stone I flipped over yielded something. It wasn't shrimp or crabs or clams but loaches. This little critter was quite valuable as it was considered an aphrodisiac in traditional Chinese medicine. Anything that had the word aphrodisiac associated with it would naturally increase in value manifold. However, Catching loaches by hand was challenging due to their slimy bodies which made them slippery and difficult to hold onto. But Dane, as an experienced angler, had plenty of experience catching loaches barehanded. In no time, he had caught about 7 to 8 fat loaches. With the loaches, Dane paid less attention to the clams and shrimps. The clams were too heavy and didn't fetch much money. Though not heavy, the shrimps were too small to sell at high prices individually. Thus, Dane focused on catching more loaches and crabs, trying to get as many as possible. They were very alert. Before Dane could approach, 2 birds flew out of the grass, landing a dozen meters away on the water surface and quacking fiercely at him. Dane shook his head at the ducks, saying, "You're lucky today." Then he plunged into the grass to search for the nest. He found it. There were 5 duck eggs in the nest. Dane grinned widely. "Savannah will have eggs to eat," he muttered, carefully picking up the still warm eggs. Before he finished collecting the eggs, one of the ducks returned, flapping its wings furiously and pecking at him. Reacting quickly, Dane grabbed the duck's neck and twisted it. The duck was dead on the spot. "You protecting your offspring moves me," Dane remarked. "Don't worry. I'll soon reunite you with your children." Today's harvest was so abundant that Dane couldn't help humming a tune. Our humble folks are indeed happy today, hey? Actually, the best way to handle a captured duck was to pluck its feathers under the wings and raise it for consistent egg production. But Dane was sure that any live ducks would be seized by the Vicky family. He wouldn't even see a single egg. It was better to sell the duck in town for money to buy meat. Wouldn't that be sweeter? Of course, there was another solution, a permanent one, separating the family. However, the law in the Great Yan Dynasty only allowed the patriarch to divide the family. Children had no such right. If they tried to force a separation, they could be whipped 50 times by the authorities. As a young scholar, Dane would receive 20 additional lashes. Given Dane's frail build, being beaten in the government compound felt more like an exorcism spell. So, ultimately, Dane emerged victorious. Using the sickle, he decapitated the mountain peak snake. The snake helplessly watched as its body was bundled up by the 2-legged creature and thrown into the basket. What a regrettable death. Dane dug a hole and buried the snake's head, covering it with a stone. A severed snake's head could still bite. Many snake hunters had died due to carelessness. So the safest option was to bury the head and let underground insects dispose of it. Today's harvest was bountiful. Even though his fishing rod pulled up nothing, Dane felt no disappointment. He hid the rod back where it belonged and headed down the official road with his full basket of treasures. ##### Chapter 13. Meeting true love again. Not long after setting out on the main road, Dane encountered a cart headed for the county town. The driver was a villager from He Wei village who didn't recognize Dane. After Dane paid 2 copper coins as fare, the driver readily allowed him to climb aboard. Had it been a villager from Xiuxian village, they likely wouldn't have let Dane on the cart. Unfortunately, his reputation was far from stellar. After traveling for a while, Dane asked, "Old sir, what time do you usually head to the county town? Do you always come by ox cart?" The old man replied with a chuckle, "Once the work in the fields is done, I always leave at this hour and drive." "Since this snake is so valuable, why aren't there more people catching them?" "Because everyone wants live ones," the shop owner explained. "A live over-mountain wind snake is worth 2 silver coins. Dane was astonished. "That expensive?" "Certainly," the shopkeeper added. "But you don't seem like a professional snake catcher. I advise you not to risk your life for money. These snakes are fierce. If bitten, even immortals can't save you." In the past couple of months, several snake catchers were killed by these creatures. "So even though dead snakes aren't as valuable, clearly human life is much more important," Dane remarked. Dane bowed gratefully. "Thank you for the advice, boss. I'll keep it in mind." The shopkeeper smiled. "If you have any more dead over-mountain wind snakes next time, bring them to me. 70 copper coins each. No cheating." Dane thanked the shopkeeper and headed straight to the inn. Lance Boss greeted him warmly and even had a servant serve Dane a cup of tea. "Do you take loaches?" Dane asked. Lance Boss's eyes sparkled. "Loaches? Let me see." Dane lifted the waterweed covering the basket, revealing lively loaches darting beneath. "This is excellent stuff," Lance Boss remarked, examining one loach closely. 10 copper coins per pound. How does that sound? Dane readily agreed. In the end, a full wicker basket of crabs and loaches plus the dead duck fetched 40 copper coins. Together with the 70 coins from the over-mountain wind snake, he had earned more than a tael of silver. To put it in perspective, Hermes worked a whole day in the county for just 20 copper coins. This single trip equaled 5 days of work for Hermes. Of course, catching the over-mountain wind snake came with high risks. If Dane encountered a particularly vicious snake hidden in the shadows, the village might need to prepare for a funeral. However, as someone wise once said, the bigger the waves, the higher the reward. To make quick and substantial money, one had to take certain risks. Leaving the inn, Dane visited the blacksmith shop to buy a pot. There were still a few duck eggs in his wicker basket. If he took them home to boil, Perry would certainly pester him non-stop, demanding her share. Even worse, she might even resort to violence against Leora and Aliana when he wasn't around. To avoid these troubles, Dane decided to buy a pot and boil the eggs by the riverside before heading home. With a pot, he could also cook fish or crabs and loaches caught in the future, making it easier to provide fresh food for his wife and daughter. Pots weren't cheap. Even the smallest one cost around 20 copper coins. Dane now understood why pots were often included in dowries during ancient times. They easily became family heirlooms. Dane spent 25 copper coins on a medium-sized black pot, and the blacksmith kindly provided a wooden lid to match. Having secured the pot, Dane rushed to the fabric store to buy clothes for the whole family. Since marrying Cohen, Leora hadn't worn new clothes, and Aliana's outfits were all made from Leora's old rags. Thinking of the joy on his wife and daughter's faces when they saw new clothes warmed Dane's heart. Lost in thought, he failed to notice the shop sign. "Hey, you little punk, weren't we thorough last time? Scram before we lose our patience. Don't waste words on him. Chase him away with sticks before the young miss sees him and gets upset again." The clamor snapped Dane out of his reverie. Before him stood several menacing servants brandishing weapons, ready to strike. These servants looked familiar. Then it hit him. They were from Osiris family's fabric store. His predecessor's muscle memory must have led him here inadvertently. Guys, hold your horses, I got lost. Unwilling to risk another beating, Dane quickly backed out of the store. Looking up, he saw the sign clearly stating Osiris family's fabric store. Amused yet frustrated, Dane turned to leave. At that moment, a sedan chair stopped outside the store. When the curtain was lifted, Michaela stepped out. Seeing Dane, her eyes filled with disgust. It's you again? Dane shrugged. Would you believe me if I said I got lost? Michaela coldly demanded. I don't want to see you. Please leave immediately. Dane replied, don't worry, I'm not keen on seeing you either. Bye-bye. With that, he sauntered away. Initially angered, Michaela gradually turned puzzled. The former Dane would cower like a dog in her presence. Why did he suddenly act so defiant? And what did he mean by bye-bye? Hashtag chapter 14. Why are the words of Unkit so venomous? Dane was certainly tough. If he weren't, he'd be Magnus, who had already passed away. However, upon seeing Michaela, an idea for making money popped into Dane's mind. But this method required some startup capital, and it was too early to discuss it now. He should take care of immediate needs first. Dane visited another fabric shop, inquired about the prices, and promptly abandoned his initial plan to buy clothes and shoes for himself, his wife, and child. The prices were exorbitant, too expensive for him at the moment. After careful calculation, he bought a set of clothes for Aliana and a pair of shoes for Myra. As for himself, he would think about that once he earned more money. The money earned from selling the mountain peak was spent this way. It was indeed true that earning money was like picking soil with a needle, while spending it was like sand being pushed by water. Yet, Dane wasn't heartbroken because money was meant to be used for such purposes. Next, he found a small restaurant, ordered a roasted chicken and a few large meat buns, asked the owner to wrap them in lotus leaves, and took them home for Georgia and her son to eat. Although the steamed bread contained minced meat, eating meat directly was far more satisfying. Another 20 coins gone. But as always, necessary expenses had to be made. Arriving at the post station, he inquired about the cost of renting a carriage and was immediately discouraged. A carriage rental actually cost 20 coins. It was almost like being robbed. Perhaps he should try hitching a ride instead. Walking along the main road, it didn't take long before he encountered a carriage returning to the village. The driver was Malachi, the second son of Rodney the carpenter from River Village, also known as Big Nose Rodney, due to his distinctive nose. Craftsmen like carpenters and blacksmiths were highly sought after in this era. Rodney the carpenter had moved to the county town a few years ago thanks to his skills, but his elderly mother refused to live there, preferring the comfort of the countryside. Rodney the carpenter had no choice but to have one of his sons return to the village every few days to deliver supplies to her. Initially, they took turns, but eventually, this responsibility fell solely on Big Nose Rodney, happening daily. Initially reluctant, Big Nose Rodney ceased complaining when his father told him he could keep all the money he earned from transporting passengers and goods without having to turn it in. Though generous to his mother, Rodney the carpenter was rather frugal towards his sons. Therefore, the 10 or so coins Big Nose Rodney earned daily was quite substantial. Big Nose Rodney didn't particularly like Dane, but he wouldn't turn down the fare. After Dane paid 3 coins, he hopped onto the carriage. Upon boarding, he noticed 2 women inside the carriage who looked at him with disdain. Dane didn't care. He squeezed into a corner, holding his bamboo basket and dozed off. Magnus, you're treating that old bamboo basket like a treasure. What could possibly be hidden in there? The older woman, presumably Luke, asked. Dane didn't even lift his eyelids as he retorted, none of your business. The other woman snapped, how dare you speak like that? Dane responded nonchalantly, I speak however I want. Rodneyston if you must. These 2 women, Luke and Wong, were the wives of the village chief's sons. Leveraging their father-in-law's position, they often acted arrogantly, insulting people at will. Their reckless behavior left many villagers afraid to cross them. Dane remembered an incident where Georgia washed clothes by the river and was berated by Luke for occupying her usual spot. Luke chased her from the river to her home, hurling insults all the way. Even Dane's mother joined in, not only refusing to support Georgia but joining in the abuse. Georgia endured further mistreatment without telling Magnus, hoping for protection. Instead, she received a beating for sharing her troubles when he was in a bad mood. From then on, she bore all her grievances alone. Thinking of these packing in the grass, sending shivers down her spine. Adjusting his posture, Dane smirked, instead of worrying about others, why don't you focus on yourselves? When are you going to bear Ernan family's offspring? It's rumored that second spotty Ernan has a mistress outside and even has a male heir. He plans to bring her home next spring. Wong's face turned pale as she pointed at Dane, stammering, why you? Nonsense. Dane gave a mocking smile. Nonsense? Everyone in the village knows. Pretending won't change anything. Your field hasn't been tilled by Ernan for a long time, has it? No tilling means no harvest. Isn't that right? Why not find the village idiot? His strength might till your field well. Maybe next autumn, you'll have a boy. Wong's expression became unbearable as she turned away without replying. Dane was taken aback. Did I really hit the mark? Is Wong and the village idiot involved? He couldn't help but marvel at her hidden skills despite her age. Luke cleared her throat. Magnus, a scholar shouldn't talk like this. Aren't you ashamed? Sages say, food and sex are human nature. Why be ashamed? Rather, you can't bear any children no matter how hard second spotty Ernan works on you. What if he cast you aside in a couple of years? Luke fell silent, unable to. He heard Aliana crying. This cry made Dane's heart ache. Who dared to bully my precious daughter? He kicked open the courtyard gate forcefully and saw Aliana leaning in Leora's arms, her eyes swollen from crying. Leora was wiping away her tears while angrily glaring at the woman in front of her. Dane put down his basket, squatted in front of Aliana, gently wiped away her tears, and asked, tell Dad, who bullied you? Dane's return gave Aliana confidence. She clung tightly to Dane's hand and said, Sister, sister grabbed my hair ribbon and hit me. Dane stroked Aliana's head and said, Dad will get it back for you. Standing up, he looked at the woman and the 6-year-old girl beside her. The little girl, seeing such a terrifying expression on Dane's face for the first time, immediately hid behind the woman. Dane said coldly, Aisha, give the item back and let Nora apologize to Aliana. If you do, I won't pursue this further. Aisha, Henry's wife, was notorious for being lazy, but since she was somewhat attractive, Henry tolerated her laziness. Moreover, Aisha was fertile, giving birth to a chubby grandson for the Chun family just a year after her marriage, thus elevating her status in the household. She often treated Leora like a servant. Nora was her second child. Though both were girls, Nora received princess-like treatment, whereas Aliana was barely considered a servant. Upon hearing Dane's words, Aisha sneered and said, Your daughter has hardly any hair. What does she need a ribbon for? She dropped her ribbon on the way home, so Nora borrowed it. Who knew your daughter was so stingy? Not only did she refuse to lend it, but she also pushed Nora. You know Nora's temper. She had to retaliate and accidentally knocked your daughter down, Aisha added. Leora countered angrily. Did she knock her down? Nora pinned Aliana to the ground and slammed her head into the stone slab. If I hadn't seen it, Aliana's forehead might have bled. Dane's face turned grim as he hurriedly checked Aliana's forehead. Indeed, there was a bruise, a detail he hadn't noticed when wiping her tears earlier. Aisha remained indifferent, saying, Children roughhousing is normal. Besides, your daughter is tough. What harm can a fall do? No need to make a fuss over it. In Aisha's view, Magnus doted on Nora far more than his own daughter. Whatever interesting items he brought back were always given to the third house for his son and Nora, leaving Aliana without a thought. Over time, Aisha grew accustomed to Magnus' favoritism towards her children. Thus, she believed that even if Magnus knew about Nora stealing the ribbon and hitting Aliana, he wouldn't care or reprimand them. Instead, he might scold Leora for being stingy. Feeling smug, Nora. Dane said coldly, She knows pain now? How did she not feel pain when she smashed my daughter's head against the stone slab? She was just playing around. Aisha protested. I'm just playing around too. How can you compare? You're an adult playing around with a child. Let go. Aisha shoved Dane as she spoke. Dane released Nora, who landed on her bottom and cried louder. Aisha screamed, Mom, come quick. Magnus hit Nora. From inside the house, Perry rushed out and demanded, Gustav, apologize to Nora and give her the ribbon. Dane laughed bitterly. Why should I? Perry replied, Because I'm your mother, and you must listen to me. Dane said coolly, I treat you like a mother, but have you ever treated me like a son? If you see me as your son, Aliana is also your granddaughter. Why treat us differently? Unless you never considered me your son and Aliana your granddaughter. Is that true? Perry's face flushed red as she stammered. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a mother? You are my child. Dane stared at Perry and said firmly, Explain why you didn't step in when Nora stole Aliana's ribbon and beat her. When I reclaimed the ribbon for Aliana, you suddenly appeared. Why? Give me a reasonable explanation. Loot necessity, Lady Vicky wouldn't go to the authorities. Compared to 50 coins, being scolded meant nothing. Besides, he could retaliate. After this tirade, Dane felt much better. He truly wanted to say these things. However, he had to hide these feelings for his studies and then to maintain his status as a student. But now, Dane had no such reservations. He wished Lady Vicky would sue him, which might lead to immediate separation of assets. Unfortunately, apart from lying on the ground and shouting curses, Lady Vicky showed no signs of going to the authorities. Dane ignored her, took Myra's hand, picked up Aliana, and went back inside. Once inside, putting Aliana down on the bed, Dane wiped away his grimace, replacing it with warmth and tenderness. He tapped his daughter's nose, saying, Aliana, father has brought something good for you. He turned around to rummage through his basket. When he turned back, he found Aliana looking at him with admiration, her watery eyes practically sparkling with stars. Georgia was in a similar state. Though less idolizing than Aliana, there was evident appreciation in her gaze. After all, what Dane said earlier echoed Georgia's inner thoughts. A man feels most successful when his wife and children look at him with reverence. Dane felt like eating a bowl of ice jelly on a sweltering summer day, refreshing from head to toe. Hiding both hands behind his back, he squatted beside the bed and asked, Sweetheart, guess what father has? Aliana bit her finger and guessed, Candy? Dane froze, apologizing, Oops, father forgot to buy it. Aliana quickly assured, It's okay, father. Aliana doesn't like candy. The child's maturity tugged at his heart. Dane comforted, Sweetheart, though father forgot candy, this is much better and good for health. Aliana blinked. What is it? Dane extended his hand, revealing the contents, duck eggs. Expecting cheers, Aliana instead burst into tears. Aliana doesn't eat eggs? Dane was bewildered. Why cry at the sight of an egg? Seeing Aliana becoming more distraught, Dane sought help from Georgia. Her face full of sorrow, her voice choked, she explained, Last time Aliana ate an egg, she got beaten by both her grandmother and you. You said we couldn't afford it, and beat her each time. Dane was stunned. Damn, Magnus, you're truly an animal. Beating your daughter for eating an egg? Are you fit to be a father? If you really swapped souls with me, may you first lose your kidney, then be sent to Myanmar, abused by those perverted monkeys, and eventually sold off organ by organ. Damn, infuriating. Carefully peeling the duck egg, Dane placed it near Aliana's mouth. Sweetheart, it's father's fault. Father shouldn't have hit you. Early, later, I'll check the river again to see if I can bring back more duck eggs for breakfast. Oh, I also bought a pot. Pulling out the pot from the basket, he added, We'll cook our own meals. In the morning, after preparing breakfast, you can bring this pot back inside. Georgia thought, It sounds good, but what if someone finds out? No problem, leave it to me, Dane declared. If they dare to scold you once, I'll return tenfold. Don't think scholars can't curse. They wound faces. I wound hearts. Chapter 17. I am your only man. Dane continued to retrieve the goodies. Here, big buns and roast chicken. You and your daughter haven't had a proper meat meal in a long time. Let's indulge today. Savannah quickly stuffed the remaining duck eggs into her mouth, her cheeks bulging up high. She chewed with great effort, finally managing to swallow the eggs, then exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, meat." Leora hurriedly covered Savannah's mouth. "Shoo, keep it down." Savannah also realized this and nodded repeatedly. Once Leora removed her hand, Savannah whispered, "Daddy is so awesome." Seeing the little one's adorable appearance, Dane felt that no matter how much hardship he endured, it was all worth it. "Come, give me a kiss." Dane leaned over with his large plate. Savannah was no longer afraid of Dane. She held his head with both hands and planted a solid kiss on his cheek. Dane then moved his face towards Leora. Leora playfully slapped Dane's face. Naughty. After the slap, both she and Dane were momentarily stunned. Leora became flustered. I didn't mean to." Dane rubbed his cheek and chuckled. Hee hee. Only then did Leora realize that Dane wasn't angry but secretly pleased. "The child is still here," Leora chided. Beside them, Savannah, who was gnawing on a bun, lifted her head upon hearing this. "Ah?" Dane massaged his smiling cheeks and said, "There's more good stuff." As he spoke, he took out clothes and shoes. For her short life, Savannah had never been happier than today. First, she got the eggs she longed for, then came the meat buns and roast chicken, and now new clothes. The little girl's heart blossomed like an open flower, radiant and colorful. Compared to Savannah's joy, Leora felt more concerned. New clothes were wonderful, but could they wear them outside? Wouldn't her mother-in-law Perry and sister-in-law Aisha try to snatch their new clothes and shoes as soon as they saw them? If Dane weren't around, what would happen? Once snatched, could they ever get the clothes back? Clothes and shoes were not mere trinkets, they were valuable items. If they wore them and refused to take them off, should Dane strip the clothes and shoes off his mother-in-law and sister-in-law? If word got out, it wouldn't just be about getting whipped, it could lead to jail time. Savannah was already dressed in the new clothes, bouncing joyfully on the bed like a peony bloom. She ran to Leora and twirled around proudly. "Mommy, does Savannah look pretty in her new clothes?" Leora forced a smile and replied, "Yes, you look pretty in anything." Savannah jumped even higher. "Mommy says Savannah looks pretty." "Daddy, Mommy says Savannah looks pretty." Dane laughed heartily. "Daddy also says you look pretty. Why aren't you excited when I say it?" Savannah shyly hid behind Leora, whispering, "Thank you, Daddy." Just as Dane was about to scoop the little one into his arms and shower her with affection, he noticed Leora's worried expression and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like the clothes?" Leora hesitated, but eventually voiced her concerns. Dane suddenly understood. "So you're worried about that? Fine, let me use this opportunity to tell you two things. First, if anyone else from our family tries to snatch our things while I'm not home, argue and fight with them. Whatever it takes, don't lose. Just drag it out until I come home. The second thing is for Savannah. My sweetie, listen carefully. If Ariana and Yin Yin hit you, hit them back. Use whatever they use against you. Don't be afraid. If something happens, Daddy will take care of it for you." Leora removed her tattered straw shoes. Seeing her calloused and scarred feet, Dane's nose tingled and his eyes reddened. This simple rural woman had endured unimaginable hardships over the years. Leora felt embarrassed and tried to cover her feet. "Stop looking. I'll put them on myself." Dane looked up earnestly. "I want to help you." His gaze made Leora's heart race, reminiscent of their early days of marriage. Back then, Dane had looked at her the same way. But after that, she hadn't seen that look again. "Hold on." Dane hurriedly fetched a basin of hot water, placed Leora's feet in it, and gently washed them. Unable to hold back, Leora covered her face and cried. Though Savannah didn't know what was happening, she began crying too, wiping Leora's tears as she went. "Mommy, don't cry, don't be sad. Savannah will behave." Leora hugged her daughter, sobbing, "Mommy isn't sad. Mommy is happy." Then she looked at Dane and asked, "Magnus, honestly, who are you?" Dane lifted his head and smiled warmly. "I am your husband, your only man, Dane." Chapter 18. Softshell Turtle. Leora wiped away her tears and smiled, feeling emotional. "Yes, no matter what this man has become, he is still the only man in my life, Leora." When Aliana heard this, she blinked her eyes and said, "Daddy, I'm your woman." Both parents were taken aback, then burst into laughter. Leora pinched Aliana's cheeks and said, "Rodney little girl, don't just mimic grown-ups. You're Daddy's daughter. Got it?" Aliana mumbled, "Oh." Dane laughed and said, "Actually, Aliana isn't wrong. You and Mom are the two most important women in Daddy's life." Aliana jumped with joy. "Mom, did you hear that? Daddy said we're the most important to him." Leora held her daughter tightly, afraid she might fall from excitement. All right, I know you're happy, but don't jump around so much. Be careful or the bed might break, and we'll have to sleep on the floor." Dane wiped Leora's feet with a towel and helped her put on her shoes. "Speaking of the bed, I'll go find Benicio next time and ask him to make us a new one. This old bed is ready for retirement." He glanced around, "And this house also needs replacement. It's damp and unsuitable for Aliana's growth. But all these things need money. Your husband needs to work harder." Leora replied, "Things are fine as they are now. Don't overwork yourself." Dane said, "I owe you both too much. From now on, I'll make it up to you step by step." He stood up and said, "I'm going back to the river to see if I can catch some fish or find a few water duck eggs for dinner tonight." Leora quickly wrapped the meat bun Aliana hadn't finished and stuffed it into Dane's arms. "Be safe. We'll wait for you, water duck brother, but my daughter's nutrition comes first. Please bear with me," Dane muttered to himself as he collected the eggs. The trip proved fruitful. He found 15 water duck eggs, enough for the family for nearly half a month. While ethically he should leave some eggs for the ducks to continue nesting, Dane knew if he didn't collect them, others from the village would. Better to benefit himself than others. With a full basket, Dane returned to his fishing spot. The fishing rod was trembling violently, indicating a catch. Excited, Dane rushed over, grabbed the rod, and pulled. It felt heavy. A big catch indeed. My goodness, how wonderful. Dane was thrilled as he engaged in a tug-of-war with the giant. Despite the simple equipment, Dane's seasoned skills allowed him to successfully reel in the catch. Seeing the creature hooked on the line, Dane went from excited to exhilarated. It was a nearly 2-pound softshell turtle, commonly known as a snapping turtle. He couldn't believe his luck. Finding such a treasure meant fortune. Softshell turtles were highly valued among freshwater catches, often ranked in the top 3. Every part of the turtle was prized, and like loach, it was associated with aphrodisiac properties in traditional Chinese medicine. Chinese men's fascination with aphrodisiacs was intense. In his previous life, pangolins were nearly extinct partly due to the belief for held up 2 fingers, 2 silver tails. That's quite generous for you, young man. Dane nodded and readily agreed. The 2 tails of silver were in broken pieces, and Dane tucked them into his waistband as usual, feeling content as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the shopkeeper called him back. Young man, wait. Dane asked, is there anything else you need, sir? The shopkeeper smiled. Do you want pig knuckles? Today, our kitchen slaughtered a pig, and we happen to have 2 knuckle bones left. Dane nodded repeatedly and said, sure. Pig knuckles are excellent ingredients for making soup. Once the soup is done, you can break open the bones and eat the marrow inside, which is also highly nutritious. Perhaps in the eyes of ancient people, a smooth bone with little meat on it might produce a delicious broth but wouldn't fill anyone up, so it wasn't considered very valuable even if given away. As a modern person, Dane knew the nutritional value of bone broth and wouldn't let this opportunity pass by. The waiter brought over the knuckle bones, which had already been cleaned of all their meat, shiny like a monk's bald head. When the shopkeeper handed the bones to Dane, he felt a bit embarrassed, but Dane didn't mind at all, accepting them cheerfully and leaving with a smile. Dane still remembered Aliana's wish to eat candy, so he went to the general store first and bought 2 ounces of maltose. Indeed, it was one of the top luxury items in ancient times. 2 ounces of maltose cost 30 coins. For ordinary children, getting a piece of maltose the size of a fingernail during festivals was already considered extremely fortunate. Only the children of high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants could enjoy whole pieces of maltose every now and then. Dane wanted to strive for Aliana to live such a life. Calculating that there was still half an hour before the city gates closed, Dane wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he strolled around, looking to see if he could buy anything else. His tiny home was virtually destitute, and there were many things to purchase. First, Dane bought 3 embroidered handkerchiefs. Leora and Aliana washed their faces with their hands. The only handkerchief they had was being used by Dane and was full of holes. In fact, he had just used it to wipe Leora's feet earlier, turning it into a foot cloth. Next, Dane visited a cosmetic shop and bought a jar of face oil. Leora's face and hands, due to long exposure to wind and sun and various hardships, had developed wrinkles and small wounds. Face oil could be applied both to the face and hands. Although it wasn't as effective as modern cosmetics, consistent use would gradually improve her skin condition. After buying the face oil, Dane sighed, realizing that whether in ancient or modern times, money spent on women and children was always well spent. 2 ounces of maltose cost 30 coins, while a jar weighing less than 2 ounces sold for 50 coins. The 2 silver tails earned from selling the softshell turtle quickly dwindled Isha's double standards to become increasingly brazen. Of course I'm coming back to my own home, Dane replied nonchalantly and headed towards his room. Hermes didn't expect Dane to be so audacious and instantly became enraged. He slammed his hand on the stone mill and bellowed, "Stop right there!" Dane halted and turned around. "What is it? What is it? You dare to ask what is it?" Hermes stepped closer to Dane, but due to the height difference, he had to look up, making him look rather comical. Had it been the old Cohen, he would have crouched down obediently to facilitate his father's scolding. But Dane stood tall, letting Hermes feel the strain in his neck. Hermes grew angrier and shouted, "Kneel down!" Dane coldly replied, "My knees hurt. I can't kneel." "You." Hermes raised his smoking pipe to strike, but Dane caught his wrist, just like he did earlier that morning. "Father, let's talk things through. Don't resort to hitting." Hermes' lungs seemed ready to burst, his breath sounding like a rusty bellows, making everyone around feel exhausted. "Rebellious son! Rebellious son!" he bellowed after catching his breath. Dane sneered, "Knowing I'm a rebellious son, why do you try to discipline me? Aren't you just asking for trouble? If there's nothing else, I'll go to sleep. I'm tired after a long day." Hermes roared, "You're not going anywhere. Why did you steal Esme's hair ribbon? If you don't explain this tonight, don't expect to sleep." Dane laughed bitterly. "Steal Esme's hair ribbon? Rodnilia and Aisha told you that? Why don't you ask me for the whole story?" Hermes retorted, "Would your mother lie to me?" Dane scoffed, "All right, father. Since you put it that way, there's nothing more I can say. If you say I stole it, then I must have stolen it." Seeing Dane's attitude, Hermes felt a bit uneasy. Could he have been wrong? But Esme had also said Uncle Air took her hair ribbon. Kids wouldn't lie, would they? ####Chapter 20. Are you sure you want to dig up old grievances? Israel took a deep breath and said, "Fine. Since you put it that way, I'll give you a chance to explain." Dane still smiled. "Father, I don't need this opportunity. Do you want to know the truth? Ask Rodnilia. Ask Lady Lucian. They know more than I do. If you're asking me, then let me say one thing. I took it." Israel, furious, shouted, "You wicked son. Are you trying to drive me to an early grave?" Dane coldly replied, "Was it me who gave you this grief? As the head of the family, when judging household matters, you only listen to one side without even bothering to ask the other. You were quick to blame Aliana, and came to find me for accountability. Tell me, who exactly gave you this anger?" Israel instinctively raised his hand, but, remembering that the current Dane would retaliate, he lowered it again. "Even if what you say is reasonable, Nora is just a child. She cried all afternoon because you took her things. As her second uncle, shouldn't you apologize to her?" Dane replied, "Sure. Have her apologize to Aliana first, Then let Aliana slap her, and we'll consider the matter closed. Israel was taken aback. Slap her? Dane, are you mad? Can these be words from a respectable uncle? Do you even look like an elder? Dane grew impatient. Father, I'm tired. I don't want to keep going in circles with you over this. Anyway, this incident isn't our fault. If you insist on blaming us, I admit it, but I won't apologize. I merely took back what belonged to Aliana. Not beating that brat already shows restraint. With that, he turned and walked back into the house. Israel paced angrily, muttering, Rebellion, rebellion? Stand still. All these years we've fed you, clothed you, and sent you to school. Is this how you repay us? Even beasts wouldn't do such things. Dane hesitated, his fists slowly clenching. After a moment of silence, he turned around. Father, are you sure you want to bring up old accounts? Israel roared. Which word did I say wrong? Dane's voice was louder. You wife, according to your wishes? Israel stammered. I didn't mean that. Although some of what you say is true, didn't I buy you shoes when you were 7? Then Henry took them away the next day, and when I asked for them back, you beat me. Is that the event you're referring to? Dane taunted. Israel fell silent. Seeing this, Dane once again turned towards the house. He was truly exhausted and didn't want to continue, but Vicky, having listened to everything inside, couldn't bear to let him go. Anger surged through her, and she rushed out, screaming, You ungrateful wolf, disobedient son. Do you think I won't report you to the authorities tomorrow? Dane smirked. Go ahead, report away. Worst case, I get a few strokes and lose the 50 coins monthly subsidy. I don't care anyway. I've never seen those 50 coins, so losing them means nothing. Vicky paused, instinctively rebutting. Aren't you afraid of being beaten? Dane replied, Yes, but if getting beaten means I can separate from this family, then it's worth it. Wow, sounds like it might work. Rodnelia, you must go report me to the authorities tomorrow. If you don't want to walk, I can spare 3 coins for you to take Benicio's carriage. Vicky had never seen Dane so stubborn. The compliant boy she knew was now fiercely difficult to handle. Not even the threat of dismissal as a scholar deterred him. How could she discipline him now? As an uneducated villager, once Vicky couldn't win verbally, she resorted to acting out. Seeing her about to lie down on the ground, Israel glared at her angrily, whispering harshly, Enough! Do you want to make a bigger fool of yourself? Vicky, deeply fearful of Israel, much like Leora fearing Dane before, reluctantly complied. Let this pass. No one should mention it again. You've worked hard today. Go rest early. Dane snorted and walked into the house. This time, he ignored whoever came out. When Dane closed the door, Vicky fumed. Old man, are you letting him sleep like that? Nora suffered so much. He should at least compensate her. Look at the 2 big bones in his basket. Go get one and stew soup for Nora. Israel found Vicky unbearably annoying this time. Amidst this chaos, she still thought about the bones Dane brought home. He retorted irritably, If you want compensation, you can ask yourself. I'm going to sleep. I have work tomorrow. With that, he crossed his arms behind his back and quickly headed to his room. Vicky hesitated, but lacked the courage to approach Dane for the bones. After shouting unfilial son and wicked child outside Dane's door, she returned to her room grudgingly. ####Chapter 21. No need to go to the shed, just sleep on the bed. Dane returned to the house and found Leora and her daughter tightly hugging each other, their faces filled with unease. Clearly, Dane laughed and said, Arguing is something Daddy can handle. He's a pro at it. He then handed Savannah over to Leora and took out the maltose from the bamboo basket. Daddy didn't forget to buy you candy, but you can only have 2 pieces a day because eating too much will ruin your little teeth. Savannah happily took the bag of candies, pulled out 1 piece, but instead of putting it in her mouth, she offered it to Leora. Mommy, eat candy. This small act moved Dane deeply. Leora's eyes also welled up with tears as she choked out a laugh. Savannah eats it. Mommy doesn't like candy. Savannah tilted her head, puzzled. Candy is sweet. Doesn't Mommy like it? Yes, Leora said. As long as I see Savannah eating it, Mommy's heart feels sweet enough. No need for candy. Though Savannah was still young and didn't fully grasp the underlying meaning, Dane understood. His mother from his past life had said similar things. In his previous life, when family conditions were poor and meat was a rare treat, his mother would always say to him, Rodney Talang, Mommy doesn't like meat. You can eat it all. Yet, such a wonderful mother left him when he was only 6, turning him into an orphan who grew up on charity. As he reminisced, tears involuntarily welled up in Dane's eyes. Leora noticed his sadness and hurriedly asked, Gustav, what's wrong? Dane regained his composure, exhaled, and turned away to wipe away his tears, saying, Nothing, just got sand in my eyes. Silently, I don't care about competing with her. A box of face oil could feed our family for a month. Dane opened the box, applied a bit of face oil on Leora's hand, and earnestly said, Money, I'll figure out how to earn, but your hands and face are overdue for care. Leora blushed slightly, lowering her head. Are you displeased that I'm getting old and ugly? Dane was taken aback, then sighed. Women's hearts were truly hard to fathom. Just as feeding Savannah good food made Leora think of selling her, taking care of her skin now made her think he was criticizing her. Dane replied, No, I'm more afraid you might find me unappealing. After all, I was such a bad person before, right? When you become beautiful, please don't abandon me. Leora blinked. Abandon? What does that mean? To divorce. Dane explained. Leora quickly covered his mouth. Don't say such nonsense. Her fragrant hand, which had just applied face oil, covered Dane's mouth, filling his nose with a pleasant aroma, making him momentarily distracted. Leora realized this action was too intimate and quickly withdrew her hand. Dane touched his lips, savoring the lingering fragrance, and then said, Ahem, it's getting late. I'll go sleep in the shed. There are still some unsold fish mint and 2 bones in the basket. Tomorrow, find time to stew the bones for Savannah's soup. Energy on courtesans instead. Why? Years of hard labor had turned the delicate girl Leora once was into a gaunt, thin little old woman, dark and frail, far from the voluptuous, soft, and fragrant ladies of the pleasure quarters. However, Leora's weight, in the timeline Dane transmigrated to, would be the ultimate goal of many top-tier female celebrities. At just over 160 centimeters tall and weighing around 85 pounds, those female stars before his transmigration chased this body-to-weight ratio fanatically. Yet, Dane saw such proportions as extremely imbalanced and unhealthy. His next goal was to fatten Leora up, at least breaking the 100-pound mark to reach a healthier weight. As for her skin, Leora's complexion was originally fair when she first came, but years of sun exposure had turned it yellow and dark. Proper care should help restore it eventually. Dane carefully climbed into bed. Seeing Aliana staring at him with watery eyes and grinning, he couldn't resist tapping her little nose, saying, "Want to sleep with Daddy?" Aliana nodded eagerly, "Yes." "But Daddy snores," Dane said. Aliana immediately covered her ears. "If I cover my ears, I won't hear it." Dane teased. "Will you keep your ears covered all night? Won't your arms get tired?" Aliana thought for a moment, realizing her arms would indeed be very sore, so she changed tactics, burying her head under the pillow and muffled, "I won't hear it this way." Leora, fearing her daughter might suffocate, gently pulled her head out from under the pillow and said, "All right, Daddy was only joking. Go to sleep." Aliana let out a breath and chuckled. "It feels a bit stuffy." Children fall asleep quickly, and before Dane realized it, Aliana was already fast asleep. No wonder many insomniacs love watching children sleep. Their ability to drift off so swiftly is truly enviable. After Aliana fell asleep, Dane retrieved the remaining copper coins from his waistband and handed them all to Leora. "Today's earnings," he said. Seeing the money, Leora wasn't particularly happy but looked worried instead. "Did you go catching snakes again?" Dane shook his head. "No, I caught a turtle today and sold it for 2 taels of silver." "Turtle?" Leora was surprised. Dane briefly recounted the story of selling the turtle. "I got lucky. It turns out some diners at the restaurant wanted 'farewell my concubine,' so this turtle fetched a good price. Normally, it wouldn't be worth this much." Leora blinked. "Farewell my concubine. What's that?" "It's just stewed turtle and chicken. Next time if I catch another turtle, we can make it ourselves. This dish isn't complicated. You just toss all the ingredients into a clay pot and simmer them. The key lies in the fire control." Wished. "If you are indeed a spirit from the Fu River, please stay a little longer." Dane felt self-conscious under Leora's intense gaze and touched his face. "Do I have something on my face?" Leora smiled softly. "No, you've been working hard all day. Don't talk anymore. Rest now." As she spoke, Dane yawned widely. "Then I'll sleep now." Soon, Dane started snoring. Leora turned to continue watching him. Unable to resist, she lightly touched the tip of his nose. Tickle sensitive, Dane scratched his nose. Leora quickly retracted her hand, sticking out her tongue playfully like a teenage girl. Such tender, playful moments between spouses had long been absent from their lives. Perhaps because she thought Dane was possessed, Leora couldn't help but want to touch him. "Daddy, don't hit me! Don't hit me!" Aliana muttered in her sleep, waving her tiny hands frantically. Leora quickly hugged her daughter and whispered soothingly, "Sleep, sleep. Daddy won't hit you anymore. Things will get better." Those words seemed meant for Aliana, but also for herself. Dane dreamt all night long. In his dream, he held a 7.2-meter carbon rod, using the latest bait, setting dozens of kilograms of corn traps, and then reeling in fish one after another. 5-kilogram carp, 7-kilogram blackfish, 10-kilogram fronting Leora. Leora held a pot she had just bought, with 2 large bone sticks inside. Facing Perry's questioning, Leora felt somewhat guilty, keeping her head down and avoiding eye contact. Perry, unaware that Dane was standing outside the kitchen door, pointed fiercely at Leora's forehead and whispered harshly, "You thieving girl! Sneaking into the kitchen in the middle of the night to cook extra for yourself? Is lamp oil-free? Don't we need firewood? Also, we haven't divided the family assets yet. Everything must be distributed by me. Hand over those bones and get back to sleep." Leora, accustomed to Perry's scolding, instinctively wanted to hand over the pot. But then, she remembered Dane's words. "If anyone in this house tries to take our things, argue with them, make a fuss, but never let us suffer any losses." Thinking about this, Leora pulled the pot back and said, "Rodnilia, if you accuse me of cooking extra, I'll admit it. But aren't you here to cook extra too? I've been wondering why Father and Uncle always look healthy despite not eating much, while our Savannah gets thinner each day. You get up late at night, cook good food, hide it, and only give it to them after breakfast, right?" Perry, unprepared for Leora's defiance, especially pointing out her hidden actions, angrily raised her hand to strike her, cursing, "I'll beat some sense into you, you disrespectful daughter-in-law." Leora didn't flinch, dodging Perry's slap and replied, "Rodnilia, Dane told me that starting from yesterday, our family will no longer be bullied. If you don't want me to cook extra, fine, but then everyone must eat the same food. Otherwise, I will definitely continue to cook for us." Furious, Perry shouted, "This is outrageous. You and that wicked son are both rebelling. What has Jeremiah ever contributed to the family? Why should he eat better? All the necessities of this household were earned by Father, San Lang, and Si Lang. What does Chan Jeremiah do besides go to town every day looking for that vixen?" Leora retorted, "Rodnilia, speak with integrity. While Jeremiah hasn't done well these past 2 years, you can't forget he gets a 50-coin allowance every month. We never see this money. 50 coins wouldn't give our family the best meals, but it could at least keep us full. But have we ever had a proper meal under your arrangement? We're given the money but starved. What's wrong with me cooking extra?" Enraged, Perry trembled, searching the floor and picking up a thick stick from the woodpile, ready to strike Leora. But before she could bring it down, someone grabbed her wrist. Turning around, she saw Dane's stern face. This scene made Leora feel an overwhelming sense of comfort and protection. Dane said emotionlessly, "Rodnilia, it's boring to hit when you can't win an argument." Perry felt like she would spit blood. She couldn't understand how the entire family had become so bold within just a couple of days. Who gave them such courage? You're thinking of hitting your mother? Disrespectful child. Perry, lacking other arguments, turned to filial piety. Dane calmly replied, even tigers don't eat their cubs. How many times have you hit Savannah? I learned all this from you. Perry, a simple villager, couldn't match the quick thinking of a scholar like Dane. Stuttering, she struggled to utter a word. Dane continued, go rest, Rodnelia. At your age, getting up so early can cause a stroke. Just to warn you, if you become paralyzed as your unfilial son, I won't care. Besides, San and C are so filial, one more or less doesn't matter. Perry stared dumbfounded at Dane, her mind completely breaking down. I will go to the authorities, I will. Dane laughed dryly, oh please, by all means, I'd love that. Unable to bear it any longer, Perry wiped her tears and left the kitchen. Although defying her mother-in-law felt satisfying, Leora still felt uneasy. Jeremiah, did we go too far? Rodnelia cried. Dane replied calmly, if she doesn't cry, then you would. In that case, I'd rather she cry. Israel shouted back furiously. Lady Vicky, who was already fuming, had hoped for her husband's support. Instead, she received a barrage of insults and a raised hand threatening to strike her. In an instant, fury overcame her fear, and she defiantly leaned in closer, shouting, hit me, then, better kill me. Ultimately, Israel's hand did not fall. He sat up against the headboard, rubbing his face and asked, what is it now? Lady Vicky's grievances surged forth like waves. I toil every day and get up in the middle of the night to cook for all of you. You eat without thinking about how hard this old woman works. My fate is so bitter. Israel felt increasingly agitated. If there's something bothering you, just say it. Stop crying and moaning. I have to go to work in town early. Wiping away her tears, Lady Vicky recounted what happened earlier. Israel's expression changed from frustration to anger, slamming the bedboard after a moment. That scoundrel. What does he think he's doing? Lady Vicky said, he's been coming home late and leaving early these past few days and bought many good things for his wife and child. He must have found a way to make money. Old man, you should make him share his method. Even if he won't tell us how he makes money, at least make him give up the money. We're not separated yet, so he should contribute it. Israel frowned. In the past, he would that money-losing wretch anything better means he can't do anything about it. Lady Vicky said, you're right, but I'm afraid that wicked son will break dishes. He has already mentioned separation several times. Old man, we can't separate the household. Israel responded, of course we can't separate, but even filing complaints with the authorities doesn't scare that wicked son. So the best way now is to keep him stable. We'll see what happens after the black dog blood is splashed on him. Lady Vicky gritted her teeth. Let that wicked son enjoy himself for a while. That's enough. I'm going back to sleep. I'm dead tired. Don't make a fuss, or I'll really hit you. With that, Israel burrowed back under the covers, soon snoring loudly. Lady Vicky looked at Israel, muttering softly, you can still sleep through this? Truly heartless. Daddy, big lazybones, wake up. As Dane slept soundly, he suddenly felt shortness of breath. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw Bridget leaning on his chest, pinching his nose with her small hands. No wonder breathing was difficult. But no father in the world could be angry at their daughter's mischief, and Dane was no exception. He hugged Bridget, and they wrestled around on the bed. A moment later, Leora returned with a basin of water, and seeing the playful scene, couldn't help but smile. All right, Bridget, stop bothering Daddy, come wash your face. We have new towels today. Bridget chirped, okay, Mama. Dane yawned and asked, what time is it? Leora answered, around the second watch of the dawn hour. For a moment, Dane couldn't calculate what time it was. Only after mentally reciting the hours of the day, did he realize it wasn't even 6 o'clock. He asked, why are you getting up so early? Leora, washing Bridget's face, replied, I wanted to talk to you last night, but I forgot when I heard you arguing with Father. Today, I want to take Bridget back to Xuanhuan village to visit my brother. Dane said, then bring me along too. Leora's hand froze, looking at Dane incredulously. You want to go back to Xuanhuan village with me? Except for the first year of their marriage, Dane had only gone to Xuanhuan village twice. After that, he never went again. And the reason Leora referred to going back to Xuanhuan village rather than her parents' home was because both of her parents had passed away shortly after she married Dane. Leora's only living relative was her younger brother, Jetty. Jetty had a violent temper and once beat up Dane. Dane, unable to defeat Jetty, took out his anger on Leora upon returning home. After that, Dane never visited Xuanhuan village again and strict striking. Leora couldn't help but laugh. You're such a chatterbox. But you're right, Titus isn't an unreasonable person. With how much you've improved now, he won't hit you. Dane clutched his chest and lay back on the bed. Leora thought something was wrong with him and hurried over, anxiously asking, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Dane closed his eyes and said, just hearing such heartwarming words in the morning. Oh, it's like I'm drunk. Leora deliberately frowned. Are these sweet nothings learned to please that sly vixen? Dane opened his eyes and chuckled. Leora asked, what are you laughing about? Dane sat up, leaning close to Leora, their noses almost touching. Wife, are you jealous? Dane's warm breath brushed against Leora's face, making her heart flutter wildly like a frightened deer. She quickly turned her head aside, biting her lower lip. Not at all, nonsense. Beside them, Aliana covered her eyes with her fingers still peeking through. Daddy and Mommy are so cute. Leora quickly got out of bed and tapped Aliana's nose. No more silly talk. Come, let's rinse your mouth. After the commotion, Dane fully woke up and went outside to wash up. Returning to the room, he saw Leora putting away some hidden money into a small bundle. Don't take it all. Leave a few coins here in the bedside cabinet, Dane suggested. Why? She insisted. That won't do. Your brother has sent many things to our home over the years, and I've never reciprocated. This time, let's repay all the courtesies accumulated over the years. Hearing this, Leora didn't argue further. The only downside was that due to the early hour, The old man who drove the ox cart had not yet arrived, so Dane had to walk with Leora to the county town. Fortunately, after 2 days of practice, his stamina had improved significantly. Even carrying Aliana, he didn't feel overly tired until they reached the outskirts of the county town. The city gates weren't open yet, but there were already quite a few vendors selling breakfast outside. Most travelers waiting to enter the city bought food to fill their stomachs. Dane gently woke up the sleeping Aliana and said, "Sweetheart, we're at the county town. What would you like to eat?" Rubbing her eyes, Aliana instinctively looked for Leora. "Mommy, hold me." Dane teased, "This girl, Daddy carried you all the way, and now you look for Mommy when you wake up." Leora took Aliana in her arms. "Let me do it. You must be tired from carrying her." Indeed, Dane felt a bit sore in his arms, so he handed Aliana to Leora and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Leora replied, "I have buns with me, but they're cold. Let's eat something warm in the morning." Dane naturally held Leora's hand. "Come, let's stroll around." Leora blushed but didn't pull away as they slowly walked along the road. Whenever Aliana shouted, "I want this," Dane would immediately stop and buy it for her. By the time the city gates opened, Aliana's little belly was already full. Leora put her down to walk on her own, helping her digest the meal. Inside the city, Dane asked, "What do you think your brother would like as a gift?" Leora answered, "Let's get new clothes for his 2 kids." Dane was surprised. "Your brother already has 2 children?" Leora nodded. "He had his second one last spring." Dane looked serious. "Your brother has 2, and we should catch up soon." Leora's face flushed bright red as she pinched Dane. "On the street. Stop saying such nonsense." Dane rubbed the pinched spot and chuckled, then asked Aliana, "Dear, if Daddy and Mommy give you a little brother or sister, would you be happy?" Aliana clapped her hands and laughed. "Happy. I want a little brother." Dane winked at Leora. "See, our daughter supports it." Leora scolded. "Stop it, if you say any more. I won't talk to you." Seeing his wife display such youthful shyness, Dane felt reassured. That's what a young woman of 18 or 19 should look like. Taking Leora to the fabric store where they previously bought ready-made clothes, the shopkeeper greeted them warmly. "Sir, welcome back. Are you looking for ready-made clothes or fabrics today?" Dane replied, "Let's see." The shopkeeper continued, "Please follow me. These shelves have all the new fabrics that arrived yesterday. The colors are quite popular in the state capital. Popular though it was, there were only 3 colors, red, green, and blue, varying in shade. This was inevitable, as the dyeing technology in this era was not advanced. The available colors were limited to these few. As for yellow and purple, only the royal family and government officials could wear those colors. Ordinary people wearing them would be summoned by the authorities. And white, it was mostly associated with funerals. Seeing a woman in white on the street likely meant someone had died in her family. Chapter 26. Sister, move aside. I'm going to beat him up. Dane asked, "Myra, which color do you prefer?" "Let's go with blue. It doesn't show dirt easily," Georgia replied. Dane asked, "Boss, how much is 1 foot of fabric?" The boss replied, 18 coins. After considering his savings, Dane said, "Then let's get 5 feet. Georgia panicked and said, "We don't need that much. 3 feet will be enough. It's just for making new clothes for Raina, and her old clothes can be resized for Ezra." Dane said, "Even the youngest shouldn't always wear hand-me-downs from their elder sister. A new set of clothes would be nice." Seeing Dane wasn't listening, and not wanting to had thought he was dealing with a customer who would just look without buying, but seeing them return as customers, he felt quite pleased. For those in business, opening sales were important. A good start meant a day full of business, while a bad start might mean no customers all day. Though there was little evidence for this belief, most merchants shared it. "Boss, 5 feet of blue," Dane said. The boss replied, "Sure thing, sir. Please wait, I'll cut it for you." A short while later, the shopkeeper handed Dane a beautifully packaged long box. Apparently, even ancient people cared about packaging. After purchasing the fabric, Dane took Georgia to a general store and spent 10 coins on snacks. By now, most of his recent earnings were spent. Georgia was heartbroken. Not because she didn't want to buy gifts for her brother, but because this money was hard-earned. Climbing Mount Fong involved highly venomous snakes. A single bite could be fatal. Although some of the money came from selling soft-shell turtles, catching them was notoriously difficult. Dane might still risk his life catching the snakes for more money. Thinking about this, Georgia grabbed his arm. "Jeremiah, promise me one thing." Dane asked, "What is it?" "Don't go after the Mount Fong snakes," Georgia said. "I don't want you taking such risks for money. Gugu can't lose her father and I. Though she didn't finish, Dane was already thrilled. He believed it wouldn't take long before Georgia would say those last words without hesitation. His efforts over the past 2 days hadn't been in vain. "All right, I promise," Dane nodded seriously. Then he picked up Gugu and trotted along. "Let's go by boat." Outside the county town was a pier with only one ferry available to commoners. The others were either for officials or rich merchants. Commoners couldn't even approach them. This ordinary ferry was very cheap, just 3 coins for a trip to the farthest village upstream. But there were only 2 trips per day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Once full, it left without delay. This is why Dane hadn't chosen the ferry earlier. Timing didn't permit. At the pier, the ferry was empty, giving Dane's family the best seats. After about 15 minutes, the ferry was full, and with a shout from the boatman, it slowly departed. Waking up early and walking a long distance made the gentle swaying of the ferry seem like a cradle. Soon, both Dane and Gugu fell asleep. Georgia, although feeling drowsy, dared not sleep. She held the fabric and snacks, worried someone might steal them, leaving her nowhere to cry. Fortunately, the trip was smooth, and an hour later, the ferry docked at Xuanhuan village. Georgia paid the fare and woke Dane. "Are we there?" "Dane, no, your brother-in-law has changed. He has become better, really. Put the rolling pin away first." Jetty would rather believe that their piglet could climb trees than believe that Dane had changed for the better. In Jetty's imagination, his sister must have been first thrashed mercilessly by Dane, and then forced to swear not to say a bad word. "You bastard, I'll beat you to death. Jetty was almost driven half-mad by his own imaginings, swinging the rolling pin and charging over. Dane was also confused. Although Jetty had a temper, he wasn't unreasonable. Leora had already made it very clear. Why is he getting more and more angry? At the critical moment, it was still Aliana who came through. The little girl spread her arms like a small sparrow shielding her father behind her and chirped, "Uncle, no hitting Dad. Dad is good, Uncle is mean." Jetty skidded to a stop, nearly straining his back, looking at Aliana in disbelief and asking, "Good niece, did that brute force you to say this?" "Don't worry, Uncle will back you up." Aliana pouted, "No way, Dad is good." Aliana doesn't want to talk to Uncle anymore. With that, she turned around, hugged Dane's leg, and said, "Dad, let's go." Jetty was utterly bewildered. What's going on here? Why is everyone siding with this brute, Dane? Jetty, unable to make sense of it, shouted into the house, "Wife." Coming. Jetty's wife, Andrea, appeared. Her face round and cheerful, she embodied the perfect daughter-in-law image in the eyes of the older generation. "What is it, dear?" Andrea asked. Jetty said, "Go see if our piglet can climb trees." Andrea stood there dumbfounded. "What are you talking about?" As an elder sister, Leora understood her brother's thoughts well and knew what his seemingly bizarre words meant. She walked forward with a wry smile, took the rolling pin, and handed it to Andrea to put away. "Brother, your brother-in-law has really changed. If you don't trust me, you should at least trust Aliana, right?" Hearing Leora say this, Andrea finally caught on. So that's why he wanted me to check if the piglet climbed trees. Her husband's concerns were reasonable, after all. The previous Dane had acted like a beast, beating women and children, and doing everything a human shouldn't. All right, let's go inside and talk," Andrea interjected diplomatically. Taking the hint, Jetty stopped yelling about beating Dane but didn't give him any good looks either, turning to walk inside. Dane picked up Aliana and kissed her hard. "Truly my little sweetheart." Aliana giggled heartily. Once in the courtyard, Aliana started shouting to be let down because she saw Roxanne, Jetty's eldest daughter, who was only a few months younger than herself. As soon as Dane set her down, the little girl darted out, running quickly to Roxanne and opening her hands. "Ambria, look what yummy snacks I brought for you." Roxanne's eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, candies." Aliana proudly said, "Bought by Dad." Then she glanced at Jetty. Jetty awkwardly coughed and pretended not to notice. Roxanne popped the candy into her mouth, her eyes curving into crescents, saying contentedly, "Sweet." Aliana was generous, stuffing the remaining candies into Roxanne's pocket. "All for you." Roxanne felt a bit embarrassed and whispered, "Aliana sister, I'll show you something fun." Curious, Aliana asked, "What is it?" "Wait for me," Roxanne said and scampered off into the house. The adults weren't too concerned. Children had their own worlds, and grown-ups didn't need to interfere. But soon, the adults realized interference was inevitable, because the fun thing Roxanne mentioned turned out to be her 1.5-year-old baby brother. The little toddler hadn't realized what was happening, giggling happily when carried by his sister. Roxanne rapidly ran towards Aliana, saying, "Aliana, my brother is so much fun. Mercy, stop making trouble. Xiuanhu, stop your daughter. What if she drops Dogsy?" Jetty's mother-in-law chased after them, consciously reaching into his pocket to offer a cigarette to ease the awkwardness, only to realize his pockets were empty. Damn, where would cigarettes come from in these times? Chapter 28. Go to the temple and pray. To break the awkward silence, Dane decided to take the initiative. "How have things been lately?" Jetty remained expressionless. "Have you eaten yet?" Jetty continued to remain impassive. Dane felt frustrated. How could they continue this conversation like this? It seemed he had indeed been too much of a brute in the past, leaving a terrible impression on others. Now, thinking back, Jetty's earlier remark about sending his wife to check if the piglet had climbed a tree clearly showed distrust in Dane's change. He'd rather believe a piglet could climb a tree than trust that Dane had changed for the better. Trust, once shattered, is indeed hard to rebuild. But Dane couldn't give up. Jetty was Leora's only relative in this world, and their relationship was crucial. If future interactions were always going to be so strained, it would be too uncomfortable. So, he would try asking more questions. With Jetty having a second child, maybe starting with something related to children would work. He made up his mind. "What brand of infant formula do you use?" Dane asked. Jetty frowned. "What is infant formula?" Dane realized his mistake. There was no such as his sister, who wasn't living far away. The walk between Shanghai village and Hazhong village only took about an hour. The real reason he didn't visit was because every time he saw Dane, he wanted to punch him. But if he hit Dane, his sister would suffer instead. So, to prevent his sister from being hurt, Jetty reluctantly stopped visiting. Reflecting on today, it was indeed different. His sister and Aliana both defended him, which carried different meanings. In the past, Aliana feared Dane to her core. "Dane, I still don't believe you, but since my sister and Aliana are defending you, I'll give you another chance. If you revert to being the brute you used to be, I will forsake everything to ensure you and I both die. Our parents said before they passed that the greatest mistake they made was marrying you to my sister, and thus asked me to take care of her for the rest of my life. Besides my wife and children, my sister is my only remaining family. For her sake, I'd do anything." Dane was deeply moved by these words. Having lived 2 lives, he had never experienced the affection of siblings. The bond between Jetty and Leora was something he had always longed for. Dane raised 3 fingers and swore, "By heaven, I swear that if I ever wrong your sister again, may lightning strike me down." Jetty coldly remarked, "Keep your oaths for when you get home. I will judge by your actions." At the same time, inside the house, Andrea was asking Leora similar questions. Leora sent Aliana and Rodney Lalun to play on the side and then whispered, "Kathy, wouldn't that be worse?" Andrea thought for a moment. "You have a point. But don't spirits need to feed off human energy? Rodneying with him could drain you completely." Then, Andrea leaned closer to Leora's ear and whispered, "Big sister, have you consummated your marriage?" Leora blushed deeply. "Not in a long time." Andrea scratched her head. Isn't it supposed that spirits feed off human energy through that? Could this spirit be powerful enough to drain energy without doing that? Leora interrupted. Enough, please. The more we talk, the creepier it gets. Regardless of whether he's possessed, as long as he treats Aliana well, even if I'm drained dry, I accept it. Andrea proposed. Why don't you stay another day? I'll accompany you to that temple to ask the master there for advice. Leora considered it for a long while, and finally agreed. All right. At that moment, Jetty's voice came from outside. Dear, come out and cook dinner. Andrea responded. Coming. Leora warned. Kathy, don't tell Xiuanhuan about our conversation. He might do something rash. Andrea nodded. Understood. Chapter 29. Sorghum wine with millet, making a fishing spot. During dinner, Dane noticed that Andrea kept glancing at him sneakily. How could he describe her gaze? It carried a mix of curiosity, fear, and surprise. Leora almost blurted out, that much, but quickly restrained herself. Dane had changed. He wouldn't spend this money frivolously anymore. She handed over the entire purse. There's about 30 coins left. Take it all. Dane laughed. Why don't you ask why I need so much? Leora looked down, though she didn't speak. Her toes nervously scraping the ground betrayed her curiosity. Dane explained, I need to buy millet, sorghum wine, and a fishing net. Hearing the first two items, Leora felt a chill. Was he going back to his old ways? Millet and sorghum wine were often used for drinking sprees. But what did a fishing net mean? Dane continued, these things are to catch fish. Relying on angling or flipping stones isn't efficient enough to earn money quickly. Our family needs money urgently. I have to speed up. Leora still didn't quite understand. How do millet and sorghum wine help catch fish? I need to experiment first to be sure, Dane said. Trust me, I won't go drinking. He squatted down and hugged Aliana. Be good, okay? Aliana's eyes welled with tears. Daddy, when will you come get me? In a few days. Be good and help your aunt at uncle's place, okay? Aliana nodded. I'll be good. Please come back soon, Daddy. Dane found it hard to leave his daughter like this, but knew it was better for Leora and Aliana to stay with. Brother-in-law has turned into a spirit. He's not so bad after all. Jetty, overhearing the word spirit, asked, what's spirit? Andrea gave him an annoyed look. It's a woman's talk. Why are you eavesdropping? Jetty laughed awkwardly. Your mom is fierce. Roxanne nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Andrea couldn't help but laugh. You two have formed an alliance? Watching her brother's family play and laugh together, Leora no longer felt envious. She believed she would soon have such a life too. As for whether Magnus was possessed by a spirit, Leora wasn't so concerned. Even if it were true, being able to live this way for a while before death would be worth it. On the other side, Dane got lucky. Arriving at the village dock, he caught the return ferry. Since the county town was downstream, the trip took half the time it took to come. Once in the town, Dane went straight to a grain shop and bought 2 taels of millet. Then, at a tavern, he bought 4 taels of sorghum wine. This depleted all the money Leora had given him, forcing him to delay buying the fishing net. Outside the city, Dane found a bamboo tube. Pouring the millet and sorghum wine inside, he covered the opening with his left hand and shook it vigorously with his right. People passing by stared at him, thinking he was crazy and wasting food. Who mixed millet with sorghum wine? Was Dane really wasting food? Clearly not. He was making bait for a fishing spot. Fortunately, making explosives was beyond him. Even though the formula was simple, 1 sulfur, 2 nitrates, 3 charcoal, add sugar Big Ivan. It wasn't something he could casually create without risking severe injury. Rod knife was just getting better, and Dane had no plans to reincarnate yet. Carrying the wine jar for over an hour, he returned to the dock where he hid his fishing rod. Ensuring no one was around, he scooped out the wine-steeped rice, formed it into clumps, and using the precise baiting technique from his past life, threw it into the water. Then he baited his hook and cast the line. All that remained was to wait. Fuyang River was truly resource-rich. Even with the traditional wine-steeped rice, it took less than 15 minutes for the rod to start trembling. After a brief struggle, Dane caught a large, half-pound common carp. For the next hour, Dane's hands were numbed by the continuous catching of fish. The lightest was half a pound, the heaviest more than 3 pounds. Ancient fish hadn't eaten much, and such simple bait lured them in droves. With this success, implementing his next plan wouldn't be difficult. Dane reeled in his rod and prepared to head back to the county before dark to sell the fish and buy a fishing net. Taking these fish home was impractical. They'd likely end up being cooked by Vicky at midnight. Dane counted his catch, 20 fish, totaling around 30 pounds, averaging over a pound each. Unfortunately, he missed catching a softshell turtle. Struggle. Thank you, Greg. No need to be so formal. You're an old customer. After settling, Dane was about to leave when the innkeeper asked, Young man, you haven't eaten, have you? Dane nodded. I'll check if there are any steamed buns left on the street later. The innkeeper smiled. Actually, just before you arrived, a guest ordered 2 dishes but left without eating them. Would you like them? I don't mind. I'm just a simple countryman with no fuss. Hardy, pack the dishes for our young friend, the innkeeper instructed. Once the dishes were packed, Dane counted out 10 cash pieces and handed them to the innkeeper. The innkeeper looked upset. Young man, I said they're free. Taking money insults me. These are meat dishes, sir. For vegetarian ones, I wouldn't mind. But meat is different. Doing this makes it seem like I'm intentionally selling leftover food. No way, absolutely not. Take them and go. Hardy, show our guest out. The waiter chuckled. Brother, if you feel bad, why not sell us fresh river delicacies in the future? Dane slapped the 10 cash pieces into the waiter's hand and ran off with the leftovers. The waiter chased a couple of steps but was stopped by the innkeeper. Forget it, keep it, the innkeeper said. This young man knows manners and principles. He has potential and will surely achieve great things. Leaving the tavern, Dane rushed to the city gate but was too late. It was already closed. He would have to spend the night in town. Choosing an inn, he originally planned to save money by staying in a communal dormitory, but upon arrival, the stench and loud snoring convinced him otherwise. Spending one night there would lead to insomnia. Ultimately, Dane bit the bullet and spent 15 cash pieces on a private room. Looking at the clean room, he felt it was worth the price. Using steamed buns to hold the leftover dishes, Dane enjoyed a hearty meal. After fetching hot water for washing up, he hid the bag of money inside his undershirt, then collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 31. Moving the needle. It was still barely dawn when Dane got out of bed. He had bought some leftover dishes and scraps from a tavern keeper yesterday for 10 coins. After sniffing them, he found that they were still good and not spoiled. Following the principle of not wasting food, Dane bought 2 steamed buns and devoured the remaining scraps. After having his fill, he hurriedly made his way to a fishing tackle shop. Upon listening to Dane's description, the owner of the fishing tackle shop was utterly perplexed. The kind of fishing tool Dane wanted, he had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. However, adhering to the notion that the customer is God, the owner gathered up nets, ability that the net will contain fish. Whenever floods occurred, the village uncles would carry the needle to the river, lower it, and after a few minutes lift it again. Those who caught fish were overjoyed, while those who didn't were disheartened, either staying stubbornly in place or moving to another spot. However, due to environmental pollution and illegal electrofishing, the number of fish in the river gradually decreased. Even during floods, only a few could be caught, so this method gradually faded away. But in the Great Yan Dynasty, this method was entirely feasible. After making the tool, Dane dug up the bamboo tubes he buried overnight. Yesterday, he only used about 1/5 of them, leaving the rest buried in the soil. After soaking overnight, the aroma of the fermented rice became even stronger. Holding the container and carrying the fishing gear, Dane walked along the riverbank, looking for a suitable spot to deploy the needle. After a short while, Dane found a very advantageous eddy, a favorite spot for anglers. He scattered all the fermented rice at once and carefully placed the needle. After a while, feeling it was ready, he slowly lifted it up. Halfway through, a delighted expression appeared on Dane's face. His sense told him that this haul wouldn't be empty. As the needle emerged from the water, the surface activity grew larger and larger, with some fish leaping out of the water. So he hid the tools and rushed to the main road, hoping to find a cart driver willing to help him for a few coins. Just as he reached the road, he bumped into Benicio on his way back to the county. Dane quickly stopped him, pleading for help. "Rodney, a brother, please give me a hand." Benicio replied, "Heading to the county? Get in." Shaking his head, Dane explained, "I caught some fish, but I can't carry them all alone. Can you help me lift them? I'll pay you 10 coins for lifting and transportation. What do you think?" Benicio wouldn't miss such an opportunity to earn extra money and readily agreed. Inside, though, he couldn't help but feel a little contempt for Dane. Benicio thought, unkits are scholars, even struggling to carry fish. It can't be that he dragged up a several hundred-pound fish king, right? Given Dane's slight build, he'd likely end up being dragged into the water. Arriving at the riverside with Dane, seeing the catch in the 2 baskets, Benicio rubbed his eyes hard. He thought he was hallucinating. "Student Chun, how did you manage this? Even the best fishermen in the village struggle to catch so many." Dane waved it off, attributing it to luck, and picked up a lighter basket. "Can't take it all at once. Need 2 trips. Thank you for your help." Benicio rushed forward, grabbing both sides of the basket, grunting as he lifted it. "Wow, this must weigh around 100 pounds. Together, they huffed and puffed as they loaded the baskets onto Benicio's cart. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Dane counted out 10 coins from his purse and handed them to Benicio. "Here, the cart fare up front." Being an honest man, Benicio waved it off, saying, "You don't have to pay that much. 5 coins will do." Dane grabbed his hand and pushed the coins into it. "We agreed on the price. And I have another favor to ask. Please keep this secret. You know my family situation. If they find out about this catch, we won't have peace at home." Chapter 32. 2 Tales of Silver Snow. Nicola patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Though my nose is big, my mouth has always been tight. I will never talk about this to anyone else." This wasn't mere boasting. Nicola was indeed renowned for keeping secrets. He drove the road from the county town to River Village every day, hearing all sorts of strange gossip, yet not a single piece of news had ever slipped out from him. After all, Nicola's carriage cost 1 more coin than ox carts, donkey carts, or mule carts, but villagers still chose his cart when they could. It was because they could chat freely in his carriage without worrying about their words spreading through the streets. Those memories were buried even deeper. If not for Nicola's reminder, Dane would have forgotten entirely. But now, the pieces fell into place. Why would Erica have an affair with Corey? Simply because the farmer went to till another plot. Erica, at the prime of life, 30 like a wolf, 40 like a tiger, had needs that Hernan Demaisi wasn't meeting. Without attention from her husband, she sought solace elsewhere. Corey, though simple-minded, was strong and reliable, making an excellent tiller. More importantly, Erica couldn't bear leaving the village head's household. Greg Hernan was one of the wealthiest families in River Village, owning nearly 20 acres of farmland and 6 large brick houses. Compared to Hernan villa, Dane's brother's home seemed like an apartment building. Before marrying Houston, Erica came from poverty. The villagers believed she accumulated good fortune over several lifetimes to marry into wealth. After committing such a wrong, yet unwilling to give up her luxurious life, Erica naturally dared not say a word about Houston marrying a widow. In fact, once the new wife arrived, Erica might even step aside, willingly becoming a secondary wife. Considering this, Dane pondered what Leora's reaction would be if he were to take a secondary wife or concubine in the future. Would she accept it silently and cry every day, leave him with Bridget, or stay for Bridget's sake and end her own life in despair? The thought chilled him, so he quickly pushed it aside. The carriage pulled up to the back entrance of Tianshangju. Dane told Nicola to wait while he entered to find the innkeeper. A waiter informed him that the innkeeper was entertaining an important guest, but offered to handle the fish purchase if needed. However, upon seeing the numerous baskets brimming with fish on the carriage, the waiter refrained from making the decision. Soon, the innkeeper arrived, accompanied by a gentleman holding a paper fan, exuding grace and sophistication. His demeanor, attire, and jade pendant clearly indicated his importance. But whether he was influential or not didn't concern Dane. He cared only about how much his catch was worth. The innkeeper, eyes smiling, asked, "Brother Chun, what good stuff did you bring today?" "Several 100 pounds of fish, 7 or 8 turtles, and over 20 pounds of loaches," replied Dane. The innkeeper's jaw dropped in surprise. "So many? Where are they?" "They're in the back alley," Dane replied. Seeing the full baskets, the innkeeper truly believed Dane hadn't exaggerated. Tian Shangju, one of the busiest inns in the county, specialized in riverine delicacies and could easily absorb the catch. After some calculations, the total value of the fish was 1.9 taels of silver. The innkeeper generously rounded it to 2 taels. Nicola, overhearing this, was speechless. Was obtaining 2 taels of silver so easy? Maybe he should forget carpentry and go fishing with Dane. But then he reflected. Although carpentry was tough, it provided steady income, unlike fishing, where success could vary wildly from day to day. Better to stick with carpentry, earning less but reliably. Taking the money from the innkeeper, Dane prepared to leave with Nicola. Exiting the alley, Dane counted out 5 coins for Nicola, who refused repeatedly. Frustrated, Dane insisted, threatening not to ride with him if he didn't accept. Finally, Nicola reluctantly took the money. "Oh, now that you've sold the fish, are you heading back to the village?" Nicola asked. Dane nodded. "Yeah, why?" "Wait for me. After delivering the boxes, I need to bring some items to the elders in the village. I can give you a lift," Nicola suggested. Dane agreed. "All right, meet at the city gate." Chapter 33. Starting to build a reformed prodigal son persona. 15 minutes later, Dane and Benicio reunite at the city gate. Dane hands over 2 steaming meat buns to Benicio and says, "You probably haven't eaten yet. Here, have these buns." Benicio doesn't hesitate. He finishes them in just a few bites. Then they chat casually as they head back to the village. On the way, they pick up a few villagers from other villages, and Benicio earns about 10 copper coins. Benicio is very satisfied with his earnings for the day. Upon arriving at River Village, Benicio's path diverges from Dane's, and they part ways. Approaching his courtyard gate, Dane sees Perry and a few other women sitting under the sun, chatting while sewing shoes. Seeing this scene, Dane suddenly has an idea. He takes out a dozen or so copper coins from his money pouch, clenches them in his hand, and strides confidently toward the group. Perry hears the footsteps and instinctively looks up. Her eyes reveal undisguised disdain upon seeing Dane. The other women also display similar expressions when they see him. It's not surprising. Dane's reputation in the village is notoriously bad. Beating his wife and child aside, he harbors unrealistic dreams of marrying into the Osiris family's textile shop in the county town. Who would believe that such a man could win the heart of the Osiris family's young lady? Even a scholar like himself stands no chance, let alone a mere student. Even a degree holder wouldn't have any hope with the Osiris family's daughter. One needs to be a provincial graduate at least. How could a man who spends his days dreaming and shows violent tendencies have a good reputation? Dane knows he has a poor reputation in the village, which also affects Myra and her mother. So from now on, although he can still be argumentative with Perry at home, he must present a filial image in front of others. "You're back so early today. Did your friends in the county town drain you dry again?" Perry sneers coldly. "I have no money, don't ask me." Dane opens his hand, revealing a dozen copper coins filling his palm. "Rodnelia, I caught several big fish today. This is the money I earned selling them. It's all for you." Before Perry can react, he places all the coins in the sewing box. "From now on, any money I make from fishing will go to you." The other women are stunned. Is this the same Dane who used to dream idly all day? "Oh my, congratulations, Perry. It seems Jeremiah has finally turned over a new leaf." "I envy you, Perry. With Raphael and Lausi already being so responsible, now even Jeremiah, who was once so unruly, has learned to take care of the family. Your family might soon surpass the village chiefs." Perry feels elated inside, but tries to maintain a stoic expression. She counts the copper coins to ensure they're real. "I've spent at least 8 or 10 taels of silver on this good-for-nothing. Without my hard-earned money supporting his education, how could he have passed the exams? How many more years will he need to pay me back if he gives me just a dozen copper coins a day? So there's nothing to envy. This is what I deserve. It's what he should do." Dane puts on a hurt look. "Rodnelia, to catch those fish, I nearly got bitten by a snake. But rest assured, even if there are snakes near the river, I'll go there every day to fish and try to bring money home." Hearing this, the women lavish Dane with praise, throwing in every compliment they know. "There are mostly venomous snakes near the river. Remember the village idiot? He became mentally disabled because he didn't get timely help after being bitten. Jeremiah, you should be careful. Earning money is important, but your life is more precious. Perry, you should advise him too. Don't risk his life just for some money." Perry remains unmoved. Why fear snakes? Haven't most of us killed snakes before? A grown man afraid of snakes would be a laughingstock. Besides, venomous snakes are valuable. If you have the skill, catching a couple to sell in the county town would earn you more than fishing. The women can't bear to listen anymore and urge Perry to stop pushing Dane to such dangerous extents. A professional snake catcher would be one thing, but her son is a weak scholar who can barely hold a book, let alone catch venomous snakes. It's akin to sending him to his death. However, Dane is inwardly delighted because this is exactly what he wants. Lowering his head, Dane acts convincingly, his voice tinged with tears. "Rodnelia, I understand. If I encounter a venomous snake next time, I'll risk my life to catch it and sell it for you. The money will all go to you." With that, he dejectedly heads towards the house. Perry realizes she might have gone too far, especially with the neighbors around. At the same time, she feels a strange sensation that words cannot describe. 2 or 3 days ago, Dane never showed this kind of respect. He even dared to retaliate against his father's scolding. What happened overnight to change him? Did the spirit that possessed him swap identities? Before Perry can ponder further, she hears Dane's scolding voice at the courtyard gate. Lao Si, what are you doing? Followed by Esmond's trembling apology. Goo. I didn't mean to. Perry slaps her forehead. Oh no. Today, she deliberately kept Si at home to splash him with dog blood to exorcise any evil spirits. But the Dane who returned today is completely different, apologizing and offering money. If the previous entity was evil, then this new entity must be good. What if chasing it away means Dane reverting to his lazy, unproductive self? Grabbing the sewing box, Perry rushes to the door and scolds Esmond fiercely. What clumsy actions. Look at the mess you made on your brother, covered in blood. Jeremiah, go wash up. I'll punish Lao Si. Dane frowns. Lao Si, why did you splash blood on me without reason? Esmond glances nervously at Perry. Embarrassed, Perry explains, it's almost mid-month, and Dane energy is heavy. Splashing dog blood. When the coins really vanished, Dane couldn't help but feel an inexplicable surge of anger. In this household, it seemed he had no privacy at all. People could enter his room and rummage through his belongings without hesitation. His money was taken with impunity. Dane examined his bed again and found that the pit where he had hidden the money hadn't been disturbed, suggesting that place remained safe for now. He took out his money pouch, removed about 20 copper coins as daily expenses, and hid the rest in a wall cavity, securing it with pillows and bedding so that nothing appeared out of place from the outside. After quickly changing clothes, Dane stepped out of the house resolutely. He needed to stop Perry from entering his room and rummaging through his belongings at once and for all. Why was he so certain that Perry did it? Because Dane trusted the intelligence of thieves. Even the most dim-witted thief would prioritize searching the houses where Graham and Henry lived first. If this thief had an unusual way of thinking and believed that the family might hide money in less obvious places, surely they wouldn't only search the chest without looking under the bed or examining the walls, right? Even taking a step back, if this thief came to the Chin family compound at night and found other rooms occupied while his room was empty, wouldn't they feel unsatisfied finding only a few coins? Considering all these points, the thief could only be Perry, possibly assisted by Aisha. They say prevention can defend against outsiders, but not insiders. For future stability, Dane must address this problem immediately and prevent any future issues. Noting the barely concealed smile on Dane's face, she instantly understood what was happening. This brat is deliberately setting me up. I guessed. Perry regained her composure. You used to drink and eat all your money away as soon as you got it. But since you've changed, I thought perhaps you'd started saving money for emergencies. Hearing this, Dane almost gave Perry a thumbs up. Despite being caught off guard, she managed to improvise an almost flawless excuse. Dane sighed. Rodnelia, you're right. I wasn't a good son before, but realizing that made me understand how hard it is to earn money. These 20 coins were earned risking my life. Having them stolen like this hurts too much. Rodnelia, don't stop me. I'm definitely reporting this to the authorities. The Yamen officials are highly skilled. Catching a petty thief would be easy for them. Plus, I heard that captured thieves receive a beating to break their spirits before being thrown into prison. Fellow prisoners will also beat them. Most won't survive. Such thieves should have their hands chopped off. While talking, Dane secretly observed Perry's reaction. Seeing her pale face, sweaty forehead, and shaky body, he knew his words had completely frightened her. To an uneducated peasant woman, the county Yamen was akin to hell, stripping one raw inside. Coupled with Dane exaggerating the effectiveness of the officials, Perry couldn't help imagining herself receiving a beating. Rodnelia? What's wrong? Why are you pale and sweating? Are you unwell? Old Four, quickly help Rodnelia back to her room. Just as Esmond Lang stepped out, he saw his mother holding onto second brother's sleeve, pleading desperately. Second brother, please don't go to the Yamen. I can compensate for the lost money, okay? Dane replied, that's not appropriate. You didn't steal the money, so why should you repay it? Perry said, dealing with the authorities is bad for ordinary people. Think about it. Would those officials just follow you without benefits? You need to give them something. If the thief isn't caught, you'll lose both the benefit fee and the money. It's a double loss. After speaking, Perry picked up the scattered coins in the courtyard and handed over 10 coins from her own pocket to Dane. Take the money, please don't go to the Yamen. Rodneyston to me. Dane weighed the coins. Rodnelia, I lost 20 coins, and this is still short. Besides, this money was meant for you. Returning it means the shortfall goes to the thief. Painfully, Perry pulled out more coins from her money pouch. Second brother, ordinary people like us shouldn't deal with the authorities. I'll make up the difference for you. Is this satisfactory now? Dane shrugged. Since Rodnelia put it that way, how could I be unsatisfied? Thank you, Rodnelia. I'll go back to rest. Perry held Esmond Lang's shoulder with her left hand and clutched her chest with her right, breathing rapidly. Quick, help me back to my room. My heart. It hurts so much. Hashtag chapter 35. A prodigal son returns, worth his weight in gold. Dane lay on his bed, feeling uneasy. He wondered what Neve and Aliana were doing now. Were they thinking of him? At this moment, the Leora he missed had just walked out of the temple. She held a peace amulet in her hand. Andrea asked eagerly, how was it? What did the master say? Is this charm effective against spirits? Leora smiled and shook her head. This is just an ordinary peace amulet. Oh, you didn't ask. Andrea was stunned. Leora said, I realize there's no need to ask. Whether he's a spirit or Magnus, as long as he changes for the better, I'll be with him for life. Andrea thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. As women, all we want is to marry a good man. To be honest, I don't think brother-in-law is possessed by a spirit. He's simply turning over a new leaf. How many spirits are there in this world, really? Leora looked at the peace amulet in her hand and murmured, a prodigal son returns, worth his weight in gold. At the fourth watch of the morning, Dane woke up from his sleep. He had to catch them in the act, but intended to make money. Lady Vicky's anger instantly vanished. She praised him. Gustav, you've really grown up. You know how to earn money for the family now. These 2 steamed buns, take them with you on the road. Catch more fish and bring home more money today. Dane took the buns and said, "Thank you, Rodnelia. I'm off then." "Go ahead," Lady Vicky urged, almost as if afraid Dane would linger. Once Dane left, Aisha let out a long breath. "Scared the wits out of me." "You're clumsy, waking up this rascal," Lady Vicky grumbled. Aisha pouted. "Rodnelia, I moved as quietly as I could. Who would have thought Uncle Gustav would wake up at this hour?" Lady Vicky sighed. "Such a waste of the white flour bun and yesterday's 20 coins. Aisha comforted. "Think of it this way, Rodnelia. Those 20 coins are just temporarily placed with Uncle Gustav. He promised in front of the neighbors to give you money daily. Even if it's only 5 coins a day, 4 days should cover it." Lady Vicky thought about it and agreed, but still felt upset. "Still, I'm short 20 coins. Just then, there was a noise at the gate. Lady Vicky slapped her thigh. Almost forgot the important matter. She dashed out and shouted, "Gustav, hold it!" Dane stood at the gate, asking, "Rodnelia, anything else?" "Won't frown during meals anymore." Before Lady Vicky could respond, Aisha interrupted from the kitchen door. "Rodnelia, no way. I don't want to keep cooking." Dane remarked, "If a good cook doesn't cook, while a bad one does, Rodnelia, do other families follow this rule?" Lady Vicky was speechless. Dane used her own words against her. It truly stung to feel the sting of her own words. Seeing Lady Vicky silenced, Aisha whispered, "Autumn harvest." Lady Vicky's eyes lit up. True, Neve isn't great with household chores, but excels at farm work. The autumn harvest is coming soon. Our fields need Neve. For farmers, the autumn harvest was the most critical event of the year, taking precedence over everything else. During that time, even Aisha would have to work in the fields, albeit with some slack. As for Leora, any sign of laziness would result in curses, and possibly physical punishment from Lady Vicky and Hermes. Dane glanced at Aisha, indifferent. Autumn harvest is still a month away. I'll bring Neve back then. Without waiting for a response, Dane strode out. Aisha felt the sky was falling, sitting down and sobbing, "No, I can't stand it. Rather die than cook for a month." Hermes's voice rang out, "Shut up already." Soon, Henry came out in a thin jacket, dragging his wife back inside. Lady Vicky felt agitated. Though Dane promised daily money, Lady Vicky instinctively felt something was off. It seemed Dane was planning something big. With one simple sentence, he secured Leora a month of leisure while and continuously beat the aquatic plants by the riverbank. The purpose was to drive away any snakes hiding in the grass. Whether he succeeded in driving away any snakes, Dane couldn't be sure, but several ducks were startled by the sound of the stick and flew to the center of the river. Dane happily collected their eggs. Arriving at his stash of fishing gear, he retrieved his fishing rod, attached bait, and started fishing. He didn't set up the traditional fish traps because he had forgotten to buy sorghum wine and millet yesterday, making it much harder to lure fish without proper bait. So today, he decided to stick to his old methods, fishing and catching shrimps. After securing the fishing rod with a large rock, Dane began walking along the riverbank, slowly gathering anything of value into his bamboo basket. After a while, he suddenly realized how foolish he had been. With the rich resources of the Fuyang River, why did he only think of using fish traps? Crab traps could also work. Not only could they catch crabs, but also loaches, eels, and even smaller fish. The bait for crab traps was simple too, boiled soybeans with sugar or animal offal. Dane made a mental note to visit a fishing store in town and see if they sold crab traps. If not, he'd find a bamboo craftsman to make one. Besides crab traps, snake traps and duck traps could also be useful. "Is anyone there? Save me?" Following the voice, Dane saw an elderly man sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face pale, looking in agony. Seeing Dane, the elderly man pleaded weakly, "Young man, please save me. I'll reward you generously." Approaching him, Dane asked, "Sir, where are you hurt?" Ellis pointed shakily to his calf. Rod-knifing his trouser leg, Dane found 2 small holes on his calf, bleeding profusely. "Snakebite? This is serious," Dane frowned. In an era without antivenom, being bitten by a venomous snake usually meant death. Even with antivenom, identifying the snake species was crucial for treatment. But time was critical, so Dane decided to try what he knew from the internet. He found 2 sticks and tied a cloth band 5 centimeters above the wound to slow the spread of the venom to the heart. Then, using a flint, he heated the tip of a sickle for basic sterilization before carefully slicing the bite wound open and squeezing out as much venom as possible. He didn't follow TV drama methods of sucking out venom with his mouth, knowing it was extremely dangerous. One wrong move could mean certain death for the rescuer. His life mattered too. After completing the procedure, the elderly man's breathing steadied slightly. He weakly said, "Young man, please fetch 2 snakegrass herbs." Dane was puzzled. "What's snakegrass? I've never heard of it." Ellis briefly described the elderly man inside. "Doctor, please save him." In this chapter, we see Dane's resourcefulness and quick thinking as he deals with both natural resources and a medical emergency, showcasing his adaptability and problem-solving skills in a challenging environment. Chapter 37. This is a sage indeed. The physician at the clinic was dispensing medicine to a patient. Hearing the commotion, he didn't turn around but calmly said, "Please wait for a moment. I'll be right there once I finish with this." He remained so calm because he had seen many similar cases. Patients would come in for minor ailments but would act as if their lives were on the line. However, Dane could not stay calm, for the elderly man's breathing was barely perceptible. Any further delay might mean a trip to the netherworld. "Doctor, he was bitten by a venomous snake. Please hurry," Dane urged loudly. Hearing this, the doctor still didn't take it seriously. In these times, many people couldn't distinguish between venomous and non-venomous snakes, assuming all bites were poisonous. But most of the time, the snakes that bit were harmless. "I said I'll finish with this. Hey, master?" The doctor turned around, somewhat irritably intending to scold Dane. But seeing the elderly man Dane was holding, he immediately jumped over the counter and rushed to his side. Heavens! How did this happen? Where's the wound? Dane pointed to the old man's calf. The doctor rolled up the pant leg and paused momentarily, having never seen such a wound treated this way before. Quickly, take him to the inner chamber. Although curious, the priority was saving the master's life. He instructed Dane and the driver to carry the elderly man inside, while he asked an apprentice to continue dispensing the medicine. In the inner chamber, the doctor took out a porcelain bottle, from which he poured a pill that resembled a maltose ball, then forced it into the old man's mouth. Following this were a series of actions that left Dane completely baffled. Despite the elaborate maneuvers, they worked wonders. Ellis's faint breath gradually strengthened. Wiping sweat from his brow, the doctor exhaled deeply, then grabbed Dane's hand gratefully. Thank you, brother. If you had arrived any later, even gods wouldn't have been able to save my master. Dane replied, it's nothing. Any decent human being would do the same. If there's nothing else, I must take my leave now. Dane still had his basket of shrimp and crabs to worry about. If anyone picked them up, it would be a significant loss. Wait a moment, brother. The doctor rushed into a room and emerged with a money pouch. A small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Dane took the pouch and felt its weight. It was no less than 7 or 8 taels. Doctors have always earned well, both past and present. However, Dane didn't pocket the entire bag. He opened it, took out 5 coins, and returned the rest. The 5 coins are for the carriage. I can't take the rest. With that, he turned to leave. The doctor, visibly moved, insisted. How can I repay this life-saving grace? If my master wakes and finds I haven't repaid the favor, he will surely blame me. Please, accept this money. Dane smiled. What I should receive, I take without hesitation. What I shouldn't, I don't take at all. To save a life is an act of kindness, not for reward. With those words, he bowed respectfully and departed. Dane wasn't above money, but he wanted to keep this favor lasting longer. In this era of scarce medical resources, befriending a doctor, or better yet, earning his gratitude, was worth more than mere silver. No need to give up future gratitude for short-term gain. Of course, the doctor didn't understand Dane's intentions. He only saw a towering figure leaving. Saving a life without expecting a reward, Dane thought. This must be what sages would do. Although worried about his catch, Dane squeezed in a visit to the fishing gear store. After explaining his needs to the shopkeeper, he got a crab trap for 10 coins, sorghum wine, and millet to make baited rice wine, and finally, bought a pair of tongs from the blacksmith for 35 coins. Relieved to find his catch untouched upon returning, Dane retrieved his bamboo basket. Checking his fishing rod, he spotted something shiny in the grass, a jade pendant. Judging from its luster, it belonged to someone who frequently handled it, possibly the elderly man. Dane pocketed it, planning to return it to him in town later. He hoped the old man would pull through. Otherwise, his favor would be lost. Back at his fishing spot, lifting the rod revealed a 3-pound mottled carp. He kept it, planning to take it to Upper River Village for Savannah and provide nutrition for Andrea, who was nursing her child. After hiding his equipment, Dane returned to Pingzalin Medical Hall. The sitting physician was now an unfamiliar middle-aged man, who saw Dane carrying a fish and remarked, Sir, we don't accept freshwater catches here. You should sell it at the tavern a half-li east. Dane showed the jade pendant. I found this where I helped the elderly man. Is it his? The doctor hurried over, inspected the pendant, and exclaimed, Yes, it's my master's. So you're the benefactor who saved his life? Dane waved off the praise. Is the old man out of danger? The doctor seized Dane's hand, profoundly grateful. We owe it all to you. My master said your method of treating the snakebite was very skilled. If we meet again, he wants to learn from you. Do you practice medicine? Interactions. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Francis, who had earlier treated Dane, had just finished cleaning the master's wound when he saw his senior brother standing in the yard sighing. Senior brother, what happened? Did you encounter a difficult case? The middle-aged doctor shook his head. I let our benefactor escape. He then showed the jade pendant of their master and recounted the events. Francis also marveled after hearing the story. These days, it's rare to find someone like Brother Chen who does good deeds without expecting anything in return. You mentioned he was carrying fish? What if we decide that next time, whenever he comes to our clinic, we buy whatever he brings at twice the market price? What do you think? The middle-aged doctor responded. Considering Brother Chen's character, he most likely wouldn't accept it. How can someone who refuses even face-to-face gratitude possibly accept such help? The only way to repay him is by ensuring that if anyone from his family falls ill and seeks our help, we charge the minimum consultation fee. Francis thought about it and agreed that this method would be best. If they offered free treatment, given Dane's nature, he certainly wouldn't accept it. After leaving the clinic, Dane went to Tianshangju and sold the shrimp and crabs, earning 54 won. With the money, he bought a small jar of sanleijiang wine from a tavern, some snacks for children from a grocery store, and half a pound of rice powder from a grain shop. Rice powder, as the name suggests, is made by grinding white rice into a fine powder, specifically for infants when many new mothers lack sufficient breast milk for them. I'll be heading home later. Everyone was taken aback. It was said that Leora lived worse than pigs and dogs in the Chen household, yet everything now suggested otherwise. If Dane were truly as awful as rumored, would he let his wife stay at her younger brother's house? He should have forced her back to treat her like a beast of burden. Another rumor claimed Dane squandered resources, yet his basket contained wine, fish, and plenty of treats for children. Could a wastrel afford these? Indeed, seeing is believing, and rumors are unreliable. Aware of these reactions, Dane intentionally carried the items openly during his journey, ensuring everyone could see clearly. He also greeted everyone proactively, unfazed if they ignored him, but warmly engaging those who responded. Why? Because reputation matters. Previously, Leora faced ridicule and mockery in both Hezhong village and Shanghe village. Apart from her younger brother and sister, she had no one to talk to. Dane, realizing this situation, decided to change it. He wanted Leora to live with dignity, receiving compliments whenever seen. He wanted Savannah to avoid being teased by other children, praised instead for having an impressive father. For these goals, any personal inconvenience or disdain was worth enduring. Leora endured far more suffering because of him. Reputation cannot be. Chapter 39. Getting Titus drunk. As soon as his wife appeared, Dane completely forgot about his brother-in-law and even ignored his daughter for a moment. In one swift move, he stood right in front of Leora, looking at her with deep affection. A newfound feeling spread and grew within both their hearts. Beside them, Andrea, holding the child, smiled knowingly, walked around Leora into the yard, and took away Aliana, who wanted to disrupt Dane and Leora's reunion. Aliana felt aggrieved. She thought her father had only briefly shown affection towards her. Are you here? Although Leora was delighted inside, she was still somewhat shy under Dane's intense gaze and turned her head slightly away. Dane nodded, yeah. He then held Leora's hand, saying, did you miss me? Leora, embarrassed, quickly pulled her hand back, chiding, the kids are watching. Dane grinned, so, if no one's watching I can. Leora, both flustered and annoyed, pinched him. You're being silly. Dane chuckled, finding it incredibly sweet. Stupid, Leora scolded, come inside. In the yard, Dane started unpacking things from the bamboo basket. Titus, I know you like to drink a bit. This jar of wine is especially for you. We can have some together during dinner. Although Argyle's face showed no expression, he was genuinely happy inside. You can be knocked out with just 2 cups. Dane laughed heartily. That's not necessarily true. If we really go all out, you won't be able to keep up with me. Dane wasn't boasting. The alcohol content in wine from the Great Yan Dynasty was extremely low, lower than beer. With his tolerance from his previous life, this 3-ferment brew was just sweet water to him. He wouldn't get drunk easily. Argyle replied, you're blowing smoke again. Dane countered, don't believe me? Let's see tonight after dinner. Then Dane handed the rice powder to Andrea. Kendra, this is for Gerald. Andrea hastily responded, brother-in-law, rice powder is so expensive. Titus gives me chickens every few days. I don't lack milk. But Gerald is at the age where he should start on complimentary foods, Dane said. Besides, it's only half a caddy. It's affordable for me. Andrea tried to refuse again, but Leora came over and placed the rice powder in her hands. Take it. It's your brother-in-law's gesture. Reluctantly, Andrea accepted it. At that moment, Aliana tugged at Dane's clothes and said pitifully, Daddy, what about me? Dane laughed and poked her nose. Of course, my darling girl will not be forgotten. Here, take this box of pastries and share with Ambria. Aliana immediately cheered up and was about to find Roxanne when Leora intercepted her, confiscating the pastry. Would you still eat dinner after having these pastries? Leora said. Aliana quickly forgot her sorrow and started eating enthusiastically. Dane lifted the wine jar and poured himself and Argyle each a bowl of wine. Come on Titus, cheers. Argyle's expression changed slightly. Dane, don't force yourself. That's almost 2 liang of wine. Dane smiled. Today, I'll show you the real strength of your brother-in-law. He finished the bowl in one go and turned it upside down, showing it was empty. Driven by competitiveness, Argyle also finished his bowl without hesitation. They each had another 2 bowls. Argyle's eyes began to blur while Dane remained unaffected. Come on, one more. Argyle wobbled. I don't believe I can't match a mere scholar like you. Wife, fill me up. Andrea, torn between amusement and worry, said, Titus, stop drinking. You're already drunk. Argyle yelled, I'm not drunk. Dane hick. Brother-in-law isn't drunk either. Fill. Before he finished, he fell onto the table with loud snores. Leora patted Dane's shoulder. Look at what you've done. Titus barely ate, and you got him drunk. Dane sighed, sorry, I overestimated his tolerance. Andrea stroked her husband's head gently. It's fine. A good Why push him further? Although Chan Jeremiah's reputation in the village was initially poor, during the wedding banquet today, the women who saw him give Vicky money praised him highly. Vicky, though not fond of Chan Jeremiah, enjoyed hearing others praise her filial son for bringing money home daily. As a result, Dane's reputation improved dramatically within a day. Now, seeing Dane risk his life to earn money for Vicky, the villagers were even more impressed. Thus, they stood up for Dane against Vicky's harshness. Vicky, stung by their criticism, stubbornly replied, you know nothing. He promised to give me money every day. As a scholar, he can't break his word. You also know your second son is a scholar. Shouldn't a scholar fishing for crabs dishonor Confucius? A neighbor retorted sharply. Vicky's face flushed red as she waved off. I won't argue with you anymore. Jeremiah, remember to bring money home tomorrow? She felt her words sounded too cold, so she added, be careful of snakes. Before hurrying away, Dane barely contained his laughter, saluting the surrounding women. Thank you, aunties, for speaking up for me. Chen Jeremiah, your mother always sees money in everything. Don't follow her blindly. Indeed, if it were less venomous, you'd be eating a feast right now. Dane bid farewell to the women and followed Vicky home, step by step. After returning home, Dane did not rush to sleep, but kept observing the household activities. Once everyone was sound asleep, he tiptoed out of bed, holding fish guts from the fish eaten at Titus's place earlier, as these make excellent crab bait. Placing the traps now would yield better results by morning. Additionally, he planned to bury the fermenting rice grains, ready to start catching needlefish by dawn. Despite the danger, he ventured to the river for money. After completing these tasks, exhausted Dane fell into bed fully clothed and drifted asleep. But the rest was short-lived. As dawn broke, Vicky came banging on the door. Jeremiah, get up quickly, eat, and go catch fish. Seeing no response, Vicky burst in and yanked him out of bed. You lazy good-for-nothing. After 2 days of diligence, you're back to slacking off? Your father and brother have already left for the city after breakfast. Vicky berated. Dane strained to control his temper. Understood, Rodnelia. Vicky responded, good. Don't come back if you don't make money today. After Vicky left, Dane, looking at the easily dismantled door lock, realized carrying money with him was wise. Even hidden in the wall, Vicky would eventually find it. This morning's meal was simpler. Dark bread replaced the white, and congee barely had any grains. Dane ignored these differences, finishing. Dane stopped casting the net, simply because he was out of strength. His arms were sore and swollen. Another round would probably have left him unable to lift the net. However, his harvest over those 1.5 hours was bountiful. All the catches weighed at least 150 pounds combined. What most excited Dane was a golden carp with a red tail. If used for eating, this type of fish had little value, but for ornamental purposes, its worth was exceptionally high. Moreover, in feng shui, golden red-tailed carp symbolized wealth accumulation. Many wealthy merchants loved keeping such fish at home to bless themselves with prosperity. After carefully placing the fish aside, Dane hurried to retrieve the crab traps. When he lifted the cage, he couldn't hide his surprise. Along with crabs, shrimp, and loaches, there were 2 snakes inside. The value of these 2 snakes rivaled that of all the other river produce in the cage. Dane collected lots of aquatic plants to tightly seal the crab trap and tied branches around it to ensure the snakes couldn't escape. Then, struggling under the heavy load, he carried several bamboo baskets filled with fish and shrimp towards the main road. Dane was anxious. He feared the snakes and the golden carp might die. They were most valuable alive, especially the carp, which will die. Upon arriving at the riverbank and seeing the full baskets of fish, Malachi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A scholar catching over 100 pounds of fish daily was more fantastical than any storyteller's tales. Each basket of fish should fetch at least 80 to 90 cash, amounting to roughly 3 taels of silver combined. Including the golden carp, Dane had made several taels in one morning. Initially, Dane's fishing seemed unreliable, while making carriages or carpentry offered steady income. Now, it became clear how wrong this perception was. Even depending on the weather, Dane's earnings surpassed years of Malachi's labor. Moreover, carpentry was hard and dangerous work. Fishing seemed far easier. Of course, fishing might be challenging for others, but for Dane, an educated man, it was very different. There must be some secret. Despite his curiosity, Malachi chose not to pry. Helping Dane load the fish onto the carriage left Dane exhausted. Leaning against the carriage board, he soon drifted off. Understanding Dane's urgency, Malachi sped up. In less than half an hour, they reached the county town. In town, they encountered fellow villagers shopping. Seeing the fish on Malachi's carriage, one asked, "So much fish? Where did you get them from?" "These are from the old fisherman in River Inn village. Delivered by me," replied Malachi, so agitated, even willing to buy it without haggling over the price. Of course, if Dane were to charge exorbitantly, the innkeeper might still buy it, but their friendship would end, and Dane wouldn't be able to sell any more fish to Tianshangju in the future. Dane wasn't that foolish. He smiled and said, "Boss, I really don't know how much the xiuxian fish is worth. If you want it, just name your price." The innkeeper didn't rush to answer. Instead, he immediately ordered someone to bring a basin of water and place the carp inside to ensure it was alive. Although it had been out of water for a long time, the fish's vitality was indeed remarkable. After floating in the water for a while, it began to thrash around vigorously. Within minutes, it was lively as ever. The innkeeper lifted it up again and examined it closely. There were no scratches on its body, not even on its lips from the fishing hook. Just like jade, ornamental fish like the xiuxian fish are valued for their appearance. The better the appearance, the higher the value. Any blemishes or injuries could mean financial loss for merchants. But this fish was perfectly intact, promising wealth. Carefully, the innkeeper placed the fish back into the basin and stood up, declaring, 5 taels. Malachi, standing behind Dane, nearly fainted at the price. 5 taels? Brother Chun, are you planning to sell these snakes to me, or to the apothecary? I suggest you sell them to the apothecary. They might offer more for live snakes. Dane wasn't familiar with snake species. He only recognized Xuanhuan viper because it was famous. As for these 2 snakes, which the innkeeper called flower arms, Dane didn't know their scientific names. Hearing the innkeeper's suggestion, Dane decided to sell the 2 snakes separately to the apothecary. After the final count, all the fish caught totaled 243 cash. The reason it was so expensive was due to several turtles, which drove up the total cost. Including the 2 snakes, Dane's total earnings for the day reached 7 taels of silver. With this money, the family division became more feasible. The waiter placed the live snakes in jars and sealed them, then handed them back to Dane. When Dane offered to pay for the jars, the innkeeper firmly refused. Walking out of Tianshangju, Dane gave Malachi 20 cash. "Brother Rodney, I promise to reimburse all your travel expenses. This includes mine and the cost for loading and transporting goods. Is this amount acceptable? We can discuss further if not." Malachi waved his hands. No, 20 cash is too much. There were only 4 people in the cart, including you. 15 cash would suffice. Dane put the money in his hand. "Consider the extra. I have to say, you've got some serious guts." Lowering his voice, Francis continued, "These snakes are highly venomous. If my teacher were bitten, the clinic would become a morgue." Dane noted his behavior and thought, "You speak ill of your teacher behind his back. What a dutiful disciple." Chapter 43. Strategies for dividing the family. After Francis said this, he felt a bit nervous. He looked around and, after confirming that no one was paying attention, cleared his throat and said, "Brother Chun, our medical hall's purchase price for a 5-step snake is 3 silver coins per snake. Are you satisfied with this price?" Dane knew nothing about the trade value of snakes, but he vaguely remembered that when he sold a dead mountain peak snake earlier, the apothecary said it was worth 2 silver coins if alive. The 5-step snake was slightly less famous than the mountain peak snake, yet it was priced at 1 silver coin more. That didn't seem quite right. Dane's suspicion was not unfounded. If someone else were selling the 5-step snakes, the clinic would offer no more than 1 silver coin each. The 3 silver coins Francis offered was purely out of gratitude for Dane, saving his master's life. "Doctor, I caught a dead mountain peak snake before, and the apothecary told me that a live one was worth 2 silver coins, Dane remarked. "Are you giving me 3 silver coins for the 5-step snake, just to show pity on me?" Francis replied, "Brother Chun, You were misled by the apothecary. Immediate family members could also be exempt from labor duties. Thus, Perry would never agree to divide the family. Coming back to reality, Dane bowed respectfully to Francis. Doctor, goodbye. As he walked to the door, Dane turned back. Francis asked, Brother Chun, do you have anything else to ask? Dane replied, oh, I want to buy some star anise, mountain ginger, cinnamon bark, and such herbs. While weighing the herbs, Francis inquired, Brother Chun, are you feeling unwell? Don't self-prescribe medicine. Many patients I've seen worsen their conditions by doing so. Conditions that could have been treated for a small amount of money ended up costing 10 times more. Dane laughed. Doctor, you misunderstood. These herbs aren't for treating illnesses, they're for cooking. Francis suddenly understood. Ah, if you're stewing food, adding medicinal herbs can enhance nutrition. But still, medicine can be toxic. Brother Chun, don't overdo the medicinal supplements and ignore the potential risks. Dane bowed again. Thank you for your reminder, doctor. I'll remember it. Francis handed him the wrapped herbs. Don't call me doctor. My name is Francis. I'm younger than you by a few years, so you can call me Rodneedle brother. Dane didn't stand on ceremony. Rodneedle brother Osiris, how much are these? Rich people separating from their parents was intolerable to villagers. Dane himself was thick-skinned, but Leora had a delicate temperament, and young Aliana could easily suffer from bullying and potentially develop depression. Therefore, dividing the family required the Chin family to initiate it at the county office first. This way, if Dane became wealthy later, he wouldn't have to worry about lawsuits or the village gossip, as it would appear that the Chin family abandoned him, not vice versa. To achieve this, there was only one way. He must appear critically ill, requiring substantial medical expenses, and possibly remaining disabled even if cured. Only then would Graham and Perry let go of their golden goose. Chapter 44. A gentleman keeps away from the kitchen, but I'm not a gentleman. While saving teacher Francis, Dane had already come up with a preliminary plan in his mind. To implement this plan, he needed to find an experienced physician. Initially, Francis intended to wait for the old doctor to fully recover before asking him for help. After all, it was a matter of gratitude. Even if the task might affect Theodore's reputation, the elderly man would likely agree. Moreover, considering Theodore's reputation and influence in the county, having their most experienced doctor assist Dane would make the whole endeavor more credible. Brother Chun, what do you want me to do? Just say it. Francis asked. Dane breathed. More people were willing to chat with him today. Dane also kept a small bag of fruit candy, giving one to each child he saw. This was to ensure Aliana could make more friends in Xuanhuan village during her stay. Even if no new friendships were formed, at least these kids wouldn't mock Aliana anymore after receiving treats from him. By the time Dane reached Jetty's house, all the candies were gone. Aliana was leaning against the doorframe, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Just now, several children had come by and told her that her father was giving out candy. Aliana wanted to go out but wasn't allowed by Leora, so she stood at the door, hoping her father would soon arrive. Daddy! Seeing Dane, Aliana ran over and crashed into his arms. Dane bent down to lift his daughter, spinning her around while laughing heartily, flying up high. Aliana's laughter, like a gentle spring breeze, spread far and wide. All right, come down from Daddy. Leora stepped forward, saying, Daddy is tired. Aliana obediently hopped down, then said, Daddy, I want candy too. Dane sighed, sorry, all gone. Immediately, disappointment appeared on Aliana's face, her lips pouting. Leora tapped her forehead. You're always thinking about snacks. Dane pulled out a bag from the basket. Look, what's this? Aliana looked and exclaimed joyfully, candy figurine. It's a candy figurine. Oh, Daddy's the best. Dane his feet before putting on the new shoes. Dane was deeply moved. They say daughters are their father's little sweaters, and this was true indeed. Brant, how could you have ever laid a hand on Aliana? Such a precious daughter deserves to be cherished. After helping dry his feet, Aliana carried the basin away to empty the water. Dane picked up the bamboo baskets and headed to the kitchen. Andrea rushed over. Brother-in-law, are you hungry? I'll cook for you. Please sit and rest. Dane smiled. I'll cook dinner tonight. He proudly showed Andrea the pork knuckles he had bought. Tonight, brother-in-law will show off his skills and guarantee a satisfying meal. Andrea stared blankly. Brother-in-law, you know how to cook? Aren't scholars supposed to believe a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen? Dane corrected. It's a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. But the true meaning isn't that men shouldn't cook. It's that gentlemen should avoid harming life easily. But I'm neither a gentleman nor did I kill anything. The pig was butchered by a slaughterer, not me. Chapter 45. I thank Rodnelia on Myra's behalf. Though lacking modern technology, Dane's approach to preparing the pig's trotters still put on a show of expertise for Georgia and company. He used xuanhuan as cooking wine to deodorize and enhance the aroma, added various spices purchased from the apothecary, and finally stir-fried a pot of caramel color. When the trotters were ready, he poured this over them, resulting in an appetizing dish that made mouths water at first before entering. In the center of the village stood a large locust tree, a popular gathering spot for women to chat and gossip. Perry often spent her days here. As Dane approached the tree, he indeed found Perry chatting with several village women. Her eyes were fixed on the village entrance, and she stood up as soon as she saw him. As Dane neared, Perry eagerly asked, Did you make money today? Dane nodded, handing over the 8 coins he had prepared. She snatched them eagerly, counting them repeatedly before her smile widened. Surrounding women looked on enviously, praising Perry for raising such a good son. Perry's heart swelled with pride, but she insisted on scolding, saying how this boy had been a rascal until he finally understood thanks to her guidance. Though everyone's faces showed little reaction, internally they scoffed. How could his change have anything to do with her? Didn't she once berate Cohen for being a rebellious son? Now that Cohen had turned over a new leaf and started contributing financially, she claimed all the credit, forgetting that she had once forced him to fish in a river despite knowing he'd been bitten by a snake. Still, despite Perry's less than noble nature, her luck was undeniable. Even Cohen, once known as a troublemaker, was now bringing home income. More importantly, Cohen was a literatus. If he think Georgia should return before the autumn harvest. Before that, you should focus on earning money. A man must prioritize providing for his family. Dane feigned understanding. That makes sense. I'll send a message asking her not to come back. In fact, Rodnelia, the reason I want to bring Myra back is because her sister-in-law has been working tirelessly. Previously, she never handled household chores or cooked properly. Everything was done by Myra. Waking at dawn to prepare breakfast for everyone, she wouldn't get to eat herself but instead wash clothes, sweep the yard, feed livestock, draw water, farm, and weed until lunch, a bowl of wild vegetable porridge with barely any rice. While others rested after lunch, Myra continued working until nightfall, getting just half a black bread roll. Compare that to Kendra Aisha, who slept until noon, had her clothes washed by the youngest brother, refused to farm, and fed livestock only when she felt like it, yet complained constantly. With Myra back, your daughter-in-law can idle around, avoiding farming work by visiting her parents' house during busy seasons and returning afterward. It seems you care for Myra. Then let her stay with Titus a bit longer. Rodnelia, I thank you on behalf of Myra. ##### Chapter 46, Debunking Rumors. In fact, Dane had never intended to bring Leora and her daughter back at this critical juncture. His initial plan was to wait until he had settled all matters related to the week, which was highly inappropriate. Initially, the villagers were skeptical, but as the saying goes, repeated lies become truth. After hearing these tales often and seeing that Leora indeed hadn't appeared in the village, they gradually began to believe this narrative. When Dane learned of these rumors, they had already begun causing damage. He needed to immediately curb this trend, both for Leora and to ensure a smooth family division. Imagine if the rumors continued unchecked. By the time Dane faked a snake bite to claim severe injury, the villagers might label Leora as a husband killer. This was not merely paranoia. Rural gossip spread irrationality like wildfire. Dane's words had immediate effects. The surrounding women looked at Perry with disbelief and quickly bombarded her with questions. Perry, is what Erlang said true? Can Myra eat half a black steamed bun per day in your house? All household chores are done by her? As I suspected, one daughter-in-law is glowing while the other is pale and weak. It turns out Aisha doesn't do any work in your house and hides at her parents during busy farming seasons. In my house, if such a daughter-in-law existed, I would break her legs for dodging work. Perry's face turned ashen, and her joy from receiving money vanished instantly. She glared fiercely at Dane and then walked away. She wanted to argue, but Dane's demeanor made it clear. If she'd, as her husband, do. I warn you now, if anyone defames Myra again, I won't tolerate it. Rodnelia, remember I'm educated. If I want to harm someone, the whole family can't stop me. If you want to preserve the Chun family's reputation, support Myra when someone speaks ill of her. With that, he swaggered into the house, leaving Perry seething. Perry knew who started the rumors about Leora but did nothing to stop them, allowing them to spread further. To say there was an ulterior motive was laughable. Meanwhile, hiding in the room, Aisha trembled in fear. Initially, she had reservations about spreading rumors due to the hair tie incident, which revealed Dane's changed attitude towards Leora and her daughter. After careful thought, she decided to take the risk. Firstly, she couldn't endure the heavy housework. Secondly, she believed Dane's change in attitude was temporary. Otherwise, how could he tolerate Leora staying outside for so long? If he truly loved his wife and child, he'd want them close all the time. Only someone who disliked the other party would allow such prolonged absence. Yet, Aisha forgot she often stayed at her parents for weeks. If logic held, Henry didn't like her either. But it was too late. Dane had heard the rumors and counterattacked. Esmond's marriage prospects and Virginia's pending marriage would be directly affected if the Chin family's reputation was destroyed. Would she still have a place in this family then? Aisha grew in and walked happily toward Upper River Village. Leora hadn't expected Dane to come so early. She froze upon seeing him. Aliana, who was washing her face, immediately threw down her towel and leaped into Dane's arms, constantly cooing and being affectionate. Andrea came out of the kitchen to call Leora for breakfast and paused when she saw Dane at the gate. Brother-in-law, aren't you going fishing today? Dane picked up Dodo and smiled. I'm taking a day off today and plan to take Neve and Aliana to town for a stroll. Andrea said, eat first. It's about an hour and a half away. Sure, then thank you, Kendra, Dane replied. Where's Titus? Oh, someone in Lower River Village is having a funeral. He went there early this morning, Andrea explained. During breakfast, Leora suddenly said, second brother, let me go back home with you today. Dane stopped mid-chopsticks. What's wrong? Leora hesitated to speak further. Andrea, being impatient, blurted out, I'll say it for her. Yesterday, people in the village were gossiping that sister came to live with us just to avoid work and dump all household chores on your mother-in-law. They called her an unfilial daughter-in-law. These are the softened versions. The actual words used were much worse. Hearing this, Dane was even more glad that he had debunked those rumors. Now he realized that this sister-in-law was truly reliable and protective of the ones he valued. Dane said, actually, it's fine for Neve to return because I'm going to split the family. At that point, Lakian will bear all the household and farming responsibilities alone, and it won't be related to Neve anymore. Andrea was surprised. Brother-in-law, are you serious? Dividing the family while parents are still alive. How can you possibly stay in the village afterward? Earlier, she thought Dane had matured and gained insight. But this move proved otherwise. Not splitting the family while parents are alive is common knowledge, even for children. How could Dane, an educated man, be unaware? Moreover, regardless of whether parents or children propose the division, the children will always suffer public criticism as most neighbors will consider them unfilial, causing the split. The only exception is when parents abandon their children without fault, leading to a division. However, this scenario is incredibly rare, especially in an era where parents' actions are considered correct. Any separation of children implies a fault on the children's part. Dane reassured her, don't worry, I have a foolproof plan. Even with the division, no one will blame me. Instead, the entire Chin family will be labeled heartless and ruthless. Andrea widened her eyes. Really? Dane laughed. Just wait and see the show. After breakfast, Leora packed up, bidding farewell to Andrea's family. Rodney till Roxanne cried in Andrea's arms, begging Aliana not to leave, saying she wouldn't be able to bear it. Initially, Aliana wasn't too upset because she could be with her father when returning home. However, Ambria's crying made her sad too. So, two little girls sobbed together in the courtyard, weeping bitterly and reluctantly separating. The adult sorrow was washed away by the tears of the two young ones. In the end, Leora carried Aliana and ran out, while Andrea rushed inside with Ambria. Dane bid farewell to Andrea's parents, turning to chase after his wife. There was no boat at the dock at this time, so the family of three walked along the main road to the county, hoping to catch a ride along the way. Walking for a while on the main road, Dane noticed there was no one around. He took Aliana from Leora's arms and naturally held Leora's hand. His gesture was as smooth as silk. At first, Leora felt a bit embarrassed but did not pull her hand away. After walking a few dozen steps, she also clasped Dane's hand firmly. Feeling the warmth from Dane's palm, Leora's heart rippled like lake water disturbed by a gentle breeze, sending waves continuously. At that moment, nothing else mattered. No spirits or the reform of a prodigal son. Leora knew she had genuinely fallen for this man before her, and she realized how wonderful the feeling of loving someone truly is. Chapter 48. A family of three touring the county town. After walking on the official road for about the time it takes to finish a meal, they encountered a post station carriage. Dane waved to stop it, which puzzled Leora. At most, it's just a half-hour walk. Why do we need to take a carriage? Leora asked. Dane smiled and replied, we're going to the county town, not home. Leora frowned slightly. Why are we going to the county town? Shopping, of course, Dane said. I specifically cleared out a day to take both of you on a tour of the county town. We didn't get enough last time, so this time, our family of three will thoroughly explore the county town, eating delicious food and enjoying fun activities. Aliana immediately became excited, waving her little hands. Oh, going to the county town, yay. Leora remarked. Touring the county town costs money. Erlang, earning money is not easy for you. Besides, we still have to divide the household soon. The more coins you save, the easier life will be after the division. Dane blinked his eyes. Neve, come closer. Confused but obedient, Leora leaned her head over. After some whispering, Leora's eyes almost popped out. 7. Sure. Dane placed a finger to his lips. Just remember it in your heart. Don't say it out loud. Leora incredulously asked, how did you make that? Grew abundantly, possibly hiding snakes. For safety reasons, it was better for them to stay at the bank. Dane picked up a stick, tapping along the way until he reached the river, lifted the covered crab traps, and shook off the overgrown weeds. The catch was impressive. Although no snakes had been trapped this time, he had roughly 10 pounds of crabs, shrimps, and eels, worth at least 30 cash coins. Carrying the trap back to Leora, he cheerfully said, wife, look. Selling these should cover our expenses in the county town today. Excited, Aliana clapped her hands. Daddy is so awesome. Leora couldn't believe a simple trap could catch so much freshwater produce. She asked, many fishermen in Xuanhuan village use these traps. Why don't they catch as much as you do? Dane chuckled. The secret lies in the bait. This is my exclusive recipe, and it's strictly confidential. Hearing this, Leora didn't press further. For the next part of the journey, Leora refused to take the carriage anymore. In ancient times, carriage fares were charged per person, and only infants carried in arms were free. Since even toddlers had to pay the same as adults, they had already spent close to 10 cash coins. Frugal by nature, Leora insisted on walking to save money. Walking along the official road at a leisurely pace felt like an enjoyable outing. Upon arriving at the county town, their first stop was the xiuxian to offload the goods. With the shop owner absent, a servant handled the transaction smoothly, fetching them 38 cash coins for the shrimp, crabs, and eels. Dane left the crab traps at xiuxian to pick up later. With everything settled, the real shopping began. The county town was divided into eastern and western market districts. The eastern market had larger shops like xiuxian, Osiris's cloth store, and tea houses. Meanwhile, the western market was more lively with small vendors, performers, storytellers, and martial arts demonstrations. Growing up, this was the liveliest scene Aliana had ever witnessed. Her face flushed with excitement as she became a bundle of curiosity, asking questions non-stop. Dane patiently explained everything, buying items whenever Aliana showed particular interest. Leora often chided him for spending, but Dane didn't mind. Ensuring his daughter's happiness mattered most. Besides, he owed Aliana so much more, and this barely made up for it. However, Aliana was not a greedy child. After receiving 2 gifts, she quickly calmed down. Neve, don't worry about saving money. Buy whatever catches your eye. Your husband is well off and doesn't lack money. Leora shook her head. There's nothing I particularly want. Unconvinced, Dane noticed Leora admiring a hairpin at a jewelry stall. Neve, take care of Aliana while I go to the restroom, he said, handing over Aliana. Is there a restroom here? Leora asked. Dane replied, just borrow one from any merchant. It's fine to pay. He rushed off, returning after about 15 minutes. Much better. Neve, it's almost noon. Let's find a place to eat. Leora suggested, there are snacks everywhere. Let's buy some. Dane disagreed. We came all this way. We can't just settle for something quick. Today, we're having a feast. Rodnifting Aliana, he asked, Aliana, do you want a feast? Aliana glanced at Leora, then whispered to Dane, yes. Dane laughed heartily. Amused yet helpless, Leora sighed. So be it. Today was all about indulgence. Chapter 49, taking his wife and child for a health checkup. Dane had originally planned to go to xiuxian, but then he reconsidered. He had just sold them goods 2 hours ago, and now turning around to eat there again would feel like eating into his own profits, especially with their not-so-cheap processing fees. It wasn't an issue for him, but he was worried Leora might feel uneasy about it. Therefore, Dane abandoned this idea and chose another restaurant. The waiter was extremely warm, first raising concerns about potential food poisoning. Yet to Leora and Aliana, these dishes were gourmet fare they could only dream of before. This led them to hesitate to start eating. Seeing this, Dane separated the lamb chops with his chopsticks and placed a piece in each of their bowls, saying, "Eat up." Aliana picked up the lamb chop, examined it from all sides, and then took a big bite, instantly closing her eyes in delight. "Daddy, it's delicious." Dane laughed. "It's the lamb chop that's delicious, not Daddy. Daddy can't eat himself." After a burst of laughter, Aliana lowered her head and resumed battling with the lamb chop. Leora ate more delicately. By the time Aliana had finished 2 ribs, Leora hadn't even finished one. Finally finishing, she looked up to find Dane had only eaten white rice, untouched by the lamb chops and steamed fish. Leora hesitated to serve him but nudged Aliana, who then nodded towards Dane. Their mochi, understanding, reached its peak as Aliana grabbed the last lamb chop and put it in Dane's bowl, saying, "Daddy, eat." Dane patted Aliana's head and moved the lamb chop back to her bowl. "My good girl should eat. Daddy doesn't like lamb chops." Aliana widened her eyes. "But Daddy, lamb chops are so delicious. Why don't you like them?" Dane said, "Daddy has poor teeth, and when you eat, it's like I'm eating too." He then added a piece of vegetable to Aliana's bowl. "Here, don't just eat meat. Eat vegetables too for balanced nutrition, so you can grow tall." Aliana nodded obediently and devoured the vegetable. Dane gave her a thumbs up, truly Daddy's good girl. Realizing Dane wouldn't eat the lamb chop Aliana served him, Leora knew she had to take action. She picked the fattest part of the steamed fish and placed it in Dane's bowl. Erlang eat. Dane felt warmth flood his heart. Eating the fish with his rice, he savored the moment. In the end, this meal cost 50 coins, which left Leora feeling distressed. "Erlang, let's not come here to eat in the future. It's not worth it," she whispered after leaving the restaurant. Dane replied, "I won't bring us here again, not because it's expensive, but because the chef's skills are lacking. I'll cook for both of you once we set up our own household, guaranteed to be much better than this place." Aliana immediately chimed in, "Daddy, I want big trotters." Dane smiled, "Sure, after setting up our own household, Daddy will cook them every day for my good girl." Aliana shook her head, "No, Daddy earns hard. Every half month. No, every month is enough for me." Dane hugged and kissed Aliana affectionately. "You're truly Daddy's treasure." Leora watched the father-daughter interaction with happiness. "All right, it's almost time. Let's go home." "Aliana, get down and walk yourself. I'll agree to anything else, but you must listen to me on this." "Come." Pingzelin's doctors are close friends and won't charge exorbitantly. Holding Aliana and leading Leora, they entered Pingzelin. Francis, studying herbs, saw Dane out of the corner of his eye and immediately greeted him. "Brother Chin, are you here about the medicine?" "Truly sorry, I haven't figured out the formula yet. You might have to wait a bit longer." But these words made Dane feel quite comfortable. In a happy mood, he tipped the waiter a coin. Leora instinctively wanted to complain about Dane's extravagance, but immediately held back. A woman needed to save face for her man when out in public. "What would you like, sir? We have lamb from Rodney and Shui today. Would you like to try some?" The waiter began recommending their signature dishes. Dane glanced at Leora, noticing her slight shake of the head, signaling she was concerned about the cost again. "Let's have some roasted lamb ribs, a steamed fish, and stir-fried vegetables, along with 3 bowls of rice," Dane said, determined not to skimp on this meal. If they were going to eat, they should enjoy it properly. "Do you want any wine, sir?" the waiter asked again. Dane replied, "We still have things to do this afternoon, so no wine. Just serve us quickly. We're hungry." "Right away, sir. Please wait a moment." The waiter turned and shouted toward the kitchen. "Table Jiazi 3, 1 portion each of lamb ribs, steamed fish, and vegetables." The restaurant's efficiency was impressive, and the food arrived within minutes. However, from Dane's perspective, the presentation of the 3 dishes was mediocre. The lamb ribs were overcooked on the outside, likely unappetizing inside too. The fish was also overcooked and pale due to a lack of seasoning. The vegetables seemed undercooked, and he wondered if they might even cause food poisoning. But for Leora and Aliana, these dishes felt like exquisite delicacies, something they could only dream of before. This made them hesitant to start eating. Seeing this, Dane separated the lamb ribs with his chopsticks and placed one in each bowl, saying, "Eat up." Aliana picked up the rib, inspected it from all angles, then took a big bite. Instantly, her eyes squinted in delight. "Daddy, it's delicious." Dane laughed. "It's the rib that's delicious, not Daddy. I can't eat it." After a joyful laugh, Aliana focused on battling the lamb rib. Leora ate more delicately, finishing far fewer ribs than Aliana did. Finally, after they finished, Dane noticed he had only eaten plain rice, untouched by the lamb ribs or fish. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Leora nudged Aliana and motioned toward Dane. Their mochi reached its peak as Aliana grabbed the last rib and placed it in Dane's bowl, saying, "Daddy, eat." Revised. Their unspoken understanding reached its peak as Aliana picked up the last rib and placed it in Dane's bowl, saying, "Daddy, eat." Dane ruffled Aliana's hair and put the rib back in her bowl. Aliana tightly, "You're really Daddy's treasure." Leora watched the playful father-daughter interaction with a content smile. "All right, it's about time. Let's go home." "Aliana, get down and walk yourself." After eating, walking helps digest. Aliana obliged with a hop to the ground. "Don't rush, there's one last thing to do," Dane added. Leora asked, "What is it?" "Just follow me." With that, Dane led them to Pingzelin Clinic. Leora asked curiously, "Jeremiah, are you feeling unwell and need to see a doctor?" Dane shook his head. "Not me, but you and Aliana." Leora was more confused. "Both of us are fine. Why see a doctor?" Dane explained, "This came up this morning when Kathy reminded me. She said you tend to hold everything inside, which can lead to health issues over time. I thought about it, and you used to endure mistreatment from both parents and me, often not having enough to eat or wear, even being beaten sometimes. This must have caused various health problems over the years, though not visible on the surface. The same goes for Aliana. During her growth phase, she didn't get enough to eat, which might have hidden illnesses. At the very least, getting annual checkups ensures peace of mind. Leora argued, Jeremiah, I'm fine, and Aliana, well, she's lively now. Seeing a doctor is expensive. Wouldn't it be better to save them others? Dane, worried about Leora and Aliana's health, was stunned by her words. He asked instinctively, harming others? Who would harm others? Leora glanced at Francis and whispered in Dane's ear, you bought medicine from this doctor to poison your parents, in-law, and split the family, right? Dane was greatly shocked, then burst into laughter. Neve, you could have written novels with that imagination. Leora was taken aback. Is that not true? Of course not, Dane replied. Even if I were insane, I wouldn't do something like that. So why did you buy medicine? Leora asked. Whatever it is, it won't harm anyone, I promise, Dane reassured her. The most important thing now is your and Aliana's health. Francis's expression tells us both your conditions are very critical and can't be delayed. Leora replied, I don't feel anything wrong with me. In the clinic, we listen to the doctor, Dane insisted. Just sit still and let the doctor check your pulse. Whether there's a problem or not will be revealed by your pulse. Dane pulled Leora back to Francis and said, Brother Osiris, please diagnose my wife and daughter. Francis nodded solemnly. Kendra, please sit down. Leora placed her hand on the pulse-checking pillow, and Francis extended 3 fingers to take her pulse at Xiuxian, Guan, and Chi points. For Dane, I'll kneel before you. Francis was alarmed and quickly held Dane's arms to prevent him from kneeling. Brother Chen, don't do that, please get up. Beside them, Leora, hearing Francis's assessment, was filled with despair. She had thought better days were coming. Yet why was fate being so cruel? She wanted to live happily with Dane, watch Aliana get married, and even hold her grandchild. All these dreams vanished like bubbles in an instant. Seeing Dane nearly kneeling to beg for her help, Leora couldn't hold back her tears, which rolled down in large drops. As for Aliana, she started crying loudly without hesitation. But Aliana's cries interrupted the sorrowful atmosphere. Leora hugged her daughter while Francis helped Dane stand properly. Brother Chun, though Kendra's condition is poor, it's not beyond saving. Dane breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Osiris, you scared me to death. Francis laughed awkwardly. You're too emotional. I hadn't finished speaking. Dane waved his hand. Let's move on. Tell me how to save her. As long as Neve can recover, I'm willing to pay any price. Francis explained, simply put, we need medicinal supplements combined with dietary therapy, and she must maintain a positive mood, avoiding stress and suppressing emotions. Brother Chen, don't be overly optimistic yet. These 3 requirements sound simple, but aren't easy to implement. First, medicinal supplements require several precious herbs, which aren't cheap. The total cost for a complete set of medicines is at least 7 to 8 silver taels. Dietary therapy is easier. Brother Chen is good at fishing, so cook fish soup more often for Kendra, along with moderate amounts of river shrimp. Never give her crab because it's too cold for her constitution. If possible, turtle chicken stew periodically is better. These 2 issues can be solved with money, but the hardest part is ensuring she doesn't suffer emotional distress. Can you guarantee she won't be emotionally stressed anymore at home? Francis deliberately said this to test Dane. Previously, he believed Dane to be a helpful person who never sought repayment for favors. However, after diagnosing Leora, Francis realized Dane had been temperamental, abusing his wife and children. A person with hidden motives was terrifying, so Francis needed to verify if Dane truly was such a person. If he were, Francis would sever all ties after helping this time. Dane firmly stated, money I can earn, fish and shrimp I can catch. As long as it heals Neve, I'd bankrupt myself if necessary. As for preventing emotional distress, I need Brother Osiris's help. After splitting the family, Neve won't suffer from my parents or siblings anymore. And I swear to heaven, I will never make Neve suffer in the future. Seeing Dane's insistence, Francis accepted 5 taels of silver for the herbs, waiving the consultation fee. After leaving Pingji Pharmacy, Dane went to a general store and bought some inconspicuous food items. These would ensure that even if his parents didn't allow Myra and Savannah to eat their fill before the family split, they wouldn't go hungry. Next, he went to Tianshangju, retrieving the crab traps while also asking for some fish innards from the waiter. Then, he headed out of town. On the way back to the village, seeing Georgia remain silent, Dane tried to comfort her. Myra, don't worry about this anymore. Brother Osiris said you need to stay optimistic. Overthinking will only worsen your condition. You and Savannah will both get better. Dane's words gradually calmed Georgia's troubled heart. Previously, she might have thought ending such days early was a relief, but now she felt differently. She liked this man, liked this life, and wanted their family of 3 to live together happily forever. So she must not die. She needed to be happy and joyful to live longer, to grow old with Dane. For the first half of the journey to the fishing spot, the family took a cart. After placing the crab traps back in the water, they walked slowly for the rest of the way. It took nearly an hour to return to River Village. Upon entering the village, they noticed several children throwing stones at Corey, teasing him as they threw. It was because Broderick once saved his life. One time, drunk in the county, Dane fell into a roadside ditch. If Broderick hadn't pulled him out, Dane might have never been reborn into this body. Now, despite the original Dane soul dissipating, the gratitude remained, prompting Dane to intervene when he saw children bullying Broderick. It doesn't hurt, Broderick laughed foolishly. Dane couldn't help but smile bitterly. It may not hurt now, but kids can be unpredictable. What if one day they throw iron chunks? Also, don't go anywhere the village kids tell you. Remember last time when they almost drowned you? Broderick nodded. Dane wasn't sure if Broderick fully understood, but he had done what he could. Dane considered asking Broderick about Erica, but thought better of it. That matter should remain buried within Corey. A slip-up could make it not a question of whether Broderick could stay in the village, but whether he could survive. Dane handed a box of pastries to Broderick. Take this home, hide it well, and eat only yourself. No sharing with anyone. Not with anyone, understand? Broderick stuffed the pastry box into his pants, nodding firmly. Dane sighed. Home, not, forget it. Hide it wherever you like. Remember what I said today? Yes, Broderick replied. Sighing again, Dane returned to George's side. Honey, they can add to the family's meal. She cast a deep glance at Leora without saying another word. Leora had braced herself for a scolding but was taken aback by Perry's silence. Unlike Aisha, who could stay indefinitely at her maternal home, Leora knew she couldn't stay too long at her brother-in-law's house without facing Perry's wrath. Today, however, Perry didn't say anything, which puzzled her. Perry wasn't silent because she didn't want to scold her, but rather because she did not want to do so in front of Dane. The once disapproving husband had transformed into a caring and supportive man, making Perry hesitant to scold Leora in front of him. If she upset Dane too much, he might stop fishing and catching shrimp, cutting off the household income. For this reason, Perry decided to hold her tongue until Dane was out, at which point she would vent all her frustration. Dane responded, all right, I'll put things down and head there. He took Leora and Lori back inside. After locking the door and checking to ensure Perry and Aisha weren't eavesdropping, Dane took out a banknote and a pile of loose coins. This money is our greatest asset for dividing the family assets. Francis will need a few more days for his medicine, so you'll have to endure a bit longer. Besides the money, hide any useful items in the house. When we divide the family property, Rodnilsky was worth no more than 21. Returning to collect the fishing line, he found nothing. His luck wasn't great today. He sold everything in the county and, on the way out, bought a few donkey rolls from a vendor, wrapping them tightly and tucking them into his chest to keep them warm. Upon arriving home, all rooms were dark except the kitchen. Dane first went to his room, hiding the donkey rolls and loose coins in the cabinet. In the kitchen, besides Graham and the two brothers, everyone else was there. Leora cooked at the stove while Lori helped at the hearth. Perry held Xuanhuan, and Aisha held Ariana, chatting with a middle-aged man around 40 years old. Beside him sat a teenage girl just reaching marriageable age. The girl was Ellen, Sean Jeremiah's younger sister, the youngest in the family. Emperors favor eldest sons, commoners dote on the youngest, and despite being a daughter, Ellen was adored by Graham and his wife due to her status as the youngest child. The man was Xuanhuan, Sean Jeremiah's uncle and Perry's younger brother. Xuanhuan had passed the scholar examination over 10 years ago, but hadn't advanced since. He now taught at a private school in the county, living a relatively comfortable life. A few days ago, when Mr. Hernan's daughter came back from her faraway home in the state capital, Xuanhuan took Ellen to learn about wedding customs in wealthy families to prepare her for her eventual marriage. Yet, she had returned after less than 10 days. Upon seeing Dane, Xuanhuan scrutinized him carefully and nodded. Fishing and catching shrimp also depend on luck. Brendan was just unlucky today. Tomorrow might bring a big harvest. Mrs. Vicky sneered. Unlucky? I think he didn't take this task seriously at all. There are so many shrimps and crabs by the riverside. Even if one goes there every month, they should be able to catch half a caddy at least. He's an adult man coming back empty-handed. What else can it be but intentional? Brendan, since you don't take your mother's instructions seriously, then tonight, your family of 3 won't eat either. Xuanhuan frowned, saying, Sis, that's too harsh. Adults can skip a meal without issues, but Aliana is so young. If she doesn't eat, what if she gets sick? Brendan, quickly apologize to your mother. At this moment, Ellen spoke up, Uncle, please don't intervene. This is our household rule. One person makes a mistake, the whole family gets punished. After all, without rules, there would be chaos. Xuanhuan shot a sideways glance at Ellen, thinking how dare this little girl lecture them like this. If it were truly, one wrong move punishes the whole family, then no one in their extended family would be eating tonight because her mistakes far outweigh those of Brendan. This overreaction from Mrs. Vicky was expected by Dane. When he brought Neve home earlier, he noticed that she had pent-up anger which hadn't found an outlet yet. Now, seizing this slight error and supported by her brother, she could vent all her frustrations. So Dane wasn't really angry. He took Neve and her daughter away from the kitchen. Recognizes you but can't come in person due to incomplete recovery. That way, no one can pretend to be you. Dane nodded. All right, continue. Francis explained, during the free clinic, I'll claim we need more herbs and send apprentices to gather them, allowing us to rescue you legally. The apprentices will help create injuries, which may cause you some pain. No problem. As long as we can separate from the family, a bit of suffering is nothing, Dane said. Francis continued, the critical part is controlling your family's reaction. If they promise to spend everything to save you in front of others, how do we handle that situation? Don't worry about that. Make the conditions stringent enough, and knowing my family, they will definitely give up on me, Dane replied confidently. Even if they put on a show before others, promising to save me, once home, they will undoubtedly propose separation. Francis frowned. You're sure? Absolutely. In that case, we'll implement the plan tomorrow. Hope you achieve your goal. Dane bowed deeply, regardless of the outcome. I will never forget Osiris brother's kindness. Francis hurriedly responded, no need for such formalities, please stand up. After bidding farewell to Francis, Dane ran home, feeling lighter with the thought of regaining his freedom the next day. By the time he got home, it was already dusk. Through the buns and soon finished too, patting her tiny belly. Mom, I'm full. Can I have the haws now? Neve laughed and handed over the haws. Go ahead. Dane asked, Neve, are all items hidden? Almost done. Should we start? Dane nodded. Tomorrow. If anything else needs hiding, do it tonight. Once separated, we can retrieve them when convenient. Everything belongs to us. Not even a single chopstick will be left behind. Chapter 54. Eat well, drink well, and illness will vanish. The next day, about an hour and a half after Dane left home, a young villager hurriedly ran to the Chen family's door and called out, Is Aunt Vicky at home? Vicky replied, Yes, what's up, Jerry? Donald said, The village chief asked me to inform you that the little divine doctor from Pingzalan has come to our village for free medical consultation. He doesn't charge any fees. If you're free, you can go and have him check your health. Vicky was quite surprised and asked, Medical treatment without charging? Is Is there such a good thing in this world? Donald replied, the little divine doctor says someone from our village saved his master, and to repay this kindness, he has specially come here for a free clinic. Vicky Auntie, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once it passes, it won't come again. The little divine doctor usually charges very high fees for consultations. I still have to notify other families, so you make your own decision. Immediately, Vicky went to Lucian's room and woke her up. Lazy daughter-in-law, stop sleeping, take me in and you with me. Lucian opened the door, groggily asking, Rodnilia, what's going on? I haven't had enough sleep yet. A good deal has fallen from the sky, Vicky said. The little divine doctor from Pingzalin has come here for free consultations. How can we miss this? Hearing this, Lucian got excited and said, wait for me, Rodnilia. Let me change my clothes. A short while later, the entire Old Chin family, including Vicky Yan, set off together. At this moment, Lucian noticed Leora sweeping the ground and nudged Vicky's arm, whispering, Rodnilia, should we invite her as well? Vicky snapped back irritably, are you trying to show off? Shut up and hold the child. Lucian didn't know where she went wrong to upset her mother-in-law, and closed her mouth reluctantly. Vicky's attitude stemmed from the last time Dane spread rumors in the village about how she mistreated Leora, leading everyone to associate Leora with Dane's accusations. If Leora were to get checked by the little divine doctor and turned out to be unwell, it would confirm the rumors of her mistreatment. So Leora absolutely could not go. Not only Leora, but Aliana couldn't go either. To prevent Leora from sneaking out, Vicky gave her strict orders not to leave the house. Then Vicky and Lucian arrived under the large locust tree in the center of the village, where Francis had set up a temporary clinic. A long queue had already formed and immediately guessed Vicky's thoughts. She wouldn't allow Leora to come because she feared exposing her poor physical condition to the villagers, which would confirm the rumors of her cruel behavior. Understanding this, Francis said, Madam, if there's anyone else at your home, please have them come too. My teacher specifically instructed me to examine every villager in Hajong village. He made it clear that it mustn't be disobeyed. Vicky stammered, she really can't come, and moreover, your teacher won't know if you don't tell him. Another villager chimed in, Vicky, aren't you afraid of letting Neve see the doctor? Vicky blushed and said, what do I have to be afraid of? All you people do is gossip. If you're not afraid, call Neve here. Everyone started urging her. Unable to resist, Vicky shouted, all right, Jerry, run another trip and bring Leora here. While Donald went to fetch Leora, Francis saw several more patients, then sent his apprentices to collect herbs from the riverbank, citing a shortage of medicinal materials. The villagers didn't find anything unusual about this. After about 10 minutes, Leora arrived, carrying Aliana. Francis pointed to a chair and said, please sit. Leora sat down, and Francis instructed, place your hand on the pulse cushion. Seeing Francis pretending not to recognize her, Leora went along with the act. Behave, vanish. Relieved, Vicky said, don't worry, doctor. Upon returning home, I will definitely take good care of Neve, make her work less and eat more. She hoped this statement would improve the villagers' impression of her family. Otherwise, if the reputation of being a cruel mother-in-law spread, how would Lao Si ever find a wife? However, Lucian wasn't pleased. Less work for Neve meant more for her. Her delicate hands were meant for eating snacks, not working. Noticing Lucian's displeased expression, Vicky pinched her hand secretly. Lucian understood. They were deceiving the doctor, and things would remain unchanged after he left. Lucian immediately cheered up. Elderly lady, I haven't finished, Francis smiled. To improve this madam's health, she must have at least one egg every morning. And once every 2 weeks, she needs turtle soup with chicken. As for drinking, she should drink the medicine decocted from the prescription I provide. The price isn't high. 1 dose of medicine costs 5 cash silver, and she should take 3 doses a month for 6 months to fully recover. The smiles on Vicky's and Lucian's faces froze instantly. Hashtag chapter 55. Dane was bitten by a snake? Mrs. Lucian gasped in shock. Are you joking? I've never eaten so well. Why should she? Realizing her mistake, she fell silent. Children's futures. Spending an extra 1 or 2 taels a month on Leora's medicine was indeed unaffordable. Dr. Francis thought for a moment and said, what the elderly lady says does make sense. It was my oversight. Let's do this. Enhance the diet therapy, stew turtle with chicken once a week and ensure 2 eggs a day. Then, give me 5 taels of silver for 3 months worth of medicine. If you strictly follow the diet plan, she probably won't need medication after 3 months. But I must warn you, if you neglect the diet therapy, she'll have to continue taking the medicine even after 3 months. Mrs. Vicky remained silent, her face tense. Francis frowned, elderly lady, are you agreeing or not? Mrs. Vicky finally stopped pretending. Of course not. Why should I spend 5 taels of silver on her medical treatment? Not to mention a weekly turtle stew. Why should she eat better than I do? You doctors, you're full of yourselves, offering free clinics for nothing. What are you crazy? Seeing this, the crowd realized her earlier words were all fake. She simply didn't want to spend money on treating her daughter-in-law, nor did she want to provide her with better food. One good thing, I was considering arranging a match for old 4 of the Chins. Good thing I didn't. Otherwise, I'd be ruining someone else's daughter. Indeed, marrying into this family was bitten by a snake. Hermes' face changed, and he ran towards the village entrance. The rest of the Chin family followed hastily. Mrs. Vicky grumbled as she ran. If he's been bitten by a venomous snake, won't we have to spend more money on treatment? Worthless. Not only does he earn nothing, but now I have to pay for his treatment. I've truly had bad luck to end up with such useless people. Reaching the village entrance, the villagers were buzzing with comments. This wound is undoubtedly from a venomous snake. A snake catcher from the neighboring village died the same way, and it was terrible. A few days ago, I heard Dane talking about catching venomous snakes. I advised him not to, but he went anyway. Snakes aren't for literate scholars. Why would he go catching venomous snakes? He was forced by Vicky's bullying. She said fishing and catching shrimps earn too little. Catching snakes earn more. Mrs. Vicky, overhearing this, angrily retorted, "You lie. When did I ever say that?" The speaker turned around and sneered upon seeing Mrs. Vicky. "Deny it? Plenty of us heard you tell Magnus to catch venomous snakes. Should I gather witnesses?" Knowing she was in the wrong, Mrs. Vicky glared at him before squeezing through the crowd to see if Dane was still alive. Pushing through the crowd, she saw Dane lying lifelessly on the ground. His left calf replied, "No need for thanks. Saving people is important." Arriving at Jaslin's annex room, Francis asked everyone to wait outside and shut the door. Turning around, he saw Dane sitting on the bed, wincing in pain. "Your little apprentice sure has a ruthless hand, jabbing me with a medicinal needle on my leg without blinking an eye." Francis smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you it would hurt?" Then he sighed, "Now I understand why you want to separate the household. If I were in your family's situation, I'd do the same." Dane laughed bitterly. "Who could disagree?" Francis said, "All right, lie down. Let me examine you." Half a cup of tea later, the door opened, and Francis reappeared before everyone. "Doctor, is there still hope for my husband?" Leora rushed forward, her eyes filled with tears. Francis replied, "He can be saved, but the method is very dangerous." Leora's expression remained resolute. "As long as it can save my husband, I'm willing to try anything. Please instruct me, doctor." Francis explained, "I've temporarily suppressed most of the toxins, but some snake venom still remains in the wound. If not cleaned thoroughly, the consequences are severe, likely leading to losing the entire leg." Leora anxiously asked, "Doctor, how should we handle this?" Francis said, "Use your mouth to suck out the poison." Without a second thought, "If he dies, so be it. My third and fourth brothers are far more valuable." "You didn't just say that, did you?" Ellen calling her own brother worthless? This family is truly bizarre. The mother neglects her sons, and the sister neglects her brother. No wonder Dane was such a rogue before. The root of all this lies here. I remember Dane was quite good to Ellen. When she was bullied by kids from the neighboring village, he fought back, nearly getting his leg broken. Definitely an ingrate. Ellen realized her mistake and blushed deeply. Leora bowed to everyone, pleading, "Please, kind villagers, help my husband. For the rest of my life, I'll repay your kindness as a slave." The men in the village exchanged glances, hesitating. After all, who knew if they'd be poisoned by sucking out the venom? Israel San and Israel C had brotherhood ties, making them willing to take some risk, but the others had no relation and weren't about to take unnecessary risks. Just then, a tall figure stepped forward. "I'll do it." It was Corey Broderick. Without hesitation, Broderick entered the room, walked to Dane's side, lifted his leg, and started sucking. 1, 2, 3. After 7 or 8 attempts, the blood oozing from Dane's wound changed from black to red. "That's enough." Francis patted Dane's shoulder, signaling him to stop. Broderick wiped the blood. "Body has been invaded by Yin cold luke and needs yang heat herbs to neutralize it. Ordinary yang heat herbs won't suffice. Only a ginseng root over 100 years old will do the job. Even the roughest farmer would understand the value of old mountain ginseng." Israel's forehead started to sweat, and his voice was no longer as firm as before. 100-year-old ginseng root should be quite hard to find, right? Francis smiled. "Indeed, it's not easy to find, but I must say, your family has had some luck. Last month, Pingzalin happened to receive a 100-year-old mountain ginseng root. Considering your urgency to save your son, I'll sell it to you for 20 taels at a discount," Francis said. At this moment, Israel wished he could find a hole to bury himself in. What face does he have left? What reputation is he saving? Now, he has also been implicated. Moreover, isn't this coincidence too convenient? His son needs ginseng, and Pingzalin just happens to have one. Is this young divine doctor trying to offload unsold goods under the guise of treatment? Before Israel could figure it out, Leora came up to him, falling to her knees and pleading, "Father-in-law, please, save Jeremiah." Israel stammered, "Jeremiah's wife. Begging me won't help. Your father-in-law doesn't have that much money." Francis suggested, "It's fine if you can't come up with all the money at once. We can sign a contract. 6 taels as a down payment, and the rest can be paid off within 3 years." Israel was drenched in sweat, unsure how to respond. Agreeing meant spending 6 taels, which wasn't a small sum. Refusing would make his previous words come back to haunt him like a boomerang, piercing him with regret. Just as Israel was struggling to respond, Lady Vicky interjected, "Not even 6 taels, but we can't afford 6 ounces either. Since his life is saved, let's leave the rest to fate." With that, Lady Vicky pulled Israel away. For the first time, Israel found his wife incredibly pleasing. "Third brother, fourth brother, carry your second brother home," Israel instructed as he looked back. The villagers outside were stunned. Sure enough, one bed cannot produce 2 types of people. First, there was Lady Vicky's vow to save her daughter-in-law, which was revealed to be insincere due to 5 taels of silver. Next, Israel swore to save his son, only to break his promise when faced with 6 taels of silver, causing him to sweat profusely in front of everyone. Israel's behavior was even more despicable than Lady Vicky's. Everyone thought Israel was a trustworthy farmer, but now it was clear he was two-faced and untrustworthy. When Denver and Hamilton carried Dane to the door, Francis delivered the final blow slowly. "His son is crippled. His family can't afford to support your recovery. Just supporting you is unrealistic. How would others view us? Besides, it's the children who should support their parents, not the other way around." Dane's face darkened. "Rodnilia, are you asking me to leave?" Lady Vicky clarified, "Not asking you to leave, but to separate households. Weren't you always asking for a separation? Now your parents grant your wish. Let's divide the household." Seeing Lady Vicky's eager expression, Dane felt both bitter and amused. After a pause, he replied, "When I was healthy and earning money, you refused to separate. Now I'm disabled and can't earn. You rush for a separation. Isn't this too excessive, Rodnilia? At this stage, we can't separate. How will our family of 3 survive?" Lady Vicky turned pale. "Magnus, are you clinging to our family? What do you mean by clinging? Am I not your son?" Rodnilia, Have you considered the damage to our family name? Who would marry into or marry out of a family that expels its helpless sons? Lady Vicky raged. You're too venomous. Cursing your own siblings to stay here? She kicked Israel. Head of the family, speak up. Israel frowned, pondering for a long time before saying, Gustav, though harsh, we can't support you. Separation benefits both sides. Dane clenched his fists. Calmly asked, bring me paper and ink. Ellen immediately brought a set of writing materials. The village head picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and said, speak up. How do you want to divide things? Perry hurriedly replied, the three of Brendan's family should separate and live independently. The village head's hand faltered slightly as he wrote, but ultimately couldn't help asking, Perry, have you thought this through? Perry nodded forcefully. Of course. The village head then looked at Hermes. And what about you? Hermes remained silent, but his demeanor already told the village head everything. The village head sighed. Brendan is still recovering from his injuries. Myra is physically weak, and Savannah is too young and naive. You're essentially condemning them to death by sending them out. Don't you fear that after separating, the villagers will criticize your entire family behind your backs? Ellen interjected, Greg, that's not fair. We didn't propose the separation. It's been second brother constantly demanding it. We are just following his wishes. What's wrong with that? The village head sneered, Xia, I heard you were studying etiquette in the city. Is this what you learned? Ellen's face darkened instantly. Perry quickly dragged her aside, fearing she would upset the village head. The village head then turned to Dane. Is this truly what you want for this family? Dane responded, of course not. Given my kind records, and the final one would be archived at the magistrate's office. This was done to prevent disputes after the separation. If any arose, they could directly go to court, where the agreement would clarify who was right or wrong. After writing the agreements, several blank spaces remained. These details needed further discussion. How do you plan to divide the land? The village head asked. Perry hastily answered, all of it is ours. The village head's expression soured. Decisions regarding the division of assets were always made by the men of the household. Women had no say. Since the village head arrived, Perry had interrupted him multiple times, completely disregarding his authority. Now, she was even voicing opinions on matters traditionally reserved for men. The village head was far from pleased. Xiuxian, control your wife, the village head said coldly. Braxton, Hermes' real name, glared at Perry, signaling her to stop talking. Seeing Perry quieted, the village head continued, Xiuxian, how do you wish to divide the land? Hermes took out his pipe, puffed on it vigorously, and frowned deeply. The village head grew impatient. I asked you a question, answer quickly. Hermes blew out smoke. Whatever my wife means is what I mean. The village head's eyes narrowed. If you won't even share the land, then houses and other assets will probably not be shared either, right? Hermes continued puffing on his pipe, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The village head sighed, you really in this world? I'm barely alive, Myra isn't well, yet you don't give us anything in the division. Not only that, you even want the 51 subsidy from the court. Clearly, you don't want our family to live. Rodnelia, don't think I don't know your plan. You want to get as much as possible from the government before I die. Once I'm dead, the money stops. You don't care whether I live or die. Perry trembled. Shame on you, Brendan. As a scholar, did the teacher teach you to speak to your mother like this? Dane coldly replied, you treat me this way, I'll treat you the same. If you want the 51 subsidy, I refuse to split the family. And you must take responsibility for nursing me back to health. If you mistreat me, I'll go to the busiest part of the county town and turn your mistreatment into stories, telling them 10 times a day. That way, I might earn several dozen one daily. Chapter 59. You are just a wild. Perry screamed curses. When did I ever abuse you? Speak clearly. Dane said, you made me catch venomous snakes. A bookish man like me can barely manage to fish or catch shrimps, but you were not satisfied and insisted I go after the snakes. Now, having been bitten by one of those snakes, I have lost most of my life. Is this not your doing? You shouldn't deny it so quickly, because many people are not. It meant there would be no further connection between them. Of course, this was the ideal scenario. If Dane succeeded later, Perry might still come crawling back, demanding he fulfill his filial duties. However, if it were just a division of the family, Dane would have no room to resist. Perry could impose any conditions on him. But by severing familial ties, Dane could use a contract to settle things. He could give Perry a sum of money to send her away, and if she came back again, the moral high ground would be his, allowing him to leverage public opinion against Perry and the entire Chen family. However, Dane couldn't propose cutting ties himself because his injuries were fake and he would recover in a month. After earning money, villagers would think he had used his injuries as an excuse to escape the Chen family. That would tarnish not only his reputation but also Theodore's. Furthermore, Dane wasn't one to live frugally forever, even with wealth. To enjoy his earnings freely, the Chen family had to initiate the severance. The chess game had reached its most crucial moment, and Dane bit down hard on his leg to suppress his joy. Rodnelia, what do you mean? Dane feigned shock, looking disbelievingly at Perry. Perry scoffed, you're a scholar, and Ellen's turn. She hesitated out of fear. Perry forced her finger into her own wound, smearing blood and pressing the fingerprint. To make the scene more realistic, Dane bit his finger and squeezed out a few tears, leaving his fingerprint amid the tears. Xuanhuan, who had silently watched, sighed. He knew Dane was not Perry's child, but even so, it was heart-wrenching to see ties severed so abruptly. Alas, his sister's actions were truly excessive and deeply hurt Dane. A grown-up boy, crying while leaving fingerprints, must have been shattered inside. After sealing the contract, Perry began to chase him out. No longer a Chun, he couldn't stay in the Chen household, nor could he take any belongings. Xuanhuan spoke up, sister, it's fine not letting him keep the house or move furniture, but surely you should let him take his bedding and clothes. The village head calmly agreed. What belongs to the Chun family, Magnus can't take, but his personal items cannot be withheld. This chapter delves deeper into the complex family dynamics and the strategic maneuverings of Dane to achieve his goals while navigating the social norms and expectations of the era. Chapter 60. The House of the Dead. Lady Vicky still wanted to argue, but Hermes said, "Let's do as the village chief says." Dane said, "Neve, go pack your things." Leora nodded and returned to the room to pack her belongings. "Don't blame me if I disown you." Hamilton Chun shrank back, no longer daring to offer help. Ellen smiled reassuringly. "Rodnelia, don't be angry. In less than half a month, Dane will be crawling at our doorstep like a dog, begging for forgiveness." Lady Vicky gnashed her teeth and said, "Even if he dies on his knees before me, I'll never acknowledge him again. He's just a bastard. If I hadn't been soft-hearted back then, he would have died in the icy snow long ago. Now that he's grown up and has become defiant, he dares to defy me. Just wait and see how he manages to support this entire family." After the Chun family left the courtyard, the village chief followed them out. "Hold on," the village chief called out. "Magnus, where do you plan to go next?" Dane sighed. "I haven't decided yet. Let's just spend the night at the deserted temple outside the village and find a place to settle tomorrow." The village chief asked, "Do you mind the taboo?" Dane blinked. "Chief, what do you mean?" "At the end of West Village, there's the house of Changio," the village chief explained. "His family was killed by bandits, and the house has been empty ever since. This is one of the most stable unoccupied houses in the village. The other vacant houses are decayed and could collapse at any time." Dane responded, "I'm not superstitious. Besides, Uncle Chunjia's family, if they're watching from..." Weeds grew rampant both inside and outside the house, with some reaching almost half a person's height. Vicky put down the chest and looked around. "Can anyone live here?" Dane replied, "It needs cleaning, but we can make do for now. Neve, go borrow some sickles and axes from the neighbors, and let's clear out the yard first." Leora hurried off. Shortly after, Leora returned with several young men following her. Leading them was Donald, along with his two brothers. Seeing Dane, Donald grinned widely, showing his white teeth. "Uncle Village Chief sent us to help." Dane, deeply touched, didn't know what to say. He bowed and said, "Dane and my whole family thank you all for your assistance." Donald waved his hand. "Come on, everyone, let's get to work." These young men were full of energy and worked efficiently. They divided the area among themselves and swiftly cleared the weeds. In less than half an hour, the yard and surrounding area were spotlessly clean. Meanwhile, Leora, Vicky and Dane cleaned the kitchen and prepared a room for living. Donald approached Dane, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Dane, we're done. We're leaving." "Hold on." Dane pulled out a string of copper coins and gave them to Donald. "Share this with your friends." Donald hastily declined. "This cannot be accepted." Dane insisted, "We can't let everyone work for nothing. Ideally, I should invite everyone for a meal, but as you can see, we can't cook right now, so please bear with us." Donald said, "Brother Dane, don't be like that. It's not easy for you now. We've all heard what happened. Lady Vicky is not a decent person at all. For her to sever ties when you were bitten by a snake, that's not what a real mother would do. If it were my mother, she wouldn't give up on me even if we lost everything. Brother Dane, don't be sad. I believe with your abilities, life will surely improve." Dane smiled and said, "Jerry, thanks for the good words." Donald shook the string of copper coins and laughed. "On behalf of my brothers, thanks for your kindness, Brother Dane. Everyone, let's go." Chapter 61. There are still more good people in the world. After seeing Donald off, the whole Chen family sat in the courtyard to rest. Leora conjured up a box of pastries and distributed them among everyone. Vicky was quite surprised. "Neve, where did you get these pastries from?" Leora replied, "These were bought by Gustav before. I hid them. Earlier, when tidying up the yard, I fetched all these hidden items." She then pulled out a pot, which contained not only snacks but also several duck eggs. Vicky sighed, "My elder sister is truly, alas, it's hard to describe her. A perfectly good family has been turned into enemies. She even had to hide firewood." Then, he took Aliana to gather dry grass to use as a temporary mattress. Of course, sleeping on the ground was not a long-term solution, as the dampness could lead to rheumatism. "Tomorrow, I should encounter Malachi and order a set of furniture, a bed, chairs, and table. It doesn't have to be expensive, just enough to get through this time. Once we have a new home, we can craft better ones." Speaking of whom, here he comes. As Dane was about to rest, he saw Leora returning in Malachi's carriage. Malachi helped unload the items and comforted Dane before preparing to leave. Leora hurriedly told Dane that she hadn't paid the carriage fare yet. Dane chased after Malachi. "Brother Rodney, you haven't taken your fare yet." Malachi waved his hand. "Forget it. You need the money right now." Dane insisted, "That won't do. Business is business. How can I ride your carriage in the future if you don't take the fare? And I'll need your help again in the future." Then, he handed Malachi 2 silver taels. Malachi was taken aback. "You must have given me too much. This is too much. Besides the carriage fare, the rest is for the bed, table, and chairs. As you can see, my temporary home doesn't even have a bed, and we are all sleeping on the ground. Could you please make us the cheapest set?" Malachi understood. "No, we can't afford this luxury in the future. Villagers don't have so many demands. Being able to eat our fill is already great." Dane stood with his arms crossed, smiling at Leora. He loved the Leora filled with warmth and the Yanhua Qi, vitality of daily life. Edit. He loved this side of Leora, who was full of warmth and the vibrancy of everyday life. Her chatter made Dane feel genuinely at home. "This is how my parents lived in my past life." "Why are you staring at me?" Leora asked after noticing Dane's happy expression. Dane replied, "Because my wife is too beautiful. I got lost gazing at her." Leora playfully pinched Dane's arm, blabbering in broad daylight. Aliana scratched her face beside them. "Daddy, you're blushing." Dane tapped Aliana's nose, "Always siding with your mom." Aliana hugged Dane's leg. "I side with Daddy too." "Then tonight, you sleep alone. Okay? Mommy and Daddy will sleep together," Dane teased. Aliana panicked, shaking her head vigorously. "No, Aliana is scared. Aliana doesn't want to sleep alone. Dane persisted. Then how about you sleep inside tonight, and let Daddy sleep next to Mommy? Despite wanting to sleep between them, Aliana reluctantly agreed under Dane's pitiful gaze. Okay. Any new iron pan needed seasoning for better cooking. The method was simple. Heat the pan, cut a piece of pork skin, and rub it all over the pan using chopsticks until the surface gleamed. Wash the pan. Repeat the process a few times. Then heat some rapeseed oil in the pan and evenly coat the interior with a cloth before letting it cool naturally. Jeremiah, let me cook dinner, Leora said after tidying up the house and entering the kitchen. Dane put down the knife and warned, there's hot oil in the pan. Be careful not to get burned. Leora noticed the completely blackened piece of pork skin on the stove and whispered, what a waste. Dane replied, it's not wasted. We can chop it up and use it as fish bait later. Leora smiled awkwardly, no longer fretting over the pork skin, and began washing the rice to prepare dinner. Dane headed outside to clear the weeds from the backyard. At this moment, Aliana faced a difficult choice. Whether to stay in the kitchen and help her mother or follow her father to remove the weeds. Initially excited about the new environment, the child eventually felt a sense of fear and unease. Therefore, Aliana insisted on keeping either her father or mother, or both, in her line of sight. After much contemplation, she chose to stay in the kitchen, feeling closer to Leora. Dane, unaware of his daughter's delicate feelings, was glad she stayed in the kitchen, as using a sickle to clear weeds posed a danger to her. The sickle Leora had bought from the county town was sharpened by Dane using a stone before he began clearing the yard. By the time most of the battle, her eyes grew heavy. Unconsciously, she sought a hug from her mother. After putting Aliana to sleep, Leora prepared to place her in the middle of the bed when Dane cleared his throat. Neve, remember, Aliana promised me she'd sleep inside tonight. Blushing deeply, Leora hesitated briefly before placing Aliana on the far side of the bed. Just as Dane thought this night was going his way, Leora pulled the blanket over her tightly. Seeing this, Dane realized there wouldn't be any intimate moments tonight. He took a deep breath to distract himself, pondering the expenses. Recent purchases had cost him a significant portion of his earnings. Future plans included buying a plot of land, building a house, and conducting business, all requiring substantial financial investment. Fishing and catching shrimps alone weren't enough to meet their needs. He needed another source of income. However, before he could think more, exhaustion took over, and he fell asleep. The next morning, taking advantage of the cooler weather, Dane resumed clearing weeds from the backyard. Once finished, he planned to cultivate this small plot of land, planting fast-growing vegetables like beans and cabbage. Building a house wasn't a quick process, meaning they would reside here for at least 2 months. Planting faster-growing crops ensured fresh vegetables during the winter. After clearing all the weeds, Leora called him for breakfast. It consisted of white congee, pickles, and steamed buns, delighting Aliana so much her eyes squinted. Daddy, can we stay here? Grandma won't let Aliana eat such delicious breakfasts if we return home. Dane reassured her, don't worry, sweetheart, we're staying here. You'll have such a good breakfast every day now. Delighted, Aliana danced around like a butterfly among flowers. Post-breakfast, Dane remembered his crab trap left in the river. It had been over a day since he checked it. Who knew what he'd find? Maybe he should disguise himself and retrieve it? Note, the translated chapter maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text, preserving the natural flow and tone of the story. Chapter 63. The old master doctor comes to express gratitude. Just as Dane was uncertain, the village head's voice came from outside the door. Magnus, are you at home? An esteemed guest has arrived. If you're in, come out and welcome them quickly. Aliana, who was holding a steamed bun and hopping around, froze on the spot as if under a body freeze spell. Dane patted her head and told her to stay in the kitchen and not go out. He then put on an appearance of weakness and walked into the courtyard with Leora's support. Seeing Dane, the village head teased, Magnus, you really have good luck, my boy. Puzzled, Dane asked, Bodhi, what do you mean by that? The village head stepped aside, too precious for me to accept without guilt. Finley said, compared to life, this wild ginseng is insignificant. Francis added, Brother Chun, please accept it. My teacher is stubborn. If you refuse, he might destroy it right here. Why let it be destroyed when you can take it to nourish yourself? Dane gave Francis a meaningful look, asking silently what was going on. Francis shrugged slightly, indicating that he didn't know either. Finley cleared his throat and turned to the village head. Bodhi, could you ask everyone else to step out first? This old man needs to examine my benefactor further to ensure there's nothing else he should be cautious about. The village head nodded repeatedly. Sure. Thank you, Master Doctor. The village head walked out and closed the courtyard gate. Just as Dane was about to speak, he heard Finley say, walls have ears. Let's move inside. Dane led the two into the inner room. Sir, please take the ginseng back. I only feigned illness and shouldn't accept such a valuable gift. Dane pushed the box towards Finley. Finley lightly tapped the box inside. Young people always lack foresight in their actions. Tell me, nephew, if not for this wild ginseng, would you really pretend to be ill for half a month? Dane felt embarrassed. Finley then turned to Francis. And you? Francis nervously laughed. Teacher, what did I do wrong? A person uninterested in pharmacology suddenly starts nagging me to make medicine. I thought you finally got interested. But after all that effort, this is the result? Finley asked unhappily. Should I be happy that you came to me instead of trying to develop the potion yourself? Or should I be angry because the final product isn't impressive enough? Francis lowered his head and muttered, Teacher, I think the result is pretty good. Finley laughed with frustration. You really have the nerve to say that, Francis. If I hadn't noticed something odd and insisted on visiting Hajong village, Nephew Chan would have pretended to be sick for half a month. If he couldn't hold back and went out to work, only to be caught by the villagers, how would he live in the village afterward? Would Pingzalin's reputation also be ruined? Francis confessed guiltily. It's not that serious. Finley waved his hand towards Francis. We'll settle this when we get back. To Nephew Chen, I came today not just to give you the ginseng but also to help you return to normal life. After we go out, I'll tell the villagers that you're mostly recovered. You can do anything except heavy farming work. As for the ginseng, don't feel it's too expensive. It's only 20 years old, not a century old. It's best for you to take it since both you and your wife suffer from deficiency of qi in blood. Also, the herbal pills you took had too many natured ingredients. Without replenishing young energy, you wouldn't be able to be intimate for a while. Upon hearing this, Leora blushed deeply. Dane felt like he had been struck by lightning. If Perry knew this news, she'd probably vomit 3 liters of blood out of jealousy. That's definitely true. She thought Dane was incapable, but who would have guessed that he was the kind-hearted man who saved the old master doctor of Pingzalan? Even the Blake doesn't receive such special treatment. So Dane is better than the Blake? That's logical, haha. ##### Chapter 64, Trapping Water Ducks. Leora, having just seen her visitors off, returned and happened to encounter Jaslyn and others chatting idly. Jaslyn earnestly warned, Neve, you must be more careful. Leora was puzzled. What do you mean, Jaslyn? Jaslyn said, Auntie knows you have a soft heart, but if Perry comes to ask you to return, don't let your heart soften. Since the family has been divided and ties severed, you have no relationship with him anymore. No matter what she says, just ignore it, alright? Leora felt oddly touched and nodded. Don't worry, Auntie, our family won't go back. Jaslyn patted her hand affectionately and said cheerfully, Good girl. Now that you have your own home, have your Jeremiah catch more fish for you to build up your strength, and try to have another big, healthy boy. At this, Leora's face flushed red as Finley's words about no intimacy for half a month came to mind. Aliana is almost 4 years old, and you're still blushing over such matters. Jaslyn laughed, pinching Leora's cheek. You're like an unmarried maiden, so endearing. Uncle Leora pouted in playful of days. I'll personally deliver the documents to you when they're ready. Dane thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Chief. At that moment, the chief's daughter-in-law, Erica, brought over 2 bamboo baskets. Seeing her made Dane slightly uncomfortable. He had unintentionally exposed her secret, creating an awkward situation. Erica felt the same way, and left after setting down the baskets. With the baskets on his back, Dane thanked the chief again and headed out through the village's rear exit, willingly taking a longer route to avoid the Chin family. After more than an hour, he reached the spot where he had placed the crab traps. There were no footprints nearby, and the hiding place for his fishing gear remained untouched. Dane breathed a sigh of relief. Walking to the river, he pulled up the crab trap. The moment he lifted it, he knew something was wrong. It felt too light. Fully pulling it out, he found nothing inside due to a large hole torn in the side, likely caused by a large fish. What a pity. Dane sighed, tossing the broken trap back into the river. Setting up the fishing rod with bait, he continued searching the riverbank for shrimp and crabs. Meanwhile, he had another plan. To catch a pair of live water ducks. He intended to raise these ducks for eggs for Aliana and Leora. Previously, he hadn't considered it since keeping live ducks would separate him from his family. Now, as a separate household, raising poultry was feasible. As for the ducks flying away, clipping the flight feathers on their wings would solve the problem. In his previous life, Dane's grandmother used this method with foreign ducks, preventing them from flying. Why a pair? Because female ducks laid eggs, but they couldn't hatch unless fertilized by a male duck. While catching female ducks was easy, catching males was not. They tended to fly off after mating. Such thoughts were futile until he caught even one female. Setting traps in areas where ducks frequently appeared, Dane resumed walking along the riverbank. An hour later, returning to his traps, Dane's excitement surged. There was a water duck thrashing in one of them. Despite the broken crab trap, Dane's luck seemed to have turned. Grabbing the duck by its wing joints, he secured it and tied its feet with waterweed, ensuring it wouldn't escape. Feeling under the duck's tail, he confirmed it was ready to lay eggs. Relax, friend. My home is spacious. You can lay your eggs and sleep without worries, Dane reassured the duck. The duck squawked at him. Returning to the fishing spot, he reeled in a small grass carp, weighing about a pound. Dinner was set. Collecting some wild herbs and vegetables along the riverbank, Dane started heading home. Arriving mid-afternoon, most villagers were busy cooking, making the main paths nearly empty. Still, Dane opted for the less traveled path from the village's rear entrance. Entering home, he saw Lee full before leaving in the future. By the way, Malachi delivered the tables, chairs, bed, and stools. After deducting the deposit you gave him yesterday, I paid him 1 tael more. Leora changed the topic. Dane calculated that this price was incredibly cheap, almost just covering the material cost, with no charges for labor. Especially for urgent carpentry work, additional fees were standard. Completing an entire set of furniture in a night, and half a day should have cost at least 3 taels of silver in labor fees alone. When we finish building our new house and order more furniture for Malachi, let's pay him more, Dane sighed. We can't let him lose money. Leora agreed with him. Daddy, did you buy these ducks? Are we eating duck today? Aliana stared at the wild duck on the ground, swallowing her saliva. Dane smiled and said, These are wild ducks I caught, not for eating. We'll keep them so Aliana can eat duck eggs regularly. Aliana was delighted, clapping her hands. Great! Aliana loves eating duck eggs. Leora said, It's quite a coincidence. I finished preparing the coop this morning and was planning to buy chicks and ducklings this afternoon, and here you come with one. Dane said, This is the chemistry between us. Do we have scissors? Leora replied, I borrowed some from Aunt Luke and haven't returned them yet. Perfect, bring them to trim the duck's wings so it won't run away, Dane said. After trimming the duck's wings, Dane placed it in the coop and told Aliana, Good girl, take by me? Dane felt a bit embarrassed, knowing what Leora meant, that he hadn't cared enough about her in the past. But I'm sure you didn't mean it that way, Dane thought, though he couldn't help but overthink it. How long does it take to weave one? He asked. 1 afternoon can yield at least 2, Leora said. Dane nodded. All right, I won't go out this afternoon. I'll stay and learn how to weave baskets from you. Leora was happy. She loved the feeling of everyone doing things together in the courtyard. After cleaning the fish, Dane cut it in half and rubbed salt over it. Leora watched curiously, asking, What are you doing? Dane winked. Grilled fish. His grilled fish wasn't exactly traditional, but rather a fried version. In this era, his takeout special might be better termed a beggar edition due to the lack of essential ingredients like potatoes, corn, and peppers. Potatoes and corn were on another continent, making them nearly impossible to obtain. Peppers could be substituted with Sichuan pepper, xanthoxylum, but Dane didn't plan to use any spicy ingredients suitable for Leora and Aliana. Without these ingredients, Dane knew the grilled fish would still be delicious if cooked well. While marinating the fish, he collected all the greens at home, blanching what needed it and layering others directly at the bottom of the pot. Once the fish was well marinated, he fried it golden brown and placed it atop the greens. He then quickly built a makeshift outdoor oven with stones, transferring hot coals from the kitchen to ignite dry grass. Once the fire was roaring, he put the pot on top. The final step involved pouring a little hot oil over the fish. Dane, in a playful mood, said, "Pour the soulful juice." Leora watched him with bewilderment. Her husband cooking and chanting spells? Chapter 66. Eating grilled fish and weaving crab traps. Father, look. I cut a lot of grass for the ducks. They won't go hungry now. Just as Leora was lost in thought, Aliana returned with a big bundle of green grass. As she was about to walk towards the poultry shed, her little nose twitched and she exclaimed, "How fragrant." Dane said, "Good girl, quickly wash your hands. We're about to have our meal." Aliana threw all the grass into the poultry shed and ran over to Leora, tugging at her trouser leg. "Rodnilia, wash hands." After washing her hands, Aliana ran to the earth oven, eagerly watching the fish in the pot. Seeing how hungry she was, Dane took a small piece of fish, blew on it to cool it down, and fed it to her. "Good girl, can you taste if it's too salty or not?" Aliana swallowed the fish and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Dane chuckled. "How is it? Too salty or too bland?" Aliana smacked her lips. "Father, I swallowed too fast and didn't really taste it." Dane laughed heartily. Leora came out carrying steamed buns, and the whole family ate right beside the earth oven using the buns instead of bowls. The grilled fish's broth soaked into the buns, making them incredibly flavorful and even tastier than meat. This pot of grilled fish was completely devoured. After eating their fill, they needed to start weaving bamboo baskets and crab traps. Dane was about to take money to buy materials from Van when Leora said, "Let me do it. Van's house isn't far from the Chun residence. If Perry sees you, she might cause trouble again." Dane agreed, as the materials for weaving weren't heavy. He gave her the money and instructed, "Buy and come back. Don't pay attention to the Chin family if you see them." Leora nodded and left with 10 copper coins. Dane played with Aliana for a while until Leora returned dragging bamboo strips for weaving. "How much?" Dane asked, taking the strips. Leora replied, 3 copper coins. She handed over the remaining 7 coins to Dane. As Dane was putting away the money, he glanced at Aliana and pulled out 3 coins to give her. Aliana held the coins in both hands, unsure of what to do. Growing up, she had never truly owned any money. Even the New Year's money would be taken back by Perry after briefly touching it. These 3 coins were the first money Aliana skilled and beautiful. Leora blushed and scolded. "Stop teasing." Dane pressed his chest. "Every word is heartfelt. If you don't believe me, listen to my heartbeat." Leora's face grew redder as she pinched his hand. "Talk nonsense again, and I won't talk to you." Dane closed his eyes. "Oh no, darling, you can't ignore me. I can't live without you." Leora looked at him helplessly. She hadn't realized how playful her husband could be. After some laughter, Dane looked at the sky. "I'll go place the crab trap by the river. That way, we'll likely have fish and shrimp for tomorrow." Leora said, "Okay, be careful." "Don't worry," Dane said as he leaned in. Leora looked confused. "What's the meaning of this?" Dane replied, "A goodbye kiss." Leora pushed him shyly. "You're annoying. Men must always take the initiative." So, Dane swiftly kissed Leora's cheek and ran off with the crab trap. Leora covered her face, her heart racing but not feeling repelled. Instead, she felt happy. Dane was equally delighted. From holding hands to sharing a kiss. If this kept up, they would soon reach the ultimate goal once the effects of the medicine wore off. He was elated indeed. Feeling great, his footsteps were light. He arrived at the fishing spot faster than usual, choosing a spot with abundant aquatic plants to place the crab trap. Then, he replied, "Bright light makes eating more comfortable. Otherwise, it's too dark to even pick up food properly." He then tapped Aliana's nose tip, saying, "My dear daughter, what do you think?" Aliana nodded vigorously. "Bright lights are better." Dane said, "See, my daughter supports me." Leora helplessly replied, "You're spoiling her." One's own daughter can be spoiled all she wants. Dane placed Aliana on a stool, and then pulled Leora to sit down, saying, "Let's eat." Aliana cheered, "Oh, time for dinner." After enjoying their meal together, Leora took Aliana to the backyard to wash up while Dane went to take a shower in the front yard. Hearing Aliana's laughter from the backyard, Dane thought about an urgent problem that needed solving. The issue was how to bathe after the temperature dropped. Currently, the heat wave of late summer still raged, making it warm enough that even an outdoor shower wasn't uncomfortable. However, once the heat wave passed, the temperature would plummet sharply, turning bathing into a very painful ordeal. In his previous life, Dane, being from the south, found winter baths particularly troublesome. Each bath required extensive mental preparation, but once inside the bathroom, he was reluctant to come out due to the warmth provided by the heater and hot water, creating a feeling of happiness during the cold winter. The Great Yan Dynasty had no heaters or water heaters, and put the wooden bucket away in the storage room. But instead of rushing back to sleep, he found some stationery and wrote down the steps to make a water heater on the kitchen table. Certain ideas must be noted down immediately, or else they might be forgotten by morning. Moreover, Dane worried that as he lived longer in the ancient era, his modern knowledge might fade gradually. Therefore, starting now, anything he thought of should be written down immediately to avoid regret later. With the candle burning about a third of the way through, Dane stopped writing. 2 pages were filled with notes. After the ink dried, he carefully stored them away and yawned as he headed towards the main room. Inside the main room, Aliana was already asleep on the new bed. tucked far inside. Leora lay in the middle, facing away from the door. The spot on the outer edge was left for Dane. This detail warmed his heart. He slipped into bed quietly, hugging Leora from behind. He felt her body tremble slightly, stiffening up momentarily. However, this didn't last long. Within a few moments, her body relaxed against his. Dane rejoiced internally, and his hands grew bold, slipping under Leora's clothes, moving slowly upward from her abdomen toward her chest. Leora's skin was exceptionally smooth, and with every inch his hand moved, her body temperature rose. When his thumb touched the underside of her breast, Leora gasped softly and hastily grabbed his hand. Jeremiah, don't. Dane felt disappointed but understood the wisdom of not rushing things, especially when his desire could potentially hinder recovery, as per Dr. Joshua's advice. He withdrew his hands, held hers instead, and hugged her tightly. Good night, darling. The next morning, Dane woke early to fetch water from the stream. He needed to fill the water barrel before leaving, otherwise, Leora would definitely go fetch water herself. After 2 trips, the barrel was about 2/3 full when Leora and Aliana emerged from the main room. Seeing Dane leaning beside the barrel, breathing heavily, Leora's heart ached as if pricked by a needle. She hurriedly fetched a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Jeremiah, take a break, Leora said tenderly. Dane smiled and nodded. At that moment, Aliana brought over a small stool. Daddy, sit down. Once seated, Aliana began to massage his shoulders. That feels good. As Dane enjoyed the tenderness from his wife and daughter, the courtyard gate clattered loudly. All 3 were taken aback. Who could be visiting so early in the morning? And the forceful knocking suggested someone harboring deep resentment. Could it be Lady Vicky? Dane frowned and said, Neve, you and Aliana. Before he could finish, an urgent voice called from outside, Sis, open up, Art. After entering the yard, Rodney Lulon darted up to Aliana and, after whispering together for a while, they held hands and went to feed the ducks. Leora brought out chairs for her brother to sit, then said, Xuanhuan and I will go to the kitchen to steam buns. Gustav, you chat with Titus. Once they entered the kitchen, Jetty couldn't wait to ask, Brother-in-law, what exactly happened? Rumors spread that you were bitten by a venomous snake and were about to die. The Chin family didn't want to spend money on you and cut ties with you. Dane replied, that's how it was. He then recounted everything. As Jetty listened, veins bulged at his temples, and his fists clenched tightly. The Chins are utterly despicable. Not content with bullying my sister, they're even ready to abandon their own son. They've completely lost their humanity. In the kitchen, Andrea reacted similarly after hearing Leora's account, but she cursed the Chun family more vividly than Jetty did. When Andrea finally tired of cursing and caught her breath, she added, Sis, if the connection is broken, don't go back. With brother-in-law having such skills, your days will get better eventually. By then, let the Chins regret it. Leora agreed, Gustav and I feel the same way. No matter what methods the Chins use later, we won't return to that home. Soon, a steamer full of buns was ready, and Leora called everyone to eat. Just as they sat down, Jetty said further, keep it for now. Leora hesitated, but Dane gave her a meaningful look and said, okay, since Xuanhuan said so, let's keep it. Though perplexed, Leora didn't argue once her husband spoke. Andrea smiled, still, brother-in-law knows how to handle things. Eat up, they urged each other. During the meal, Dane took a break to fetch food from the kitchen and whispered to Leora, later, have Aliana give Ambria a small gift to open only after she gets home. Inside, put a silver note. Leora understood now, nodding, all right, I'll prepare it after breakfast. After breakfast, Andrea and Jetty prepared to leave, one eager to care for their second child, the other to work in the county. Dane stopped them, Titus, hold on, I have something to consult with you. Jetty asked, brother-in-law, what else? It's about building a house, Dane said, glancing at Leora. Leora nodded and told Andrea, rest inside for a bit. Let them chat. It won't take long. Do you know any reliable craftsmen for building houses? Dane asked. Jetty pondered, I know a few carpenters, but building a house costs a lot. And since you split from the Chin family, you don't have a homestead plot, which you'd need to buy, a big expense. All in all, it could cost over 10 to 20 taels of silver, Dane reassured. Don't worry about money. I can earn it. What matters most is reliability, as this will be a true home for me and your sister. Which means enriching the soil using human and animal manure, before it could be used for crops. Apart from the time-consuming and labor-intensive process, acquiring sufficient fertilizer was another major challenge. Manure was a valuable commodity in this era, and even his own wouldn't suffice. Who would lend him any? Yes, lend. He would have to repay it later. However, enriching the soil didn't necessarily require animal or poultry manure. Many other materials could also be used as fertilizer. Despite its drawbacks, the location near the stream made up for all the shortcomings. Being close to the water source meant Dane could build a simple tap water system at a minimal cost. If the land were too far from the water source, not only would the construction be more challenging, but various problems might arise during usage. Let's go with this spot. Dane said, Neve, how much money do we have left? Leora replied, including the 2 taels of silver lent by Rodney Tilhu, we have 6 taels and 7 xian left. Dane responded, then let's buy this plot first. No one will likely contest the neighboring lands, so I'll buy those once I earn more money. Upon returning home, Leora took the banknote and went to find the village head. After learning Leora's intentions, the village head was stunned, and wearing the new shoes she made for him, Dane headed towards the river. Upon arrival, he dug up the wine jars buried in the soil, made some rice wine balls, and threw them into the trap sites. As he waited for the traps to attract fish, Dane started patrolling the riverbank, collecting anything he could sell. Passing by the duck habitat, he set up 2 traps hoping to catch a male duck for the female ducks at home. After about an hour, Dane felt the traps were ready. He began checking the nets. The first haul was unimpressive, which was normal. He waited patiently before casting the second net. This time, there was significant movement under the water. There was a catch. Dane was excited but careful, knowing that lifting the net too quickly could cause the fish to escape. Once the corners of the net emerged from the water, forming a funnel shape, the surface erupted with splashing sounds like boiling water. Up. With one smooth motion, Dane pulled the entire net up. Good heavens! There must have been at least 50 pounds of fish. Along with the 4 standard freshwater fish species, there were 2 large turtles. Dane grinned widely, almost from ear to ear. He moved the catch to a dry area away from the water and sorted the fish into different baskets by size. He tied the turtles with water plants, planning to carry them by hand. While turtles were valuable and seafood, Dane seized the chance to ask, "Hardy, what happened in the tavern? The innkeeper seems upset." The waiter sighed. "The head chef has been poached." ###Chapter 70. Guest chef at Tianshangju. Was it done by a competitor? Dane asked. The waiter replied, "Indeed. A new restaurant just opened in the Western Market District and lured away our head chef with a hefty paycheck. Coincidentally, we have an esteemed guest today who specifically requested shrimp. None of our other chefs can prepare shrimp except for the one who left. The owner is searching all over town for a cook. But I doubt he'll find one." Upon hearing this, Dane realized this could be a golden opportunity. "Brother Hardy, please tell the owner that I can do it." The waiter's hand froze mid-air as he reached for a crab. He looked up at Dane in surprise, then winced in pain as he noticed the crab's claw pinching his thumb. Dane hurriedly helped to pry the crab's claw open. The waiter sucked on his thumb, wincing. "Brother Chen, you can't joke about something like this," Dane said earnestly. "I'm serious. Please inform the owner." The waiter thought for a moment. Since finding a chef was unlikely at this point, he might as well give it a try. "All right, wait here. I'll fetch the owner." A few moments later, the owner rushed over and asked, "Just get what I asked for. Quit whining." With a heavy sigh, the apprentice stomped off to get the items. Dane fetched around 2 pounds of river shrimp and invited others to help clean them while teaching them how to remove the shrimp's vein. Just grab the middle part of the tail, twist once, and gently pull it out. The vein comes right off. The apprentices were astonished yet delighted. In the ancient mentor apprentice system, these small culinary tricks were considered secrets passed down only to favored apprentices. Yet, Dane openly shared this technique without any reservations. They had been critical of Dane but now felt grateful. After cleaning, Dane marinated half a pound of river shrimp with salt, yellow wine, and ginger water. He intended to make 3 dishes. This was the first. Next, he took another half pound of shrimp, fried them in hot oil, drained them, added Sichuan pepper to the pan to flavor the oil, and stir-fried the shrimp until fragrant. After flipping them several times, he drizzled soy sauce, vinegar, and yellow wine along the edges of the pan. This dish, crispy pepper salt shrimp, was complete. Then, Dane took 2 mandarin fish, scored them, coated them with flour after marinating with salt and ginger water, and fried them in hot oil. "Why are we frying fish instead of making shrimp?" an apprentice whispered to a colleague. Another should quickly bring these dishes to our esteemed guest. The owner carried a plate himself. "Brother Chen, wait here for a moment. There's something I must discuss with you." Dane smiled. "Sure, no rush. You handle it first. Let's go." The owner called the waiter and hastily left with the dishes. About 10 minutes later, the owner returned to the kitchen with a glowing face, grasping Dane's hand and shaking it vigorously. "Brother Chen, you are my savior. If not for you today, this restaurant might have closed down." Saying this, he pulled out a red envelope and pressed it into Dane's hand. "A token of appreciation. Please accept it." Dane replied, "Owner, I actually have an idea I'd like you to consider." The owner nodded. "Please share, Brother Chen. I have a few more recipes for fish, shrimp, and crabs that I can teach your chefs for free," Dane explained. The owner's mouth dropped open in astonishment. For a chef, recipes were top secret. They could even take these secrets to their graves if they never found a worthy apprentice. Even when preparing signature dishes, they would shoot everyone out to prevent learning the techniques. The owner included recipe fees when preparing the red envelope. However, he never expected Dane to offer free recipes. "Brother Chen, recipes are extremely valuable. I can't accept this freely. I must pay you for this," the owner insisted. Dane smiled. "Owner, there's no need to pay for the recipes. What I want is a long-term supply contract." Returned to the village, the villagers were already discussing his family matters. Ernan Shur, the eldest daughter-in-law of the village chief, was known for her gossiping. She had spread the news about Leora buying homestead land from the village chief, and soon everyone in the village knew about it. Originally, the villagers had many criticisms about Perry cutting ties with Dane. They felt she should never have chosen to separate from Brant during his injury, regardless of her inability to contribute financially to his treatment. Even worse, when Brant refused to divide the family, she directly severed all ties with him. Not only did Perry's actions lack maternal instinct, but they were utterly inhumane. Now that the old shaman Theodore, whom Dane saved, had repaid the favor by gifting rare herbs like century-old ginseng without hesitation, and Dane could now work except for the most strenuous agricultural labor after acupuncture treatment, Perry must be secretly shedding tears at home. After the separation, Dane ended up with nothing, not even half an acre of land, making him exempt from the arduous harvest work. He could simply catch fish and shrimp every day, providing food for the family and selling the surplus, enjoying a life more comfortable than before. Once fully recovered, finding a job in the county town would be easy for him as a scholar. Working hard for half a year, he could afford to build a house, improving their living conditions greatly. Perry might be regret. Santana replied, "All right, I'm off. Don't tell anyone that I told you this." Dane nodded. "Understood. Thank you, Santana." Back home, Aliana was playing in the yard and immediately ran over for a big hug upon seeing Dane. Father and daughter played for a while before Dane asked, "Where's Rodnilia?" "She's at Grandpa Village Chief's," Aliana answered. As if on cue, Leora appeared behind them. "Mommy," Aliana called out. Leora said, "Jeremiah, I've retrieved the household registration and homestead documents." Her voice choked up while speaking. When she received the documents from the village chief, Leora almost shed tears. The homestead meant she would finally have a real home of her own. The separate household registration symbolized her newfound independent identity, no longer an appendage to the problematic Chen family. Dane completely understood Leora's emotions because he himself was deeply moved. He carefully examined the household registration document, which was essentially 3 pieces of paper containing names, genders, birthplaces, and other information. His scholar status was listed separately, showing how much respect this era accorded to educated individuals. Even the lowest level of scholar, Tongsheng, received individual mention in the documents. At the bottom right of the papers, there was the official seal from the county government. Leora stammered. Dane laughed. Cooking alone certainly doesn't warrant this much, but helping the shopkeeper out of a crisis makes this some very reasonable. Chapter 72. Aliana's new playmate. The next day, Dane got up early, filled the water barrel first, then set off with his bamboo basket on his back. With money not being an immediate concern and the promotion of Tianshangju still 2 days away, Dane came to the river mainly to catch a male water duck for breeding purposes. Catching more ducks would be even better since the old turtle from yesterday was waiting for either a chicken or a duck to join it in the stew pot. Reaching the reed marshes, he found that several traps had been destroyed, the area around them full of animal tracks. Overlapping as they were, Dane couldn't identify which animals had passed by. As he approached the last trap, he heard faint whimpers. Excited, Dane quickened his pace. However, upon seeing the animal ensnared by the trap, he was momentarily stunned. It was a small gray and white dog, its left leg caught in the trap, bleeding due to frantic struggling. Upon hearing footsteps, the puppy lifted its wet eyes to look at Dane, almost as if pleading for help. Whether it was an illusion or not, Dane felt the puppy's gaze was exceptionally wise, like the innocent foolishness. This dog seems quite clever. Aliana tugged at Dane's sleeve. Daddy, can we keep it? Dane responded, sure, but you have to promise to take care of it. Can you do that? With a determined nod, Aliana declared, absolutely. Turning to Leora, Dane asked, do you agree? Keeping a pet was a family decision. After a moment's hesitation, Leora nodded, fine. We'll keep it if Aliana really wants it. Delighted, Aliana exclaimed, yay, I have a puppy. Dane reminded them, let's give it a bath first. Wild dogs usually have fleas. Leora prepared hot water, and Dane gently washed the puppy, careful not to let its injured leg get wet. Aliana carefully scrubbed the puppy's body, asking, Daddy, what's its name? Dane replied, you decide. After pondering for a moment, Aliana said, it's kind of gray, so let's call it Colin. Dane agreed, good name. Excited, Aliana rubbed the puppy's head. Remember, your name is Colin. With a bark, the puppy seemed to acknowledge the name. Even if it hadn't, it didn't matter. Colin was its name, chosen by Aliana. After the bath, Colin looked a bit healthier, though still weak. Aliana couldn't stop admiring it. Leora advised, be careful not to aggravate its injury, and went to fetch some herbal medicine from Grandpa Air. Grandpa Air was one of the few villagers who kept dogs and had extensive experience in dog care. A short while later, Leora returned with the herbs. After applying them, Colin started looking much better. Together, Dane and Aliana made a simple doghouse and bowl for Colin, filling it with leftover lunch. The puppy devoured the food eagerly. Unlike pampered pets that had dietary restrictions, countryside dogs ate whatever people did. The 3 watched amused as Colin gobbled down the food. But their peaceful moment was interrupted by a voice outside. Uncle Gustav, Aunt, are you home? We're here to visit. Open up. Recognizing the unwelcome voices, Leora whispered to Dane. Should we open the door? Dane sighed. If it's meant to be, we can't avoid it. Let's see what they want. Leora nodded and opened the door. Outside stood Perry, Aisha, Ellen, and several other villagers whom Dane didn't recognize, likely brought along to show support. Perry, always the same, immediately scolded Leora. So slow opening the door. How can someone as clumsy as you take care of my son? Ellen chimed in nastily. Birds of a feather flock together, especially in times of trouble. She'll probably abandon Uncle Air and run away soon. Dane's only hope lies in us relatives. Leora sneered and ignored them, turning back inside. Perry, about to lash out, was pulled back by Aisha, reminding her of her real purpose. Changing her demeanor, Perry hurried to Dane. Our ties have been severed. By blood or law, I am no longer your brother. Don't get it wrong next time. As for my hardships, I feel none at all. Right now, my life is far more comfortable. Contrary to the past, living under that roof was what truly made me suffer. Ellen's face turned green immediately. The atmosphere grew awkward. Dane calmly said, if there's nothing else, please return. We humble folk can't afford to entertain guests. As Ellen was talking to Dane, Perry wasn't idle either. She squeezed out tears by force. When Ellen retreated, she stepped forward again, crying, son, Rodnilia knows you're angry, but you must also see things from Rodnilia's perspective. Laosi hasn't married yet. Laoyi hasn't been betrothed either. The family needs money everywhere and can't spare any for your treatment. After you moved out, Rodnilia realized it was wrong. No matter how poor, we shouldn't separate from our son. Because you are after all flesh of my flesh. Dane raised an eyebrow. Auntie, please stop crying. If I remember correctly, that little girl beside you said I wasn't your biological child, and you called me a bastard? Now you say I'm your flesh and blood. Isn't that funny? Perry hurriedly defended herself. Son, you must have misheard. Rodnilia absolutely didn't say that. She also gave Ellen a look. Ellen grumbled all gone. Perry's face turned terrifyingly dark. She had specifically found out that a century-old mountain ginseng was worth at least 50 taels. Initially, Theodore's young doctor only asked for 20 taels, which was already very lenient. When she learned that Theodore's old shaman had given the mountain ginseng to Dane without charging him, her heart burned with greed. If she could get hold of it, Laoxi's dowry and Lao Ye's marriage fund would both be settled. As for whether Dane's health would collapse without the ginseng, she didn't care. Hearing this, Dane understood Perry's true intention today and sneered inwardly. Indeed, only a few roots are left. You, prodigal scoundrel. In just a few days, you finished off the century-old mountain ginseng, Perry yelled. Her outburst echoed in the courtyard. Realizing her slip-up, she hastily tried to repair the damage. As long as you're well, It's okay that you ate it. Meanwhile, she thought, although the ginseng was gone, Dane still owned a plot of land. Once he returned, she'd go to the village chief and reclaim the payment for that land. Although less valuable than the ginseng, it was still a few taels of silver. Once this money was secured, she wouldn't have to care about Dane's welfare anymore. Pack up now and come home with me. Dane replied, sure, Rodnelia, but first, you need to help settle some debts I owe. Silently. That mountain ginseng already repaid his kindness, Dane replied. Perry's breathing became rapid. She came here to get the mountain ginseng and the land money. But the ginseng was eaten, the land money needed immediate repayment, and Dane had incurred new debts at Theodore. What was the point of bringing him back now? Chapter 74. The Chun family are all ungrateful. Lady Vicky turned to leave, but Dane quickly held her back and said, Mom, weren't you going to take me home? Why are you leaving? Then he looked at Ellen and said, Rodneedle's sister, I've always cared about you the most. Speak up for me a little. Even though the kinship severance agreement was signed, we can tear it up and become one family again. The surrounding villagers also chimed in with their advice. That's right, xiuxian. Blood ties can't be changed by a piece of paper. If you take Jeremiah back, you'll still be a family. Your brother didn't care about those hurtful words you said just now. Why should you hesitate? Persuade your mother to bring him back. A family should live together. Ellen blushed like a monkey's bottom, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Her mother shouldn't have invited these gossipy women who would just jabber away, and then tell everyone else in the village. How could she live with this? Seeing Ellen blush without speaking, the villagers assumed she was too ashamed to talk. They didn't realize that Ellen was silently cursing them. They continued persuading Lady Vicky. Lady Vicky, when you asked for in, I'm an idiot. This whole family isn't worth anything, especially that Ellen. Whoever marries her in the future is truly cursed. The incident where Lady Vicky tried to bring Dane back and then suddenly changed her mind when she found no benefits spread rapidly among the villagers. Everyone once again realized that nothing was impossible when someone reached such low moral ground. They warned their families to stay far away from the Chins. This family was full of ungrateful wolves. Not long after Lady Vicky left, a luxurious carriage entered the village and inquired about Dane's residence. When the village children revealed Dane's location, they received 2 coins as a reward. The village suddenly buzzed with excitement again. With such a luxurious carriage and generous owner, it seemed like Dane's luck was changing for the better. It was unknown whether Lady Vicky would regret her decision earlier if she knew this. If she had brought Dane back in the morning, this esteemed guest would have gone to her house instead, allowing the Chins to enjoy any benefits. Now, however, the Chins could only watch helplessly, unable to reap any rewards. The carriage arrived at Dane's temporary residence and saw Aliana and Rodneedle Grey playing outside. Their game was simple. Aliana threw sticks, and Rodneedle Grey fetched them back. They played happily together. Xiaomer from Tianshang. After signing, Xiaomer stood to leave. Brother Chun, my side is eager. I hope to receive the goods by tomorrow. Farewell. Dane promised, rest assured, Mr. Lance. I can't provide at least 80 pounds of fish, shrimp, and crabs tomorrow. Xiaomer left contentedly. After sending him off, Dane prepared to go fishing. He needed to spread the word around the village about buying fish, shrimp, and crabs. With such a large quantity, the villagers might not believe it initially. Moreover, he had just lied to Lady Vicky about owing 10 taels of silver in debt, which would likely spread among the gossip-prone villagers. How could a person deeply in debt afford to buy shrimps and crabs? So, tomorrow's delivery to Tianshangju would temporarily rely on him alone. Dane put on his bamboo basket and instructed Leora, buy several large water tanks to store the fish and shrimp we'll collect. Also, spread the news about buying fish and shrimp. Leora was concerned. Jeremiah, what if we collect them but can't sell them? Dane reassured her, don't worry. Didn't Xiaomer say the dishes I taught them sold crazily? Seeing Dane's confidence, Leora didn't argue further and went out with the money. Dane told Aliana to play with Rodneedle Grey at home and not wander around before heading in another direction. We'll enjoy the results. How harmonious, right? And I promise, you'll have more than one wife to look forward to, Dane teased. But the water duck lunged at his hand, narrowly missing it due to Dane's quick reflexes. Friend, what's going on? Suddenly, a chill ran from the bottom of his feet up to his scalp, a primal instinct signaling life or death danger. Humans develop this feeling in such situations. Carefully turning his head, Dane saw 2 greenish eyes about 7 to 8 meters behind him. A wolf. Dane's breath turned shallow. No wonder the duck was so agitated. It wasn't afraid of the bipedal human, but rather the wolf nearby. This wolf was cunning. It could have simply eaten the duck to fill its stomach. Instead, it waited near the trap for whoever set it, aiming to feast in one go. Dane recalled survival shows saying never to make eye contact with a predator in the wild because it can be seen as a challenge. The best course of action was to use peripheral vision to track the animal's movements, take light steps to create distance gradually, and absolutely not run, as 2 legs can hardly outpace for unless you're Usain Bolt. Following this advice, Dane slowly moved to leave. However, the moment he shifted, the wolf pounced. Damn, Bear Grylls misled me. Dane threw the duck at the wolf and fled. The duck, driven by sheer survival instinct, managed to twist midair and land on the water, then frantically paddled away like a turbo duck, disappearing quickly. Seeing the duck escape along the river, Dane considered diving in too, but remembering wolves swim well and the Fuyang River had dangerous currents, he thought better of it. Plus, there were snakes in the river. He had just seen one. Was today the day he'd meet his end here? Just as despair began to rise, images of Leora and Savannah flashed through his mind. Thoughts of his family reignited his will to survive. Fiend, think you can eat me? Not a chance. It's either you or me today. Calming down, Dane sprinted while devising a plan. He remembered the trap he set for the ducks. Even if crude, if it delayed the wolf, it might give him a chance to escape. With renewed strength, his running speed increased significantly. The wild wolf roared and sped up, closing the gap between them within seconds. In an instant, the wolf leaped, claws aimed straight at Dane's back. Without looking back, Dane felt the imminent threat and instinctively rolled to the side. Unfortunately, his reaction was slightly too slow, and his back was scratched open, bleeding profusely. But fortunately, the trap was close. Enduring the pain, Dane crawled over the trap, waiting for the wolf to spring it. If it missed, his chances of survival would diminish greatly. Luckily, the wolf, blinded by bloodlust, failed to notice the trap, and its left front paw was ensnared. The rope tightened around it, immobilizing the beast. Despite being, "Did you get injured?" Francis was shocked and hurriedly supported Dane, asking, "How did you end up like this?" Dane exhaled, "It's nothing much, just a scratch from the wolf. No big deal. I came at just the right time. I was wondering how to deal with the wolf's body." Francis paused for a moment, then said, "You killed a wolf? Impressive, Brother Chin. You don't look like a scholar. You seem more like a warrior." Dane replied, "Consider it a compliment then." Francis asked Dane about the location of the wolf's body and sent his young apprentice to collect it. "I'll help you treat your wounds first." Francis helped Dane into the carriage, laid him down on a bench, took out a medicine box, and carefully sprinkled golden wound medicine on Dane's injuries. The pain caused by the golden wound medicine was worse than pouring alcohol directly onto the wound, causing Dane to cry out in agony. By the time the pain subsided, the young apprentice had hauled the wolf's body back with great effort. Seeing the wolf, Francis shook his head and sighed. "What a pity. The fur is too damaged. Otherwise, just the pelt would have been worth 7 or 8 taels of silver." Dane remarked with lingering fear, "Compared to silver, I think staying alive is more important." Francis laughed. "That's true. Brother Chun, let's make a deal," Dane suggested. Busy in the courtyard, rushed out upon hearing her daughter's cries. Seeing blood all over Dane's pants, she turned pale and stammered, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Dane reassured her, "Don't worry, it's not life-threatening." Francis said that as long as we change the bandages regularly, I should be fine in a few days. Leora looked at Francis, who nodded, easing her anxiety. She then helped Dane inside. After laying him down, Francis applied more medicine and gave some instructions. Dane suddenly asked, "Right, I forgot to ask, why did you come to the village today?" Francis replied, "Tian Shangju has added some new dishes, and I want to try them. But I had to wait for several days due to the queue. Luckily, Jiaomer, the owner of Tian Shangju, is an old friend. He told me those dishes were invented by you. So I came over, but seeing your condition, it seems we won't be cooking today." Dane said, "Come back in a few days, and I'll cook you a full meal." Francis patted Dane's shoulder. "All right, take care and get well soon. I'll bring the payment when I visit next time." Dane nodded. "Neve, please see Francis off." After Leora escorted Francis away, she rushed back inside. Bridget sat by the bed, puffing air onto her father's back gently. "Daddy, do you feel better?" she asked. Dane smiled. "Much better. My good girl is awesome." Leora couldn't hold back her tears at this sight, knowing by a voice. Leora put down the bowl and walked out. "May I ask who you are?" The visitor was a sturdy middle-aged man who smiled kindly at Leora. "I'm Azai, from Xuanhu village. I work as a stonemason in town and was commissioned by Jetty from Shanghai village to find Magnus and discuss house construction details." "Are you Jetty's sister, Leora?" Leora quickly replied, "Hello, Master Rodnian. My husband is unwell and cannot get out of bed. Please step inside to discuss these matters." Azai said, "Sorry to intrude." Inside, Dane heard the conversation clearly and immediately apologized. "Master Rodnian, sorry for the inconvenience. I'm injured and can't get up. Let's talk this way." Azai waved his hand. "No, I'm the one who should apologize. Usually, guests aren't allowed into the main house." After some polite exchanges, Azai got to the point. "Brother Chen, I came today to get a sense of what you want for your new home so I can draw the plans." Chapter 77. Housing budget seriously overrun. Dane said, "There's no specific requirement, just that it has good lighting, can prevent dampness, and is sturdy. Especially the damp-proofing. My chosen site is near a stream. If the damp-proofing isn't done well, people won't be able to live there." Azai replied, "Rest assured, Brother Chen. We'll take care of all these details while building the house. However, to achieve the best damp-proofing, the price, well?" Dane responded, "Master Rodnian, as long as the result is good, I won't let you down on the cost. You can be sure of that." Azai said, "Rodnital who is very reliable, and his brother-in-law certainly isn't bad either. How many rooms would you like to build, Brother Chen?" Dane asked, "Master Rodnian, are the prices for kitchens, bathrooms, and toilets different from the main rooms?" Azai smiled and replied, "They are indeed different. The combined price of kitchen, toilet, and bathroom is roughly the same as one main room." After a moment's contemplation, Dane said, "Then 4 main rooms plus kitchen, toilet, and bathroom." Azai thought for a moment and said, "Brother Chen, to be honest, based on your requirements, building this house will likely cost around 15 taels." Dane understood Azai's concerns, as his current situation made it seem unlikely he could come up with 15 taels for construction. "Master Rodnian, don't worry about the money. I'll definitely figure it out. When you bring the construction plans over, when we sign the contract, I'll pay you 7 taels up front as a deposit. This should make you more at ease." Azai chuckled somewhat awkwardly. Still, despite any embarrassment, money matters were not to be taken lightly. In these times, earning money was not easy, so every detail mattered. "All right, I'll go prepare now and bring it to you tomorrow for your review. If it's suitable, we'll sign the contract then." As Azai prepared to leave, Dane called him back and had Aliana take out several sheets of paper from a cabinet, handing them to Azai. "Master Rodnian, can you make this?" Dane asked. Looking at the drawings, Azai's expression showed surprise. "Brother Chen, did you design this yourself?" These papers depicted the water supply system Dane designed. The system wasn't overly complex. It used segments of bamboo pipes to channel water from the stream to the house. The biggest challenge was how to draw water from the stream without external power. To solve this, Dane employed the siphon effect. Though not as efficient or adjustable as modern systems, in an era where tap water was non-existent, This solution was revolutionary. Yes, I designed it. Can you make it? Dane asked. Azai nodded. It shouldn't be a problem to build, but how does it work? Dane remained silent. Azai suddenly realized and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I got carried away and asked something I shouldn't have. Apologies, apologies. This type of device's operation principle was a closely guarded secret, not easily shared. Azai took the blueprints and rose to leave, but couldn't resist turning back at the door. Brother Chun, there's something I'd like to discuss. Dane said, speak. Azai reels and craftsmen to build your house to your complete satisfaction. Then Azai requested paper and pen from Dane to draft a temporary contract clearly stating Dane would provide the operational principles of the tap water system, and Azai would charge only 30% of the total cost. Dane liked Azai's straightforward approach. Clear agreements on paper were far more trustworthy than verbal promises. After sending Azai off, Dane called Leora and asked, Neve, did you inform the villagers about the fish and shrimp acquisition period? Leora replied, I did, but they don't really believe us. Given our 10-tail debt, they think we can't afford to buy. Dane sighed, that's a problem, but we have no better solution now. We'll just have to wait. If one family takes the lead, it'll be easier afterward. That leading person turned out to be Amato, a widower in the village. Amato was in his 30s, widowed 5 years ago, leaving him with an infant daughter who didn't speak until she was 4 due to a suspected illness. Villagers advised Amato to abandon the girl, as daughters couldn't carry on the family line, especially with her health issues, which would only burden him further. Some even claimed she was a harbinger of misfortune, having killed her mother and likely destined to do the same to him. But Amato ignored the gossip and raised the child single-handedly. On her 6th birthday, his daughter finally called him Dad. Leora called out to the house, Gustav, Brother Joshua has come to sell fish, shrimp, and crabs. Dane, who had been lying on the bed, gritted his teeth and got up despite the pain, coming into the courtyard. Seeing Dane's pale face and unsteady walk, Amato asked with concern, Gustav, what happened? Dane said, nothing much, just scratched by a wolf. Amato was shocked, thinking that this was nothing. Dane must have a big heart. But Amato was more concerned about the value of the fish, shrimp, and crabs in his hands. Gustav, look at these. Dane had Leora bring a few basins to sort out the contents of Amato's bucket. As he sorted them, he picked out the dead ones and those that were too small. However, Amato was an honest man. The fish, shrimp, and crabs he caught had a low mortality rate and were all plump, which greatly pleased Dane. After sorting, Dane said, Brother Joshua, my purchasing price is 2 coins per pound for shrimp and crabs, 3 coins per pound for loaches, and 1 coin per pound for fish regardless of type but only based on size. Do you agree with this price? Amato's eyes welled up with emotion as he nodded vigorously, yes, yes. Weighing the items, Dane gave Amato 15 coins in total. Amato held the money in both hands, tears streaming down his face as he kept thanking Dane for in the county. Gustav may not have money, but Tian Shangju certainly does. A villager added, if Tian Shangju is buying these, why should we let Magnus make a profit as a middleman? Why not sell directly to Tian Shangju? Amato scoffed, Tian Shangju only accepts goods from Magnus. If you try to sell your fish, shrimp, and crabs to them, they won't even look at them. Well, Magnus is quite cunning, making money off the villagers, the villager muttered, seemingly unhappy. Amato sneered coldly, Gustav needs to live too. Isn't earning money okay? Besides, if it weren't for Magnus buying these, could we make money so easily from our doorstep? People should learn to be content. With that, he pulled his daughter and walked away. Hey, old Joshua scolds us like that, someone grumbled. But he does have a point. Why wait? Let's hurry up and catch fish, shrimp, and crabs. The villagers rushed home to grab their tools. Soon, the news of Dane collecting fish, shrimp, and crabs on behalf of Tian Shangju swept through the entire village. No longer worried about Magnus' financial capability, villagers carried wooden buckets towards Fuyang River. Many children joined in as well, the allure of a few coins being immense. For a child, catching 2 or 3 pounds of fish and shrimp for a few coins or 4 to 5 bronze pieces felt like found money. Snatching a couple of pounds, the kids would rush back home. They feared the fish, shrimp, and crabs might die if left for too long. Dead creatures would fetch less than live ones. So, while the fish and shrimp were still lively, they hurried back to sell to Dane. At Dane's home, they found a long table set up in the yard with several basins on it. Dane instructed the villagers to sort the fish, shrimp, and crabs by type into these basins before weighing each batch separately. During sorting, undersized or dead items were removed. Initially, some villagers complained, feeling Dane was intentionally difficult. If he wouldn't accept smaller catches, he should have mentioned it beforehand. Now they had already caught the fish, why refuse? Dane didn't argue, simply stating, to sell to me, you must follow my rules. Otherwise, leave and don't come back. No one would turn down money, so they acquiesced even if they felt indignant. Children were more compliant. Upon hearing Dane's rules, they diligently picked out the dead and undersized catches. In the children's baskets, there were indeed some undersized catches, but hardly any dead ones. Moments later, a boy around 7 years old approached Dane hesitantly, showing his catch, Uncle Lang. I only caught large, live ones. Do you want them? Looking at the child, Dane was reminded of Bridget from a month ago. The boy's head was large relative to his body, a clear sign of malnutrition. Wash. The itchy soreness indicated that the wound was beginning to form a scab and heal, a good sign indeed. Theodore's ointment was truly potent, though this sensation was still hard to bear. Entering the kitchen, Leora was busy at the stove. Savannah was squatting beside it, stoking the fire, while Titusui sat obediently nearby, occasionally picking up sticks to pass to Savannah with its mouth. This dog was truly clever. Oh whoa! Titusui noticed Dane first, ran to his legs, and started circling around him in various displays of affection. Though closest to Savannah, this little one could still distinguish who the real boss was in the household. Dane squatted down to stroke Titusui's head, saying, You dog, your bark sounds just like a wolf. Before he finished speaking, Dane froze. Oh no, wasn't this actually a wolf pup? No wonder that wolf didn't eat the duck right in front of it, but fiercely chased after himself. Its pup had been kidnapped by a two-legged beast. It must have gone mad with worry. Although wolves can be domesticated, they are still wild animals at heart and possess a wild nature deep within. What if one day it gets aggressive and bites Savannah? But after only 2 days of contact, the bond between Savannah and Taidasui was already profound. If he were to get rid of Taidasui now, it would deal a severe blow to Savannah's young heart, leaving her with scars she might never heal from. Holding Taidasui's head, Dane said earnestly, Rodney Stinwell, you have an elder, no, junior, called Internet Celebrity Wolf. It used to be a wolf king, but after eating a small bread, it decisively abandoned its wild nature and spent its days wagging its tail and begging by the roadside, living a life of being satisfied every meal. That's your role model. If you're obedient, I can make sure you're satisfied every meal. But if you don't listen, our family can be satisfied in one big meal. Taidasui, What did the two-legged beast say? Didn't understand. Just serve food quickly. Savannah tilted her head and asked, Daddy, what's an internet celebrity wolf? Dane said seriously, a great wolf. A wolf that transcended its lower instincts, and a wolf that directly proved Darwin's theory of evolution. Savannah. Mom, did you understand that? Leora sighed. Lang, are you still sleepy? Dane held his forehead. Oh yeah, I'm sleepwalking. All this is sleep talk. Savannah picked up a stick used to poke the stove hole and swiped at Dane. Uncle says sleepwalkers will get better if they get a beating. Dane hurriedly caught the stick. What did Rodneedle teach you today? Savannah, don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. Leora laughed. All right, stop. Who left the scene awkwardly. This statement thoroughly extinguished any hopes of villagers selling directly to Tiangshangju. At noon, villagers returned with buckets to sell their catches to Dane. As the new rule established yesterday took effect, today's sellers brought few small or dead shrimp and crabs. However, Dane's good mood only lasted half an hour before a voice he detested interrupted it. Second brother, this is the fish, shrimp, and crab we caught early this morning with Kendra 3. How much do you think it's worth? Only someone from the Chin family could evoke such revulsion in Dane. He glanced at Ellen and Aisha and then at the baskets beside them. The fish, shrimp, and crab in your basket are not only tiny but all dead. Did you bring these here expecting me to run a charity? Some villagers, hearing this, nodded in understanding. That morning, the sisters-in-law had trailed behind the group, scooping up everything discarded or accidentally killed by others. Now it was clear. These two collected the unwanted, dead creatures that others had missed and intended to sell them to Dane. The villagers stayed to see how Dane would handle this situation. If he accepted the dead creatures, his rules from yesterday would become a joke. In the future, villagers might bring small, dead catches knowing Dane would accept them regardless. Although prepared for Dane's poor treatment, Ellen's face flushed and her breath fit. How shameless can the Chin family be? Ellen couldn't bear to listen anymore. She squatted on the ground and cried out, Rodnelia, Dane is bullying me. Perry, who was secretly observing nearby, rushed over upon hearing her daughter's voice, furious. What a fine deed you've done, Magnus. Your own sister went through so much trouble to gather fish, shrimp, and crabs for you. And not only did you refuse them, but you also humiliated her in front of everyone. Do you even have a heart? Dane surveyed the surroundings, shrugged his shoulders, and said, My own sister? Where is she? Why can't I see her? He then asked the villagers, Did any of you see my real sister? The villagers, happy to egg on the situation, shouted together. We didn't see anyone. Perry felt as if her hands and feet had turned icy cold. She wished she could tear the mouths of these gawking villagers apart. Dane remained indifferent and said, Aunt Vicky, we no longer have any relationship. Next time you call me, please address me by my full name, Dane. Your son, Magnus, is already dead. Perry trembled as she replied, What did you call me? You beast, you beast. Even after severing ties, you are still my mother, and yet you don't acknowledge your own mother? Dane sneered, You say you're my mother. Do you have any evidence? On your household register, is there the name Dane? Anyway, according to my household register, I am listed as having no father or mother. If you deny this, you are questioning the authority of the government and our legal system. Be careful. You might end up in prison. Hearing these words, Perry shuddered in fear. At the same time, she realized that this son who used to obey her every command without fighting back had completely transformed into someone else. Then Perry thought of an even more terrifying question. Would this completely unrecognizable Dane start investigating that incident? At this thought, Perry's mind raced chaotically, leaving her no time to argue with Dane. She hastily dragged Ellen away. Dane clapped his hands and said to the villagers at the door, All right, the show's over. Let's continue receiving goods. Thus, the receiving process continued intermittently until the sun set, and no more villagers selling fish, shrimp, and crabs showed up. The large water jars that Leora had bought were filled with the catch. As Dane's family was preparing dinner, the carpenter Azai arrived with the blueprints. Dane instructed Leora to pause cooking as they all reviewed the plans together. Eventually, even Aliana joined in, helping choose the style for their new home. Actually, Dane originally wanted to build a modern villa typical of rural areas today, but such a distinctive house would likely cause problems. In the end, after agreement between Leora and Aliana, they decided on the most traditional courtyard house. After signing the contract, Azai promised to begin construction, feeling the lingering tenderness on his fingers. Dear daughter, couldn't you have come a little later? Just a few moments more, and this kiss would have been secured. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. The next morning, Dane had 2 noticeable dark circles under his eyes. Aliana, very curious, asked, Daddy, why are your eyes so dark? Dane looked at his daughter, hesitating to answer. Just then, Leora, who happened to pass by, glanced at Dane and immediately blushed deeply. She wasn't a maiden. She knew why Dane had dark circles under his eyes, but she also had some minor confusion. Didn't the doctor say her husband's health was somewhat weak and needed time to recover? This morning, seeing a certain thing, it certainly didn't seem weak at all. It felt even more robust than on their wedding night. Though eventually, they would fully integrate into each other's lives, Leora hoped that day would arrive in their new home, not in this temporary residence. Why do you ask so many questions? Go brush your teeth and wash your face. After breakfast, take Rodneedle Gray outside to cut some grass for the ducks. Aliana scratched her tiny cheek, finding her mother strange too. But children's moods come and go quickly, and soon she forgot about it. After breakfast, she took Rodneedle Gray near home to cut grass. Dane was thinking of going back to bed when a delivery truck from Harris arrived. Dane had to abandon his smile. City folks have strange tastes. Jeffrey asked, brother, on my way here, I saw Harris's carts. Do you sell all these fish, shrimp, and crabs to Harris? Yes, Dane confirmed. Jeffrey followed up, at what price? If Dane hadn't seen through Jeffrey's intentions after all these years of studying, he would have wasted his education. However, Jeffrey quickly realized his question might have been too direct and hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand, brother. I was just curious. No other intentions? It's fine if you don't want to say. Pretend I never asked. A playful look flashed across Dane's eyes. Hey, it's not a secret. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Jeffrey's eyes lit up with excitement. You're really going to tell me? Shrimp and crabs go for 8 won per pound. Loaches are 10 won per pound. The fish prices are cheaper, ranging between 3 to 5 won per pound. Getting the answer he wanted, Jeffrey picked up his wooden bucket and left. Dane called after him, brother, remember to bring live ones tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Jeffrey walked even faster. About 2 miles outside Xiuxian village, under a large tree, Jeffrey met the person who had commissioned him to gather information. Had Dane been there, he would have instantly recognized this person as Axel, his old drinking buddy. Did you get the information? Axel grabbed Jeffrey's arm eagerly. The popularity of Harris's new dishes had made many people jealous. Business rivals tried to figure out how they were made, while others like Axel focused on the supply chain. Axel first went to Harris, offering them cheaper fish, shrimp, and crabs, but was promptly kicked out by the shop attendant. Undeterred, Axel immediately sought out the manager of xiuxian, a newly opened restaurant that poached Harris's head chef. Expecting that poaching the chef would reduce Harris's customer base, xiuxian's new dishes instead boosted its business. The chef was given an ultimatum to acquire recipes for at least a couple of dishes, or pay 10 times his monthly salary to compensate for xiuxian's losses. The chef visited his former apprentice last night with good wine, using flattery and getting him drunk to successfully extract 2 recipes. With the recipes secured, the focus turned to supplies. Axel approached xiuxian's manager, who offered to buy fish, shrimp, and crabs at whatever price Harris paid, no matter the quantity. Though Axel couldn't get the supply price from Harris's staff, his years of networking in the county helped him learn that Dane, a scholar, supplied Harris. Hearing Dane's name, Axel felt a surge of anger. This guy is hoarding all the profit for himself. With such a golden opportunity, he didn't even inform his buddies. Since you're playing this game, don't blame me for being ruthless. Determined to take over the business, Axel hired someone to gather information about Dane in Xiuxian village. After Jeffrey told him the price, Axel gritted his teeth. That bastard always taught us to repay kindness. I used the money earned here yesterday to buy medicine for Grandpa, and he's feeling much better. Without Uncle, Grandpa wouldn't have recovered so fast. You're my benefactor, and I can't betray you. Touched, Dane patted Xuanhuan on the head. Good boy, Uncle knew you wouldn't let me down. Weighing the catch and paying, Dane said, Xuanhuan, help Uncle by shouting at the village entrance that I'm raising my prices by 2 won per item. He gave Xuanhuan an extra coin for running this errand. Xuanhuan took the money and dashed off. Dane moved his unfinished blueprints from the side room to the courtyard to continue drawing. These diagrams depicted modern inventions he believed could be produced in this era. He needed to write everything down before he forgot, ensuring he could follow the plans if needed without straining his memory. Hashtag chapter 82, Dane's defense breaks. After about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Amato came with his daughter Rachel, carrying a wooden bucket filled with fish, shrimp, and crabs. Dane said, Brother Joshua, there's someone outside the village offering a higher price than me. Why don't you sell to them? Amato shook his head and replied, selling to you makes me feel more secure. Dane smiled and took the fish, shrimp, and crabs from Amato. Just as Amato and his daughter left, Xuanhuan, the messenger, ran back. Uncle Lang, the people from outside the village have raised their prices again. 1 more coin than yours. Dane frowned, thinking that this outsider was not only stingy but also cautious. It seemed that this game could not go on without him getting hurt in the process. He gave Xuanhuan another coin and said, Xuanhuan, please run 1 more errand for me. This time, when you reach the village entrance, tell everyone that I am extremely angry and am throwing things at home. Then inform them that since they are selling their fish, shrimp, and crabs to outsiders and not to me, I will never buy their goods again. Xuanhuan refused to take the money, saying he had already been paid for running errands, then hurried off toward the village entrance. At the village entrance, the villagers were eagerly awaiting Xuanhuan's return. When Xuanhuan first came and told them that Dane had raised his prices, they immediately stopped trading. Now, with Dane and the outsider engaged in a price war, no one could predict how high the prices would go. Selling now would mean a huge loss. Those who had already sold their fish, shrimp, and crabs were especially upset, even considering buying them back to resell at a higher price to Remington. However, Remington was no fool and refused. Helpless, they went back to the river to catch more fish and shrimp. Seeing Xuanhuan return, the villagers who hadn't sold yet were extolled fish, shrimp, and crabs. Axel stepped forward and announced loudly, fellow villagers, today's collection stops here. I'll return to the county town to process this batch, and then come back to collect more. The villagers who hadn't sold their goods became frantic, begging Axel to buy from them first. But Axel was convinced that the villagers and Dane were colluding to cheat him. He refused to buy any more, loaded the catches onto the cart, and sped away. He arrived at the city's Drunken Immortal Inn. Seeing the cart full of fish, shrimp, and crabs, the innkeeper was overjoyed and promptly paid, urging Axel to continue collecting and even buy up Heavenly Residence's supplies. This edit ensures the translation reads naturally in English, maintains consistency, and accurately conveys the meaning of the original text. The term chango is translated as buy up to fit better within the sentence structure and context. Without raw materials, heavenly residents wouldn't be able to attract customers. The innkeeper's words made Axel realize that his concerns were unfounded. Dane wasn't colluding with the villagers. He simply couldn't afford the price war and broke down. The innkeeper's promise was like a reassurance pill for Axel. Free of worries, he prepared to go all in. Returning home while his wife was away, he took all the available silver coins, totaling 10 taels, hired several ox carts, and headed back to River Village. At the village entrance, meeting Remington, he told him to continue collecting. The villagers had been waiting for him and rushed to offer their catches. Since Axel didn't have strict requirements like Dane, the villagers caught fish and shrimp more casually without caring about size. One villager sold a bucket of dead fish and shrimp to Axel at half price, leading to an uncontrolled situation. Villagers returned to the river, picked up previously discarded dead fish and shrimp, and sold them en masse to Axel. Axel accepted everything because the innkeeper only asked him to collect goods without specifying they must be alive. More importantly, dead fish and shrimp bought at half price from the villagers could be sold at full price at the Drunken Immortal Inn, doubling the profit. Working until sunset, Axel finally finished the day's collection. Fellow villagers, I'll be back tomorrow. Keep your catches ready for me. Before leaving, Axel specifically reminded them, fearing they might sell to Dane if he didn't arrive soon. A villager responded, rest assured, young man, we trust you and won't sell to anyone else. Exactly, that bastard Dane isn't worth it. Who cares if he stops buying from us? Young man, please come again. These words delighted Axel. He vowed to return and happily drove off on the cart. However, upon reaching the city, the gates were closed. As a commoner, he had no privilege to have the gates opened for him. Too close, and he might even be shot by the archers on the wall. Reluctantly, Axel spent the night peering through the window. His expression darkened instantly. Get lost now, he roared. Axel, being naturally a scoundrel and concerned about the money, wouldn't comply. Instead, he climbed through the window and strode over to confront the innkeeper directly. I've brought you your fish, shrimp, and crabs. You want me to leave? Hurry up and pay me. The innkeeper didn't mince words. Rising from his seat, he snapped, go to hell. Did we sign any contract saying you deliver and I must accept? Your intrusion is illegal. I can report you to the authorities. This frightened Axel. Men like him dreaded going to the authorities the most. His demeanor softened immediately. Greg, what's wrong? Everything was fine yesterday, wasn't it? Truthfully, the innkeeper realized that this anger had less to do with Axel than with other matters. Seeing Axel's softened stance, he couldn't remain angry either. Sighing, he explained, we won't be accepting fish, shrimp, or crabs anymore. If you want to sell, try Tianshangju. Axel panicked. That was precisely why he'd come here. He couldn't sell to Tianshangju. Now suggesting he do so seemed like a setup. Why stop accepting them suddenly? If you think the price isn't right, let's negotiate. The innkeeper shook his head. It's not about the price. It's because Tianshangju duped me. The 2 recipes stolen by the chef from Tianshangju were incomplete. Jiaomer of Tianshangju had anticipated Xiuxian might attempt this trick, so he instructed his chefs to provide false recipes if approached. So, what the Xiuxian chef thought was genuine were merely guides to disaster. After delivering the first batch of goods, Xiuxian launched Tianshangju's signature dishes at half the price. Initially, patrons flocked in, making the tavern bustling. However, less than an hour later, numerous diners suffered severe reactions, vomiting and suffering from diarrhea on the spot. The place became filthier than a toilet. Patrons waiting outside quickly fled. Those inside tried to drag the innkeeper to the authorities for questioning. To avoid trouble, the innkeeper paid 20 taels in compensation. Hearing this account, Axel turned pale and bolted for the door. The innkeeper, realizing something, lunged forward and grabbed Axel's sleeve. You're not leaving. The recipes may be fake, but so many diners wouldn't react like that unless your delivery was tainted. Definitely those dead shrimp and crabs you sent caused this. Axel protested hurriedly, Greg, don't make things up. All I delivered were fresh fish, shrimp, and crabs, which couldn't possibly be problematic. The innkeeper retorted, many of the fish, shrimp, and crabs you delivered yesterday were already dead. Guests reacted severely due to consuming those. You can't make me shoulder this alone. You must share the loss. Axel's voice cracked with desperation. Greg, this is clearly your fault. What does it have to do with me? Don't expect me to cover the losses. Let go of me, or I'll be rude. One of the staff checked the bucket outside and loudly reported, Greg, he sent more dead fish, shrimp, and crabs. Delighted, the innkeeper said, evidence is outside. You can't deny it now. Regretting ever buying cheap, Axel wished he hadn't gotten involved. The innkeeper, having a scapegoat, wasn't letting him go easily. He ordered a servant, go to the authorities and get officers. Move all evidence to the back before anyone touches it. Stricken, Axel blurted, these fish, shrimp, and crabs aren't for sale. I'm eating them myself. Save the lies. Everyone heard you announce it earlier. Now it's too late to retract. Axel asked, what do you want? Money. 10 taels. Crying, Axel said, I don't have that much. Go to the authorities then, the innkeeper barked. With a mournful look, Axel confessed, I only have 7 taels. Is that okay? Nonsense. Hand it over. Axel dumped all his silver into the innkeeper's hands. The innkeeper signaled a servant to collect the money before letting go of Axel. Take your dead creatures and scram. Standing on the street, Axel felt lost, wondering how everything went awry. He should have been getting rich, not losing 10 taels. Thinking of the relentless questioning he'd face at home, his legs trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't return empty-handed. He needed to fix this. Just covering half would help. Rallying his spirits, Axel returned to the cart service, using the last dozen copper coins hidden under his shoe to rent 2 ox carts. Carrying the fish, shrimp, and crabs, he started hawking along the streets. But the residents saw only lifeless seafood and weren't interested. After 15 minutes, he sold only 2 fish, with no buyers for the shrimp or crabs. As temperatures rose, the mortality rate increased. Urgently, Axel directed the carts toward River Village, where Dane could buy these goods. He hoped past friendship would sway Dane to help once more. Chapter 84. Ugly and yet full of dreams. As Axel rushed to River Village in a hurry, Dane sat in the vehicle from Sky Mansion and arrived at Upper River Village. After yesterday's market disruption in the village, Dane had sent word to Jetty to mobilize the villagers for fishing and catching shrimp, and he was to pick them up early the next day. The chefs traveling with Sky Mansion were also aware of the situation in the village, so they had no complaints about the longer journey. In fact, one of them thought it was a good opportunity to learn some culinary skills from Dane. Dane casually provided some guidance that made the chef ecstatic. With these insights, it wouldn't be long before he could become the head chef at Sky Mansion. The price hard. They were unkind first. Brother-in-law is within rights to be unfair. Dane replied, not exactly abandonment. After all, sellers hope to get more money for their goods. If someone offered more than me, switching suppliers is natural. But while I understand that, it still irks me a bit. Lowering the price teaches them a lesson and makes me more money. I'm leaving now. I'll be late, and your sister will worry. Back in the village, Dane found a crowd gathered at the entrance, all visibly agitated. The man surrounded by them had a familiar back. But Dane wasn't interested in the commotion and took a detour around the village. Unbeknownst to Dane, the surrounded man was Axel. Villagers had been waiting at the entrance since morning. Axel had promised to return for the produce. Finally, almost noon, he showed up. Despite the wait, he did come. However, Axel's first words infuriated the villagers completely. He wasn't buying anymore. Do you city folk take advantage of us villagers being honest? You said you'd buy, and now you're backing out? Have you any sense of decency? Yeah, we got up before dawn to catch these fish and shrimps. A few almost got bitten by snakes. Look at my hands, mauled by crabs. Don't you feel bad for all this hardship? I think he doesn't want to buy but wants to lower the price. Shrimp, coming to me means wanting me to clean up his mess? So ugly yet dreams so big. In business, there's no such thing as taking. Everyone finds their way, right? You have more capital. Villagers selling to you is natural. To be honest, your offer was tempting. I just caught 7 or 8 pounds of fish and shrimp, planning to sell to you. Axel, annoyed and embarrassed, forced a smile. Brother, please stop teasing me. I've reconsidered. I'm not suited for business. You've studied, smarter than me. Business suits you. Dane sighed. Brother, don't say that. A scholar doing business would be seen as hopeless. If not desperate, I wouldn't do something low profile like this. But now it's better. You solved my problem. From now on, I'll catch 7 to 10 pounds daily for you, and we can barely get by. Chapter 85. Reaching too far. Axel was in a panic. If Dane didn't take this batch of goods, he would lose 10 taels of silver. Brother Erlang, listen to me. I've decided not to do this business anymore. I'll sell you all these fish, shrimp, and crabs at a discount. You help me out by taking them and delivering them to the heavenly abode. Dane glanced casually and said, Axel, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your goods, they're not up to standard. The heavenly abode has very high requirements for ingredients. Your batch is too small in size, and most of them are already dead. How can I accept them? Axel hurriedly came beside the cart, grabbed a crab, and said, they're not dead, just not lively. Look, it's still moving. However, no matter how much Axel shook, the crab showed no response. It was clearly dead. Dane said, river fresh produce is all about freshness. Dead ones, nobody wants. Axel's face turned pale as he grabbed Dane's hand, pleading with tears in his eyes, brother, please help me out this time. This deal, not only did I not make any money, but I also lost 10 taels. If I return home empty-handed, my wife will beat me to death. Please, take these goods and give me a way out. Dane dislodged Axel's hand, feeling repulsed. I can take them, but on my terms. Axel wiped away his tears, asking, what terms? Dead ones, 21 per bucket. Rodneve ones, I won't quibble over size, 5 per pound. Axel quickly calculated and found that, at this price, he could barely get back 2 yen of silver, barely enough to escape a severe beating from his hearing lion. Axel cried and pleaded, brother, the price is too low. Can you raise it a bit? 31 per bucket for the dead ones, and 10 per pound for the live ones? Dane made a move to close. Lansong instructed a servant to send the goods to the kitchen. As you see, our business is booming day by day. We need more fish, shrimp, and crabs. So, can you increase the supply? Dane was a bit surprised. He knew the heavenly abode's business would be good, but he didn't expect it to be this good. After all, the new dishes were expensive and didn't fill one up. In an era where people struggled for basic sustenance, seeing so many patrons willing to spend big on seafood indeed puzzled Dane. Upon reflection, Dane realized something. The current heavenly abode was like the bubble tea shop, xiuxian from his past life. It always had long queues, especially during holidays, resembling the rush of spring festival travel. Tourists, knowing the wait, still queued for hours to buy it for social media. Similarly, the heavenly abode was now the county's xiuxian, with its brand attracting diners not just for food but for status. Dane nodded. No problem, boss. I'll increase the supply when I get back. Lance Song was delighted. Brother Chen, hearing that reassures me. At that moment, a servant returned and reported the weight of the shrimp and crabs. Lance Song promptly paid the silver. Dane then asked, do you have heavenly abodes in other counties? Lance Song gave a half smile. What? Is my place not satisfactory enough for you? Dane replied openly, I'm building a house, and the financial pressure is significant. So, I thought I could earn more. Lance Song sighed. Brother Chen, not that I don't want to help, but I can't. The heavenly abode was a chain with headquarters in Rodney and Shui County. This branch had always underperformed the others, making Lance Song feel inferior to his employer. Dane's recipes allowed Lance Song to finally stand tall, but because of the chain system, he couldn't keep them exclusive. Anticipating future demands, Lance Song visited Rodney in Shui and handed over the recipes first. His employer praised him and rewarded him with extra silver. The employer then distributed the recipes to other branches, selecting suppliers personally for each county. Lance Song managed to keep Dane as a supplier despite the changes, but he never told Dane this, wanting to avoid the impression of seeking repayment. Learning the other branches had selected their suppliers, Dane felt a pang of regret. Even one more county's contract would multiply his income. Yet, he soon accepted it. Expanding rapidly without solid foundations was risky. Lacking risk management, any slip-up could lead to bankruptcy. One must walk step by step, steady and sure. Rushing too fast could lead to trouble. Chapter 86. Will not sell at any cost, but will sell if not dead. Manager Lance was also observing Dane's expression. Seeing him transition from disappointment to calmness, his evaluation of Dane increased another notch. This young man could stay grounded and not be overly ambitious. His future achievements were boundless. Brother Chen, there's a favor this Lance wishes to ask, Manager Lance said. Dane replied, Manager Lance, please speak freely. Manager Lance continued, business is good now, but the variety of new dishes is still limited. Brother Chen, do you have any other new recipes? I'm willing to pay a high price for them. Dane pondered for a moment and said, I do have more recipes, but I need to try them out myself first to confirm their correctness before we can finalize any transactions. Understood. I'll wait for your good news. After saying this, Manager Lance had one of the shop assistants bring paper and ink, and he wrote up a contract. The contract clearly stated that if Dane's new recipes received unanimous approval from the kitchen apprentices, Tiang Shangju would purchase them at 3 taels each. Of course, if they didn't receive approval, the contract would be nullified. Dane greatly appreciated Manager Lance's actions because handling things by the book was the most convenient way. As for whether the new recipes would gain the cook's approval, Dane wasn't worried at all. After bidding farewell to Manager Lance, Dane went straight to the grain shop. He needed to buy a large quantity of soybeans to make a food that didn't exist in this era but was extra for her family. Whatever Ellen did was none of his business. Dane inquired at a place specializing in livestock and found out that a donkey cost at least 9 taels of silver, while a mule was slightly cheaper at around 6 taels. Cattle and horses were prohibitively expensive, beyond what Dane could currently afford. He had to save money for building a house. After all, looking at the animals in the market, Dane suddenly thought of the wolf he had killed. Did Francis manage to handle it properly? So, Dane went back to Pingji Rodnian but found only an apprentice. The old physician Joshua Simeon was attending patients in another county, and Francis was out on errands and hadn't returned yet. Could something have gone wrong? Dane felt an unexplained worry. Fortunately, the apprentice's next words eased his concerns. The master mentioned he would return by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Relieved, Dane thanked the apprentice and left. Before leaving the city, he saw a vendor selling sugar figurines and bought a few for Aliana. This time, there was no need to hide them. He could take them back openly. Having bought a gift for his daughter, he couldn't forget his wife. Dane made another stop at a cosmetic shop and bought some rouge and face powder for Leora, along with 2 bars of bathing soap. With these purchases done, he hurriedly left the city and returned to the village. Following the usual route, he entered the village from the end. Just as he jumped off the cart, a group of villagers surrounded him. Each held wooden buckets filled with fish, shrimp, and crabs. Gustav, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Yeah, we've been skipping work in the fields just in case we missed you. Now that you're back, quickly take our fish, shrimp, and crabs. We have much to do. Dane gave a half smile. Uncles, aunties, aren't you mistaken? Shouldn't you be looking for someone who buys at higher prices instead of coming to me? This comment made the scene awkward. Gustav, saying that isn't very nice. We are all from the same village, neighbors indeed. Let's not get angry. Dane said, I'm not angry. I'm genuinely concerned for you. That other buyer pays several times the price I do. Selling to me would be a big loss. The villagers exchanged glances, feeling a bit confused. While the previous buyer offered higher prices, they weren't several times higher. Someone asked, Gustav, does that mean you'll still buy them, just at a lower price? Dane nodded. You can understand it that way. So how low? The person asked cautiously. Dane answered, for all types of fish, shrimp, crabs, and loaches, 1 coin each. The villagers became upset immediately. How many coins can we earn after working hard all day and night? No way, absolutely not. At this price, we can't agree. Fellow villagers, right? Others echoed their sentiment, agreeing that Dane's price was too low. Crossing his arms, Dane remained silent, staring at the loudest villager. As he stared, the noise gradually decreased until it stopped completely. The man Dane stared at, Uncle Stone 3, felt increasingly uneasy under Dane's gaze. Irritated, he said, Gustav, stop staring and speak up. Dane responded, Uncle 3, if you find my price unreasonable, you can sell to whoever you think is reasonable. I won't stop you. Those who accept this price can come to my house later. The conditions remain the same, small or dead ones, I don't want. With that, he left. Stone 3 turned red with anger and yelled, Gustav Chen, don't get cocky. Do you think you're the only one who buys fish, shrimp, crabs, and loaches? I bet I can sell them elsewhere. Want us to work for free for you? Forget it. Without turning back, Dane said, I, Gustav Chen, follow rules strictly and never engage in forced buying or selling. Those who want to sell should come to me. Those who don't like my price should find other buyers. Seeing Dane's firm attitude, the villagers didn't know what to do next. As they hesitated, Stone 3 picked up his bucket and walked toward Dane's house. Old Stone, where are you going? Your home isn't in this direction. You're not planning to sell your fish, shrimp, and crabs to Dane, are you? You said you wouldn't sell to him at this price. This move would also have an adverse effect. Villagers would develop a strong aversion toward Chan Jeremiah. Initially, thanks to the help from the Vicky family, Chan Jeremiah's reputation in the village had improved. But after this incident, the villagers might side with the Vicky family once more. Given the large crowd, Leora didn't want to discuss this with Dane immediately. She could only endure it for now. intending to talk about the implications later once they finished receiving the goods. After about an hour, Xuanhuan arrived with 2 buckets of fish, shrimp, and crabs. After weighing them, Dane loudly announced the final price. The villagers listened carefully, noticing something was off. Xuanhuan's fish, shrimp, and loaches were purchased according to their categories, and each type was priced 1 coin higher than before. Xuanhuan hurriedly reminded him, "Uncle Lang, did you miscalculate? These 2 buckets of river fresh aren't worth this much money." Dane pulled on Xuanhuan's sleeve, stuffing a large handful of copper coins into it, the jingle of the coins sounding quite delightful. "No mistake, this is a reward for loyalty," Dane said with a smile. Xuanhuan left happily, while the remaining villagers erupted in chaos. "What do you mean by this, Jeremiah? Why should Xuanhuan's goods be bought at a higher price, but not ours? You must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, we will go to the village chief to settle this. No one bullies people like this. We're all villagers. How can you treat us like this?" Dane remained calm. "Fellow villagers, I said earlier that I'm giving Xuanhuan a higher price because of his loyalty. When everyone abandoned me, only Xuanhuan and brother Amato continued to sell their goods to me. He stood by me without giving up, so naturally, I need to reward him. A sage once said, 'How shall we repay grievances? With kindness. How shall we repay kindness? With greater kindness.' To repay kindness, nothing can be more virtuous." The villagers felt their faces burn with shame. Dane was indirectly criticizing them for their disloyalty. But at the same time, the villagers realized that Dane wasn't heartless. He treated those who were kind to him with equal kindness. Understanding this, the villagers' resentment towards Dane diminished, replaced by a sense of guilt. After Dane bought Amato's shrimp and crabs at the same price as Xuanhuan's, the villagers not only felt guilty but also regretful. Of course, not everyone felt this way. A small number of villagers still thought Jeremiah was despicable, only selling to him because he monopolized the business now. Once another buyer came to the village, this small group would quickly abandon Dane. Dane couldn't guess everyone's thoughts, but even if he knew, he wouldn't try to retain these people. After sending off the last villager who sold fish, Dane closed the gate and prepared to start making tofu. Before that, he handed the sugar figurines to Aliana. He had been too busy harvesting and hadn't taken care of his daughter. Luckily, Aliana now had Rodneytel Gray as a playmate and wouldn't be bored. Making tofu was most challenging at the coagulation stage. The other steps were purely labor-intensive. Being listed alongside rowing and blacksmithing as one of the 3 hardest tasks in ancient society, it was evident how arduous making tofu could be. This was why Dane had considered buying an animal to help. Relying solely on manpower to grind beans would only yield enough tofu for the family. To supply larger quantities, external assistance was necessary. Thinking about these things now was premature. Dane had never made tofu before, only watching instructional videos online. To make tofu successfully, extensive experimentation was required. Most households had a grinding stone, and Chenlao's family had an old stone mill that could barely be used after cleaning. The couple worked through the night, failing countless times, until they finally made the world's first block of tofu. Dane tasted it, finding it identical to the tofu from his previous life. "My goodness, this is truly exhausting. From now on, grinding beans must be done by someone else. We can't handle it." Dane sat on a stool, breathing heavily. Chapter 88. Hiring help. She kissed me. She kissed me. Does this mean she has completely accepted me? Dane was so happy he wanted to sing at the top of his lungs and even perform a bit of yanga, but a slight movement sent a searing pain through his back. Leora's face was as red as dawn. That move had drained all her courage. She felt limp and lacked strength. The couple gazed at each other until a soft murmur from Aliana broke the moment. "Sugar figurine, delicious." Dane and Leora both chuckled silently at once. "Go to sleep." Leora blew out the candle, climbed carefully onto the bed, then leaned against Dane's shoulder. "Whatever you are, I'm with you for life." The next day, Dane found his back hurting even more than yesterday, making it impossible for him to get up. Thus, he could only let Leora communicate with Tianshangju's convoy. It was the first time Leora did such a thing, and she was quite nervous, even getting the money calculations wrong. She could only bring the ledger to Dane. After Dane calculated the price, he gave the book back to her. Then he asked Leora to inform the chef at Tianshangju that due to recurring injuries, he couldn't research new dishes temporarily, and please ask Xiaomer to understand. After Leora left, Dane started thinking that their family business would grow in the future, and he wouldn't be able to handle everything alone. Although Leora hadn't been to school, she was smart. He could try teaching her some basic arithmetic. Moreover, Aliana was old enough to learn too. He could teach both of them together. Speaking of textbooks, the books Dane used for child examinations were all sold for money, and frankly, Dane thought the children's educational materials of this era weren't suitable for teaching kids. Anyway, he was confined to bed rest and couldn't do much else, so why not take this opportunity to write a set of textbooks? Not too complicated, just things like multiplication tables, 100 family surnames, and selected Tang poetry and song lyrics. Girls didn't have the qualifications for schooling in this era. Even if Aliana became a learned scholar, her only option would be marriage. Of course, who she married was still her choice. The more educated she was, the better her options for selecting a husband. Thinking about this, Dane suddenly felt sad. His little girl would eventually be taken away by someone else. "Aliana." Dane called. Aliana trotted in, saying, "Daddy, you called?" Dane said, "Come here, let Daddy hug you." Aliana thought Dane's wound hurt again, so she immediately snuggled close, hugging his head and touching his hair. "Pet, pet, no pain." She remembered how Leora would comfort her when Vicky beat her before. Dane spoke earnestly, "Dear daughter, listen carefully." Aliana blinked her watery big eyes. "Daddy, what is it?" Dane sternly said, "Boys are very nasty, stay away from them." Aliana to read and do arithmetic, which takes time. Leora shook her head. "I can't do it, I'm too stupid." Dane held her hand. "Neve, learning isn't for passing exams, don't worry. Just learn basic arithmetic, to manage finances. And think about it, Knowing arithmetic can prevent me from hiding private savings. Otherwise, I could stash away some daily income, and you wouldn't notice. Blushing, Leora said, you talk as if I'm a jealous woman. Our money is yours anyway, you hide it if you want. Dane said seriously, Neve, you're wrong. As a couple, every penny earned is ours, not just one person's. He glanced at Aliana, including Aliana's share. So you should manage household income. Seeing Dane's sincerity, Leora pondered for a long while and said, okay, I'll try. If I can't learn, don't laugh at me. Dane told Aliana, sweetheart, starting today, you'll study reading and writing with your mom and me. Aliana nodded eagerly. Yes, I love reading and writing. Dane switched the topic back to hiring help. Neve, who in the village do you think should we hire? Leora thought and replied, for grinding beans, Brother Broderick is a good choice. He's strong despite being a bit slow. Also, Big Brother Joshua can help. He sold his land and has no other income. Fishing will only last a few months, after which, you. Tyson pondered for a moment before asking, Gustav, I don't want wages, but I have a request. Dane was surprised and asked, what is it? I saw you teaching Aliana to read just now. If you're willing to teach my daughter Rachel, not only will I grind your beans for free, but I'll give you all the fish and shrimps we catch. Dane was taken aback. He never expected Tyson to propose such terms. As a landless man, he relied on casual labor and barely made ends meet. Only recently, by selling crabs and shrimp, did he improve their situation slightly. But he was willing to sacrifice everything just for his daughter's education, which showed both courage and deep love for his child. A gesture that moved Dane. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Dane sighed, Brother Joshua, please consider this carefully. By catching fish and grinding beans, you make a steady income of 30 to 40 coins a day. Over a month, that's over an ounce of silver, which could buy you a house or some land in a year or two. By giving up this income, you're not just losing current stability but also securing your family's future. Tyson responded firmly, it's because I didn't have an education that I've struggled so much. I don't want my daughter to follow the same path. Money can be earned again, but the chance to study, once missed, can never be regained. Dane knew this to be true, as girls in this era were not allowed in private schools. A bucket of beans required 3 buckets of water. Broderick just needed to follow these steps. Next, Dane showed how to refine the initial batch of bean juice using simple methods. He divided the remaining beans between Tyson and Broderick to take home and grind. They just needed to bring the bean juice back the next morning. For curdling, only Leora would handle it, trusting no outsiders yet. Rachel stayed to study with Aliana. Dane planned to teach the two children about the 100 family surnames, when he suddenly remembered something. Neve, he said, check if Malachi is around. If so, please ask him to come here. Soon, Leora returned with Malachi. Gustav, you wanted to see me? Malachi asked. Do you need anything? Dane replied, Brother Rodney, I'd like to set up a long-term deal with you. Malachi intrigued. Oh, what's the plan? I need you to buy yellow beans from the county and deliver them here each morning for 20 coins per trip. Interested? Malachi agreed readily. It was easy money, anyone would jump at it. When should we start? Malachi asked. In 2 days, Dane answered. No problem. Let me know if there's anything else. I'll be going. Malachi left shortly after. Dane escorted him out, then returned to teaching the kids. Sometime later, villagers arrived with wooden buckets full of fish to sell. Dane ended the lesson and started receiving deliveries with Leora, and continued working. After leading Francis into the courtyard, Dane told the villagers, Dear neighbors, we have honored guests today. We'll stop receiving goods after this batch, please understand. The villagers showed understanding. After seeing off the last villager, Dane urgently asked, Brother Osiris, why did it take so long? Francis clapped his hands, and his little apprentice placed a large box on the table. I delayed because I was making this for you. You need to treat me to a great meal today to make up for my trouble. Curiously, Dane opened the box and found a crossbow inside. Bewildered, Dane asked, Why would you give me this? I don't go hunting. What use do I have for it? You're just being ungrateful, Francis said. In this world, the most dangerous thing isn't wild beasts, it's people. You're now considered a semi-rich man, and there are many eyes watching you. If thieves come to rob you, having a crossbow can save your life even if you can't save your money. The bowstring of this crossbow is made from wolf tendons. Only the best butchers can strip them fully, and they need to be soaked for 2 days after being stripped. That's why I came back later than expected. Hearing this, Dane stood up and bowed deeply to Francis. Just now, I was impolite. This gift is indeed valuable. I thank Brother Osiris for your generosity. Francis smiled, all pieces of silver, and left. Shortly after, Leora returned with Broderick and Dennis, carrying the jar of yellow wine. Pouring a bowl of yellow wine, Dane added washed shrimp and spices, creating a classic dish of drunken shrimp. Next, he prepared tofu dishes like steamed fish with tofu, stir-fried silkworms with tofu, etc. While entertaining Francis, he experimented with new recipes, achieving both purposes. When all the dishes were ready, Leora led the children into the kitchen. Dane pulled her, saying, Join us. Leora whispered, Women and children can't sit at the main table during a feast. Dane replied, We don't follow those old-fashioned rules here. Sit. Francis laughed and said, Kendra, join us. I consider Dane a close brother. No need for formalities. After Leora sat down, Dane pointed to the drunken shrimp and said, Kids can't eat this, but feel free with the rest. Everyone, don't be shy. Treat this like home. Dig in. Francis used his chopsticks to point at the soft tofu in the plate. Israel, what's this? Dane replied, This is tofu, a new ingredient I made. Tofu? Francis laughed. Israel, you're truly multi-talented. Not only do you cook, but you create ingredients too. But I didn't come today for tofu. I came for freshwater delicacies. With that, he picked a crab from the plate and said, Let me taste what's so special about it. Francis nodded. That makes sense. Having a carriage will make your trips easier. Remember to find me when you go. I can advise you. Dane bowed. Of course. I'll disturb you then. Francis returned the gesture. Farewell. Chapter 91. The retiring of the needling net. That night, Dane discussed the matter of buying livestock with Leora. Previously, they couldn't afford to buy them due to financial difficulties, but today Francis brought over more than 10 taels of silver, which was now enough to buy some animals. The dilemma lay in deciding what to buy. Donkeys were the cheapest option, but their versatility was too limited. They could only be used for milling, and not for plowing or pulling carts. Mules were a bit more expensive. Though they could carry loads and pull carts, anything too heavy would be beyond their capacity. Cattle were the most versatile. Almost anything could be done with them. Plowing fields, pulling carts, grinding mills, and they weren't too difficult to raise. Their main drawback was that they weren't very fast. Horses were the most stylish choice, but also the most delicate and had the highest maintenance costs. Dane leaned towards buying a horse. Despite its various shortcomings, as they say, being stylish is a lifelong endeavor. However, Leora disagreed. While horses looked handsome, besides pulling carts, they had no other use. Using a horse for plowing, Aliana pouted in disappointment. Dane interjected, Neve, let's close shop for a day and take the whole family to the county town. Buying livestock is a big deal. Everyone should participate. Leora shook her head. If we all leave, who will collect the fish and shrimp? Why don't you take her to the county while I stay home and watch the house? Dane persuaded for a while, but Leora was adamant about staying behind. Reluctantly, Dane gave in. However, leaving Leora alone at home also seemed improper. He didn't fear trouble from the villagers, but he worried Perry might cause issues in his absence. After some thought, Dane decided to go to Xiuxian village to ask Andrea, Titus's wife, for help. He would also deliver the needling net and crab traps to Titus. He had been considering who to give these tools to, as the villagers' daily visits to sell shrimps and crabs marked the end of the needling net and crab traps' active service. Throwing them away seemed wasteful since they were still functional. Especially the crab trap, hand-woven by Neve, couldn't just be discarded. Giving them to the villagers felt wrong. Using tools provided by him to catch seafood and then sell it back to him made him feel like a fool. Giving them to Titus felt right. After all, they were family. Deciding on this, Dane told Aliana he had to run an errand, but would take her to the county town upon return. Aliana nodded and promised to practice writing the few characters she learned yesterday while he was gone. Dane first went to where he hid the needling net and crab traps. Over a couple of days, the crab trap had been damaged, with the edges torn by water creatures, allowing all the captured fish and shrimp to escape. Titus would need to patch it up himself. The most valuable part of the needling net was the net itself, so Dane took it and discarded the rest. Finally, he picked up the fishing rod. This rod held sentimental value, so Dane decided to keep it safe at home. On the road, he caught a ride on a returning ox cart heading to Xiuxian village. Half an hour later, Dane arrived at Titus's house. Seeing Dane holding cages in one hand, a fishing rod in the other, and a net draped over his shoulder, Titus asked, Brother-in-law, aren't people from your village selling fish to you anymore? Dane replied, No, business is fine. These are gifts for you. The crab trap was woven by your sister. I couldn't bear to throw it away, but keeping it at home wouldn't utilize it. So, I brought it here for you. Remember to place some innards inside when you put it in the river the first time. You'll have a good catch the next day. It has a hole now. You'll need to fix it yourself. As for this net, let me teach you how to use it. A few pieces of tofu to show xiuxian, the owner of Tianjisheng residence. Note: this translation keeps character names in pinyin as requested, maintains paragraph structure, and ensures natural English phrasing. Chapter 92. Lance Hernango was conquered by tofu. When the delivery team from Tianshangju arrived, Dane hitched a ride back to the county town with them. The accompanying chef was so excited about Dane's intention to show his skills at Tianshangju that he chattered nonstop throughout the journey. Upon arriving at Tianshangju, Dane showed off his tofu, which elicited numerous exclamations of admiration from all the chefs. After casually preparing a few dishes, he managed to completely win over Lance Hernango, the proprietor of Tianshangju, who signed a supply contract on the spot. Tianshangju agreed to purchase tofu at a price of 51 per pound. Lance Hernango did not feel this price was high at all, because tofu was a brand new ingredient that could not be replicated by anyone else in the foreseeable future. Anyone wanting to eat tofu would have to come to Tianshangju. This truly was a monopoly business. Although Xiuxian had made a big joke out of things, the renowned chef they had poached from Tianshangju was indeed skilled. After a day of secluded study, he had managed to turn the fake recipe into a real one. However, due to preaching a few steps, an elderly man dressed in tattered clothes stopped Dane, tearfully pleading, Young man, you're looking to buy a cow, right? Please buy mine. My wife is waiting for the money to save her life. He even knelt before Dane. Startled, Dane quickly helped him up, saying, Sir, please stand up. You're making me lose years off my life. Where's your cow? Can I see it first? Ellis guided Dane to a stable and pointed at a sickly, yellowish cow inside. It's this one, young man. Have mercy and buy it, will you? I'll give it to you at a discount since my wife needs the money urgently. Looking at the weak cow, Dane felt exasperated. Are you taking me for a fool, sir? This cow looks like it won't make it through tomorrow. You want me to buy it just to butcher it? Besides, slaughtering a cow requires government approval, and even if I could, I'd probably hesitate to eat its meat. What if it has mad cow disease? Bystanders selling cattle watched the spectacle with crossed arms. They knew this old man had been using the same story in the market for over 10 days now. If his wife really needed urgent money, she'd have passed away long ago with these claims stretching over so many days. Just as Dane was at a loss for what to do, Francis spoke up from behind. 8 taels, will you sell? Ellis exclaimed joyfully. Sell? Dane turned to look at Francis, bewildered. Francis gave a slight nod, signaling Dane to follow his lead and explaining later. Man was just playing tricks on him. He didn't think anyone would buy that cow since it had been in the market for days. Now, someone suddenly offered 10 taels of silver to buy it. Either the old man was crazy, or the buyer was. But after persistent pleading from the old man, the official was brought to the cattle pen. Pointing at Francis and Dane, The old man said, "Sir, do they look like madmen?" Upon seeing Francis, the official was slightly surprised. "Rodnetal Master Dr. Osiris, it's you? You want to buy this cow?" Francis nodded. "But this cow—" The old man quickly interrupted the official. "Sir, don't speak rashly." Francis said, "I am well aware of this cow's condition. Officer, please write up the contract." Seeing Francis didn't seem to be lying, the official had no choice but to write out a sales contract. After both parties stamped their fingerprints, the transaction was complete. "Pay up, quickly," the old man urged again. After Dane handed over the money, the old man bolted away. Seeing this, the official couldn't help but sigh. "Rodnetal Master Dr. Osiris and this gentleman, you two have really been cheated. Didn't he tell you he needed the money to save his wife's life? His wife died over 7 years ago. This old man is quite a playboy, spending his earnings on prostitutes despite his age." Dane was taken aback. "Really? Absolute emerald water crystal beast." Impulsively, he decided to purchase it. Dane led the cow to the market's outskirts, where a timber shop sold various types of carts, including ready-made ones. Unwilling to wait, Dane spent 5 mace of silver on an immediate cart. Thus, he joined the ranks of car owners. Sitting on the cart, whip in hand, he gently flicked it onto the cow's back. The cow trotted forward, clop clop. Dane marveled. "Now I can enjoy poetry too." Arriving at Pingji Forest, Francis returned, also towing a cart piled high with beef. Francis directed the driver to load all the beef onto Dane's cart, and then led him to the backyard. "Wait a moment." Francis rushed into the house. Confused, Dane wondered what Francis was doing. Soon, Francis emerged holding a money bag and thrust it into Dane's hands. Dane was more confused. "What does this mean? Why give me money?" Francis grinned. "I said I'd give you a surprise." "Not a surprise, more like a shock," Dane commented, weighing the bag. "There's a decent amount in here. 30 taels?" Francis laughed. "You're pretty good. You can estimate just by feeling." Dane laughed wryly. "Is that the point? The real question is why you're giving me money. Weren't you letting them move the beef onto your cart?" Francis explained. "Beef isn't worth much. It's the bezor. Get the beef braised and send it over through someone else." Francis was delighted. "Then let me thank you in advance." Dane bade farewell to Francis and drove the ox cart to find his Uncle Xuanhuan. When the Chin family severed ties, Uncle Xuanhuan had helped a lot. Lately, he's been too busy with various matters and didn't have time to express his gratitude. Now that he had some time today, he decided to visit and thank him. Arriving at Xuanhuan's door, Dane knocked and called out, "Uncle, it's me, Dane. Are you home?" Xuanhuan, who was resting in the courtyard, rushed over to open the door, pleasantly surprised. "Gustav, how did you come here?" Dane smiled. "I came to the city on business today and thought I'd drop by to see you, bringing some beef along." Xuanhuan said, "You kid, now that we've separated households and severed relations, you're in need of money. Why spend on such things unnecessarily? Does Uncle even lack this one bite of beef? Take it back for Neve and Aliana to eat." Dane responded, "Uncle, I have a whole cartload of beef." After pointing at the ox cart, Xuanhuan was taken aback. "Bought so much? Where did you get the money?" Dane said, "Has Uncle tried the new dishes launched at Tianshangju yet?" Xuanhuan replied, "Once. What's up?" "These new dishes recipes are what I sold to Tianshangju. They also buy fish, shrimp, and crabs from me daily." Dane added, "So Uncle, I've accumulated quite a bit." No villagers were selling fish, shrimp, or crabs. Leora was teaching Andrea how to make tofu. Jetty was holding their second child, dozing off on a chair. Aliana, Ambria, and Imogen were squatting down practicing writing with sticks. Seeing Dane return, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around. Aliana was the first to spot the ox cart parked at the door, her eyes wide with excitement. "Daddy, is this our ox cart?" Dane smiled and nodded, "Yes. Wow, we have ox. Aliana danced and ran over to pet the ox. Ambria remained calm because her family already had an ox cart. Imogen felt envious, but her admiration quickly faded when she remembered her father's words, "Study diligently, and anything will be possible in the future." Dane said, "Xiuanhuan, help me unload the beef." Jetty handed the baby to his wife and went to the cart. "Brother-in-law, did you buy 2 oxen?" Dane replied, "Let's get it inside first. I'll explain later." The 3 girls joined in to help, carrying smaller parts like ox hooves and offal. Halfway through unloading, Tessa arrived to take Imogen home and joined in the effort. As they left, Dane tried to give him a pound of beef, but Tessa refused, leaving with Imogen in his arms. Dane didn't chase after him, knowing the beef would last several days and could be enjoyed when they visited for dinner. Leora declared, "Xiuanhuan, you've helped us so many times. It's high time for your brother and me to help you back." She then took out 2 taels of silver from the purse Dane brought. "Here's the money." Jetty hesitated to accept, but under Leora's stern gaze, he complied. Dane thought, this must be the bloodline suppression of an eldest sister. All right, that's settled. Now, let's process the beef. Neve and Kathy, you two handle the beef. Xiuanhuan and I will clean the offal. Aliana and Ambria raised their small hands. "We want to help too." Everyone busily worked together, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Auden's household was clouded in gloom, the air heavy with tension. Chapter 95, The Difference Between Sisters. Ever since Xuanhuan helped Dane during the family division, Perry had increasingly disliked this younger brother of hers. Xuanhuan knew he was not favored by the old Chin family, so both parties decided to cut off contact. Seeing Xuanhuan come uninvited, Perry's face instantly turned dark, and her tone became sarcastic. "Oh, isn't this my dear brother Xuanhuan? Could you have taken a wrong turn? Brant doesn't live here anymore." Rico's wife Aisha, though not adept at much else, was particularly skilled in stirring up trouble, immediately chiming in with her mother-in-law. "Uncle, you're an educated man. How could you forget so easily? You personally sent Brant to his new home," she added. Xuanhuan gave Aisha a cold glance, his disdain for her growing rapidly. As the saying goes, having a virtuous wife keeps one out of trouble, and Rico would eventually regret marrying such a woman. However, for Ellen's sake, Vicky held back his annoyance and asked, "Sister, is Xia at home?" Perry replied, "Where else could she be if not here? Studying manners? Didn't you bring her back yourself?" Vicky said, "Sister, it wasn't my choice to send Xia back. It's because she—" Perry interrupted him angrily, "Shut up." According to the original plan, Ellen was supposed to study manners for a month because the young lady Vicky tutored was visiting her family for a month. However, after 10 days, Vicky noticed something was amiss. Ellen was spending a lot of time with the stable boy's son. They often went out together, looking like newlyweds. When Vicky confronted Ellen, she avoided giving a direct answer. Recognizing the issue, Vicky no longer ignored the situation and directly sent her back, gently reminding Perry to keep a close eye on her daughter to prevent her from being deceived. This infuriated Perry, who had hoped that learning manners would help Ellen attract a wealthy husband, only to find she was almost deceived by the stable boy's son. After a bout of sweet talking from Ellen, Perry forgave her. "Did you just hit me?" Perry, feeling guilty but realizing the gravity of the situation, hardened her resolve. "If you tell me who gave you this, I will apologize." Ellen yelled, "Can't I buy it myself?" Perry's chest heaved. "Why would an unmarried girl need such vulgar things? Aren't you making me learn manners?" The young lady said, "A woman needs to know how to please her husband in bed. Isn't that why I'm looking at these? How can you think about such things at your age?" Ellen countered, "Didn't you marry Dad when you were my age? You didn't teach me, so I learned myself. What's wrong with that?" Speechless, Perry watched Ellen take the book and cry loudly on her bed. "Go away. I hate all of you." Crying hysterically but not shedding a single tear, Perry sighed. "Xia, you can learn these things after marriage. Now, you're making a spectacle. I just don't want you to go astray. People say they saw you in town. I stay home every day. When did I go out?" Ellen argued. "You left at noon and came back at dusk 2 days ago," Perry responded. Ellen kicked her legs wildly. "Go, all of you." All right, Mom will leave. Don't cry." She led Aisha out of the room. Outside, Vicky stood silently with a stern face. Ellen's words implicated the young lady falsely. How could she teach such things? To cover her mistake, Ellen dared to say such disrespectful things. This infuriated Perry, who vented her anger on Vicky. "It's all your fault. Are you really my brother? Do you enjoy causing trouble in my family?" Vicky, already annoyed, now fumed with rage. "Your daughter caused this mess, and you blame me instead of correcting her. Sister, listen. If you keep indulging Xia, she'll get into big trouble sooner or later." Leaving, he said, "Think about it." Aisha suddenly asked, "Uncle, who told you they saw Xia in town?" Still upset, Vicky replied without much thought, "Air." In the room, Ellen, who had been listening intently, felt relieved. If anyone else in the village saw her, her father might bring it up when he returned. But if it was Brant, there'd be no problem. How could Mom believe Brant's words? Chapter 96. Ellen's sinister thoughts. Sure enough, as soon as it was mentioned that Magnus had said this, Lady Vicky immediately believed that Dane was deliberately spreading rumors. Vicky, what should I say about you? Magnus has cut ties with us. He despises our family and hopes for our downfall. He only says such things to smear Rodneedle Xia's reputation, making the villagers think she's an immoral woman. How could you follow his nonsense? Vicky did not rush back to the county town, but went to Dane's house. Seeing Vicky pale face, Dane guessed he hadn't been well received at the old Chun household. This was unsurprising. They were always like this. Even if something did happen to Ellen in the future, they wouldn't reflect on themselves, probably venting their anger on Vicky instead. "Uncle, don't be upset. Sit down and have some water," Dane said, pulling over a stool for Vicky to rest. Vicky took the cup. This child wasn't like this before. How can learning etiquette turn her so bad? She spread false rumors about Charmaine, despite being treated well by her. If Charmaine finds out, how can I face her? Dane laughed. "Uncle, you haven't spent much time with Ellen. She has always been like this, a refined egoist." Vicky pondered, stroking his chin. "A refined egoist? Magnus, you use this term very fittingly." Dane replied, "Uncle, you flatter me." Vicky sighed after drinking some water. "Forget it. I've done my part. Let them regret it later if anything happens. I'm going back." Dane quickly stopped him. "Uncle, since you've come, let's eat together. I'll drive you back with the ox cart afterward." Vicky thought for a moment. "All right, let's see your cooking. The dishes at Tianshangju are expensive. Uncle earns little, so I can only indulge twice or thrice a month." Dane assured him. "Today, Uncle will enjoy thoroughly." Vicky then asked, "I saw you bought writing materials. Are you thinking of taking the exams again?" Shaking his head, Dane replied, "No, I've given up on that. I bought these for Myra, her daughter, and my disciple, teaching them literacy." Vicky nodded approvingly. "Good idea. Your business is expanding. It helps to teach Myra accounting skills. Savannah should learn too, unlike Ellen, who knows nothing but trouble. I have some beginner books at home. I'll send them to you through someone." "Thank you," Dane said. "All my books are sold out. I use ones I created." "Fine, bring out the writing materials. I'll copy some text for you, aiding your teaching." An hour later, Leora called everyone to dinner. Joshua Yue also arrived to take Rachel home. Dane insisted he stay for dinner, but Joshua refused, only agreeing to leave Rachel behind. "Dinner at the teacher's house is normal," Dane said. Joshua Yue reluctantly agreed, reminding Rachel to behave and return after eating. After a hearty meal, Dane drove Vicky back to the county town. At the city gate, fearing insufficient time to return, Dane didn't enter. "Uncle, please give this packet of spiced beef to Dr. Osiris at Theodore." Dane handed Vicky 2 oil paper packages. "The other is for you. Spiced beef pairs excellently with wine, but don't overindulge alone. There's still the beef you gave me. No enkindling meets flame. A roaring fire will soon." "Daddy, I want to learn culture too." Aliana jumped up, excitedly saying. The flame was extinguished. Dane had completely forgotten he had a daughter for a moment. Leora's tingling sensation also vanished upon hearing her daughter's words. Seeing her husband's dejected face, Leora leaned over and whispered into his ear, Jeremiah, I am your person. There's no need to rush. Dane quickly kissed Leora on the lips, just putting a seal on it. Then he turned and rushed to the kitchen. In his current state, teaching was not suitable. He needed some cold water to calm down. Back in the room, Dane appeared perfectly normal. Sitting on the bed, he held Aliana in his arms, picked up the textbook he had written, and pointed to the characters, asking Aliana to read them aloud. Aliana was indeed clever. Out of the 50+ characters on the page, she could recognize about a third. Dane then had Aliana recite the multiplication table, involving Leora in the learning process as well. The 9x9 multiplication table is fundamental in mathematics and dates back to the Warring States period. Over time, it has been refined into its final form, so Dane only needed to change the Arabic numerals to Chinese characters. But he also wanted Leora to learn the Arabic numerals. Using large Chinese numerals for contracts is best because they are less likely to be tampered with. However, for everyday accounting, they are cumbersome compared to Arabic numerals, which are more convenient. Initially, Leora found these strange symbols impractical for counting, but after learning for a while, she discovered that writing these symbols was indeed faster than writing Chinese characters. Mastering this skill would make calculations and receiving goods like fish, shrimp, and crabs quicker. After more than an hour, the candle burned out, and the family fell sound asleep. The next day, when Leora woke up, she felt uncomfortable in her waist. Rodneyfting the quilt, her face instantly turned red. Tapping lightly, she muttered softly, really ugly. Still half asleep, Dane's body shivered suddenly, followed by a laugh. Wife, don't run. Let's do it again. Leora was startled. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was talking in his sleep, realizing men were incorrigible even in their dreams. To avoid arousing Dane, Leora quickly got out of bed. Joshua, Dage, and Broderick were coming soon to deliver goods. After making tofu, villagers would bring fish, shrimp, and crabs. It was busy, but fulfilling. Previously at Israel's place, although they were busy, neither she nor her daughter could enjoy any of the results. Therefore, Leora enjoyed the current busyness. In the kitchen, she heated up leftover food from last night and steamed a big pot of steamed buns. As soon as the buns were done, Dane emerged from the main house holding Aliana. Leora filled a basin with hot water for them to wash up. After washing, Joshua brought his daughter Imogen and followed by Broderick, entered the yard. Dane set up the dining table. Just as everyone was about to eat, Malachi arrived. He delivered a full cart of soybeans. Dane invited him to join the meal. Though hesitant at first, Malachi finally sat down due to Dane's insistence. Halfway through the meal, Malachi heard a cow moo and looked around, noticing a cow horn sticking out from the corner of the east wall. Brother Chin, did you buy a cow? Do you still need me to deliver soybeans? Malachi asked, feeling a bit regretful. Helping Dane transport goods earned him 20 coins per day. Who knew this good business would end so soon? Dane explained with a smile, Brother Rodney, I still need you to deliver goods. I bought the cow mainly for convenience when traveling to the county town, plus it can pull the millstone and plow fields. Malachi breathed a sigh of relief, finding his bun tastier again. Dane continued, Brother Rodney, actually, I have a small business idea. Interested? Malachi swallowed his bun. What kind of business? Dane, once a reformed prodigal son, transformed from a rogue to a quick moneymaker in just a month. Someone who tried to replicate Dane's method even suffered. Eric took the soybeans Nicola had brought home and, after resting in the morning, went fishing and shrimping in the afternoon to earn money. Dane took out the textbook and taught the two little girls, Aliana and Imogen, how to read. After an hour or so, he let them practice on their own while he busied himself with other tasks. There was still a lot of beef from the old ox left. Using it all for braising seemed wasteful. Dane decided to make beef sauce. This way, whether eating plain rice or noodles, adding a spoonful of beef sauce would be perfect. Moreover, beef sauce has a longer shelf life than braised beef. If properly sealed, it could last a month. Besides beef sauce, there was another method with even better preservation. Making dried beef. In his past life, Dane loved dried beef so much that he would drive to the prairies to buy authentic beef jerky from herdsmen. Over time, he learned how to make it from them. It's quite simple. Apply various seasonings and then air dry naturally. While making the dried beef, Tatusai kept rubbing against Dane's legs, mouth open and tongue out, panting. Instinctively, Dane was about to give him a piece of beef when he suddenly remembered something. He squatted down and said seriously, Tatusai, you mustn't harass our ox, understand? That ox is like our Rolls Royce, and you're just a bodyguard. If you hurt it, I'll have no choice but to send you back to your father. Tatusai spun around on the spot and gave a loud bark. Dane figured he understood and threw the beef to him. Tatusai carried the beef and ran quickly back to his little nest, munching away. Dane continued working. Half an hour later, Azai, the contractor, arrived with his construction team. Nearly 20 horse carts and ox carts carrying all sorts of building materials entered the village in grand fashion, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing the convoy head straight for Chen Laojiu's house, the villagers knew they were here for Dane. He's building a house already? Has it only been a few days since he earned enough for a house? One villager remarked. Another responded, no way, Jetty lent him the money. Brant Niang has good luck. Despite how he treated Leora before, Jetty is willing to help him. A prodigal son can indeed change for the better. Today's Brant Niang is far better than his past self. Yeah, after a while more of fish and shrimp trading, Brant Niang can pay off all debts. Then, the new house will be ready, and oh, who knows how happy Brant Niang's family will be. I don't know about Brant Niang's happiness, but I bet Perry will be seething with anger. Standing at Dane's doorstep, as I shouted, Brother Chun, I'm here to build your house. Dane put down his tools and hurried to the door. Master, we're here. Is Xuanhuan in trouble? No, nothing to do with Xuanhuan. I actually came to speak with you. The old man looked puzzled. Dane explained, Grandfather, I want to build a new house but have no one to supervise the construction site. So, I thought you might be able to help me watch over the site. You don't need to do anything except sit there daily. If any unexpected issues arise, tell Xuan to inform me. For 5 coins per day, What do you think? The old man shook his head. Helping you with the site is fine, but I can't accept money. You've done so much for us. Taking more money from you would be improper. Dane clarified, Grandfather, you misunderstand. This isn't charity, it's a job, and jobs deserve payment. If I hired someone else, I'd still have to pay them. The old man frowned. You really aren't pitying me? Dane firmly stated, Grandfather, I, Magnus, have always been fair in business. The old man sighed. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed. Finally, you've matured. When you were born, you were white and plump like a little piglet. Everyone said you'd grow up to be fortunate. And now, it seems those words are coming true. Dane paused. You remember my birth? The old man laughed. I haven't forgotten yet. Dane pretended curiosity. Tell me more about my childhood. I'd love to know what I was like. Hearing this, a bold conjecture arose in Dane's mind. Broderick's madness had an 80% chance of being linked to the Vicky family. But since so much time had passed, and there was a lack of evidence, it could only remain a guess. Jeremiah, listen to these old stories just to pass the time. Don't take them to heart, and definitely don't mention them to your mother. If she knew I told you these things, she'd come after me, Xiuxian warned. I'm old and can't handle that sort of trouble. Dane nodded. Don't worry, Grandpa. Vicky Andy and I have already severed ties. I won't tell her anything. I'll head back now. Xiuxian nodded. All right. I'll go to the construction site shortly. With me there, no one will dare cut corners. Back home, seeing his wife, daughter, and students, Dane buried the story from Xiuxian deep in his heart. He had no blood relation with the Xiuxian family, and emotionally, they were always distant. And since his older brother died when he was very young, he never felt the sorrow or sadness over the loss, only a hint of regret. What saddened him most was Broderick. In that accident, he lost his brother, his parents, and ultimately became mad himself. He was truly the biggest victim in the whole incident. Sadly, even in modern society, such conditions are an undercurrent of resentment in Malachi's eyes. Malachi resented losing his right to inherit the family business. Rodnike Dane, Malachi was the second son. Second sons often bore the brunt of their parents' indifference. Family businesses typically went to the eldest, while the youngest child often received the most affection. Middle sons usually got nothing. From the beginning, delivering goods to elderly villagers was meant to be rotated among the brothers. Over time, it became Malachi's exclusive responsibility, which he couldn't refuse. He tried learning carpentry, but his father withheld techniques from him, teaching only the eldest. His elder brother, cherishing his unique skills, also refused to share knowledge. As for the youngest, pampered as he was, he faced no reprimand even if he indulged in pleasures all day. Initially, Malachi harbored hope of inheriting part of the family business. But after discussing it with his father yesterday, he got an immediate and clear response. He could stop delivering goods to the elderly as they planned to move the elders to town. Instead, he was encouraged to focus on working for Dane. Malachi finally understood that all claims of the elders being unwilling to move to town were mere excuses. This arrangement aimed to minimize his time in the carpentry shop, preventing him from learning any trade secrets. Feeling bitter, Malachi secretly swore to prove himself and make the family respect him. Dane, unaware of Malachi's complex feelings, was simply elated. Increased tofu to tofu. Handing Jetty 5 taels of silver, he added, this is startup capital. No refusal, it's part of doing business. You should keep daily records, with weekly summaries and a final tally at month end. For raw materials like soybeans, I've hired someone to buy them door to door, but you should also find someone or do it yourself. Make your own decisions. Jetty was surprised. He hadn't expected tofu sales to be so successful. Sure, brother-in-law, I won't disappoint you. Dane instructed, Heavenly Residence's caravan comes between 2 and 3 o'clock every morning. You need to deliver tofu before then. It will be tough initially, but once our operation expands, it will get easier. Jetty smiled. Brother-in-law, this isn't tough at all. Rest assured, I'll deliver on time. After packing all the tofu, Dane hurried back to River Middle Village without delay and loaded all the freshly made tofu from Leora onto the ox cart. Then he headed towards the county town. Please note that I have maintained the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks as requested. If you need any further adjustments or additional context, feel free to let me know. ###Chapter 100, Master Critic Dane. By the time they reached the county town, it was almost noon. After a busy morning, Dane's stomach was growling, so he decided to have lunch at Tianshangju, Jiaomer, for his meal, and left Tianshangju. As he was about to leave the shop in his ox cart, Ellen rushed out like the wind, blocking the path of the vehicle with open arms. Dane said indifferently, What do you want? Ellen, her voice trembling, warned, Brant, I warn you, don't talk nonsense when you get back to the village, or else. Dane smirked and said, Or else what? Ellen, have you forgotten that I never respond well to threats? Ellen immediately changed her demeanor, walking over to Dane, pulling on his sleeve as if she were pleading with him like in childhood, cooing softly, Big brother air, please, I'm just here to play with friends, nothing more. Dane raised an eyebrow, Rodney, little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't talk recklessly or call people names. Who is your big brother? Ellen grew anxious again. No matter how I try, you won't listen. What do you want me to do? Dane said, Rodney, little girl, what you do has nothing to do with me, and I'm not the type to gossip behind people's backs. But as a fellow villager, I kindly advise you to be more cautious. Don't let someone's sweet talk deceive you into losing yourself. With that, he waved his whip, and the ox slowly moved forward. Ellen stood there stunned, murmuring, Lose myself? Dane, you damn bastard, how can you say such things? I wouldn't be that stupid. Dane ignored her completely. At that moment, the young man who had been dining with Ellen came out, curiously asking, Who was that guy? Ellen gritted her teeth. A rogue? The young man said, Do you want me to find some people to teach him a lesson, vent some anger for you? Ellen nearly agreed but then reconsidered. If Dane got beaten up, he might tell her mother, making things even more troublesome. Forget it, let him go this time. I need to go back, she said. The young man grabbed her hand, saying, Why are you in such a rush? I haven't spent enough time with you yet. Ellen quickly pulled her hand away, her cheeks flushed red, saying, Don't act so frivolously. If anyone sees us, I'll be ruined. The young man leaned close to her ear, whispering, If no one sees us, would you? Ellen's face grew redder as she gently pushed him away, saying, Stop talking nonsense, or I won't talk to you anymore. She then turned and ran off. The young man laughed and chased after her. This scene was witnessed by Jalmer, who, after some thought, summoned a waiter and instructed him to find Dane. The waiter hurried away and found Dane's ox cart outside a general store. When Dane emerged, the waiter immediately approached. Brother Chun, hold on a moment. Dane was surprised. Is there something? The waiter said, Let's talk privately. They moved to a nearby alley where the waiter explained, Brother Chun. The waiter gave him a strange look. Dane sighed, realizing his question was naive. As a low-paid waiter earning just a few silver coins a month, he had no means to help. Even if someone wealthy saw this, they likely wouldn't intervene either. In this era, human life, especially women's lives, was considered worthless. I apologize, I spoke without thinking, Dane admitted. The waiter responded, It's all right. You're a scholar, kind-hearted. Dane asked, Do you know where Elias lives? In Cat Eye Alley in Apricot Blossom Lane. I don't know the exact location, but you'll have to inquire further, the waiter replied. Dane rewarded the waiter with several copper coins before driving his ox cart towards Cat Eye Alley. After finding the address from someone at the entrance, he arrived at Elias's door. The door was locked, and the courtyard inside was eerily quiet. No one was home. Unwilling to give up, Dane peered through the door crack. What are you doing? A stern voice shouted from behind, startling Dane. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged woman glaring at him suspiciously. Chapter 101. Reaping what one has sown. Dane hurriedly explained, Auntie, don't get the wrong idea. I came here to look for someone. Look for someone? Do you know how to find people? You look suspicious. I think you're trying to steal things, the middle-aged woman persisted. Dane said, I really am here to find someone, my younger sister. She eloped with this family's son, without telling our parents. She just turned 16, and this has almost driven our family crazy. The middle-aged woman said with a half-smile, Percy is handsome and quite the talker. It's easy for him to deceive young girls. They work at the Ernan residence during the day and only return at night. If you want to find her, come back tonight. Dane thanked the woman and then went to Vicky Ann's house to inform him of the situation. However, Vicky Ann was not at home. Dane had no choice but to go to the Ernan residence again. From the servants at the Ernan residence, he learned that Vicky Ann had taken young Master Ernan to Guangling Prefecture to prepare for the upcoming provincial exams and would not return for half a year. He also inquired about the stableman and found out that he had left half an hour ago. Half an hour ago? That must have been when I first arrived in town. Looks like the stableman's family is planning to flee. Dane didn't intend to chase them out of town, nor did he think it would be successful even if he tried. Nangi County had only one main road, but its waterways were complex. In those days, there were no surveillance systems. The stableman's family could easily disappear into the river channels or mountains, making them impossible to Rodneedle's sister left early this morning. Vicky turned around, startled, and stared at Xiuxian. What did you say? Xiuxian, keeping his head down, muttered softly. She left while you were napping. When I asked where she was going, she begged me not to tell you and promised she'd be back by afternoon. If anyone asked, she wanted us to say she was sleeping. Vicky rushed to Ellen's room. The bed appeared occupied, but upon closer inspection, it was just an illusion. Vicky pulled back the quilt, revealing a bundle of clothes inside. Dizzy and disoriented, she swayed, about to fall. Bede quickly caught her and anxiously called, Rodnelia, mother, don't scare me. Clutching Xiuxian's collar, Vicky wept and scolded, My own child, why didn't you stop her? Xiuxian, confused, wondered what exactly had happened. Rodnelia, hasn't she done this before? Vicky, filled with despair, said, This time is different. Recalling this, Vicky approached Dane. You must have seen Xia, right? Where is she? Dane recounted, When I delivered goods to Tiangongju, I saw her eating with a young man. She begged me not to tell you. One of the shop assistants later told me that the youth's family wasn't good, tricking naive girls into captivity to bear children. I went to the young man's house, but no one was there. Then I inquired at the Ernan residence blood sister. Dane said, I'm most likely a foundling the Chins took in. I've served them for years, and with the suffering you endured there, I owe them nothing. As for Ellen, she made her own choices. Last time I mentioned it to Uncle Vicky Ann, they didn't believe me. I've done all I can. Searching for her again is out of the question. I can barely handle my own family. More importantly, they won't be found. Whether hiding in the rivers or mountains, it's impossible to locate them. She reaps what she sowed. Hashtag chapter 102, continuing as the chef. 2 days later, the Chun family came to cause trouble, viciously scolding Dane for not being human, accusing him of not helping when Ellen needed it. Through this, Dane learned that Ellen was indeed lost for good. Israel attempted to strike Dane, but Dane wasn't about to tolerate it. He sidestepped and pushed him back. If it weren't for Rico and Arlen holding Israel from behind, he might have fallen badly. Dane said coldly, If you're upset, go home and bang your head against the wall. Don't bother me. If you continue causing trouble or harass Neve and Aliana while I'm away, I will spread the news of Ellen's abduction everywhere. Then we'll see who ends up embarrassed. Perry, too frantic to cry, exclaimed, Magnus, dare you do that? Dane replied, Try me, and see if I dare. With the time you waste bothering me, why don't you file a complaint in the afternoon? Tianshang-ju couldn't spare someone, so Dane had to make the delivery himself. With the tofu from Xianhu and his own supply, Dane set off for the county town. Upon arriving at Tianshang-ju and delivering the tofu, he met Lance Boss, who had just returned from Rodney and Shui. Lance Boss approached immediately, saying, Brother Chun, it's great to see you. Dane smiled, Boss Lance, what can I do for you? Lance Boss grabbed Dane's hand and shook it fervently. Brother Chun, I truly need your help. Please help me. Dane calmly withdrew his hand. Boss Lance, tell me what you need. If I can help, I will. Lance Boss explained. I want Brother Chun to come with me to Rodney and Shui. Confused, Dane asked, why Rodney and Shui? Lance Boss scratched his head awkwardly. We have a rule at Tianshangju. Every 3 months, there's a cooking competition where head chefs from all branches must compete at the main store in Rodney and Shui. The worst performing branch may lose its quota, or even be shut down. You know the situation here. It's all apprentices. Our business thrives only because of the recipes and new ingredients, like tofu, provided by Brother Chen. Other kitchens now know these recipes, and thus have no advantage. As for tofu, I haven't told the main store yet because if they knew, they'd demand I send tofu there. Brother Chen's tofu barely meets our needs here. If we send more, my business won't survive. So, after much thought, I can only ask Brother Chen to represent Nanhai County's Tianshangju in this competition. I don't ask you to win, just to perform above average. We shouldn't stint on ourselves when traveling. Dane suggested, while I'm away, why don't you stay with Xianhu's family? Leora laughed. I'm grown up. Can't I take care of myself? And didn't I raise Aliana alone when you were often away before? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Dane said, Neve, let's not talk about the past. Leora tied the bundle, placed it by the bed, turned around, and cupped Dane's face, smiling. All right, no more about the past. Gustav, please take care of yourself and avoid conflicts with strangers. Always think of me and Aliana waiting for you at home. Dane pinched Leora's nose. My dear, as you command, I shall follow. Early next morning, Dane quietly got out of bed while Aliana slept. He took the bundle packed by Leora and left home. In the county town, he had the merchant caravan from Tianshangju bring his ox cart back to the village. Then he boarded Lance Boss's carriage and headed for Rodney and Shui County. Chapter 103, Rodney and Shui County. To ensure the journey went smoothly, Xiaomer hired 2 bodyguards to escort them along the way. The journey was peaceful and uneventful. By evening, the group arrived at Rodney and Shui County. This brought about a roughly 10-year period of stability. Back then, Rodney and Shui streets were much wider. But 23 years ago, the Rodney Kingdom's emperor unilaterally tore up the treaty and invaded us, ravaging our border regions and destroying all 16 market towns. After the war ended and peace negotiations resumed, trade resumed in these market towns, but Rodney and Shui streets became narrower. Narrow streets not only restrained the Rodney Kingdom's cavalry but also made it easier for civilians to hide or launch surprise attacks. This practice has been maintained to this day. Dane nodded in understanding. I see. I lack experience. Xiaomer, whose thoughts had wandered back to the past, sighed. As a witness to that war, every time I recall it, I feel regret. If the emperor hadn't been incompetent and if corrupt officials hadn't dominated the court 23 years ago, we could have eliminated the Rodney threat once and for all. Recently, the Rodney Kingdom seems restless again. If another war breaks out, it will be the common people who suffer. Curious, Dane probed further. Xiaomer reminisced. At that time, General Rodney Shurong, the Grand Commander of the Left Guard and Governor of Vicky Prefecture, commanded the Xuanhuan army, which was our dynasty's most powerful force. The Rodney Kingdom mobilized its entire army, dividing it into 3 routes. The other 2 routes advanced smoothly, but the route through Vicky Prefecture suffered heavy losses, retreating all the way back beyond the frontier. Just then, the eastern Rodney forces neared the capital. The emperor ordered the Grand Commander to return to the capital, but instead, he led the Xuanhuan army deep into Rodney territory. Dane couldn't help but clap his hands in approval. Encircling Wei to rescue Zhao. What a brilliant strategy. All the Rodney forces were committed. Their heartland would be defenseless. To avoid being wiped out, they must retreat. But these Rodney troops had penetrated deep into our territory, and withdrawal wouldn't be easy. Along the way, local garrisons would continuously harass them, likely annihilating them completely. Meanwhile, the Grand Commander's Xuanhuan army could devastate Rodney territory, solving the northern threat once and for all. Xiaomer said. That's what the Grand Commander reportedly wrote in his petition to the emperor. The capital city was fortified and well supplied, capable of holding out for months or even half a year. That time was enough for the Grand Commander to cause chaos in Rodney. Unfortunately, the plan failed. The corrupt officials in the court believed the Grand Commander refused to return because he intended to usurp the throne. Helping solve the Rodney problem was just an excuse. He wanted to wait until the capital fell and then declare himself emperor in Guangling Prefecture. The emperor was enraged and issued 12 imperial edicts, forcibly ordering the Grand Commander to return. He also decreed that the governor of Guangling Prefecture should hold the Grand Commander's family as hostages. The Grand Commander had no choice but to comply. Upon returning to Guangling Prefecture, he was immediately detained, stripped of his command, and escorted back to the capital. During the journey, they encountered an unknown force that ambushed him, though ultimately defeated by the imperial guards. His wife went missing. The Grand Commander was imprisoned in the capital's prison after his return and never heard from again. Dane sighed deeply. Those unknown forces were likely his subordinates trying to save him. What a pity they failed. Xiaomer warned. Chen brother, you should treat this story as just that. Don't spread it around. Dane nodded. Don't worry, Xiaomer. I know my limits. At this moment, the carriage stopped. The driver announced, Xiaomer, we've arrived at Tongfu Inn. Xiaomer, Dane, and the apprentice disembarked. Chen brother, we'll stay here tonight. Rodney and Shui's curfew starts an hour later than Nanhai County, so it's still lively at night. You can go out and explore the local customs. Dane agreed. It would be a waste to sleep through the entire visit. More importantly, the night market was the best place to gauge a region's economic vitality. Dane wanted to see if there was potential in English. Hashtag chapter 104. Longing for my husband's return. Xiaomer did not want to promote tofu in Rodney and Shui for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was worried that Dane's tofu production would not be able to keep up with the demand. Secondly, he feared that Rodney and Shui's thriving market would make Dane focus all his efforts there and stop supplying him. Harris in Nanha County was Jalmer's lifeline. He was relying on this shop to earn respect from his boss, so he didn't like anything that could threaten Harris's development and would even take proactive steps to nip such issues in the bud. However, Dane didn't care about these concerns. As long as he could make money, he was willing to do it all. Promoting tofu in Rodney and Shui wasn't going to be easy though. Just transportation alone posed a problem Dane couldn't solve. There was nearly a day's journey between Nanha and Rodney and Shui, and the official road was very bumpy. By the time tofu arrived, it would turn into tofu pudding. Though the texture and nutritional value remained unchanged, the price difference was enormous because tofu is a versatile ingredient that can blend well with most other ingredients. The scope of use for tofu pudding was much narrower. With limited usage, the price would naturally be lower. That night, Dane spent hours contemplating how to solve the transportation issue. Unfortunately, by the time the culinary competition was about to start, he still hadn't come up with a solution. Frankly, Dane didn't take the culinary competition seriously. After all, just showing off slightly was enough to reach the pinnacle of skill in this era. While true talent and expertise meant Dane couldn't match seasoned chefs who had trained for years, the modern cooking techniques he possessed were game-changing. Modern cooking methods really gave ancient cooks a run for their money. The technique of stir-frying in an iron wok wasn't widely popular in the Great Yan Dynasty, especially in Rodney and Shui, a border market where many merchants came from Rodneo territory. Rodneo people preferred large bowls of meat and hearty drinking sessions, making steaming, roasting, boiling, and grilling mainstream methods. When Dane introduced dishes like stir-fried white lotus root and mapo tofu using iron woks, it completely changed the perspectives of the competition judges. Dishes could be so exquisite and delicious. Dane's apprentice helpers were also highly excited as they observed Dane's preparation without any reservations, learning everything firsthand. The competition for the head chef position at Harris in Nanha County was intense, so each cook tried to get closer to Dane by vying to transport goods from Nanha village every morning, hoping to pick up more cooking tips along the way. The spot to accompany Dane to the Rodney and Shui competition was hotly contested among the apprentices. The eventual winner had been sleepless for 2 consecutive days out of sheer excitement, feeling it was worth enduring 2 more sleepless nights given the rewards. The final result of the competition was predictable. Dane won first place with an overwhelming advantage. Besides the 10 taels of silver promised by Jalmer, as the champion, Dane received an additional 5 taels as a reward. Additionally, Jalmer's miss bought all the recipes Dane used in the competition at 2 taels per recipe. This trip to Rodney and Shui netted Dane over 20 taels of silver, a lucrative endeavor indeed. With this money, upon return, Dane planned to expand the tofu workshop's production scale and organize his own merchant team dedicated to transporting tofu to Rodney and Shui County. Of course, he needed to think further about reducing tofu spoilage during transit and maintaining freshness while traveling back to develop a foolproof method. Back at the inn, Jalmer grasped Dane's hand again and shook it repeatedly. "Brother Chun, I'm really grateful to you." Dane smiled. "Jalmer, it's too kind of you. I should thank you. Making this trip earned me 20 taels of silver." Jalmer replied, "Brother Chun, I need to stay here for 2 more days. Are you going back now, or wait for me?" Dane answered, "I must go back now. My wife and daughter are waiting for me." Jalmer immediately ordered his apprentice to rent a carriage and hire 2 guards for Dane. Dane waved it off, but Jalmer insisted, saying it was necessary. "Brother Chun, the route from Rodney and Shui back to Nanha isn't peaceful, though we're currently at peace with the Rodneo kingdom. You've worked hard on this journey." In his arms was his obedient daughter, in his palm was his beloved wife. Rodknife had never been more fulfilling. Ultimately unable to resist drowsiness, Aliana cried herself to sleep on Dane's shoulder. Carefully placing her in bed, he noticed she still clung to his sleeve. Looking up, she opened her eyes, her gaze filled with sadness and insecurity. "Daddy, don't leave." Dane caressed her forehead tenderly. "Daddy won't leave. Sleep now." These words were soothing, and within moments, Aliana fell deeply asleep. Covering her with a blanket, he kissed her cheek, then slowly moved towards the door. Turning around, he was embraced tightly by Leora. Chapter 105. Labor Crisis. Her full bosom pressed against his chest, her waist fitting perfectly within his hands. Such an intimate situation could only be resisted by a man of exceptional virtue like Rodney Xiuxian. Dane slightly leaned back, using the moonlight to aim at Leora's lips and kissed her fiercely. Soft and sweet. It was as if he were savoring heavenly dew. This encounter surpassed all earthly pleasures. Both Dane and Leora had suppressed their desires for far too long. This kiss unleashed a flood of passion, overwhelming and unstoppable. "Since you don't enjoy the process, I'll skip it for you." After the storm, pretty new? Dane smiled. "After Drunken Immortal and came up with new recipes for fish, shrimp, and crabs, I predicted they would increase their procurement efforts. And Osiris Kuan, having suffered such a loss, would definitely try to retaliate." Leora continued, "As you said, shortly after you left 2 days ago, Osiris Kuan came back to the village entrance and offered 3 won more per caddy for fish, shrimp, and crabs." Dane remarked, "The villagers shouldn't change suppliers so quickly after getting burned once." Leora explained, "Initially, they didn't, but by the second day, things changed." "What happened?" Dane asked. "Labor duty." Leora clung tightly to Dane's arm. The county office issued a notice stating that labor duty would begin immediately after the autumn harvest and last for about a month. Labor duty is grueling, and the women in the village want to save money for their husbands so they can endure the hardships. Sometimes, even a single copper coin could mean the difference between life and death. Dane nodded. "That makes sense." Leora added, "It doesn't end there." On the afternoon the notice was posted, the officials came again to collect a congratulatory tax. Dane was puzzled, scratching his head. "We have that kind of tax in our empire?" Leora's tone grew bitter. "They say it's to celebrate the Catherine's 70th birthday and share joy with the people. Each person must pay 31. Though Dane hadn't experienced labor duty, he knew it was brutal. There were 3 types. miscellaneous duty, military duty, and forced labor. Forced labor was the hardest, involving tasks like mountain excavation and road construction. Miscellaneous duty was lighter, like street sweeping and patrolling. Military duty was the most dangerous, requiring work in military camps and direct participation in combat if necessary. For commoners, paying money was the easiest way to avoid labor duty. Pay, and get assigned light duty. No pay, and get sent to heavy labor. Offend someone, and get sent to military duty. With enough money, even full exemption was possible. Another way was through education. If one became a scholar, they could completely escape labor duty. At least half of the literati in the Great Yan Dynasty chose education to avoid labor duty. However, becoming a scholar wasn't easy. Most students were eliminated during county and prefectural exams, leaving only a fraction who made it to the final imperial exam. In Nanha County, fewer than 20 scholars existed after all these years, showing the fierce competition. Cohen had already used up his luck becoming a student. Now, Dane had never considered studying for exams because ancient examinations required knowledge vastly different from modern times. Dane might not even pass a middle school exam, let alone an ancient one. So, we'll pay the money, turned bright red. She remembered how uncontrollable things got earlier, and she indeed cried out loud. Since Chin Laojiu's house was outside the village, Leora thought no one would hear her if she screamed. But she forgot there was a small child in the house. Seeing Dane still grinning foolishly, Leora kicked him angrily, blaming, "It's all your fault." Savannah pouted and asked, "Daddy, did you really hit Mommy?" Leora hurriedly reassured her, "No, Daddy would never hit Mommy. You were just dreaming. Dreams are often opposite of reality." "Is that so?" Savannah queried. "Do you not trust Mommy? If Daddy had hit Mommy, she would surely be hurt." "Look, Mommy is perfectly fine," Leora explained. Savannah stared hard at Leora's neck. "Mommy, why are there red spots on your neck?" Then she glanced at Dane. "Daddy has them too." Even Dane felt a bit embarrassed. During their passionate encounter, both had indeed been nibbling at each other's necks. "Those are mosquito bites. Go to sleep." Leora blushed furiously and closed Savannah's eyes manually. Savannah cautiously peeked through a tiny slit and noticed her mommy's flushed face and Daddy scratching the floor with his toes. Her little mind was filled with big questions. Adults, they're so hard to understand. This interruption by Savannah alleviated much of the stress caused by the corvée duty. Soon, the couple fell asleep. The next morning, Murphy asked, "Has Jeremiah returned?" Leora nodded. "He's still sleeping inside. I'll wake him up." Murphy quickly responded, "No need. Let him sleep." Leora agreed. "All right, take a seat. Breakfast will be ready soon." Soon after, Broderick arrived with more buckets of bean juice. After preparing breakfast, Leora woke Dane. Dane rubbed his head and apologized as he emerged from the room. "Sorry, overslept a bit." Leora said, "Go freshen up. It's almost time for breakfast." Dane quickly cleaned himself up and returned to the stone table in the yard. Murphy hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Jeremiah, I have a favor to ask." Dane picked up a steamed bun and replied, "Brother Joshua, what's it?" Murphy explained, "The corvée duty is coming up, and I hope you can entrust Myra to look after Rachel during my service. Last year, I brought her along, and nearly got her kidnapped by human traffickers. This year, I'll probably be assigned heavy labor again, and won't have time to take care of Rachel. In return, I won't ask for wages before the corvée duty starts." Dane replied, "Brother Joshua, Rachel is my student. It's only right for a teacher to look after students. You can continue taking your wages, and bring Rachel to our place before your service." Murphy was moved to tears. "Jeremiah, I don't know how to thank you." "Thank you, truly thank you." Dane smiled. Brother Joshua chimed in, "Same here." Dane smiled. "You misunderstood. My point is, starting today, our family won't be buying fish or shrimp anymore. You can sell directly to those outside the village. It will earn you more." Chapter 107. The Palace Old Witch is sick. Amato furrowed his brow. "Erlang, are you trying to set another trap for someone?" Dane shook his head. "This time, no traps. I'm really not buying fish, shrimp, or crabs anymore. First, everyone in the village has been selling to people from other villages. No one comes to me with their catches anymore. I gave them a chance once before, but when it came down to profit, they still abandoned me, which left a bad taste in my mouth. So, I decided to quit. Secondly, the season for fishing and catching shrimp is almost over. As harvesting becomes more difficult, prices will rise. I have plenty of other things to focus on, so I don't want to waste money here." After hearing Dane's explanation, Amato felt relieved. For him, earning a few extra coins per pound of fish, shrimp, or crab was still beneficial. Broderick, being slow-witted, didn't take it seriously at all. Dane reiterated his instructions to Amato, telling him to always bring Broderick along when selling fish, shrimp, or crabs. With his dull mind, Broderick could easily be cheated by outsiders. Amato nodded. He didn't hate his wife, only Dane. When he learned that Xiuxian was once again purchasing fish, shrimp, and crabs, Axel approached them again for the supplier position. The manager of Xiuxian felt a bit guilty toward Axel because the previous issue wasn't entirely his fault. Still, to cover their tracks, they had squeezed money out of him. Since Axel was back, they agreed to include him among the suppliers, but warned him that the fish, shrimp, and crabs must be large and alive. Axel promised, then rushed to borrow high-interest loans from Kelvin, the thug who had beaten Dane before. Instead of heading directly to River Middle Village, he started from Lower River Village and River Tail Village, gradually building his reputation before coming to River Middle Village to snatch Dane's business. He expected Dane to engage in another price war, but Dane had gone to Rodney County and wasn't in the village. Today, he saw Dane drive off in a merchant's ox cart, showing no sign of anger at seeing Axel buy fish, shrimp, and crabs in River Middle Village. What trick was he playing? Axel frowned, puzzled. In fact, Dane had no tricks up his sleeve. He simply quit the fish, shrimp, and crab business outright. Arriving at Harris, Dane straightforwardly discussed terminating the fish, shrimp, and crab supply contract with Deputy Manager Luke. Luke understood, saying, "If you need funds, come to us." Dane smiled. I came to the county today specifically for this matter. Even if I can't waive the labor, getting an easier job would be fine. Luke urged, then go handle it. Let me know the results. Leaving Harris, Dane didn't head straight to the magistrate's office, but went to Pingsalan instead. Dane wanted to ask the renowned Dr. Finley of Pingsalan to negotiate with the officials responsible for corvée labor, hoping to reduce the fees. Completely waiving corvée labor would cost an astronomical sum. If the fee were too low, everyone would pay to avoid it, leaving no one to fulfill the government's needs. The main targets for these fees were wealthy farmers and gentry, not the poorest citizens. Given his prestige, Finley would likely be more effective than Dane in negotiating. However, upon arriving at Pingsalan, Dane received some bad news. The old doctor was away on a medical tour and hadn't returned yet. Chapter 108. Want to avoid corvée? Take the Unkit exam. Francis asked curiously, old brother Chun. What's so important that you need to see my teacher? Can't you just talk to me? Dane glanced at him. Not impossible, but it's safer to find Dr. Joshua. Francis became intrigued. Come on, tell me what's going on. Dane replied, corvée. You need to serve corvée? Francis chuckled and said, according to Diyin law, so the corvée fees have increased. 100 taels for exemption, 70 taels for labor duty. Dane's eyes widened. What the hell? Why doesn't that old woman just die already? With the absurd, joy-sharing tax already in place, who would have thought it could get even worse? Francis quickly covered Dane's mouth, putting a finger to his own lips. Shua, my brother, have you lost your mind? Saying such things on the street. Hansen is known for his filial piety. If he hears you speaking ill of the Catherine, your family could be ruined. Dane shoved Francis's hand away, coldly stating, let him be filial to his own mother. Why should the common people suffer? Why should they be exploited? This kind of filial piety makes me laugh. Francis said, that's true, but for the sake of your family's safety, I advise you to refrain from such talk. If you're short on money, I still have about 40 or 50 taels saved up. I can lend them to you to get through this. Dane shook his head. I might have given the money before knowing the truth. But now, thinking that my payment goes towards celebrating some old witch's birthday thousands of miles away, I can't bring myself to pay. Francis said, not paying means serving corvée, but with your physique, I'm worried you won't be able to endure it. Dane gritted his teeth. I'll take the scholar exam. Francis was stunned. Old brother Chun, don't joke around. The exam is only 10 days away, and you haven't prepared at all. Going there unprepared is just throwing money away. Dane retorted. It's better than paying 100 taels, right? Francis slapped his forehead. No, it's not about money or lack of preparation. It's about qualification. Dane frowned. How do I not qualify? I'm a student after all. Francis explained. You're engaged in business. Merchants who study aren't eligible to take the exam. Less competition means more chances for others. If you go to the exam, you'll definitely be reported by other students, resulting in disqualification and possibly losing your status as a student. While the court hasn't explicitly stated it, everyone knows that scholars shouldn't engage in commerce. Those who pass higher exams usually let their relatives handle business while they stay clear of it. Dane, visibly upset, said, nothing works. Am I really supposed to give 100 taels for that dead old woman's gift? I can't swallow this indignation. Francis pondered for a moment. Old brother Chun, if you truly want to take the exam, there's a solution. Dane eagerly asked, what's the method? Write a good poem or essay. Francis continued, before each county exam, towns host small poetry exchanges. Students, both new and qualified, showcase their work, making a good impression on the scholars' parents. Unkits, when determined, could be more ruthless than bandits. As an unconnected rural student, Dane's chance of having his work stolen was over 90%, with someone else claiming credit. Modern graduate students should empathize. Many papers ended up benefiting their supervisors rather than themselves. And ancient scholars, driven by ambition, could be deadly serious. Therefore, Dane's poems needed to be impressive but not overly outstanding. If he started with, Yellow River's waters come from heaven, his body would likely end up in Fuyang River by nightfall. Chapter 109. Jetty's leg is broken. Dane decided to return and discuss with Leora whether they should use the last 10 days to cram for the exams, or gather 100 taels to exempt this year's corvée labor, waiting until next year to take the exam again. After all, studying for exams was not easy. Even if poetry and prose could impress a Ling Shang, a government-funded student, it would only gain him the eligibility to sit for the exam. He would still have to take the test himself. Without long-term preparation, the difficulty of passing and becoming a scholar was comparable to China's national team winning the World Cup. After bidding farewell to Francis, Dane drove the ox cart back to Hajong village. Just as he reached the village entrance, he encountered Xuanhuan, who was out of breath and said, Uncle Lang, you're back just in time. Something has happened at your place. Dane's face turned grave. What happened? Xuanhuan replied, I'm not sure, but I heard something about a broken leg. Damn. Dane lashed the ox and sped home. Upon arriving, he jumped off the cart and ran into the yard, shouting, Neve? Leora, who was comforting Andrea in the yard, immediately told her, Kendra, stop crying. Second brother is back. He can make decisions. Dane rushed into the house and saw Leora walking toward him with both legs intact, which left him somewhat perplexed. You're okay? Leora said, it's Xiuxian. His leg was broken by someone. Dane was shocked. How did this happen? Andrea cried, brother-in-law. I'm so sorry to you, and to Xiuxian. Dane said, Kendra, don't cry now. Tell me what exactly happened. Andrea couldn't articulate clearly through her sobs, so Leora took over the explanation. Jetty's tofu business had been envied by the son of Shangha village's clan chief. He wanted to take over the business. When Jetty wasn't home, the clan chief's son threatened Andrea to hand over the tofu-making secrets, threatening that her younger son wouldn't be recorded on the family tree or allowed into the ancestral hall if she refused. In ancient times, being listed on the family tree and entering the ancestral hall were extremely important. Faced with such threats, Andrea yielded without much resistance and revealed the coagulation method to him. When Jetty returned from collecting soybeans, he schadenfreude and hostility. Some kind-hearted villagers tried to comfort Andrea. Kathy, go home and console your Xianhu. You can't provoke the clan chief's family. The tofu method? Well, it's gone. But your brother-in-law is capable. He can come up with other ways to earn money. There's no need to risk your life over tofu. Yeah, if your second child doesn't get on the family tree, his life will be ruined. Although the villagers meant well, Dane felt their words were insufferable. He whipped the ox forward, startling the villagers who quickly stepped aside. Once the cart was far enough, the villagers began to curse under their breath. This Chun Jeremiah is truly ungrateful. A bit of money made him arrogant. Money means nothing against power. The clan chief's eldest son is a Ling Sheng. If Chun Jeremiah angers the clan chief, he'll lose his student qualification. What's there to be proud about? Parking the cart at the entrance, Dane heard Roxanne's cries and Andrea's parents begging before he even entered. Xianhu, Xianhu, put down the knife. Don't do anything rash. Look at your daughter. Look at your son. Do you really want to hurt them with a knife? Ambria, hold your father's leg. Don't let him go out. Daddy, don't scare me. I'm scared. Dane rushed into the yard and saw Roxanne kneeling on the ground, clutching her father's good leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Andrea's parents stood in front of him, blocking Jetty from leaving. Jetty held a kitchen knife, his face etched with anger and pain. Seeing this scene, Andrea screamed and fainted. Fortunately, ### chapter 110, Jetty exempted from corvée. Jetty gritted his teeth and said, I'm not afraid. Even if I don't go to that labor service, the worst they can do is have the officials arrest me. Then I'll go directly to the magistrate to file a complaint. Andrea, who had just regained consciousness from fainting, heard this and immediately knelt down, crawling towards Jetty. She said, Xianhu, I was wrong, truly wrong. Don't act recklessly. I can't live without you, and our 2 children can't live without you either. I'll serve the corvée in your place if it comes to that. Jetty glared at her and said, Nonsense. If you serve in my place, what would happen? In short, don't even mention this to me again. Dane intervened. All right, everyone, calm down. I will handle this matter. Myra, stay home with them while I go find the clan leader. Jetty hastily pulled on Dane, asking, Brother-in-law, are you planning to bribe them? The whole family of the clan leader are no good. We shouldn't give them a single copper coin. Dane shook his head. No, I'm going to make them pay. Stay here and keep quiet. Don't entertain any rash ideas. With that, he quickly walked out of the courtyard. After casually asking a villager, he found out the location of the clan leader's residence. Outside the gate, just as he was about to knuckle expenses. You broke his leg, so you need to compensate him. Gordy and his father exchanged glances and laughed together. Second brother Chun, what delusions are you spouting in broad daylight? What does Jetty's leg have to do with me? Dane remained indifferent. If a student files a complaint, the magistrate must accept it. If you don't pay, I'll take you to the authorities. I'll forsake my scholarly title just to make you pay the price. And if I go too far, your licensed scholar won't be able to sit for the imperial exams ever again. Alger instantly flared up. Chun, I warn you, don't push things too far. If you ruin my eldest son's future, my entire family will make you pay with their lives. Dane retorted, ask around in River Village. See what kind of person second brother Chun used to be? Threatening me? You aren't qualified yet. Gordy circled around the courtyard, picked up a stick, and prepared to strike Dane on the head. Dane stood firm like a towering pine tree, completely unmoving. Just as the stick was about to hit Dane, Alger grabbed his son's wrist and scolded softly. Don't act recklessly. He's a scholar. Injuring or killing him would create a terrible influence. Gordy raged. Can we just let him extort us? Alger said, I'll handle it. Go back inside. Gordy reluctantly protested. Father. Alger glared at him. Go back. If I don't get it, none of your family will be safe. Alger's eyes bulged with bloodshot anger, grinding his teeth. Second brother Chin, you're ruthless. When Dane returned to Jetty's house, he didn't rush inside. Standing at the entrance, he adjusted his emotions, rubbed his face, and forced a smile. He wouldn't tell Jetty about the conversation between Alger and his son. Because with Jetty's personality, if he knew Alger's son had intentions toward Andrea, he'd definitely attack the man, risking imprisonment and ruining his life. Even if he didn't kill anyone, as the county's licensed scholar, Alger's eldest son wouldn't let Jetty off lightly, still ruining his life. So telling him would only seal his fate. He'd keep it hidden, waiting until he became stronger to settle the score. After regaining his composure, Dane entered the yard. Gugu was quick-eyed, noticing Dane first, and shouted excitedly, Daddy's back. Leora rushed over and asked, how did it go? Dane took out the exemption document he obtained from the clan leader, waved it, and said, Xianhu doesn't have to serve the corvée anymore. Andrea and Leora sighed in relief. But Jetty frowned deeply, knowing that exempting him from the mandatory service required a significant trade-off. Brother-in-law, how much did you give the clan leader? Jetty asked solemnly. Dane replied, we gave them the tofu market of Upper River Village. Andrea's smile froze instantly. Brother-in-law, this won't do. How can we? Leora comforted. As long as everyone is safe, we can find other ways to earn money. Besides, brother-in-law said we're only giving them the market in Upper River Village, not the entire tofu market. Dane smiled. Neve is right. Safety comes first. Money is secondary. Losing one region's market isn't significant to me. Besides, this is only temporary, not permanent. As long as we perform well in the future, we can reclaim that market. Now, focus on healing. Chapter 111. Eldest brother, have you ever had tofu? Jetty was in tears as he said, brother-in-law, I really... Dane interrupted him. Enough. Wipe away your tears. What does it look like for a grown man to cry like this? And remember, after we leave, don't take out your anger on Kathy. Everything she did was for you, and for the family. Jetty nodded through his tears. Dane then took out 5 taels of silver and placed it in Andrea's hand. Xianhu is injured, and the family has lost its income. Use this money to buy him medicine. Don't worry about the cost. If it's not enough, come find me. Andrea stood there, at a loss. Brother-in-law, how can I have the face to take your money? I can't. Dane replied, we're family. No need to be so formal. Even when I was behaving badly, Xiuanhuan always helped our family. Take it well, we're leaving now. Before they left, Aliana put on her elder sister. This money is for that old witch in the palace's birthday. I don't want to give it. Leora was on the verge of tears. Not giving money means you really have to serve the corvée, right? If anything happens to you, how can Aliana and I live on? Aliana hugged Dane's neck tightly from behind, sobbing, Daddy, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Dane turned and rubbed Aliana's cheek with his forehead, gripping Leora's hand firmly to comfort both wife and daughter. Once their emotions calmed down somewhat, Dane said, Neve, I've decided to continue my studies. Leora was stunned. Ah. Dane continued seriously, originally, I was hesitant about continuing my studies because I haven't read a single page since passing the child scholar exam. Continuing without preparation would be foolish. But today's events made me realize that just earning money isn't enough. Having power in one's hands is essential. Why did Alger dare to act so arrogantly, openly seizing the tofu recipe? Isn't it because he has a scholar son? In our Yan Dynasty, scholarly rank equals power. With it, you may not be able to bully superiors, but bullying inferiors poses no problem. Leora said, Erlang, I don't quite understand these things, but whatever you decide, I support you. Dane smiled. Neve, it's just something I'm considering. Studying further is far more complicated than simply paying the fee. I might not even get a chance to take the exam. Leora thought for a moment and said, Isn't Uncle a scholar? Could he help you? Dane shook his head. Although Uncle is a scholar, he's the lowest rank, a junior scholar, and can't secure an exam slot for me. Besides, he's not in the county town now. He's gone to Guangling Prefecture. Anxiously, Leora asked, What should we do? Dane replied, We'll have to see step by step. Tomorrow, I'll go back to the county town and ask Francis. As a village woman, Leora could offer no further advice on the matter, sighing lightly and remaining silent. Shortly after Dane returned home, Gordy arrived by boat in Nanha County and found his elder brother Waylon. After becoming a scholar official, Jinsheng, Waylon barely interacted with his birth family. He felt that his poor family and uneducated parents and siblings were holding him back. However, given Yan's emphasis on filial piety, he couldn't cut ties with them openly. Several other scholars in Nanha County were eyeing his position, ready to pounce if he showed any weakness. So, Waylon only gave cold looks during private meetings with his siblings, reducing their visits over time. When Gordy arrived unexpectedly, Waylon's face darkened, and he bluntly said, Didn't I tell you not to come to the county town unless necessary? If you must come, inform me beforehand so I can prepare. Despite Gordy's swag honor, Waylon said, Tell me in detail how you got it. Gordy sipped his tea and recounted the process of acquiring the tofu in detail. After listening, Waylon fell into deep thought. Tofu had become the most sought-after ingredient in Nahun County. The students of the county school not only gave it the poetic name, White Jade, but also composed numerous verses praising tofu. However, tofu was available only at Tiangshangju, Heavenly Residence. No other restaurant served it, which led people to queue for more than a day just to have a taste. Previously, when Heavenly Residence introduced new freshwater dishes, similar excitement occurred until Xiuxian, Drunken Immortal Inn, also launched similar dishes, ending Heavenly Residence's monopoly on freshwater cuisine. Tofu, however, remained exclusive due to its secret production method. If Waylon were to trade the tofu recipe with Drunken Immortal Inn, it could mean a steady income stream. Waylon did not want to be a mere scholar all his life. He aspired to advance further. Though top scholars could attend the Imperial Academy, the word possible practically meant impossible. To climb higher, he still needed to take exams. At the provincial level, the test involved not just academic knowledge but also social relations and reputation, both of which required money to support. His monthly stipend as a scholar, Gordy mumbled, the exemption form costs 20 taels of silver each. Waylon poked Gordy's shoulder hard several times, short-sighted. The tofu recipe is worth dozens of times more than 20 taels. Are you content with so little? Gordy's eyes widened. Brother, really? Waylon coldly replied. What do I have to lie about? In short, you mustn't hurt Dane or anyone close to him. I have my ways to deal with him. Gordy couldn't hide his curiosity. Brother, what methods? As a scholar, I will use literary means. Waylon glanced at Gordy, who looked lost. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Go back. Gordy responded with an, oh, and left. Waylon changed into different clothes, carrying the tofu recipe, and headed straight for Drunken Immortal Inn. The next morning, the Heavenly Residence caravan brought Dane a piece of bad news. Drunken Immortal Inn had introduced 2 tofu dishes last night. Suddenly, Heavenly Residence's customer traffic dropped by half. Deputy Manager Luke was so upset that he didn't sleep all night, staying awake in the inn's main hall. Dane hadn't expected the Zhao family to act so swiftly, selling the tofu recipe to Drunken Immortal Inn within hours. Master Chin, Deputy Manager Luke says that since tofu is no longer exclusive to us, the purchase price needs to be renegotiated, the cook said carefully, thinking Luke's unseen scholar was watching his every move, ready to snatch any valuable business he might start in the future. He needed to pass the exams. A successful candidate was essential, and ideally, becoming a tribute would secure his advantage. With higher academic credentials, the Zhao family scholar wouldn't dare misbehave and might even come to curry favor. Dane handed 2 taels of silver to Malachi. Rodney, a brother. Since soybeans can't be bought in the county, please go to the countryside to collect them. Here's extra money for travel expenses. Malachi shook his head. Gustav, our contract stated that I would collect beans from villages outside the county too. This is part of my job. Taking more money would make me look greedy. I'm telling you this not to ask for money, but to inform you that soybeans might not arrive daily but every few days instead. Dane insisted, forcing the money into Malachi's hand. You must take it. Without it, I wouldn't feel right. Going village to village is tough and risky. Reluctantly, Malachi accepted the money. Fine. I'll deliver the beans by tomorrow afternoon. After Malachi left, Dane climbed into Heavenly Residence's ox cart and headed towards the county. Chapter 113. Poetry meeting. Hurrying to Tianshangju, I discovered that Manager Lance was also there. Rodnike Deputy Manager Luke. Manager Lance's eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. Robbed. As for me, I should have warned you earlier. But now, talking about it is pointless. The issue has already occurred. What matters now is how to resolve it. Dane suggested, Manager Lance, let's lower the purchase price of tofu to 31 per pound. Manager Lance shook his head. Young Master Chin, without you, whether Tianshangju and Nahun County could survive would be questionable. At this critical juncture, would I still be a decent person if I lowered your supply price? And don't forget, those dishes you made at the main store were enough to suppress xiuxian Ju significantly. Don't think that just because they have the tofu recipe, they're qualified to challenge me. Dane explained, the supply will decrease, yet the purchasing price remains the same. I feel uneasy about this. Manager Lance waved his hand confidently. Young Master Chin, calm down. With all my years as a manager, I've faced many storms. This little matter is nothing. But what concerns me is how you plan to deal with this crisis. For someone like you, offending a lynching isn't a good thing. If they only target your business, that's one thing. But if they decide to ruin your academic prospects, it could be a huge problem. Dane pondered, I want to continue studying. As long as I can pass the examination and become a xiuxian, I won't have to fear them as much. Manager Lance blinked, unsure if he had heard correctly. Seeing Dane is not only an important trade city but also a strategic location. Manager Lance agreed. Since you've decided to take the exam, focus on preparing at home during this time. No need to deliver goods anymore. Dane bowed. Thank you, Manager Lance. I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. After leaving Tianshangju, Dane went to Theodore to learn more about the poetry meeting. When Francis learned of Dane's situation, he was outraged and declared that the clinic would refuse any future visits from that particular lynching. Dane quickly dissuaded him, not wanting to affect the clinic's operations. Once I pass the exam, all problems will be resolved, he assured. Francis asked, true, but how confident are you in passing the xiuxian exam? Dane felt embarrassed. To be honest, not at all. But right now, passing the exam is the only solution I can think of. If this doesn't work out, I might spend my life as a simple fisherman. Francis thought for a moment. How about I find someone to write a few poems for you? That way, you won't be completely clueless at the poetry meeting. As for the exam, you'll just have to do your best. Dane replied, that's unnecessary. Writing poetry is no problem for me. Francis looked doubtful. Are you serious? I haven't seen any signs. Dane modestly said, I've always kept a low profile. With a whimper, Ayo. The ox cart left the village, and Dane noticed many villagers were also heading towards the county town. Even though it was the autumn harvest season, the love for festivity, deeply ingrained in the Chinese people's genes, remained unchanged across time and space. The poetry gathering happened only once a year, and if missed, one had to wait another year. Additionally, it was held in the evening, not affecting farm work. Dane searched the crowd, but did not see anyone from Israel's family. It seemed that Ellen's disappearance had hit them hard. Even their favorite festivities lost interest to them. But Dane was merely curious, harboring no other intentions or particular concern for Israel's family. He had his own pile of problems to solve. Aliana was very happy, singing her self-composed songs all the way, which made Dane and Leora laugh uncontrollably. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, they encountered Germano and his daughter. Aliana enthusiastically invited them to join them in the ox cart. Germano felt somewhat embarrassed since he had deliberately started early to avoid troubling Dane, but now there was no need to be overly polite. Germano got onto the ox cart without further hesitation. Rachel and Aliana had formed a deep friendship over time. As soon as they got into the cart, the two girls chattered like happy sparrows. Upon arriving in the county town, Germano, being as well as arithmetic. Leora replied, I don't know the fourth character. Dane explained, this character is pronounced Jian. You can think of it as Perry. Leora looked puzzled. I don't understand. Dane joked, because Perry is very lowly. Leora, annoyed, tapped Dane's shoulder. You're so annoying. Dane laughed, just a joke. Try guessing the answer. Leora pouted. How could I possibly guess it? Just take a guess. There's no punishment for getting it wrong, Dane encouraged. At this point, Aliana chimed in excitedly. Father, I know. Dane asked, oh, what is it, my dear? Aliana cheerfully answered, eat. Dane froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Aliana frowned. Father, why are you laughing? Did I say something wrong? Dane reassured her, you didn't say anything wrong, just not the right answer. Aliana looked confused by this profound response. Dane turned to Leora again. Neve, why don't you give it a try? Encouraged, Leora proposed an answer. Honey candy is sweet, and xuanhuan is bitter. Could the answer be bitter and sweet together? Dane gave a thumbs up. Your answer is very close to the correct one. If I were the creator, I would accept your answer. But lantern riddles seek elegance, so while your answer matches the correct one, it lacks and tell everyone that this surname was bestowed upon him by young Master Chun. Dane certainly had no intention to curse the waiter. Seeing the words Tongfu and stirred some memories. However, Dane now faced these memories calmly. Having received a small reward of honey candy, Aliana grew more interested in lantern riddles. Though she couldn't solve them herself, her father was all-knowing and could surely solve all the riddles. She would then get numerous rewards, a delightful prospect. Unfortunately, Aliana overestimated her father's abilities. As they wandered deeper into the streets, the difficulty of the lantern riddles increased, making it harder for Dane to solve them. Just as he decided to end this game, two scholars dressed in scholarly attire approached them. One was tall, and the other short. The shorter one clearly appeared to be a woman in disguise, noticeable by the exaggerated chest. The tall scholar bowed to Dane and asked, is this gentleman a learned man? Chapter 115. The struggle for power in the court. Dane handed Aliana over to Leora and returned their greetings. I am a student from this county. How may I assist you too? The tall scholar said, my name is Iolo. This is my cousin, Ning Luke. We are brothers from the neighboring Jing'an County, specifically here to participate in the poetry gathering in Nanha County. However, after wandering around the town for quite some time. Don't worry, Dane said. We still have plenty of time. The poetry gathering won't start so early. Besides, how can I feel at ease leaving you two behind? Let's keep exploring and see if we can bump into Francis. Only then can I feel assured. Leora asked, Jeremiah, shouldn't you prepare a poem beforehand? Dane tapped his temple. Don't worry. Your husband has countless masterpieces stored up here. Leora thought he was just comforting her, but didn't know Dane was actually being modest. The family continued to wander around the town, but did not attempt any more riddles. As a father, Dane couldn't bear to appear stumped by a riddle in front of Aliana. After almost half an hour of walking, they finally reached Fuyang Tower. Upon arriving, they heard exclamations of admiration. Brilliant verse. Absolutely brilliant. It seems the top student this year will be the young master from the Ernan family. Haha, the young master from the Osiris family isn't any weaker. It's too early to say who will win. These two, one 14 and the other 15 years old, will be the youngest scholars in our county if they pass. How dare a merchant's child disgrace the imperial examination system? Who dares to speak such insolent words here? Are you people tired of enjoying life without corvée labor? In the current dynasty, the Catherine was a money lover, and the emperor was filial. To satisfy his mother's extravagant lifestyle, the emperor issued an edict 3 years into his reign. Not all merchants' children were idle drunkards. Many were talented and excelled in the imperial exams, eventually becoming high-ranking officials. Realizing they couldn't keep fighting this losing battle, scholars returned to their books determined to reclaim what they believed belonged to them. After several years, the number of officials from merchant families dropped to about 30% of their peak. Upon regaining power, the scholars' first move was to patch the emperor's original decree. While merchants' children could still take the exams, they were forbidden from engaging in business. Any violation would result in permanent disqualification. Unkits themselves were similarly restricted. Involvement in commerce meant losing their titles and even all academic achievements. This new rule led to endless conflicts within the court. Officials representing merchant interests clashed with those supporting the literati. The emperor sat on his throne, indifferent to these struggles unless it affected his wealth or the Catherine. In fact, he welcomed the internal strife among officials, as it kept them busy fighting each other instead of challenging his authority. Through these conflicts, he solidified his own power. Chapter 116. The world laughs at me for being too mad. Dane, of course, was unaware of the political struggles happening in the court. All he knew was that if he took the imperial examinations and obtained a title, he could no longer. Seeing Dane's reluctance, Francis added, no need to fuss, I have just the right person. He beckoned to someone nearby, and a small apprentice from the clinic hurried over. Teacher, what do you need? Francis said, your task is to watch over my sister-in-law and niece. If anything happens, I'll hold you accountable. The apprentice puffed out his chest. Teacher, don't worry, with me around, nothing will happen. Dane eyed the young apprentice, who seemed about Esmond Lang's age, and asked, Brother Osiris, can we really count on him? Francis leaned close to Dane's ear and whispered, don't underestimate him because of his age. He's quite capable. And look around. There are so many constables here. No one would dare cause trouble here. Just be cautious of petty thieves. Dane nodded, then led Leora aside to give some instructions. Leora handed him the money pouch, keeping only 2 silver taels for herself. This way, even if she were robbed, it wouldn't be too painful. With the concern settled, Francis led Dane towards the mansion. In front of the mansion stood 3 notice boards. Shop assistants frequently posted poems for reference. Those whose poems passed scrutiny were led into the mansion, grinning from ear to ear. But most people outside scratched their heads and sighed deeply. They wished to enter but couldn't write good enough poetry. Moreover, inside the mansion, you'll face more tests. County Hayes and Registrar will oversee today's exam. Survive tonight, and you'll likely get a recommendation for the exam. Your journey thereafter depends on you. Dane smiled. Brother Osiris, I appreciate your offer, but hiring a ghostwriter isn't reliable. Passing tonight won't guarantee me a recommendation for candidacy. With only the County Hayes' word, getting an exam spot is impossible. As for the poem, I have it covered. Francis blinked. Really? This is serious. Don't pride yourself unnecessarily. Dane replied, watch and see. Back at the mansion, they paid a silver tael for writing supplies. Pen in hand, inked and poised, Dane began. The world laughs at me for being too mad, while I laugh at them for not seeing through. Have you not seen the graves of heroes of the Wu Rodneying, where flowers and wine turn to fields of tillage? Upon reading this, Francis clapped. Brilliant! Who knew Brother Chun was such a skilled poet? I was overstepping with my suggestion. The first 2 lines will surely become famous among scholars. After placing down the pen, the shop assistant posted the poem on the notice board and copied it for internal review. When the poem was posted, the crowd outside buzzed. As Francis predicted, many students, especially head is meant for the Xuanhuan, top imperial scholar. You can't afford to pay for any damage. Go to hell. Outside the building, discussions buzzed about. Inside, things were equally lively. The Blake and the Registrar sat at the highest position in the main hall, while seats on both sides followed strict rules. In Nanha County, aside from the Blake, only 2 other Jiren, scholar candidates, were allowed to sit closest to the 2 officials. Below them were the students from Nanha County's county school, the most promising and talented ones sitting at the front, while the older veterans sat at the back. Waylon, ranked middle to lower among the students, sat quite far from the 2 officials. At the very back were some of the prominent merchants of Nanha County, such as the Yu family controlling grain and oil, the Osiris family in textiles, and the Ernan family in wineries. These people had earned the right to sit down, while many others could only stand along the sides of the hall. Occasionally, someone would present a poem, which would be recited by a hired reader for evaluation by the distinguished guests in the hall. If more than half considered the poem good, its author would be invited inside. The students would then ask the invitee a few questions. If the answers were satisfactory, the person would leave a lasting impression on the minds of these influential figures, making their admission fee worth it. If the answers were poor, the person would be asked to stand quietly in the corner of the hall, such as purchasing an eligible outsider's hukou, household registration. This practice, though common at the grassroots level, required significant costs. One additional jiren here meant one less elsewhere, possibly impacting promotions. Many scholars also disliked changing their hukou, considering it a betrayal of their ancestors. After listening to another mediocre poem, the magistrate's mood deteriorated further. Yet, as the highest-ranking official, he maintained composure, unnoticed by those below except for the registrar beside him. Sir, don't be anxious. The gathering has just started. Unkits are still observing, so it's normal to have no standout poems yet. As it progresses, better works will emerge. Very well, the magistrate responded indifferently. The registrar continued, Sir, look over there. What? The two gentlemen are from the Ning family of Jing'an County. The elder brother, Iolo, is a talented young man. His father was involved in a case last year, leading to financial ruin, unable to pay the examination fees this year. If we still lack qualified candidates this year, consider transferring Iolo's hukou to Nanha County. I believe he would have no objections. This news slightly improved the magistrate's mood. After a moment's thought, he said, Do you have any of his work? Let me see. The registrar immediately, however, if you delve into it, this poem gained such high acclaim in another world thanks to a film star, that is Cade. His flirting unkit frequently features these same first 4 lines and last 4 lines. Dane memorized the entire poem because he loved it so much. Here, there was no need to recite the whole piece. Either the first 4 lines or the last 4 lines were enough to deliver a crushing blow to the scholars inside and outside the Fuyang building. After hearing the poem, Iolo compared his 4 self-written masterpieces and immediately lost all confidence. He had assumed it would be easy to secure a place for himself in Nanha County due to the scarcity of talent here, but now he realized it wasn't that simple. Although he could impress the magistrate with his talent, changing his household registration wouldn't be easy. The magistrate of Jingshan County was certainly not the helpful type. He would rather stay in Jingshan than help the magistrate of Nanha County improve his performance. If Nanha County lacked someone who could pass the imperial examination, the magistrate would transfer his household registration despite risking friction with colleagues. But the appearance of the Song of the Peach Blossom Temple indicated that there was an exceptionally talented student in Nanha County, possibly capable of passing the exam. Thus, it was unnecessary to offend his colleague. Obtaining the tofu recipe, Charles immediately investigated Dane. Upon becoming a child scholar, Dane had stopped focusing on his studies and instead poured all his efforts into becoming a detrimental son-in-law of the Osiris family. This resulted in him being brutally beaten by Michaela, the young mistress of the Osiris family, almost costing him his life. After recovering, he still did not concentrate on his studies, but began making money through business ventures. Under such circumstances, the tofu recipe was developed. After seizing the formula, Charles secured a beneficial contract with drunken immortal residents. To prevent further trouble, he planned to talk to Dane after the poetry meeting, warning him not to cause issues or risk losing his scholar status. However, he never expected that a business-minded scholar could write such a wonderful poem. Despite writing countless poems himself, none matched the Song of the Peach Blossom Temple. Even all the scholar gentry combined couldn't surpass this masterpiece. The magistrate's desire for talent was evident to everyone, but most of the scholar gentry in Nanha County had little chance of advancing further. Rodney-minded by talent and worn down by complacency, they enjoyed lifetime state benefits and subsidies. Seeing no hope in the scholar gentry, the magistrate turned his attention to students without official no decorum. The deputy magistrate frowned. Charles, can't you wait till Sir finishes speaking? Do you respect hierarchy? Swallowing hard, Charles explained, Sir, this matter is serious. I acted impulsively out of concern you might be deceived. Chapter 119, Fawning from Afar. The clerk turned back to look at the magistrate. Seeing the latter nod slightly, he asked, What do you want to say? Wayland said, Sir, I suspect this poem was not written by Dane. This statement caused an uproar in the entire hall. Dane's eyes narrowed into a slit. Where did this guy come from? Why is he targeting me? After a close observation, it seemed somewhat familiar. He bears about 7 or 8/10 of a resemblance to Gordy. Just now, Sir Dillon called him Wayland. The truth was revealed. Taking away my tofu recipe wasn't enough. Now you want to cut off my path to education? Are your family members determined to go against me? The magistrate could no longer hold his patience. He had finally found someone with decent talent, only to find out that he might have hired a ghostwriter? Isn't this slapping my face? Wayland, such accusations are very serious. Do you have concrete evidence proving this poem was plagiarized by Dane? The magistrate asked coldly. Wayland replied, Your Honor, I do not have concrete evidence. However, according to my understanding, since passing the examination for Tongsheng, Dane hired his family partly because of her beauty, besides wanting to escape his original family. But honestly, no matter how beautiful Michaela was, she still didn't measure up to Leora in Dane's eyes. Is what Wayland said true? The magistrate asked. Michaela carefully considered, Your Honor, Dane did pursue me for some time, but later on, he recognized the gap between our families and stopped visiting. What was Dane's scholarship like back then? Michaela replied, Your Honor, I wasn't close to Dane, and barely spoke a few words with him. Therefore, I don't know much about his talent. But as a rural youth who passed the Tongsheng exam, he must have some abilities. Upon hearing this, Wayland's expression changed slightly. True to form, a merchant indeed knows how to navigate between all parties without offending anyone. Dane also didn't expect Michaela to speak up for him. In his scenario, this woman would have definitely piled on and joined Wayland to crush him. After pondering, he understood Michaela's reasoning. Business people seek profit. Michaela's branch lacks male heirs, leaving the household supported solely by her. Avoiding trouble was understandable. Then, a scholar seated next to the clerk remarked, "Actually, this issue can be easily resolved. Jasper, since Waylon accuses you of having a ghostwriter, why don't you write another poem here and now to prove your genuine talent?" The only somewhat uneasy person was Iolo. Feeling the sheets of paper hidden in his sleeve, his smile turned increasingly bitter. The poems he painstakingly wrote over 3 months were rendered useless. A talented scholar might spend months meticulously crafting a masterpiece. Nonetheless, the benefit of being tested on-site is that a poem that gains the magistrates, clerks, and both scholars' approval should resolve his transfer issue. Realizing this, Iolo felt less anxious and even developed some anticipation. The magistrate and the clerk whispered on stage, determining the test topic. After about 10 minutes, they finished discussing. The magistrate stood up, faced the direction of the capital, and clasped his hands. "This year marks Catherine's 70th birthday. To celebrate this joyous event, let's all write a poem on birthday as the theme." Hearing this, Dane inwardly scoffed. Here we are thousands of miles from the capital, yet the magistrate wants to fawn over that old hag in the palace. Seems like he isn't much of a good official either. Chapter 120. Dare you make a bet? The Blake wasn't an outstanding official, but the question he posed stumped Dane. He couldn't think of any famous birthday poems right away. He could recall some lines, but the magistrate wanted an entire, complete poem. That was indeed troublesome. And under the full attention of everyone present, the pressure became even greater. Waylon noticed Dane's furrowed brows and troubled face, immediately feeling relieved. Indeed, that earlier poem wasn't his work. Facing the magistrate's examination now, Dane seemed to have revealed his incompetence. This poetry gathering today would thoroughly resolve this troublemaker. Afterward, tofu would become an exclusive product of the Xiao family. Given time, the Xiao family might very well become the 5th major merchant in Newfound County, standing on equal footing with the Osiris and Ernan families. And even if he failed his studies in the future, relying on tofu sales, he could live more comfortably than even a governor or a 5th-rank official in the capital. The more Waylon thought about it, the more excited he got, nearly laughing out loud. After a cup of tea, the magistrate said, "It's been long enough. Who wants to go first?" A student volunteered, "Your Excellency, I'll go first." Then he recited a poem. The audience listened with strange expressions. This poem was truly subpar, just a little better than doggerel. However, the student didn't feel his poem was terrible at all. He thought it was a masterpiece born from a burst of inspiration and eagerly awaited praise from everyone. Next one. The chief clerk saw the magistrate's face turning green and hurriedly dismissed the self-satisfied student. The student panicked, "Your Excellency, my poem is really good. How about I read it again? Take your time to savor it." The magistrate clenched his fists. The chief clerk quickly ordered, "Get him out of here. The Darun, let me recite it once more. Just once more." The student was dragged away by servants from the Fuyang Lu building. Next, a few more students came forward and recited their works. They were slightly better than the first one, but not by much. However, they weren't dragged out. They were just hustled into a corner and told not to speak again. This treatment almost guaranteed that their examination scores wouldn't be good this year. So these students looked as bitter as if they had eaten rhubarb. Seeing Dane still hadn't spoken, Waylon sneered, "Jasper, are you unable to write it? Or you're admitting now that you had someone ghostwrite for you? You can get a lighter punishment if you confess. Keep being stubborn, and you'll end up disgraced." Dane glanced sideways at him and sneered, "Royce, are you so eager to crush me?" Waylon angrily retorted, "Nonsense. You seek fame and blame others for targeting you?" Dane half smiled. "I was just talking casually. Why are you so upset? Feeling guilty?" Waylon's face darkened. "Dane, stop stalling. Either read your poem, or admit that you had it ghostwritten." Dane said, "How about we make a bet?" Waylon replied, "A bet? Are you crazy? Why should I bet with you?" Dane said, "Because of tofu." Waylon's expression changed drastically. He flicked his sleeve and declared, "I don't understand what you're saying. Either recite your poem or leave. No nonsense." Dane calmly said, "Don't rush. Hear me out on the stakes. If your poem is better than mine, I won't touch the tofu business anymore. The whole market will be yours. But if you fail, I won't ask you to return the tofu recipe. You can still use it. All you need to do is lift the blockade on my grain shop. If you're afraid of losing to me, you can invite your fellow students to join. If anyone writes better than me, I'll admit defeat." Their voices weren't loud, and the hall was spacious, so the magistrate, chief clerk, and 2 Jurin scholars at the top did not hear clearly. Waylon gritted his teeth. "Jasper, aren't you too arrogant? I've been a Rodning Sheng for 7 years. How could I lose to a mere child?" Dane smiled. "Since you're so confident, accept the bet or not?" "I accept." Waylon snarled, "Don't renege on the loss." Dane said, "Words aren't enough. A written agreement is more stable." Waylon immediately walked to the table and scribbled down a contract. Seeing this, the magistrate frowned. "What are you two doing?" Dane bowed. "Your Excellency, I made a bet with Royce to add excitement to the exam." Such wagers were common among scholars, so the magistrate paid it no mind, only urging Dane and chimed in. "Someone who writes so beautifully probably didn't have someone else ghostwrite for him. Waylon seems intent on slandering." Chapter 121. Using a cannon to kill a mosquito, too wasteful. The Blake slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair in fury, exclaiming, "Waylon is deliberately defaming." The sudden roar startled the chief clerk, who was holding Waylon's poem. The paper slipped from his hands and fell to the floor. When the magistrate stood up, he inadvertently stepped on it. Waylon's heart sank upon witnessing this scene. When the magistrate finally handed Dane's poem to the 2 degree holders, Waylon's heart plummeted even further. His own work wasn't even given a glance. How good must Dane's poem be? After reading Dane's poem, Carmine stroked his beard, nodding continuously as he marveled. A masterpiece, truly a masterpiece. With this poem, all other birthday poems pale in comparison. Congratulations, my lord. South River County may not only produce a successful candidate, but even a top scholar. The other degree holder, though also impressed by the poem's brilliance, found his colleague's lavish praise nauseating. He swallowed the words of admiration that had risen to his lips. The magistrate was very pleased, but not overly so. Stroking his goatee, he smiled and said, top scholar or not, being a successful candidate is certain. After years of diligent service in South River County, I finally reaped rewards. I have not let down Hanson or Her Majesty the Catherine. This conversation stirred a mix of envy and impatience among the others in the hall. Especially the students from the county school were restless. They had never received such high praise from the magistrate or the degree holders. Could Dane's poem really be that good? They longed to know the full content of Dane's poem, but dared not urge the officials. Instead, they shifted uneasily in their seats, like ants on a hot griddle, trying to quell their restlessness. Noticing the murmurs and rustling, the magistrate returned to his seat and cleared his throat. It seems everyone is curious about what this birthday poem looks like. I won't keep you waiting any longer. I'll read it to you now. This statement caused another wave of astonishment. The magistrate was going to recite the poem himself? For these men, whose highest academic title was merely scholar, having the magistrate recite a poem was a great honor. They glanced at Dane with envious and jealous eyes. However, Dane didn't seem particularly happy. This poem stirring such attention from the magistrate and the degree holders was entirely within his expectations. The reason was simple. The original author of this drafted specifically for the Catherine. Dane approached Whalen, looking down at him and tapping his chest. Don't forget our bet. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to buy soybeans from the grain shop. If you don't sell them to me, I'll tell the magistrate about your father's and brother's dirty deeds. Whalen crawled towards Dane, grabbing his trouser leg. Unkitchen, please don't do this. I know I was wrong. I'll contact the grain shop. I don't want the tofu business anymore. I'll give it back, everything. Dane coldly replied, the tofu making method has already spread. Can you convince Xiuxian not to produce tofu? Whalen's lips trembled violently, and sweat poured down his face like rainwater. Then what do you want me to do? Dane said, I told you, just tell the grain shop to sell me soybeans. Whalen hesitated, finding the conditions surprisingly lenient. Had he won today's poetry contest, he would have done far worse to Dane, even if he couldn't completely ruin him. Dane refrained from severely punishing Whalen for a simple reason. His current foundation was too weak. Winning over the magistrate with Sue Dompa's poem did not guarantee support. This poem wouldn't directly make Dane a scholar. He still had to take the exam. If he failed, any revenge taken now would come back 100-fold later. By not targeting Whalen now, he was securing a fallback plan for himself. Unkitchen. The magistrate's voice interrupted their exchange. Dane quickly stepped forward and bowed. I am here, Your Excellency. The magistrate said, you've done well with this poem. I promise to reward you. What do you want? Dane replied, Your Excellency, I wish for the qualification to study for exams. The magistrate blinked, assuming he had misheard. Say that again? Dane said, in reply to Your Excellency, since passing the scholar examination, I went through a period of confusion, doing things unworthy of a scholar. Recently, I experienced an accident and was given a second chance. This prompted my reflection. To support my family, I had to engage in trade, but I still harbor the desire to serve the court and contribute my talents through the imperial exams. However, according to the law, scholars engaged in trade lose their eligibility to sit for exams. In despair, I joined the poetry gathering, hoping to meet some students who could vouch for me. With the approval of both officials and the 2 degree holders, I boldly asked for an opportunity to obtain an exam qualification. Carmine calmly said, County Hayes, as the sage said, cultivate oneself, order one's family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. Unkits engaging in trade are only trying to cultivate themselves and manage their families. So, I believe Dane should be eligible for an exam quota. The magistrate nodded. Carmine is right. Shall you be the one to recommend him? Carmine's face paled slightly. Inwardly cursing, he thought, old bureaucrat, involving me in this calculation. Chapter 121. Using a cannon to swat a fly. What a waste. The magistrate slammed his hand on the armrest in fury, exclaiming, Whalen is deliberately slandering. A sudden roar startled the registrar, causing him to drop the poem by Whalen he was holding. It fell to the floor and got stepped on when the magistrate stood up. Seeing this scene, Whalen's heart sank. When the magistrate handed Dane's poem to the 2 junior officials, Whalen's heart turned cold. His own work wasn't even glanced at. How good could Dane's poem be? After reading Dane's poem, junior official Pi stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly, sighing, excellent, excellent indeed. With this poem, all other birthday poems pale in comparison. Congratulations, Your Excellency, congratulations. Not only might we have a junior official from Nanha County, but perhaps even a top scholar. As for the other junior official, while he also thought the poem was superb, he found his colleagues fawning distasteful and swallowed his praise. The magistrate was particularly pleased, but not carried away. He stroked his goatee and smiled, saying, top scholarly sense. Dane hadn't intended to reveal the works of Ricky, Aloysius, and Alfredo so soon, but after racking his brain over birthday poems, this was the only one he could remember. So, even if it felt like using a cannon to swat a fly, he had no choice but to use it. Just as Dane felt regretful about revealing Ricky's work too early, the magistrate began to recite the poem Ricky wrote for his wife's birthday. 3 springs have passed beneath Mount Luafu. Pine shoots grow through the steps, daytime doors remain closed. Aloysius still hides in the fairy cave. The purple flute asks Lady Yuhua. Night sky and watercolors share the night. Hair shines and skin glows, reflecting each other. 10,000 homes spring breeze celebrates your longevity, sitting and watching the sea rise into dust. As soon as the magistrate finished, there was a loud thud in the hall. Everyone turned to see Whalen sitting collapsed on the floor, his face deathly pale. That thud was the sound of his posterior hitting the ground. The other scholarship students also looked distressed. Dane's poem was too overwhelming, especially the last line, 10,000 homes spring breeze celebrates your longevity, sitting and watching the sea rise into dust, which seemed tailor-made for the Catherine. Dane walked up to Waylon, looking down at him and tapping his chest, saying, "Don't forget our bet. Tomorrow, I promise to reward you. What do you want?" Dane replied, "Sir, your student wants the qualification to study for the exams." The magistrate froze, thinking he had misheard. "Say that again?" Dane said, "Sir, since passing the child scholar exam, your student went through a chaotic period and did things unworthy of a scholar. Recently, your student survived an accident and came to my senses. To support my family, I had to engage in trade, but I still harbor a desire to serve the court and contribute my abilities through the imperial examinations. However, according to the law, scholars who engage in trade lose their examination eligibility. Frustrated, I came to the poetry gathering, hoping to meet some scholarship students who could vouch for me. Thanks to the favor of the 2 officials and 2 junior officials, I boldly ask you, sir, to grant me a place in the examinations." Junior official Pi calmly said, "Hayes, the sage said to cultivate oneself, regulate one's family, govern the country, and pacify the world. Unkit's engaging in trade is part of cultivating oneself and regulating one's family. So I believe Dane should be given the opportunity." The magistrate agreed. "Brother Pi speaks wisely. Shall you vouch for him?" Junior official Pi's face changed slightly, silently cursing. "Old bureaucrat, trying to pass the buck to me." Chapter 122. Unkit as guarantor. Being a guarantor is not something everyone is willing to do. The final outcome is often a thankless job. While Dane's poetry is indeed impressive, academic examinations are not solely based on poems. In the early days of the founding of the nation, students could become top scholars and enter officialdom with just one poem or essay. But that was because the imperial examination system was not yet perfected, and the country desperately needed talent, thus relaxing its standards. Now, over 150 years after the establishment of the Great Yan Dynasty, the examination system has been highly refined, making it impossible for students to pass exams with just a poem or an essay. According to Dane himself, he stopped studying after becoming a child scholar, spent some time as a rascal, then realized his mistake and focused on making money through business. With only half a month left before the exam, even if Dane started studying intensively now, his chances of passing would be less than 10%. As his guarantor, one would inevitably lose face. Carmine, who is already in his 60s, values his reputation and legacy more than anything, unwilling to engage in a task that offers no returns and could potentially damage his reputation. The magistrate clearly thought about this, which is why he asked Carmine to be the guarantor. He did not want to lose face either. Carmine remained silent, causing the situation to suddenly become tense. The magistrate was quite displeased, thinking, this old man, who always prides himself on being noble, is now reluctant to be a simple guarantor. People might think he's a top scholar. The clerk, noticing the magistrate's displeasure, quickly guessed his superior's thoughts and said, "Carmine, do you think Dane will not pass the county level exam?" Carmine made an indifferent sound in response. The clerk continued, "In my opinion, both the county and prefecture exams are not too difficult. Dane is already a child scholar and has experience with the first 2 rounds. With a bit of guidance, he should have no problem passing these rounds. The real challenge will be the final provincial exam next year, but Dane has plenty of time to prepare. A person who can write such excellent poetry shouldn't be too bad in other areas. At the very least, he can secure the title of scholar." Carmine pulled the corners of his mouth into a wry smile, thinking, "If you think Dane is so capable, why don't you be the guarantor yourself? Why push all this onto me?" Seeing Carmine still hesitating, the clerk became somewhat angry. This old man, what ingratitude. Just then, the previously quiet senior scholar casually spoke up, "I'll do it." The magistrate instantly felt relieved. The clerk also looked delighted and asked, "Unkit, are you serious?" Gavin, the senior scholar's true name, was 53 this year. He passed the provincial exam at 25, becoming the youngest scholar in Nanyang County's history. However, Gavin was upright and couldn't tolerate wrongdoing. During the palace examination, he reported a classmate for cheating and denounced another as a favor student, immediately stirring up trouble. Upon learning of this, the emperor ordered a thorough investigation and praised Gavin, saying scholars should act like him. Gavin thought the emperor's commendation would smooth his path forward. After the palace exam, his name appeared on the 3rd class list, which disappointed him because he believed he deserved at least a higher ranking. That night, Gavin received a transfer order to serve as a magistrate in a remote county in Xuanhuan Prefecture, one of the most dangerous regions due to threats from both the Rodneo and Western Xia states. His assigned county was right on the tri-border area. If Gavin didn't realize what was happening, all those years of scholarly studies would be for naught. Nevertheless, he didn't decline. At that young age, he was eager to prove himself against any adversity. However, reality showed that a seasoned bureaucrat could hardly manage such a remote county, let alone a fresh-faced scholar like him. After 3 years as a magistrate, Gavin's title demoted from Jinshur to Juran. Over the next decade, he wandered various posts, none lasting more than 6 months, and were usually impoverished and chaotic places. For Gavin, his best years were wasted on constant transfers. Every time he arrived at a new place and finally got things under control, someone else would come to take credit, sending him off to another post again. So, by his 40s, he resigned from office and returned to his hometown, Nanyang County, to retire. Carmine occasionally dined and drank with local officials, but Gavin completely cut off all bureaucratic ties, staying home to write articles, tend to birds and fish. For this poetry contest, the magistrate personally visited 3 times. Moved by his sincerity, Gavin agreed to be a judge. After reading Dane's 2 poems, especially the latter, Gavin grew fond of his talent. But he felt Dane would likely end up like him if he entered the officialdom, so he didn't volunteer to be a guarantor. Now, since Carmine refused, he decided to step forward to repay the magistrate's favor. "Let's entrust him to me," Gavin calmly said. "But, Your Excellency, I can only be his guarantor and cannot guarantee his success. The magistrate nodded. Whether he passes depends entirely on his own abilities. Others can't help much. Jasper, step forward. Dane stepped forward quickly. This is Uncle Gavin, the senior scholar of our county. He has agreed to be your guarantor. Dane clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Gavin. Thank you for your consideration, Uncle Chang. Gavin replied coldly. I'm only your guarantor, not showing any special favor. Don't you truly have hidden your capabilities well? Your 2 poems were simply outstanding. I cannot compare. I initially hoped to be a candidate in Nanha County, but now it seems impossible. Dane whispered, Ning brother, let me speak frankly. I have no grand ambitions and do not wish to serve as an official in the court. I only seek to pass the exams to gain the title of xiuxian and be exempt from labor duties. Iolo was taken aback. With such talent, Chen brother only aims for xiuxian? Dane chuckled. Everyone has their aspirations. I prefer earning money. So Ning brother needn't see me as a stumbling block. I won't hinder your path. Iolo hastily clarified. Chen brother, you misunderstand me. That's not what I meant. Dane waved his hand. No need for explanations. Let us understand each other. I must go find my wife and daughter. Farewell. With that, he bowed and left. Iolo watched Dane's back and fell into deep thought. Ning Luke approached and muttered softly, Brother, why do I feel this person is quite hypocritical? How many scholars in the world are content with merely passing a xiuxian? He must be deliberately saying this to lull you into a false sense of security, making Yufengqi the idea of transferring to Nanha County, thus reducing his competition. Improved. He must be deliberately saying this to mislead you, making you abandon the idea of transferring to Nanha County, thereby reducing his competition. Iolo sighed, look, don't think ill of people. To me, someone with such literary talent may be proud, but would never be hypocritical. If he truly has genuine abilities, he wouldn't fear competing with me and might even look forward to it. He probably really wants just the xiuxian title. Ning Luke pursed her lips. Only you would believe that. I certainly don't. Iolo responded, whether you believe or not doesn't matter. With him in Nanha County, I wonder if our local magistrate will offend Jing'an County's magistrate for my sake. Let's head to the inn for rest. We'll visit the magistrate early tomorrow morning. On the other side, Dane was asking Francis about Gavin's information. Francis didn't know much about Gavin, only that he had offended high-ranking officials, resulting in a stagnant career. He returned to Nanha County over a decade ago and ceased involving himself in official affairs or cultural circles, living like a recluse. If it were Paiju as your recommender, your chances would increase significantly. Paiju values reputation, while Gavin truly has no interest in these matters. Whether you pass or fail means nothing to him. So don't expect any help from Gavin. You'll have to rely on yourself from here. If you'd started years ago, you might already be a scholar. Dane smiled faintly. I was young and foolish then. I've mentioned, my true ambition lies elsewhere. I only care about money. Without avoiding labor duties, I wouldn't bother studying. Especially given the current court situation, serving that old demoness emperor loyally? Not interested. Let's go find them. They soon found Leora and Aliana at a street stall selling wontons. Upon seeing Dane, Aliana excitedly called out despite not swallowing her bite yet. Leora, turning around, calmly remarked, Gustav, are you done? Francis interrupted, Kendra, old brother Chun was quite the star today. A single poem topped everyone. Even the senior students couldn't compete, and the magistrate, clerk, and 2 scholar gentlemen praised him endlessly. Leora listened without much enthusiasm, wiping the soup from Aliana's mouth. So, you got the exam qualification? Francis affirmed, of course, with a scholar vouching for Chun. That's good, Leora murmured. Dane noticed Leora's subdued mood, unsure of the cause. Perhaps she was reluctant to speak in front of Francis, so Dane decided to let the topic slide for now. After Aliana finished eating, they bid farewell to Francis, retrieved their cart, paid 10 coins for storage, and headed home. Will you still want me and Aliana? Dane was dumbfounded. Neve, why would you think such thoughts? Dane asked with confusion. Leora sniffled. Tonight, while strolling through the streets with Aliana, I overheard many people say that once men achieve scholarly success, they often abandon their wives and children. There was this aunt who worked hard to earn money to support her husband's studies. Later, when he passed the exams, he abandoned her. She went to find him in the capital, but ended up being beaten, which left her with a lingering illness. Now whenever it rains or turns cold, her legs hurt so much she can barely walk. After hearing this, Dane couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. That's the power of rumors. Dane gently wiped away Leora's tears. Neve, don't listen to these gossips. Most of them are fabricated. I admit there are some scholars who discard their wives after achieving success, but most remain loyal. Our prime minister is a perfect example. He, like me, came from a poor background. His wife saved every coin to fund his studies. But after he became the top scholar, not only did he not abandon her, he even rejected the emperor's offer of marriage. When his wife suggested taking concubines, saying high-ranking officials usually have multiple wives, he refused, insisting he wanted to be with her for life. Leora blinked her tearful eyes. Is it true? Dane said solemnly, of course it's true. Leora asked, Gustav, how do you know about the prime minister's family in the capital? Dane cleared his throat. In the scholarly circle, this isn't a secret like she couldn't go on living. It was too embarrassing. Dane felt relieved and couldn't suppress his smile. But he wasn't going to forgive Leora so easily. Neve, that still doesn't make me less angry, Dane said. Leora pleaded. What must I do to completely calm your anger? Dane leaned closer and whispered, I want you to ride on me tonight. Instantly, Leora's blush spread from her face to her entire body. After a night of passion, Dane wasn't tired at all. Instead, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Being young has its advantages. 5 times in one night was no trouble at all. Dane was feeling great, and Leora was even better. After all, cultivated fields become richer with work. Since Malachi didn't bring back soybeans yesterday, Joshua Yue and Broderick didn't deliver bean juice early in the morning either. With the River Fresh Produce business halted, Tianshangju also didn't send any merchant teams. This morning was the quietest in the past few weeks. After breakfast, Joshua Yue dropped off Imogen and hurried off to gather fresh produce. Dane spent half an hour teaching Aliana and Imogen to read. After assigning them homework, he prepared to head to the county for the appointment. Leora called out, "Gustav, wait." Dane responded, "What is it? Should I bring something back from the county?" Leora shook her head. "You're going empty-handed? At least bring some gifts." Dane said, "I'll buy a set of 4 treasures of the study as a gift." Leora replied, "Do you think a Jiren scholar would lack those things? And homemade gifts show more sincerity than store-bought ones." Dane helplessly remarked, "I know, but time is short, and I didn't have time to prepare." Leora said, "I prepared it." She then brought out a jar from the kitchen and handed it to Dane. As Dane opened it, he asked, "What is it?" Leora explained, "Tofu. It's a food you invented, far more precious than any stationery. And last night, I learned that tofu isn't sold loose in town yet. If one wants tofu, they can only get it from Tianshangju or xiuxianju. So, bringing tofu is most appropriate." Dane remarked, "A virtuous wife means everything goes smoothly. Alright, stop sweet-talking and get going. Don't keep Daxton waiting." Leora finished arranging Dane's clothes and urged him to set off. Chapter 125. In-class quiz. Dane drove his ox cart into the county town, heading straight for Gavin's residence. After explaining his identity to the servant at the gate, the servant stepped aside to let him in and promised to take good care of Dane's ox. Dane casually gave a few coins as a tip, which unexpectedly made the servant overjoyed. This small detail also made Dane realize that life as a scholar like Gavin might not be as prosperous as he imagined. "Never set foot in my home. Take that away." Dane hadn't expected such a stern reaction, leaving him momentarily speechless. Regaining his composure, he explained, "Nick, this isn't anything valuable. It's tofu I made myself." Gavin frowned. "Tofu?" Dane opened the jar. "Please see for yourself, Nick. It's just tofu." Gavin glanced at it, and indeed, it was tofu. "You know how to make tofu?" Dane answered, "To be honest, Nick, tofu was invented by me." Gavin sternly asked, "Is this true? If you dare lie to me, you will not be forgiven." Dane assured, "Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, ask Xiaomer from Tianshangju. After inventing tofu, I signed an exclusive supply contract with Tianshangju. All their tofu comes from me." Gavin countered, "But I heard xiuxianju also has tofu." Dane sighed, "Indeed, it pains me to say, but someone stole the tofu recipe while I was away in Rodney and Shui and sold it to xiuxianju." Outraged, Gavin demanded, "In broad daylight, such blatant robbery occurs? Did you report it to the authorities?" Dane shook his head. "Since the secret is out, and returned with a stack of papers, placing them in front of Dane. "These are past county and prefecture exam questions. Try your best. Write as much as you can." Dane blinked, feeling a sense of familiarity. This was nothing but an in-class quiz. He didn't mind, as he had come for past exam papers. Whether he took them home or did them here, it made little difference. Plus, doing them here allowed Gavin to grade him immediately. Dane unfolded the top paper and examined it closely. It was a county exam divided into 3 main sections. 1. Fill in the blank based on classics like Analects and Great Learning, including historical materials and famous works. 2. Reading comprehension requiring analysis of provided passages. 3. Essay questions based on given phrases or poems. Writing essays required understanding the examiner's intent and considering current events. Otherwise, even eloquent prose could be off topic. However, the last type of question wasn't particularly challenging. For example, the final essay question now before Dane asked for an analysis of a statement made by the Blake. A simple task compared to what followed. Though Dane had attempted civil service exams in his previous life without success, he was well versed in this type of question. What troubled him most was the first section because he hadn't studied Analects, Great Learning, or Doctrine of the Mean back then. Dane responded, "After I return home, I will study hard and memorize." Gavin said indifferently, "Whether you memorize or not doesn't concern me because your academic performance determines your future prospects. Although my recommendation will be affected if you fail, I've been influenced by things throughout my entire life. One little bit from you won't make much of a difference." Though he said this, Gavin still took a few books out of the bookshelf and said, "Take these with you when you leave, and remember to return them once you've finished reading." With that, he walked away. "Tidy up the table, then come out for lunch." After tidying up the table, Dane casually opened one of the books given to him by Gavin. It was filled with reading notes. Dane smiled. This old man has a cold exterior but a warm heart. Holding the stack of books, Dane followed the housekeeper to the dining room. The dining room was quite simple, with just 1 table and 4 chairs. There were 4 plates on the table, all filled with green vegetables, no meat. Inside, only 2 people were present, Gavin and his wife. Seeing Dane, Rin warmly waved him over. "Rodney Tulchun, come sit quickly." Dane placed the books on the empty chair beside him and bowed politely. "Younger Dane greets madam. Don't be formal. We haven't had guests in a long time," Rin smiled kindly. "Our household is poor, and our food is simple. Don't mind it, Rodney Tulchun." Being called white jade by scholars. Yet, a tofu dish costs at least 2 silver coins, far beyond what they could afford. Having never eaten it, he naturally didn't know how to prepare it. Dane's arrival was a godsend for the troubled chef. Checking the cabinets, Dane found them almost empty, similar to his own situation when he first arrived. So, he took out 2 silver coins and instructed the housekeeper to buy some meat and spices. The housekeeper looked uncertain. Dane explained, "Although Daxton doesn't acknowledge me as his student, I respect him as a teacher. I should pay tribute to my teacher. Please hurry. Seeing Rin nod approvingly, the housekeeper hurried off with the money. 15 minutes later, the housekeeper returned with a fish, half a pound of meat, and various seasonings. Dane immediately started cooking. Initially, Rin thought Dane could only prepare simple dishes. However, seeing him skillfully gutting and scaling the fish, she realized that his culinary skills might rival their chef's. Due to time constraints, Dane prepared only stir-fried meat and tofu stewed with fish. Despite this, the process still took a considerable amount of time. By the time the dishes were served, Gavin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Upon seeing the two meat dishes, Gavin was about to explode. However, Gavin was silenced by Rin. You can eat or not. These. Chapter 127. The first and last disciple. After the meal, Dane was ready to take his leave. However, he didn't expect that addressing them would cause a bit of trouble. Madam, your student is taking his leave, Dane said to Gavin's wife. Airlie frowned and said displeasingly, this child, calling me madam, makes us seem so distant. Call me Master Rodnilia. Master M. Before Dane could finish, Gavin got angry. Don't call me Master Rodnilia. Gavin slammed the table and shouted, I'm not his teacher. He's not my student. Airlie also got mad. You old thing, you're getting more difficult as you grow older. Why isn't Xiuxian your student? Gavin was furious. I said he's not, so he's not. If you keep nagging, Airlie wasn't intimidated at all, even puffing out her chest. What, are you going to hit me? Come on, right here. Seeing the elderly couple about to have a war, Dane hurriedly mediated, Madam, if Mr. doesn't recognize me, there must be his reasons. It's unnecessary for such a small matter to upset you both. Airlie replied, Xiuxian, this old man has been acting stranger in recent years. Don't mind him. Dane's mouth twitched, thinking, Madam, I can't really respond to that. Gavin said, that's why women like you are long-haired and short-sighted. Anyway, go out first. I need to talk to him elsewhere. But if you're my student, you will likely die in the capital. As your recommender, it can still be attributed to the Blake. But if you become my student, it would do you more harm than good. After saying this, Gavin waved his hand listlessly. Go back, study well. For the county exam, try to fill in as much as you can, unlike today where everything was blank. For now, don't visit anymore. At first, Dane truly believed that Gavin disapproved of him because of his humble birth. He didn't expect such deep reasons. This altered his impression of the old man. Maybe his stiffness and irritability were all feigned, aimed at protecting the people around him. One must never offend intellectuals. Once offended, the grudge might last a lifetime. And their methods of revenge are often more insidious than warriors. While warriors seek your life, intellectuals not only want your life but also your reputation. Xiuxian, who once was a good man, became a notorious scoundrel in history for offending his colleagues. Davina Renmei, who was once a respected advisor, ended up on the infamous list of corrupt officials in the Song dynasty for offending intellectuals. So, Gavin's concern was certainly justified. Teacher, please accept this bow from your student. As Gavin was sighing over the unfair treatment he had endured in his life, Dane's sudden declaration startled him so much that he stood up from his chair. What are you doing? Didn't you hear anything I just said? Gavin shouted angrily. Kneeling on the ground, Dane smiled. Teacher, I heard, but I'm not afraid. Gavin's anger subsided. You're not afraid because you don't know how terrifying political struggles can be. You really trying to drive me crazy. Dane said, Teacher, the court is scary, but I won't go. Moreover, denying my master for a supposed future would lead scholars to criticize me severely. Gavin was taken aback. Dane did have a point. Recommending Dane would need layers of approval, which was extremely rare. Only a master-student relationship, especially a direct one, could explain it. When agreeing to recommend him initially, Gavin just wanted to repay the Blake. But looking back, hadn't he felt a tinge of admiration for talent? World laughs at me for being too insane, while I laugh at them for not seeing through. Wasn't this line a true reflection of his entire life? Taking on a disciple, what difference would it make? If anyone dared to touch his disciple, Gavin would go insane again. Do you really think it through? Acknowledging me as your teacher means you almost give up your official career, and even if you pursue it, it's full of thorns. Dane replied, I've thought very clearly. While adding in his mind, being a local scholar doesn't count as an official career. Gavin nodded slightly. Very well. I'll acknowledge you as my student. From today onward, you are my first and last disciple. I have no other requirements for you, just 8 words. Look up without shame towards heaven. Look down without shame towards earth. Dane bowed deeply. Student remembers teacher's teachings. Go, Gavin said. If you encounter problems in your studies, feel free to ask me. Thank you, teacher. Student is leaving. Dane stood up, holding the books lent by Gavin, and left the mansion. Standing in the courtyard, Gavin stroked his beard, looking somewhat complex. Airlie came forward, draped the coat over him and said, It's autumn. Wear more clothes. Don't worry so much. I believe Xiuxian is smarter than you. If he becomes an official, he'll definitely surpass you by 100-fold. At least he won't clash with colleagues like you. Gavin chuckled helplessly. Hey, you old woman, can't you relax and stop teasing me? Airlie retorted, then divorce me. Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as divorcing an old wife, Gavin said irritably. Airlie said angrily, so if you were younger, you divorce me? What nonsense. I've never thought of divorcing you. I'm afraid you might ask for a divorce. Gavin responded, after all, living with me hasn't given you a single good day. Airlie replied, I've already gotten used to it. Gavin sighed, I'm afraid Dane might end up like me. But what you said earlier makes sense. He should do. Brah immediately started packing for Dane. Since the county exam began very early in the morning, leaving for the city late at night would mean waking up in the dead of night. However, rest was crucial for scholars preparing for the imperial examination, so most chose to arrive before the exam and stay in a hotel near the exam site to wait for the test. Andrea, after nursing her child, rushed over to help as well. She noticed Leora only packed for Dane but not for herself. Sis, you're not going? Leora replied. Second brother said I don't need to go. It's just a county-level exam. I'll join him for the later provincial and academy exams, Leora added. Andrea remarked, looks like brother-in-law is quite confident about this exam. Sis, you'll be a Unkit's wife. Leora responded. What are you talking about? It's still uncertain. Besides, the title sounds strange. I don't like it. How about a xuanhuan's wife? Andrea poked Leora's shoulder playfully. Would you like that title? Leora mumbled. I'd rather he doesn't win the title. Andrea asked, why? Even becoming a provincial candidate means leaving our village and moving to big cities like the prefectural capital. I'm just a countrywoman. How could I possibly adapt there? Also, I can't leave all of you. Leora added. Andrea pondered and replied, you're right. No matter how good outside may seem, nothing compares to our hometown. But if brother-in-law advances, you will have to accompany him. Heart instantly cheered up. Before leaving, Dane assigned some homework to Imogen, then set off for the exam reluctantly. Reaching town, he first visited Gavin's residence. During this period, Dane had been delivering tofu and fish regularly to Gavin's house every 2 days, and Sheng never refused, accepting his disciples' offerings as normal. The frequent deliveries also benefited the servants of the Sheng family, who previously looked malnourished, now had healthier appearances. Thus, they treated Dane kindly, greeting him and helping him with his ox cart upon arrival. Dane generously gave them small tips, around 10 copper coins each, thanking them for their hard work caring for his teacher. The servants were deeply moved, praising their master for having a great disciple. When Dane tipped the steward, Gavin witnessed it. Startled, the steward almost knelt down, knowing how peculiar his master could be. But this time, Gavin said nothing, only inviting Dane to discuss in the study. Old uncle, the steward, stood stunned, murmuring, Master didn't scold me? Dane smiled. Old uncle, these are gifts from your student, not stolen or robbed. Relax. I'm going to meet my teacher. See you later. In the study, Gavin directly handed over a set of practice papers to Dane. These questions are based on previous year's county exams, Gavin stated calmly. Dane initially thought that the phrase, don't despise my poor sewing skills, was merely polite modesty. However, after putting on the clothes, he realized how true it really was. His mistress's tailoring skills were indeed mediocre. Fortunately, this outfit belonged in the limited use category and would be tucked away after today. Dressed in new clothes, Dane arrived at the gate of the residence where the caretaker handed him the exam basket, saying, Young Master Chen, sir says he won't accompany you. All necessary items for the exam are in this basket. At the bottom is his recommendation letter. Just show it to the minor officials upon arrival. Sir also said to maintain a calm mindset during the exam. As long as you perform normally, you should pass. Dane cupped his hands in gratitude and said, Jethro, please thank my teacher for me. I'm leaving now. He made his way to Nanha County School, the venue for each county-level examination. It was still early, but the entrance of the county school was already teeming with candidates. The guards, armed with cudgels, meticulously verified the identity of each examinee, disallowing entry to anyone with suspicious credentials. Though it was the lowest level of examination, the guards did not dare slack off while checking the candidates. They not only checked IDs but also inspected the baskets and conducted body searches to ensure no cheating materials were smuggled in. Seeing the candidates enter with disheveled hair, Dane couldn't help but feel startled. If the county examination was this strict, what would happen at the provincial or metropolitan exams? Thinking about potentially being stripped down to bare skin and thoroughly inspected by a group of officials in the future, Dane shivered involuntarily. But then he reconsidered. His goal was merely to obtain the title of scholar to be exempt from corvée labor. That level of scrutiny probably wouldn't apply to becoming a scholar. Thus, his mindset steadied once more. After waiting for half an hour, he finally entered the county school. Passing through the ceremonial gateway, a memorial archway appeared ahead, with a clerical officer sitting behind a desk recording the name, age, and domicile of each candidate. In front of Dane was a white-haired elderly man. The clerk glanced up, asked his name and domicile, and then questioned his age. The old man said, 34. The clerk smirked and said backwards, it's probably far off. Ellis sternly replied, how could a learned person lie? It's indeed 34. The clerk humphed, lowered his head, and recorded, age, 34. Ellis showed a cunning smile upon seeing the number, picked up the number plate, and quickly left. This move left Dane dumbfounded. When it was his turn, he couldn't help but ask this question. The clerk, engrossed in transcription, heard the question and became slightly impatient. Don't meddle in what's not your business. Wait, young Master Chin? Dane asked, do you know me? The clerk smiled and said, Daxton's student. How could I not recognize you? He beckoned Dane closer and whispered, young Master Chun, here's the thing with age. In county examinations, candidates report their own age. If they pass, all future examinations will base their records on this reported age. How old are you, young Master Chun? Dane truthfully answered, 25. At what age did you pass the child examination? 24. If young Master Chin had reported being 8 when taking the child examination for the first time, you would become Nanha County's youngest scholar in history upon passing. If you continue upwards and secure titles such as Jiren, Tribute Scholar, or Jinshur, Advanced Scholar, the Ministry of Personnel, upon reviewing your young age, might give you special attention. Older candidates usually get dismissed casually. Dane asked, won't the false reporting be exposed when the top scholar needs to meet the emperor? The clerk smiled and said, young Master Chin, how many of those who falsely report their ages actually become the top scholar? Or think someone confident in becoming the top scholar would falsify their age? These people mostly aim for a Jiren title. After securing it, they can use the falsely reported age to secure a good position and serve longer on imperial salary. Registrar, deputy magistrate, and 2 instructors from the county school were all present. Candidates would bow in greeting as they passed by. The magistrate and registrar barely acknowledged them, perhaps nodding occasionally, while only the instructors offered encouraging words. However, upon seeing Dane, the magistrate shed his usual aloofness, smiling and saying, Dane, do your best. Dane hurriedly returned the salute. I will surely do my utmost. Those queued behind Dane were stunned. Who was this guy? Chapter 130. What me? Dane found his examination booth according to the number on his tag. It was a tiny shack, about 3 square meters in size. A wooden plank was nailed across it horizontally for writing purposes. One had to crawl under it to enter since it was fixed in the door frame. No candidate would risk climbing over it, not out of fear of breaking the plank, but because they worried about getting injured if it did break. A candidate's hands were more valuable than gold. Looking around at the other booths, Dane realized that his was indeed the best one. The old man who had falsely reported his age wasn't so fortunate. His booth was next to the latrine. However, he seemed accustomed to such conditions, showing no sign of complaint. At his age, still a child scholar, he must have seen everything and wouldn't fuss over such minor inconveniences. Examinees to your C are incredible, Dane exclaimed joyfully. Memorization had always been his weak point. Even though he crammed for over 10 days, these texts were difficult to understand, let alone memorize, filled as they were with obscure characters. Remembering all this had killed off a lot of his brain cells. It went like this. Open the book, Ambry. Close the book, what may. Open the book again, Ambry. Close the book, which dong may. Finally, when trying to write from memory, Joshua Lansley. How tragic. But now it was different. Most of the required memorizations were among the predicted questions by Gavin. For those not covered, the deductions wouldn't be significant, and he could make up for lost points in the reading comprehension and essay sections. With peace of mind, Dane took out a blank sheet of paper to begin his second round of transcription and answering. This was his official exam paper, needing to be neat and clean. He thanked Brantling in his heart for practicing calligraphy rigorously in preparation for the child scholar exams, leading to excellent handwriting. Unfortunately, Dane's hands were used to keyboards. Even with a fountain pen or pencil, his writing looked like chicken scratch. After finishing the memorization section, Dane turned to the reading comprehension. The topic this year was truly bizarre, requiring an analysis of a statement made by the Empress Dowager, a document called an imperial edict. Sighing inwardly, based on the theme of autumn was simple for him. He recited Hernan G's Autumn Thoughts. Other classical verses like, the sky and water merge into one color, or, the frost leaves turn redder than February flowers, were too powerful and couldn't be used lightly. The final policy essay proved tricky. The question was excessive expenditures. Seeing these 4 characters, Dane initially felt puzzled, unsure of the exact meaning. Glancing around, other candidates also struggled, frowning deeply. Could the county examination really be this profound? Complaining aside, the problem still needed solving. After scribbling on draft paper for a while, Dane finally understood. It was a fiscal issue, how to address increasing government expenditures. Clearly, imitating the emperor's focus on wealth, lower officials also obsessed over accumulating money. Chapter 131, County Examination ends. Once the problem was unraveled, answering it became quite easy. After all, making money was far too simple for Dane. Even as a fallback option, he could have copied down what he remembered from high school history about Cedric's reforms and used it as an answer. Although Cedric's reforms ultimately failed, it was undeniable that during the years they were implemented, the Song Dynasty's treasury revenue increased by beside him and said, Dorian, you should review this. Dorian perked up upon realizing the Blake wanted him to examine the paper specifically. He took it, reviewing it closely while pondering internally. Several students had already submitted their papers, but the Blake hadn't looked at any of them. However, for Dane, the Blake personally reviewed it and asked him to do the same. After some thought, Dorian suddenly recalled a poem. The world laughs at me for being too mad. And Dane was the author. Dorian understood now. The Blake regarded Dane as a potential seed for the county's prestige, hoping he would achieve a provincial degree to add to his political achievements. If another provincial candidate wasn't produced this year, the Blake would have to wait another 5 years for promotion. Yet, the magistrate was also wary. If Dane only wrote poems and not proper answers, directly passing him would appear as favoritism. By letting Dorian evaluate it, any future problems could be pinned on him. Realizing the underlying motive, Dorian inwardly cursed the Blake fiercely. Damn seasoned official, unwilling to take any losses. If I get pushed too far, I might not let him pass. Of course, Dorian was just venting. He wouldn't dare act on it. At most, he would nitpick Dane's paper a bit, then push him through the marginally to secure a place for the prefectural exam. But as he read on, Dorian realized something was off. Dane in submission. However, openly declaring rankings on the spot was rare. An experienced instructor like Dorian shouldn't make such mistakes. Unless Dane's article was truly exceptional? Honestly, Dane was also bewildered. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare claim his work could rank first. Placing within the top 30 and making it onto the list was enough for him. Rodnite College students, Dane aimed for a passing grade. 60 points were perfect. Anything more was a waste. Moreover, winning first place would bring many troubles. Some board scholars might come to challenge him in a literary duel. After all, the concept of beating the first makes me the first was very popular. The Blake coolly remarked, Dorian, please be careful with your words. Declaring the first place winner with only a dozen submissions is inappropriate. Dane nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your favor, instructor. But I agree with the Blake. Hundreds of students haven't submitted yet. Many may write better than me. Realizing his hasty comment, Dorian felt some regret. Those words sounded overly flattering and unprofessional. Dane stepping up to save face improved Dorian's impression of him significantly. What was supposed to be a marginal pass for Dane now warranted a fair evaluation. The Blake waved his sleeve. Dane, you may leave. Dane bowed and left the examination hall. Just outside the county school, he met the steward from the Shang residence. The steward cheerfully greeted, Master Chen. Lord and Carly were worried, so they sent me to wait. I heard earlier from a constable that Master Chen is favored by Instructor Rodney of this county. It seems this county exam will be smooth sailing for you. Dane humbly replied, that's just polite talk. Until the results are announced, nothing is certain. Though Dane was confident he'd pass the county exam, he had seen too many cases of premature celebrations turning sour in his previous life. Until the results were posted, he preferred to keep a low profile. Chapter 132. The Smart Andrea. Back at the Shang residence, after Gavin asked Dane about the exam in detail, he nodded and said, "All right, study hard and prepare for the subsequent prefecture exam when you return." The steward immediately congratulated. "Congratulations to young Master Chan." Gavin replied in an unsatisfied tone. "What's there to congratulate him for? It's just a county exam. If he can't even pass this, he might as well hang himself." The steward looked embarrassed and stepped aside. Mabel glared at Gavin. "Can't you say something nice?" Although it's only the county exam, Rodney Chan managed to pass with only 10 days of preparation. That deserves congratulations. Rodney Chan, stay in the city for a few more days until the results are announced. Dane replied, "Auntie, I think my wife and daughter can't wait any longer. You could bring them to the city." "Auntie hasn't met your wife and daughter yet," Mabel suggested. Dane replied, "Next time the results are announced, I'll bring them to visit teacher and Auntie." Mabel agreed, "That's fine. Just be careful on your way back." "Thank you, Auntie, I will." Dane bowed respectfully and was about to leave when Gavin called him back. "Dane, since you've embarked on this academic path, avoid engaging in business." Dane replied, "Currently, the family business is being managed by my brother-in-law." Gavin explained, "It's not that you can't do business, but your foundation is still shallow, and I can't provide much help. If anyone makes an issue out of this, it will be difficult." Dane nodded, "I understand, teacher." "Go then," Gavin instructed. "Teacher, Auntie, your student takes his leave." Dane bowed and left the Shang residence, rushing home. Neo, sensing Dane's urgency, sprinted along the road at full speed. Dust flew on the highway, but nothing could hide Dane's longing to return home. In River Village, Dane's home, Aliana, Imogen, and Lulan were practicing writing in the sand. Rodney Hui lay nearby, seemingly relaxed, but alert to any movement, ready to respond instantly. This little guy had become Aliana's most loyal guard. Suddenly, Rodney Hui stood up and barked loudly, darting forward like a gray flash before anyone. He quickly packed a small bundle. Seeing him holding the bundle, Leora asked curiously, "Xiuanhuan, what are you doing?" Jetty, being honest, replied, "Brother-in-law is back. You two need to intimate." Andrea, embarrassed, covered his mouth and whispered, "How can you talk so openly?" Leora's face turned bright red. "Xiuanhuan, what nonsense are you talking about?" With the topic already opened, Andrea decided to be straightforward. "Sis, as they say, separation makes reunion sweeter. Brother-in-law has been gone for days. You two have much to talk about. We'd rather not intrude. So Xiuanhuan and I will go back tonight, and come back in the morning." Leora felt too shy to reply, wanting to find a hole to hide in. "Kathy, how can you talk like that? Am I wrong?" Andrea asked. Just then, Dane entered the courtyard carrying Aliana, holding Ambria and Imogen by the hands, with Rodney Hui circling around his feet. Aliana, riding on Dane's shoulders, cheered, "Daddy's back! Daddy's back!" Andrea smiled and asked, "How did the exam go, brother-in-law?" Dane replied, "No major issues. I might not get a high rank, but making the list is almost certain." "Congratulations, brother-in-law," Andrea said. Dane added, "Don't congratulate me yet. It's just the county exam. To become a scholar, there are 2 more exams to go." Noticing the bundle in Jetty's hand, Dane asked curiously, "Are you leaving somewhere?" Before Jetty could speak, Andrea interjected, "Our parents miss the kids, so we're planning to visit home and come back tomorrow." Dane, smarter than Jetty, understood the unspoken message, creating space for him and Leora. Despite being a village woman, Andrea's mind was sharp and insightful. As a son-in-law, Jetty didn't seem to mind one bit. "You don't have to leave right away. Have dinner first." Dane put Aliana down. "We have a carriage. It'll be easier to go home." Leora agreed hurriedly, Yes, even if you're going back, a meal won't take long." Andrea thought for a moment. "All right, we'll have dinner first." Afterward, Leora and Andrea prepared dinner in the kitchen, while Dane chatted with Jetty in the courtyard, also helping the 3 girls with their studies. Once dinner was ready, they invited Amato and Broderick to join. Unexpectedly, Jetty got drunk, falling asleep no matter how many times they tried to wake him. Thus, Andrea had to abandon the idea of returning to Upper River Village. Since they couldn't leave, she decided to help her sister and brother-in-law by putting Aliana, who insisted on sleeping with her parents, to sleep with her instead. Chapter 133. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Late at night, Jetty, waking up from a drunken stupor, felt an unbearable thirst. Just as he was about to get out of bed to find some water, he suddenly heard some unusual sounds. With 2 children already, Jetty naturally knew what those sounds meant. Already tormented by thirst, he became even thirstier under this stimulation, and his heart flared with desire. Instinctively, Jetty reached for his wife sleeping beside him. The moment he touched her, he felt Andrea shiver slightly. Jetty quickly turned his head and saw Andrea staring at him with smoldering eyes. Since his injury, the two had not been intimate for a long time. Now, with some external help, both young adults found it increasingly difficult to bear. However, just as they were about to embrace each other passionately, the baby inside cried suddenly. The baby's cries were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames in their hearts. Andrea picked up the baby to soothe him, while the baby's little hands kept reaching towards her chest, looking for nourishment. Andrea undid her clothes to breastfeed, and Jetty quickly averted his gaze. Looking any longer would have caused an explosion. The baby stopped crying, and there was no more noise from next door. It must be over. Jetty got out of bed, leaning on his cane, heading to the kitchen. He had to drink some cool water. Leaders of the Zhao clan. If not for yourself, consider your son and daughter, Dane advised. Jetty said, "Brother-in-law, I understand." "Go." Dane patted Jetty's shoulder and watched as the family of 4 left. After Jetty left, Leora hit Dane's shoulder hard. "It was definitely because of your loudness last night that made them feel uncomfortable staying here." Dane pulled his wife into his arms and laughed, "Then we'll be quieter tonight." Over the next 2 days, Dane went from calm to increasingly anxious. Although the magistrate, the schoolmaster, and his teacher had all indicated that he would surely pass, earning money was similar. Until the coins landed in his pocket, anything else was just talk. If he didn't pass, he would have to serve corvée labor or pay 100 taels to be exempted. Dane truly didn't want to give money to the greedy eunuchs and the old hag. The night before the results were announced, Dane woke up from a nightmare. He put on a coat and walked into the courtyard, staring blankly at the moon. After some time, Leora came beside him, wrapping her arm around his and said, "Gustav, don't be under too much pressure. Even if you don't pass, it's fine. We can borrow some money to be exempted and try again next year." Dane turned to her, forcing a bitter smile. "Was I that obvious? I'm your wife. Can you really hide your thoughts from me?" Leora replied. Dane said, "I just had a dream that someone switched my exam paper and someone else took the exam in my name. When I tried to confront them, I was killed by assassins they hired, and then they harmed you and Aliana." Leora covered Dane's mouth. Dreams are to the room where Jetty and his wife had slept the night before. Blushing, Leora protested, but once inside, she closed the door herself. After all, it was indeed very enjoyable. On the day of the results announcement, Dane, along with his wife and daughter, drove the ox cart to the county town. He had promised his teacher's wife that he would bring the family to visit during the announcement. Upon entering the county town, the streets were filled with horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, sedan chairs, and even bands dressed in red and green. These bands were hired by merchants. If their child passed, no matter their ranking, they would celebrate loudly through the streets. At such times, the local ruffians and beggars were delighted because merchants occasionally scattered red envelopes on both sides of the street. Though each envelope might contain only a few cents, every bit counted. Dane slowly followed the crowd towards the county school. A journey that usually took 15 minutes ended up taking nearly an hour. Arriving at the county school, they first heard not cheers but anguished wails. "Don't make me serve corvée labor. I can still study. I can still study. Mr. Constable, wait. My name must be on there. It must be. They forgot to write it down. I cannot serve corvée labor. I am a scholar." Chapter 134. Identity Theft and Household Registration Transfer. This was something that happened every year after the emperor enforced the new imperial examination system. The clerks from the local government office would hold the conscription registers and compare names with those on the announcement list. Any examinee who failed to pass, had no one else at home available for conscription, and could not afford to be exempted would be taken away on the spot. Similar scenarios would play out during the prefecture exam and the academy exam as well. Failing to become a unket meant you had to serve in conscription. In fact, those who were sent to serve conscription right after failing the county or prefecture exams were somewhat luckier than those waiting until after the academy exam. The latter group had to wait until April or May of the following year. If they failed, they would spend a month serving conscription and return in July, leaving them only a month and a half to prepare for the next county exam. Most candidates returned from conscription barely alive, needing 2 to 3 weeks just to recover, which left little time to study. Many veteran examinees failed to become unkets partly because of conscription duties. Officials representing scholars in the court had been petitioning the emperor to revert the exam schedule, allowing examinees more preparation time. However, the emperor refused and even dismissed several ministers for this reason. Admitting the old system was better would mean admitting fault to the nation's literati. How could the emperor ever admit to being wrong? Additionally, changing the timing would decrease his additional income. To quell disputes, the emperor provided an unarguable rationale. "Sirs, once I succeed, I'll come back and settle this score." Dane whispered. "Was that fellow indeed replaced by another?" "There's no doubt about it," the man replied. "The one who took his place is Master Ernan from our county, a good-for-nothing son. How could he pass? Heard they paid 1,000 taels for this slot." Another person interjected. "Are you crazy? You'll get arrested for saying this. Since I've made the list, let's go. There's nothing we can do now." They hurriedly left. Dane's expression darkened. What a rotten world. But as the others said, knowing the truth didn't help, would he report it? Even if he filed a lawsuit, he'd likely lose, given the power of merchants. How could a lowly candidate compete against them? He should focus on himself. Dane sighed, shifting his gaze back to the first list. Only 10 names were on it, easy to find. To his surprise, his name was listed at the very end. Most candidates would be overjoyed to see their names on the first list, but Dane felt differently. Being on this list would make him a target for scrutiny by other examinees, even forming special organizations dedicated to researching these top performers. These groups would dig deep into the backgrounds of each candidate and report any discrepancies, following the principle. If I can't live in peace, neither will you. Anyone investigating his background would easily uncover his business dealings. Reporting him to higher authority. Going as we are is perfect. Leora didn't argue further, nervously following Dane to the Xiang residence. The gate was half open, with a steward waiting at the entrance. Seeing Dane, he called loudly, "The Chun family has arrived." Dane steadied the ox cart, and Gavin with his wife greeted them from behind the gate. Xiang's wife smiled warmly. "Congratulations on making the first list, Xiuxian." Dane bowed, thanks to the teacher's excellent guidance. Xiang's wife noticed Leora and Aliana. "These must be your wife and daughter." "Beautiful wife, lovely daughter. Xiuxian, you are blessed." Chapter 135. Studying the chief examiner, also a skill in preparing for examinations. Dane held Bridget and said, "Dear child, call Grandpa and Grandma." Bridget called out sweetly and softly. Carly was so delighted that her eyes turned into narrow slits. "My good child, come here. Let Grandma hug you." Bridget glanced at Dane. Seeing her father nodding, she spread her arms and fell into Carly's embrace. Seeing this scene, even the heart of Gavin, as tranquil as an ancient well, rippled. If his son hadn't died, his granddaughter would be around Bridget's age too. "Come on, let's go inside and talk." "Butler, move the ox cart to the backyard." Dane handed the reins to the butler and led Leora into the courtyard. Gavin, with his hands behind his back, said, "You follow me to the study. Let the women talk here." "Yes, teacher." Leora was a bit flustered. Will know this person needs special attention. Moreover, from the second stage onwards in regional exams, names are no longer concealed but openly reviewed. Dane suddenly realized, so many tricks hidden in this process. Student has learned. Gavin added, but don't put all your hopes on this. If your answer isn't good enough and you get screened out in the first round, then no matter how outstanding your literary talent is, you won't be admitted. Laying a solid foundation is the most powerful weapon on the road to the imperial examinations. Dane bowed respectfully. Student will remember teacher's teachings. Gavin continued, there's some bad news to tell you. Dane asked, what is it? Gavin said, this year's prefectural and provincial examinations have a shorter interval, and they will be advanced by 1 month. In other words, less than a month remains before the prefectural exam starts. Dane was confused. Why, teacher? Gavin's expression turned unpleasant, saying coldly, because this year is the Catherine's 70th birthday, the Emperor will add an additional special examination after the Spring Festival, and the educational official needs to prepare for the regional exams. Therefore, the prefectural and provincial exams must be completed as soon as possible. After hearing this, Dane almost swore under his breath. How amusing this mother-son duo in the palace really is. The son is solely focused on making money, while the old hag celebrates her birthday by tormenting candidates across the country. Are their brains filled with feces? Rodnike the vice magistrate, his rank is sufficient, but he's a criminal court judge and not suitable as chief examiner. Dane murmured, isn't there also a co-magistrate in Guangling Prefecture? His rank and status should make him fit to be the chief examiner, right? Gavin profoundly asked, let me ask you, if the Blake falls ill and can't preside over the county exam, do you think he would hand over the chief examiner's position to the county deputy? Dane suddenly understood. Of course not. The top and deputy heads usually balance and suspect each other. If the co-magistrate became the chief examiner this time, all listed candidates would be considered his disciples, expanding his authority. If I were the magistrate, I wouldn't give the co-magistrate such an opportunity. Gavin nodded, not too stupid after all. Dane continued, but the vice magistrate isn't suitable, nor is the co-magistrate, and the magistrate can't recover soon. So who will be the chief examiner for this year's prefectural exam? Gavin answered, based on my guess, this task will likely fall on the shoulders of Aspin, the school principal of Guangling Prefecture. Aspin has an excellent reputation in Guangling Prefecture, and has no competitive relationship with the magistrate. Without power entanglements, Aspin is the most suitable for this job. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of interference from the co-magistrate, but in my view, a chief examiner's position isn't worth causing a rift between the magistrate and the co-magistrate. After saying this, Gavin pulled out a book from a stack and handed it to Dane. I wish to adopt Aliana as my foster granddaughter. What do you think? Dane quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Mistress, it is Aliana's great fortune to be adopted by you. I have no objections. Carly nodded in satisfaction. Very well. She then poked Aliana's nose and said, Laurier, call me grandma from now on. Aliana called out sweetly, making Carly laugh heartily. After laughing, she turned to Leora and said, Neve, you should also call me Foster Rodnilia. Leora, with tears in her eyes, choked out, Foster Rodnilia. Aliana had not felt the love of a grandmother, nor had she experienced maternal affection in a long time. In just this short while, Carly gave her the feeling of having a mother. Carly looked at Dane last and said, you should continue calling me mistress. Dane smiled and replied, as you wish, mistress. Since Gavin adhered to the rule of not talking during meals, everyone ate quietly until the maidservant came to collect the dishes. Then, Carly spoke again, Xiuxian, stay at the manor before the provincial exam. This place is too quiet, and your teacher is such a recluse. I'm practically bored to death. Dane thought for a moment and said, Mistress, there are still some matters at home that need attending. Once they're settled, I'll bring Neve and Aliana to stay at the manor. Would that be all right? Gavin asked, business matters? Dane nodded. Leora immediately started distributing the red envelopes, which brought brighter smiles to the faces of the village women. Last time Dane took the exam, he did not give out any money, causing gossip among the villagers about the old Chin family being unmannered. Aunt Luke said, holding the envelope, Brendan, you don't hold it against us, do you? Dane replied, Aunt Luke, what are you saying? How could I blame our elders? Aunt Luke was slightly embarrassed. We didn't sell you the fresh river produce? Dane said, times are tough for everyone. Wanting to earn a few extra coins, I understand. Plus, I wanted to stop the river trade but never found a proper excuse. Your decision helped solve my dilemma. Aunt Luke turned to the other women. See, I told you Brendan doesn't hold grudges. He's educated and reasonable. He won't bear ill will towards us. Brendan, are you a xiuxian now? Dane shook his head. Not yet, there are 2 more exams. Aunt Luke remarked, Tisk, passing as a xiuxian is already hard enough. Passing as a xuanhuan must be terrifying. Don't forget these elders if you become a xuanhuan, she continued. Dane laughed. Aunt Luke, you jest. With my limited knowledge, I can at most become a xiuxian. I don't even dare think about becoming a jurin or xuanhuan. Aunt Luke insisted, you're the smartest person in our village. Aunt Luke believes you'll surely— Why don't we rent a place in the county for making tofu? To be continued. Translation notes. Pinyin names were kept consistent. Maintained tone and style of the original narrative. Paragraph structure and line breaks were preserved. Ensured fluency and natural English expressions while maintaining coherence. Hashtag chapter 137. Settling family matters. Jetty mused, going to the county town isn't out of the question. The autumn harvest is done, and there's not much left to do in the fields. Andrea said, I want to go to the county town. I'm sick of staying in this village. Dane nodded, then it's settled. Tomorrow you two should return to Xiuxian village and tell the elderly at home. If they're willing, they can also move to the county town. The livestock and farmland at home. Spend some money to have fellow villagers help take care of them. I can cover that cost. Jetty hurriedly replied, brother-in-law, what are you saying? I've made quite a bit of money following you and making tofu. It wouldn't be right for you to pay this as well? Dane then turned to Amato, big brother Joshua, You and Broderick will start your labor service tomorrow, right? Amato nodded, yes, but this time the village chief helped me and Broderick, so we got assigned lighter duties. Dane said, that's great news, worth celebrating. I plan to bring Rachel to live with my teacher after you start your labor service. My teacher is far more knowledgeable than I am, and he can educate Rachel while I'm away. Dane heard the sound of a cow mooing in the yard. Looking out the window, he saw Jetty driving the ox cart away with his wife and child. Andrea's face was flushed with excitement. This was exactly what Dane wanted to see. He feared that both Andrea and Jetty might have a strong attachment to their hometown and would be reluctant to leave their old house and land. Now it seemed Andrea was definitely not content to stay in the countryside. With this mindset, she could be another valuable commercial assistant in the future. Leora's character was too gentle for business dealings. She was great with people but not ideal for trading. Businessmen needed Andrea's personality, or they'd easily be taken advantage of. Satisfied, Dane climbed back into bed and embraced Leora, continuing to dream. By mid-morning, Andrea and Jetty returned, pulling their luggage on the ox cart. There were no elderly family members with them. Andrea explained, my parents said they're too old to move and need to watch over the house. They asked us to bring the kids back every now and then. Dane nodded, all right, it won't be long with the ox cart. Shortly after, Amato carried his bundle and brought Rachel to the courtyard gate, solemnly entrusting her to Dane. Rachel didn't want to let go of her father, crying tearfully. Amato, of course, found it hard to part with his daughter, but as a farmer, he couldn't avoid his labor service. In the end, Aliana, Ambria, and Titus Xiuxian helped console Rachel, eventually calming her down. Dane had Leora tidy up at home while he went to the construction site. Embarrassingly, despite the new home being under construction for almost a month, Dane had rarely visited. First, he greeted Old Pillar, then found the foreman Azai. Azai apologized upon seeing him. Brother Chun, I was just about to find you. It might take another month to complete the house. Unfortunately, due to labor service, 5 workers left, and we haven't been able to replace them yet, extending the schedule. Dane said, no worries, it's fine to build slowly. I'll be away for a month or so anyway. Azai, busy with construction, had no idea about Dane's exam, so he asked, puzzled, Brother Chun is leaving? Dane nodded. To take the examination in Guangling Prefecture. Azai realized, oh right, I forgot Brother Chun is a student aiming to become a scholar. Dane laughed. Becoming a scholar exempts one from labor service. Dorian, regarding the water system, I'll teach you how to install it after I return. All right. Azai replied, sure, that's no problem. Passing the exam is more important. Don't worry, Brother Chun, I'll ensure the house is built perfectly. Azai was sincere. If Dane became a scholar, it would be a significant addition to his resume, having renovated a scholar's house and installed an innovative water system. Underestimating such credentials in the countryside would be a mistake. Dane thanked him. I'm counting on you. He then went to Old Pillar, giving him a piece of silver. Girls were less boisterous than boys, human traffickers were common, and these 3 adorable girls could easily be targeted. Ellen's case was a stark warning. After Dane explained his needs to the person from the brokerage, the latter patted his chest and assured him that he would send the help over the next day. After Dane explained his needs to the people at the tooth trade, they assured him confidently that they would send someone over the next day. After Dane explained his needs to the person from the brokerage, the latter assured him confidently that he would send the help over the next day. #### revised translation. After Dane explained his needs to the person from the brokerage, the latter assured him confidently that he would send the help over the next day. Chapter 138. Fermented tofu, major revision. Dane returned to the Shang residence and told Leora and the others that he had rented a house. Andrea immediately clamored to see it. The cultural atmosphere in the Shang scholar's home was too intense for her, making her feel uncomfortable. Thus, Dane led the entire family to their new home. After touring each room, Andrea found everything very satisfactory except for the slightly high rent. Even Alexander was happy, already marking his territory by urinating in various corners. Dane gathered everyone and said, from today onward, this place will be our base in the county town and also the headquarters of our tofu shop. Kathy, you will be the first. I've heard stories of child kidnappers posing as servants to sneak into homes and steal children. Jetty and his wife nodded vigorously. Dane said, I also want to teach you how to make something. This item, we can sell in the future. If Tian Shangju is interested, we can sell to them too, but we'll keep the bulk of it for ourselves. Andrea asked curiously, brother-in-law, what is it? Dane replied, do we have any leftover tofu? Andrea nodded. Yes, I'll go get it. Bring a bamboo sieve and some cabbage leaves as well. Once Andrea had all the items ready, Dane began teaching her how to make fermented tofu. First, ensure the tofu is thoroughly drained of water. Place it on the sieve, keeping about an inch between each piece. Roddening the sieve with cabbage leaves. Store it in a cool room. In 5 to 6 days, white mold will grow on the tofu. At that point, take a basin and add salt, Sichuan pepper powder, and Sichuan pepper flakes, making sure each piece of tofu is coated with these spices. Finally, place the spiced tofu in a clean, oil-free jar, pour in a suitable amount of liquor, seal it tightly, and let it ferment in a cool spot for 12 to 15 days. Andrea carefully noted down each step. After Dane finished, she asked, brother-in-law, I don't know the correct proportions for the spices. Can you do this part when the tofu molds? Dane nodded. Sure, just refer the beans directly here, saving you a trip. Malachi was surprised. Why did you decide to move here? Then he recalled something. Oh right, you passed the county examination. I saw your name on the list, top 10 actually. Rodney Utongsheng, you're really something. You said you'd study, and now you're listed. Dane modestly replied, just luck. I came here for the upcoming prefectural exams. For convenience, I rented a house in the county town. When you collect the beans, deliver them here. Oh, has the grain shop been causing you trouble recently? No, they've been cooperative. They even sent someone to tell me they can continue selling beans to me. Did you resolve that issue too? Dane nodded. Malachi marveled, Rodney Utongsheng. I don't know what to say. Just 2 words, amazing. I wish you success in the upcoming prefectural and provincial exams. By then, you'll be a scholar. Dane thanked him with a bow. Thank you, Rodney brother. After bidding farewell to Malachi, Dane stood by the roadside, ensuring he hadn't forgotten anything before returning to the Shang residence. The next morning, the whole family went back to the tofu shop. The labor agency was sending people over, and although Dane wouldn't manage the business, he wanted to personally meet the selected individuals. The labor agency sent 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, ill at ease. Though it might seem hypocritical, he felt he couldn't pass this mental hurdle without asking. Fine, I'll take them all. Tell me the price, said Dane. The brokerage person replied, Sir, 6 people, 12 taels. Dane didn't bother haggling and had Leora bring over 12 taels of silver in exchange for the 6 indenture contracts. The brokerage person left with the money, bowing deeply. Dane came to the group and said, From today, you belong to the Chen family tofu shop. The specific duties and your monthly wages will be arranged by Chief Dylan Andrea. I promise, if you work diligently, I will return your indenture contracts after 3 years. You can choose to leave or stay. Of course, if any of you betray the tofu shop, I won't be lenient. All 6 fell to their knees, speaking in unison, Thank you, master, for accepting us. Dane said, Kathy, I leave them to you. If there's trouble, come find me at Shung Manor. Andrea replied, Brother-in-law, rest assured. I'll take good care of the tofu shop. Leora stayed to help while Dane returned to Shung Manor with the 3 young girls and Rodney Tilgray. Originally, Dane intended to leave Rodney Tilgray behind to learn how to guard the place, but Aliana couldn't bear to part with it. Rodney Tilgray also didn't want to leave its young master and was howling anxiously in the yard. Dane feared that Rodney Tilgray's sister and Titus were taken away. Gavin, who was teaching the girls including Aliana, walked over upon hearing this and asked, What's going on? Andrea broke down, sobbing. The officials say someone died after eating our fermented tofu, suspecting it was poisoned. They arrested sister and Titus. Brother-in-law, what do we do now? Gavin, having eaten fermented tofu, knew it was harmless and delicious. Who died? Do you know? Asked Gavin. Andrea shook her head. The officials didn't say. Gavin snorted. This seems suspicious. Perhaps the local magistrate envies your business and wants a share. Dane thought the same. After launching fermented tofu, it quickly became popular among the common folk of Nahan County. Traditional tofu was too expensive for ordinary people, only sold at upscale restaurants like Harris and Xiuxian, costing over 50 coins per dish. People rarely enjoyed it regularly. Fermented tofu, however, cost just 10 coins per piece and lasted several days if stored properly, within the budget of many. The first batch sold out in 3 days, netting the tofu shop 10 taels of silver after costs. Such a profitable venture attracted jealousy, but Dane hadn't anticipated such aggressive tactics, using a death threat. I'm going to the magistrate's office, said Dane. Let's get them out first. Gavin added, I'll go with you. I want words seriously. Just an out-of-favor scholar, wanting to file a complaint to the capital? You can't even leave Vikijo Road. Flanked by 2 constables, Dane was escorted toward the Blake's office. But as they walked, Dane sensed something was amiss. This road did not lead to the county office. Where are you taking me? Dane frowned, questioning them. The constable behind him shoved him and snapped. Why do you ask so many questions? You'll know when we get there. Dane clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. Given the situation, he could only endure it for now. The 2 constables escorted Dane to a luxurious mansion in the eastern part of the city. Dane glanced up and saw no plaque on the gate, leaving him unsure who owned the estate. After entering through the side gate, they passed through 3 ceremonial gates before stopping. It was Dane's first time discovering that this small Nahan County hid such a grand residence. It was more like an estate than a residence. A servant in green attire approached, coldly scrutinizing Dane before saying, Bring him in. The master has been waiting. The 2 constables roughly hauled Dane into a pavilion. Inside, a man in a crimson official robe stood facing a painting, admiring it. The painting bore degrees and serving the court. Diligent studies? The official laughed sarcastically. If you were truly only a studious person, how could you have invented stinky tofu, a device for profiteering and harming lives? One of my most trusted advisors died after eating your stinky tofu. An eye for an eye, a debt repaid. I will see you executed. Dane bowed deeply. Sir, hundreds of blocks of stinky tofu have been sold without incident. No one has ever died or fallen ill from it. There must be some misunderstanding. I humbly request a thorough investigation. If death was indeed caused by stinky tofu, I accept responsibility. But if it wasn't, please exonerate me. The official said. The coroner confirmed it was due to stinky tofu. Your denial is futile. Drag him away and feed him to the dogs. Dane's face darkened. Sir, as a scholar, according to our laws, even if I am sentenced to death, an official execution warrant must be issued. Executing me like this would be a misuse of capital punishment and a disregard for human life. The official chuckled mockingly. I am the Deputy Hayes of Guangling Prefecture, responsible for trials. What you just experienced was a trial. Confirmed guilty, I can order execution. This is the power granted by the Emperor. Any objections? Dane's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this man to be Gavin, the Deputy Hayes of Guangling Prefecture. During this period, Gavin had informed Dane they dared not defy Gavin's orders and immediately turned to leave. Gavin narrowed his eyes, his expression menacing. You said this calligraphy is fake? Dane nodded. Yes, this piece is indeed a forgery. Sir, if you do not believe me, you can have experts verify it. Gavin sneered sinisterly. You're just babbling in desperation for your life? Dane replied, my life is in your hands. If I speak falsely, can't you still kill my entire family? Gavin huffed. That's true enough. Well then, how did you spot the forgery from so far away? Upon hearing this, Dane felt a wave of relief. His risky move seemed to be paying off. Dane took a deep breath to steady himself before explaining the art authentication techniques he had learned from appraisal shows. It's because of the shadow. Sir values this piece greatly, so 2 lanterns are hung on either side of the scroll, allowing for better appreciation. The lantern light cast shadows on the scroll, leading me to deduce that this calligraphy is fake. Gavin looked up and indeed noticed the heavy shadows on the scroll as Dane described. But could this alone prove the scroll was a forgery? It seemed too superficial. Continue, Gavin said. If you're right, I'll overlook the fermented tofu incident. If you're wrong, your whole family will be executed. Inside, Dane cursed at Gavin vehemently but kept a neutral expression. Fully climbed up to retrieve the scroll. As his hands touched the edges of the scroll, a realization dawned on him. He now understood why Gavin wanted him to take down the scroll. Gavin feared losing face if his subordinates knew he had admired a fake scroll for days. Once Dane removed the scroll and observed it up close, the anxiety that had gripped him dissipated entirely. This was clearly a forgery made from 3 layers of rice paper, already curling at the edges. Descending from the ladder, Dane handed the scroll to Gavin, pointing out the edges. Sir, please observe. This scroll consists of several layers of rice paper stuck together. Due to the rush in production, the final adhesion was inadequate, causing it to split. This suggests the swap of the authentic piece happened recently. However, may I respectfully point out that while this calligraphy is well executed, it isn't a rare treasure. Why go to such lengths to switch it? Gavin coldly stated. Stop prying into matters that aren't your concern. You won't live long enough to regret it. Dane shrank back and remained silent. Gavin glanced at him, then said calmly, someone wants to ruin me. Dane understood. Yet another political intrigue. When they first met, Gavin asked if he was from the Xiuxian party. Clearly, the person who framed him belonged to that faction. The atmosphere grew tense. After a long pause, Gavin asked, You're a scholar candidate, and yet you understand calligraphy? Dane replied, These meager skills were all taught by my teacher. Gavin? Gavin scoffed. A good official, but the court has no place for such men. To be your mentor is quite an honor for you. Dane lowered his head, silently rolling his eyes. When someone who was yelling threats at you seconds ago suddenly starts flattering you, there's usually a favor coming. Though Dane hadn't navigated the bureaucracy, he had office experience, understanding this dynamic all too well. Your fermented tofu did kill my advisor. Even if I don't execute you, sending you to trial would still land you in prison for decades. But since you've helped me, being too harsh on you makes me look too severe. So here's the deal. If you can find the person who swapped the scrolls within 3 days, all old debts will be wiped clean. Saying this, Gavin's expression darkened as he threatened. If you fail, your whole family will die. What a pity for your cute daughter to die so young. Dane clenched his jaw with all his might, barely restraining the urge to beat Gavin. Threatening my daughter. You damn creep. May you have diarrhea for life. I shall obey your command. Dane muttered lowly. Gavin nodded satisfactorily. Remember, this matter is significant. I don't want too many people knowing Jetty wouldn't have been taken away by the officers. But now that Jetty was back, her resentment vanished entirely, leaving only regret. She was very clear that this incident couldn't be blamed on Dane. The real culprits were those corrupt officials who sought profit. Gavin had told her that their aim in detaining Jetty and Leora was to obtain the recipe for fermented tofu. As long as Dane handed over the formula, the family would be safe. With Dane's capabilities, obtaining official status and then earning money afterward would still be feasible. Their current predicament stemmed from lack of power and influence. And although she was a scholar, offending her colleagues meant she could only help Dane with his studies, nothing more. After calming down, Andrea walked up to Dane and bowed deeply. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Dane was stunned. Kathy, what are you doing? You have nothing to apologize for. Wiping away her tears, Andrea said, Brother-in-law, when you were taken by the officers, I hated you so much. I need to apologize because my conscience wouldn't let me rest. Dane replied, Kathy, I'm glad you talked to me about this. But you don't need to apologize because your hatred isn't misplaced. Since I asked you and Xiuanhuan to make tofu, disasters kept happening to your family. I'm truly sorry. He returned her deep bow. Jetty quickly pulled Dane up and glared at Andrea. You ungrateful woman, our family's good fortune is all thanks to brother-in-law. How can you be so unappreciative? But why did he request that calligraphy piece? Who did you say gave him that piece? Furrowing his brows, Dane recalled, someone called Gaius Jungong. Gavin's forehead crinkled. Gaius? Fergus? Dane inquired, Master, who is this Fergus? He is a civilian official but an exceptional military strategist. In the past, when the Rodneo state invaded southward, General Alfred of Vikizhou led the Xuanhuan army deep into Rodneo territory. Later, the emperor summoned him back and relieved him of his command. Fergus took over the Xuanhuan army and spent years breaking it down and integrating it into other garrisons. The emperor rewarded him with the title of Rodneo County Duke, tasked with defending against Rodneo invasions. Why would someone like him give Gavin a calligraphy piece? After pondering for a long time, Gavin laughed wryly. Out of touch with the political scene for too long, these matters are beyond my comprehension now. Dane remained silent, unsure how to console him. Sighing, Gavin continued, Forget it. Let's focus on finding the lost calligraphy piece. Actually, it's not difficult. The switch didn't take long, indicating the suspect is close to Gavin and holds a high position. Someone of low status wouldn't have access to the piece. But the problem is we can't interrogate everyone around Gavin. Even if we succeed, failure will make them even more resentful toward you. Gavin is already troublesome, were you? Swallowing hard, Hunter replied, Just tell me, boss. Dane smiled. Don't be nervous. It's not difficult. Just spread some rumors in town. What rumors? Hunter asked. Come closer. After explaining, Dane added, Can you do it? Hunter grinned. Leave it to me, boss. I'll spread it throughout Nanha County in half a day. Good. If you succeed, there will be a heavy reward waiting for you. #### End of Chapter 142. Chapter 143. The Wealth of the Rodneo Kingdom. The population of Nahan County was one of the largest among all district-level counties in Guangling Prefecture. Even without counting the numerous villages under its jurisdiction, the permanent residents within the county town exceeded 20,000 people. This explained why Nahun County had 4 officials: a county Hayes, Chief Dillon, Deputy County Hayes, and County Captain. According to the rules of the Great Yan Dynasty, any place with over 20,000 people was considered a large county, necessitating a staff of 4 officials at the county office. Counties with populations between 10,000 and 20,000 had only 3 officials, where the county Hayes would also serve as the Chief Dillon. And for towns with less than 10,000 people, there were only 2 officials, with the county captain's duties being assumed by the Deputy County Hayes. However, army. Being Alfred's loyal army, the higher-ups of the Xuanhuan army likely knew about Alfred's hidden wealth. Therefore, the treasure map embedded in the calligraphy could very well be real. Soon, the rumor reached Gavin's ears. Initially shocked, he quickly calmed down, suspecting it was Dane's idea. He immediately regained composure and continued his daily routine, showing no signs of being affected by the rumor. The next day, Gavin ordered his subordinates to pack up and prepare to return to Guangling Prefecture. However, when he arrived at the main pavilion and saw the empty north wall, he flew into a rage. His usually pale face flushed red. "Bring me everyone in the traveling residence and summon the county Hayes here," he commanded after turning around slowly. "And bring Dane too." The servants did not dare delay and immediately went into action. As they left, one servant noticed that the calligraphy on the north wall was missing. Everything became clear in an instant. After a short while, all the advisors who had accompanied Gavin on the inspection stood outside the pavilion. Gavin sat in a high-backed chair, his expression seemingly normal, but his presence was even more intimidating. No one dared breathe loudly or look up. They all stared at their toes, waiting for Gavin to speak. "I have always treated you generously. If caught by the county Hayes, I will show no mercy." Naturally, no one stepped forward. Gavin sneered, closing his eyes in feigned sleep. This calligraphy by xiuxian was crucial to him. With the current turmoil in the court, the emperor's control over the cabinet was weakening, almost becoming a platform dominated by the scholarly party. If these scholars united to pressure the emperor, he would likely concede, leading to a mass purge. Having offended countless members of the scholarly party over the years, Gavin knew he would be among the first targets. To save his life, he visited Rodnianshui County to seek a piece of calligraphy from xiuxian, whose standing within the scholarly community was high. Possessing his work would ensure his survival, even if purged. But if this calligraphy turned out to be fake, his head might not be spared. Feeling utterly exhausted upon returning from Rodnianshui, Gavin decided to rest in Nahun for a few days. By chance, he tasted fermented tofu and was captivated by it. His long-term pursuit of wealth made him want to monopolize the tofu recipe, but the current situation prevented him from forcefully acquiring it. So he devised a plan to make the vendor voluntarily hand over the formula. Instead, Dane exposed the fact that the calligraphy had been switched. Destiny is truly unpredictable, Gavin thought. If Dane's scheme could help retrieve the calligraphy, everything would be fine. Otherwise, if he couldn't survive, never mind, carry on with your business. Confused, Gavin didn't press further. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Everyone is here. Let's begin. County Lieutenant, where are you?" The lieutenant hurried forward. "Your Excellency, I'm here," Gavin stated. "My residence was robbed last night, and these people are all suspects. It's up to you to determine the culprit." The lieutenant reassured him, "Don't worry, Your Excellency. I will definitely expose the thief." The robbery didn't take long, suggesting the thief acted on impulse and may not have been meticulous. "I'll have my men search their rooms for clues," the lieutenant added. Gavin nodded. "What are you waiting for? Go ahead." The lieutenant picked 2 constables and immediately started the search. Gavin then announced, "You still have a chance to confess. If you admit guilt before the investigation concludes, I will not pursue it further." However, none of them moved. Gavin laughed coldly, turning to chat with Hubert. Yet, he noticed Hubert kept his gaze locked on Dane, frowning deeply. Gavin was puzzled. Why would a 5th-rank cavalry general be so interested in a mere scholar? With few accompanying aides, the lieutenant's search concluded in less than an hour. Returning, the lieutenant presented a piece of mounting paper as evidence. Gavin examined it, saying, "It matches the mounting paper from my stolen calligraphy." "From whose room was this found?" The lieutenant replied, according to step forward. "Your Excellency, I have something to report." "Speak," Gavin urged. "Last night, around midnight, I saw Khan wandering outside the main pavilion. When I asked him why he wasn't sleeping, he didn't answer and left quickly," Barry recounted. Khan's face flushed red. "Barry, why are you framing me? We have no grudges. I never saw you." Barry sighed. "Khan, admit it. The truth is clear." Khan roared. "Admit what? I wasn't even in the pavilion last night." The lieutenant interjected. "First, you claimed you were studying, then admitted to sleeping. Now say you weren't there at all. You're lying." "Your Excellency, this man is the prime suspect. I suggest we take him to the county office for interrogation. This weakling will confess under a couple of lashes." Khan protested. "Your Excellency, I lied, but I did not steal the calligraphy." Barry interrupted. "Still denying? Greed overcame you after hearing rumors." The lieutenant ordered. "Chain him." Barry smirked until he realized the 2 constables weren't chaining Khan but himself. "What are you doing?" "Arrest him, not me." "Are you blind?" The lieutenant sneered. "We're arresting you. You're on appearing morally upright and studious in front of Gavin," which was why he refused to mention his visits to the courtesans when Barry accused him. Unkits were traditionally conservative and face-conscious. Unless faced with dire consequences, Osiris wouldn't have admitted the truth. His anger stemmed from the fact that someone could openly frame him just because of his weakness for women. Dane, also a scholar, surely knew how devastating this could be for his reputation. Thinking of this, Osiris glared at Dane with hatred. Dane ignored him and continued, "The reason for framing Osiris was simple. It was to draw out the real thief. Imagine if you stole something, but another person appeared more suspicious and might take the blame for you. Wouldn't you jump at the chance to shift suspicion? Human nature cannot withstand temptation. These people, except for the servants in green robes, were all astute. They understood the logic behind Dane's plan and looked at Barry with disdain. Barry, no longer composed, trembled like a leaf. He tried to defend himself but couldn't utter a single word. Gavin stood up and said, "Since the thief has been found, I'll leave it to the magistrate to interrogate my accountant." The magistrate nodded and replied, "I will ensure he confesses. Take him away." The interrogation took place outside the main pavilion. The constables from the county yamen were brutal, and within minutes, Barry revealed the way. "They admitted I was adopted," Dane said. "Have you searched for your birth parents?" Hubert asked. Dane shrugged. "Where do you start in this world? For all we know, they might be dead." Hubert lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Seeing the conversation end, Gavin stepped forward and said, "General Pay, may I have a private word with him?" Hubert nodded. "Be my guest." Gavin led Dane into the pavilion. Dane spoke first. "Congratulations, sir, for recovering the lost item." Gavin calmly replied, "It's worth celebrating, but ultimately it was a harrowing experience. Regardless, recovering the scroll was largely due to your efforts. I keep my promises. The fermented tofu incident is now closed." Dane bowed respectfully. "Thank you, sir." Gavin narrowed his eyes and asked, "What did General Pay discuss with you?" Dane replied, "He asked about my name and family background." Gavin asked skeptically, "Truly? Don't play games with me." Dane replied sincerely, "How dare I deceive you, sir?" Gavin, unable to figure out anything amiss, waved him off. "All right, you may go." Dane bowed and left. After he departed, Gavin approached Hubert and asked, "General Pay, why are you here in South River County?" Hubert sneered, "Your possession of the Duke's calligraphy and provide for his family and those around him. Why was it so difficult?" Translation provided by AI. Please review for coherence and context accuracy. Chapter 146. I want him dead. At this moment, Dane felt someone touching his face and, looking up, saw it was his daughter, Aliana. "Daddy, are you angry?" Aliana asked cautiously. Dane held Aliana in his arms and murmured, "Daddy is not angry, just frustrated." Aliana tilted her head, not quite understanding the meaning of frustrated. Dane pinched her cheek and said, "My good girl, Daddy is just thinking about how to ensure that you and your mother can live a peaceful and worry-free life forever." Aliana blinked. "Isn't it already?" Dane shook his head. "Far from it." Aliana scratched her head. "I don't get it." Dane placed her on the ground and said, "Go play with Sister Imogen. Daddy has to meet your grandmaster." Aliana said, "Daddy, come here." Dane moved closer and asked, "What?" Before he could finish, Aliana hugged his face and kissed him with a smacking sound. "Daddy always says that when mommy kisses you once, you become happy. So if Aliana kisses you once, you should be happy too." Dane was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Thank you, my sweet girl. Daddy is very happy." Under Fergus, the cavalry general Hubert. The rumor you spread not only implicates Fergus but also touches on Alfred from years ago. As the person who personally dismantled the Xuanhuan army, Fergus fears any connection to Alfred. It's entirely plausible that upon hearing the rumor, he sent Hubert to investigate. But I didn't expect him to show so much interest in you. Dane stroked his chin and said, "Maybe because he finds me too handsome." Gavin picked up a scroll and tapped Dane's head. "Can't you think normally for once?" Dane rubbed his head, chuckled, and replied, "Master, I'm just joking to ease the tension." Gavin pondered. Hubert isn't like Gavin. He wouldn't act recklessly. Since he only asked for your name and background without mentioning anything else, perhaps he simply wanted to understand you better. After all, you were crucial in helping Gavin retrieve the calligraphy, and you're the one who spread the rumors. Understanding your motives will help him report back to Fergus more effectively. Dane considered this and agreed. "You make sense, Master." Gavin added, "Most times, the truth is simpler than people think. Just like the theft of the calligraphy, the thief turned out to be just a clerk." Dane remarked, "Master, I saw the original. It's mediocre and wouldn't fetch much money. Why would a clerk steal something written by Fergus?" Gavin speculated. Perhaps there's some upheaval in the court that forces Gavin to obtain a... "What good are you?" Wayland got back on his knees. "Your Excellency, please forgive me. It's all my fault. I didn't anticipate that the clerk would suddenly raise the price from 300 taels to 1,000 taels. While I was trying to gather the funds, the matter was exposed." The deputy magistrate gritted his teeth. "If those two bailiffs responsible for interrogating the clerk hadn't taken my bribe, I would have faced severe consequences today. My misfortune means your whole family will suffer as well." Wayland nervously reassured him. "Your Excellency is under the protection of fortune and will surely prosper after overcoming this crisis." The deputy magistrate snarled, "Stop flattering me. Since you failed, I can't explain it to my superiors. What are you going to do?" Wayland swallowed hard. "Your Excellency, the reason this plan failed is because of that damned examinee, Dane. I'll devise a way to eliminate him to avenge you." The deputy magistrate stared at him. "Eliminate him? Do you know what Hubert told the Blake before leaving? He said Dane is a promising talent and should be cultivated carefully." Wayland was stunned. "No way. Dane only met General Pay once. How did he gain his favor? This is so unfair." The deputy magistrate snapped, "It's not about fairness. Now we can't openly harm him, but I despise him. Think of a way to ruin him completely. If he's gone, both tofu and fermented tofu markets will be ours. That's a goal alone for the prefectural city." To ensure his safety along the way, he hired 2 escort guards. Due to the delay caused by the incident with Gavin, Dane barely rested throughout the journey. What was originally a 7-day trip, he completed in just 5 days. By then, there were only 5 days left before the prefectural examination. Upon arriving in Guangling Prefecture, Dane first settled the final payment with the escorts and parted ways with them before seeking lodgings. The closer one got to the prefectural school, the more expensive the inns became, but they still had available rooms. The cheaper inns, however, were already fully booked. When traveling, Dane never stinted on himself. With a certain level of cleanliness preference, he disliked sharing rooms with strangers. Even though a private room cost him a tael of silver per night, Dane did not hesitate. This generous behavior immediately caught the attention of some less well-off scholars. In their eyes, Dane must have come from a merchant family, flush with spare money. Being friends with him would ensure food for the next couple of weeks. Don't think scholars have thin skins. In fact, many are quite thick-skinned. It's often scholars who frequent brothels without paying or deceive women while bragging about their exploits. So most scholars have long forgotten what shame feels like. Just as Dane finished paying, a scholar named Emmanuel approached enthusiastically. Brother Chun, the inn will host a small gathering this afternoon. Candidates from our inn and others will attend. If you're interested, why not join us? Dane, having nothing better to do in the afternoon, agreed. Essentially, these gatherings were about lower-ranking individuals listening to the upper echelons boasting. Although many attended, few spoke. Only those with a bit of reputation or from gentry families could stand and speak. Merchants' children usually footed the bill at such events. At this stage of the examinations, prefectural and college level, pure scholars still looked down upon merchants' children. Merchants valued harmony for wealth and applied the same principle here. Avoiding conflict, they didn't flaunt their talents, treating knowledge like hidden silver ingots. Only in higher levels of exams would merchants' children start to assert themselves. Considering himself part of the merchant class, Dane chose a corner, keeping quiet and listening. Emmanuel, despite his desire to show off, couldn't participate due to his humble background. He sat beside Dane as a listener. About 15 minutes into the gathering, a well-dressed young man stood up, saying, "Has anyone heard about the scandals in Nanha County's county exam?" The crowd instantly became intrigued and asked eagerly. The young man unfolded his fan flamboyantly and said, "First, there was identity fraud. A merchant spent 1,000 taels of silver to let his son impersonate a poor student with the same name." The crowd erupted in outrage. These merchants are worms in our Great Yin. If their passing the provincial exams is just a delusion. I used this poem to retort them, and it worked very effectively. The young master remarked, "All of you agree that this poem is well written, don't you? But what if I tell you that this poem was written by a rural child candidate who engages in business? How would you feel?" The crowd was stunned. That's impossible. Without life experience, it's impossible to write such a poem. Child candidates can write, but a child candidate who does business? Absolutely impossible. Was it ghostwritten again? Why do these incidents happen every year? What are the officials in Nanha County doing? The young master continued. It's said that this poem was actually written by a xuanhuan, scholar official, who took the child candidate as a disciple. He specifically wrote this poem to boost his reputation. Upon hearing this, Dane's expression changed drastically. His worst fears had come true. Nanha County only had 2 xuanhuan. A simple investigation would reveal the so-called truth. These people wouldn't dare confront Gavin directly, but they'd be happy to spread the rumors and tarnish Dane's reputation. Because they refused to be overshadowed by a rural child candidate, especially one who could write a poem that would be celebrated for centuries. Therefore, anything that could undermine Dane would be something these scholars eagerly attempted. If they could use this cruel exam, this person will meet his downfall. Once he fails, we'll have our proof. And even if we don't act, others will. After all, his success means someone else failed the county exam. Ruining someone's future is like killing their parents. Hearing this, the students laughed and praised the examinee's words. Now they needn't do anything. They just waited for that examinee to fail. Dane's face remained calm, but internally, he felt immense pressure. This upcoming prefectural exam couldn't afford any mistakes. Failing would spell disaster for him and his teacher. The lodging examinees cursed the officials of Nanha County before shifting the topic to the prefectural exam. Word has it that the prefect's writings now circulate in the book market. Some are even offering high prices for his calligraphy. A draft the prefect once discarded is reportedly selling for 10 taels of silver, while the essay he wrote when he passed the imperial exam years ago exceeds 50 taels. Upon hearing this, some present looked pleased, clearly having already obtained the prefect's authentic works, while many others appeared distressed. They weren't unwilling to buy. They simply couldn't afford it. 10 taels was an astronomical price for ordinary candidates. As for 50 taels, that was beyond imagination. Not to mention the prefect's own handwriting. Even cost how to read the examiner's minds. Isn't that ridiculous? Our dynasty's imperial examinations aim to gather talented individuals to benefit the people. But you only care about titles and profits, lacking any sense of propriety. Isn't that ridiculous? You look down on merchants for their greed, yet your behavior is more despicable than theirs. Hashtag chapter 149. I am Dane. Having been through many internet arguments, Dane knew how to occupy the moral high ground and then pin derogatory labels on his opponents with great ease. The scholars in the hall reacted in a myriad of ways after hearing his words. Some were ashamed, some angry, some at a loss, and some completely indifferent. But there was one thought that everyone shared. This guy before them was indeed an old stick in the mud. With the emperor's decision to admit children of merchants into the civil service exams and change the exam schedule, scholars gradually came to accept reality. Talking about morality and ideals in these times was futile. Money and power were what truly mattered. Why did merchants strive so desperately to have their children pass the exams? Because they wanted both wealth and power. For scholars to earn money, they first needed power, and only by gaining power could they make money. And the way to gain power was naturally through the civil service exams. In the past, the exams tested true talent and knowledge, but now they had become arenas for fame and fortune. Talent alone was no longer enough to lie abundant grains. Grand mansions are unnecessary, for within books like golden houses. Do not lament when you step out with no attendants, for within books lie carriages and horses in abundance. Do not worry about lacking a matchmaker when seeking a wife, for within books lies beauty and elegance. If a man wishes to fulfill his life's ambition, he must diligently read the 5 classics. His voice faded, and he vanished. Left behind were scholars staring at each other wide-eyed. Is he the Dane who wrote, "The world laughs at me for being too mad"? He admitted it himself. How could it be fake? Why does he look down on us? He is the one who used someone else's work to gain fame, which is the most despicable act. As they realized this, some began to curse loudly, but a small group was moved by Dane's passionate speech. They couldn't help but think that if Dane were truly a hypocrite seeking fame, he should have quietly slipped away instead of standing up to confront everyone. Only someone with a clear conscience could face rumors so calmly. More importantly, the poem Dane recited before leaving was exquisite, a masterpiece worthy of eternal admiration. If he composed it on the spot, his talent could only be described as terrifying. As the curses quieted, the gathering lost its purpose, and everyone gradually departed. Within a few hours, news of Dane spread throughout Guangling Prefecture. Some denounced him as a hypocrite, others as arrogant to undermine his reputation further. The young master smiled faintly. You were confident earlier about ruining Dane. Now, despite failure, you remain calm and collected. Admirable indeed. Christian replied, I'm merely repaying a debt. Wayland from Nanha County once gave me half a pancake, saving me from starvation. That favor deserves repayment. From today onward, we are even. The young master asked, so, are you letting Dane off? Christian shook his head. Of course not. His teacher is Gavin. I want to advance further, and for that, this master and student, well, forget about them. How is your father's health? The young master replied, it has improved, but not enough to leave bed yet. Fearing that his condition might delay the imperial examination selection, he concealed his illness. Even the doctors are from the county and haven't left our house. Let's not talk about this. What's wrong today? Why hasn't Xiuxian come? Give her a moment, I'll go check. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural English flow while preserving paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 150. The prefecture examination begins. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, the day of the prefecture examination had arrived. The entrance to Guangling Prefecture's academic academy found his examination cubicle earlier. After verifying his identity, Dane stepped over the high threshold of the academy. Inside, there were many candidates, but unlike outside, they paid no interest to Dane, each appearing sorrowful and distressed. Upon entering the academy, they discovered that their chief examiner was not the prefect nor the vice prefect, but the principal Jasmine. Only those with extensive connections would have been informed beforehand about the change in chief examiner. Such individuals made up less than 1/10 of all candidates. Most candidates had assumed the chief examiner would be the prefect, studied accordingly, and even spent heavily to cater to the prefect's preferences. Upon arriving at the examination site, they found out the examiner had changed. This revelation was a huge blow to the candidates. However, no one dared voice objections, as talking was strictly prohibited within the examination area, and any noisy individual would be immediately expelled, losing their eligibility to take the exam. So, the candidates could only look despondent, holding their examination tokens to find their seats. Dane had no particular reaction because everything was expected, or rather, anticipated by Gavin. During this period, the anthology of Jasmine's works given to him by Gavin had been thoroughly studied. With his examination token, he found his cubicle. The Academy's examiner viewed them twice. He raised his hand, signaling his intention to submit his paper. After the officer conducted a final check, Dane was permitted to leave the cubicle. At the moment Dane stepped out, the surrounding candidates turned to watch him intently. They believed that Dane was trying to intimidate everyone by submitting early, proving his superior scholarship. Such arrogance. We'll see if you can still smile when the results are posted, most candidates thought. Ignoring their thoughts, Dane walked steadily to the location of the chief examiner. Jasmine, over 70 years old, already fatigued after sitting through the day's examination, seemed disoriented, leaning back and dozing off. He had no interest in being the chief examiner, pushed into the role forcefully. If the prefect trusted the vice prefect, this position wouldn't have fallen to him. Principal Nya? Someone is submitting their paper, the assistant examiner whispered. Jasmine slowly opened his eyes. Has the exam ended? Not yet, the assistant replied. There's still half an hour. Jasmine frowned, suspecting the candidate to be a dilettante. Why must you disturb me? Jasmine placed his hands back into his sleeves and closed his eyes again. Feeling awkward, the assistant reminded him softly. In books like Golden Officialdom, Jasmine had long since become indifferent to accusations of plagiarism or ghostwriting. Jasmine picked up Dane's test paper and immediately flipped to the final policy essay question. The recitations and reading comprehensions held no interest for him. Glancing over it, Jasmine let out a small hum. He hadn't expected that this scholar from the countryside would have such fine handwriting. Good handwriting was like a candidate's face. It could make examiners more patient in reading further. Continuing on, Jasmine found the approach to the policy essay interesting. Though it may seem opportunistic, this unique path has its charm, he thought. Engrossed in reading, Jasmine lost track of time until he looked up and realized Dane was no longer in sight. Where did he go? The assistant examiner hurriedly replied, I let him leave. Jasmine muttered, I still had some questions. Forget it, if he left, then so be it. This young man may be arrogant, but he has the capability to back it up. Unaware of Jasmine's thoughts, Dane returned directly to his inn after leaving the academy. Just as he entered, an attendant eagerly approached him. Young Master Chen, there was a Master Osiris who came looking for you, saying he's your friend. I told him to wait in the courtyard. Dane only knew one person with the surname Osiris, Theodore. Realizing his slip, Francis coughed awkwardly. The divine physician Joshua is treating the governor, Dane deduced. Francis was surprised. You know? Dane nodded. I knew the governor was ill, but only just learned who treated him. Francis sighed with relief. All right, since you know, I won't hide it. My teacher was invited by the governor half a month ago to treat him, but once inside, he couldn't leave. All letters written to me were pinned by officials of the governor's household. I thought he was traveling, but he was under house arrest. 10 days ago, I received his own handwriting revealing the truth. He asked me to bring local specialties, missing home after being confined for 2 weeks. Now that the governor is better, we can return together. I thought the governor was a fair official, but it turns out he misuses his power. Dane replied, Not necessarily evil, just attached to power. The root cause lies with the emperor's decision to advance the exam dates, trapping your teacher. Francis pondered, is that the reason? Dane explained, in brief, the governor detained him to keep news of his illness quiet. With exams finished, Dr. Joshua can now be free. Francis added, I visited the governor's residence first, and they said my teacher would be out in a few days. So I came to stay with you for the next few days. Dane smiled, welcome. How did you know I'm here? Francis shrugged, your reputation is known far and wide. His teacher's letter. Gavin mentioned a visit to an old friend, whose wisdom and talent could greatly benefit Dane. Initially, Xiang hesitated, thinking the friend might not reciprocate the sentiment. But after days of consideration, he decided to recommend the visit. In closing, Xiang emphasized that if the friend refused or insulted Dane, he should remain patient and not lose sight of the bigger picture. Hashtag chapter 152. A closed door. Dane changed into his clothes and prepared to leave. The commotion woke Francis, who rubbed his eyes and asked, Brother Chun, are you going out? Dane replied, yes, my teacher asked me to visit an old friend. Francis sat up, stretched lazily and said, I'll go with you. Dane said, aren't you tired? Why don't you just sleep? Francis responded, if I sleep now, I might not be able to sleep tonight. Stay awake until we return tonight, and then get a good night's rest. Dane didn't stop him. After Francis changed his clothes, they left together. Upon arriving at Elwood's house, Dane politely addressed the doorman. This is Dane, sent by my teacher Gavin to pay respects to Elwood. Please inform him of my arrival. The doorman looked him over coldly and said, wait here. Inside the residence, in the study, old Master Han sat cross-legged on a small couch. He wore a blue Confucian robe, which had faded at the collar and sleeves from frequent washing. His expression was calm and composed, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. In front of the couch, I heard that the magistrate's eldest son is quite against him and plans to deal with him. Old Master Han's face remained serene like still water. But upon hearing the magistrate's eldest son, his pupils constricted slightly before he slowly said, a businessman and suspected ghostwriter. I will not meet him. Go and tell that boy to leave immediately. The doorman was about to leave when suddenly old Master Han's favorite student and renowned prodigy of Guangling Prefecture stood up and said, Master, I believe those two popular poems spreading in Guangling are actually Dane's works. Especially the second one. He recited it publicly. In such a setting, there's no way Dane could prepare in advance. So I think Master should meet him and verify the authenticity. Old Master Han always doted on this student, but after listening to his words, his face darkened, and he rebuked harshly, Ernan Vikig, you are too young to understand the ways of the world. Even if those poems were written by Dane, he should choose a more appropriate occasion and method to present them. At a small gathering, berating candidates for being materialistic, just for fame. This trick, used by his teacher long ago, this teacher-student pair shares much. So never provoke such people. After lecturing his favorite student, old Master Han told the doorman, tell Dane I've never heard of him or know Gavin. Dealing with servants is beneath us. Failed visit aside, what next? Dane smiled, let's find a place to drink and welcome you. Since neither knew Guangling Prefecture well, they found a decent-looking tavern on the street. Ordering a few dishes and 2 pots of wine, they started drinking. Though Dane appeared unperturbed, he felt somewhat dejected after being turned away and humiliated. Christina, Leora, and Aliana added to his melancholy. With these conflicting emotions swirling within, he became tipsy. Francis's tolerance wasn't as strong as Dane's, but he drank cup after cup to keep pace. Soon, Francis was dead drunk. Dane belched and signaled a waiter, giving him some money to take care of Francis while he took a stroll to sober up, promising to return later. If he didn't return within half an hour, the waiter was to take Francis to the inn. Holding 50 coins, the waiter readily agreed. Leaving the tavern, Dane noticed it was evening, the streets nearly deserted. The early autumn breeze stirred the fallen leaves, adding a desolate feel to the scene. Perhaps due to alcohol, Dane felt a wave of profound loneliness enveloping him. He disliked this feeling and wanted to escape it. Hashtag chapter 153. Written to scare you all. Dane quickly crossed the desolate street, and before his eyes stood a large mansion. A crowd gathered at the gate of the mansion, occasionally exclaiming and training with Turner. He still found it difficult to discern the quality of a poem. But Dane had a unique method that others couldn't use. He compared the poem to the 300 Tang poems. Each of those poems was a masterpiece. Anything that couldn't measure up was rubbish. Clearly, this poem before him was rubbish. Though its prosody and rhyme were decent, its imagery was too ordinary, and it reeked of sycophancy. In simpler terms, the poem was nothing but praise for the owner of the mansion. It seemed the owner of this mansion wasn't much of a good person either, choosing to preserve flattery while scraping off other poems. Bah! What honor or integrity do these literati have? They're all just seeking fame. Dane mentally reduced the poem to trash. Yet the people around him kept praising it, even comparing it to the 2 poems Dane had written earlier. They unanimously agreed that this poem was better than Dane's. This only fueled Dane's anger. Arvid's poem aside, as he had no particular fondness for Emperor Zhenzong of Song, but how dare these pretentious literati say that this poem was better than Jiaotu Brothers? If Jiaotu Brother knew, he'd probably vomit several tales of blood. I must vindicate Jiaotu Brother. Picking up a stone shard from the ground, Dane stepped forward boldly and carved the complete Song of Peach Blossom Temple next to Jackson's poem. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Grove. Peach Blossom. A leader nodded proudly. Yes, indeed. Oh, never heard of him, Dane replied casually. Feeling mocked, the servant leader exploded. You ungrateful fool. Seize him, lock him up, and send him to the magistrate tomorrow. Immediately, the surrounding servants rushed forward and forcibly dragged Dane away. Despite wanting to resist, the earlier burst of energy had drained him completely. Alcohol now fully numbed his brain, rendering him unconscious. Once Dane was taken away, a servant asked, should we scrape off these words? Of course, the servant leader snapped. Get craftsmen tomorrow to handle it, so as not to damage young Master K's poem. With that, he turned and walked back inside. Although the servants returned, the onlookers didn't disperse. Instead, they crowded around again. Who was that guy? Writing a poem was one thing, but deliberately writing it next to young Master K's poem? Clearly challenging him. Young Master K's poem remains here because he's Elwood's disciple and highly talented. That nobody dared to deface the Xian family's wall and wrote so much? Truly presumptuous. Every year during the provincial and academy exams, such arrogant ignoramuses emerge, but none end well. That guy. I think I've seen him somewhere. You're right, I think I've seen him too. Isn't he, Dane? Yes, it's Dane. That makes sense. Heard this fellow is illiterate and has others ghostwrite for him. The complete poem, Song of Peach Blossom Hermitage. The poem was indeed excellent, yet its signature left many puzzled. Jarvis? This is a full name. Who names themselves this way? Why can't someone have two names? What if the surname follows the mother's? Following the mother's surname? That would be against the natural order. Really a stubborn fool. Perhaps Dane's father was a dependent son-in-law, and his first name followed the maternal surname Tang. When he grew up, after acquiring literary talent and prestige, he naturally reverted to his paternal surname. This edit ensures that the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the meaning and context of the original text. The term, dependent son-in-law, is kept as it is a specific cultural concept that does not have a direct equivalent in English but is understandable in context. You're right, I've learned from you. If Dane knew these discussions, he would surely exclaim that it was a vivid demonstration of, even great scholars would speak for me. Another couple of hours passed, deep into the night, yet the crowd outside the courtyard wall showed no sign of dispersing. Unkits were like this, especially during the imperial examination period. Hearing about excellent poetry or articles, they would certainly rush over, eager to join the hubbub, even if they didn't truly want to go. Preferring instead to head to brothels to sleep with beautiful women, going alone would invite students to admire. Another person added another poem beside Jackson's work last evening, clearly challenging him, causing controversy. Ainsworth calmly remarked, such trivial matters causing a ruckus all night long. These scholars today are far too restless. After the crowd disperses, erase both poems. The steward nodded. I understand. Ainsworth waved him off, and the steward left. Standing there, conflicted, the steward was called back by Ainsworth. Anything else? Ainsworth asked, frowning slightly. The steward hesitantly replied, Old master, the person who challenged Jackson in poetry has been tied up in the stables by our servant. Ainsworth's face darkened. Why bind someone without cause? The steward explained, he spoke disrespectfully to you, and our servants couldn't stand it, wanting to teach him a lesson. Ainsworth sternly said, what nonsense, do we run a bandit's den here? Terrified, the steward replied, I'll release him immediately. Ainsworth glared, release whom? If caught yesterday and released today, wouldn't that show weakness? Let the mistake sink deeper. Keep him for a few days until the storm passes. Don't mistreat him, but make sure he understands not to say a word once freed. Relieved, the steward wiped his cold sweat. Understood. I'll arrange it. Ainsworth casually added. Over the years, countless prodigies and geniuses emerged, but how many achieved anything significant? Ainsworth believed these geniuses entered officialdom with pure intentions, wanting to change the world, cleanse the corruption. Yet once they delved into the murky waters of bureaucracy, it wasn't long before they assimilated. The more talented they were, the greater the damage they could inflict after being corrupted. Those students tried to clear the path. The crowd was vast, slowing the carriage to a snail's pace. Those at the front were engrossed in the poem, unaware of Ainsworth's presence, loudly discussing the Song of Peach Blossom Hermitage. Within the Peach Blossom hut, there stands a Peach Blossom hermit. Ainsworth frowned, displeased. I wish to grow old amidst flowers and wine rather than bow before horses and carriages. Hearing this, Ainsworth opened his eyes and tapped the carriage door with his cane. The driver understood, stopping the carriage. A mere good poem wouldn't prompt Ainsworth to stop. Yet, the Song of Peach Blossom Hermitage resonated perfectly with Ainsworth's current situation, bringing tears to his aged eyes by the final lines. Chapter 155. Overdoing the act. Once upon a time, he harbored lofty aspirations, vowing to achieve great things and bring clarity and integrity back to the murky court of Great Yan. But in the end, it depended on whom it was compared to. Jackson was a prodigy of Guangling Prefecture tutored by a renowned scholar like Coleman. In contrast, Jarvis was just a rural merchant who couldn't hold a candle to them. Some scholars tried to defend Jarvis and might have gained some approval in scholarly circles, but many feared it would negatively impact their future prospects, so they began to say insincerely that Jackson's poetry was superior to the Song of Peach Blossom Temple. Of course, there were righteous individuals in the scholarly community who despised these spineless intellectuals and engaged in heated debates, further intensifying the controversy, until a heavyweight figure stepped into the fray. This heavyweight was named Brooks, an official holding the position of registrar in the Department of Household Affairs in Guangling Prefecture. Though barely past 40, Brooks had a rich career as an official. He became a third-class imperial scholar, and after serving as Blake for 7 or 8 years, he was transferred to Guangling Prefecture to take up his current role. His rank wasn't high, but the position was significant. In the official hierarchy of Great Yan, departmental officials were known as selected persons eligible for positions as capital officials. Most graduates had to serve in local government for decades before becoming selected persons, including those who were second-tier scholars. However, sneered, forget it. If they have no ability, they can only write such sour poems. This time, let him off. But if he continues, he will be punished for disrupting public sentiment. But Brooks was simply trying to appear impressive. With all the students in Guangling discussing the matter, expressing his opinion might win him support. For civil servants, the number of students supporting them equated to political leverage. Even if demoted later, their accumulated reputation among students could prevent complete ruin. What Brooks did not expect was that this showboating would entangle him. Senior officials from Vicky Prefecture, the capital city of Vicky route, criticized Brooks harshly, calling him jealous and envious. They argued that when a talented individual emerges, he should be nurtured, not punished, deeming Brooks's actions absurd. Furious, Brooks retaliated immediately, supported by his allies. The original poetry debate transformed into a bureaucratic struggle. Vicky Prefecture, being a higher-level city than secondary city Guangling, had officials of higher ranks. Yet, most held ceremonial positions with no real power. Conversely, Brooks's camp consisted mostly of energetic new officials who, despite lower ranks now, would likely enter the central government in a few years, ensuring bright futures. They could not fully appreciate the poetic sentiment conveyed in some way. They thought they could get rid of him so easily? Not a chance. Seeing that Dane wouldn't budge no matter what they said or did, the servants of the Xiuxian family felt helpless. Eventually, only the chief steward could step in to talk with Dane. Master Jarvis, our elder master says that although you are talented, your character is despicable. Detaining you this time is intended to temper your nature and instill some sense into you. Dane sneered coldly. If so, then I will stay for a while longer to refine my nature. The steward couldn't help but laugh bitterly, thinking that such thick-skinned behavior didn't resemble a scholar at all. Rather, it was more like a thug on the street. Since you want to stay, then stay. Let's see who gets anxious first. 2 more days passed. The day of the prefecture examination results announcement arrived. Crowds gathered outside the prefecture school, students on tiptoe, eagerly awaiting the clerk posting the list of successful candidates. Once the clerk posted the list, pandemonium broke loose on the scene. Pushing, cursing, gasps of amazement, cries of anguish, various sounds interwove, making everyone's head spin. Soon, a cry rang out. Dane from Nanha County, 8th in the prefecture examination? A mere merchant ranked 8th on both the county and prefecture examination lists? How unjust. Could it be that he bribed Director Nya? After all, such incidents happened every year, and he was already accustomed to them. As for including Dane on the top list, he indeed had personal preferences. Dane's essay deeply resonated with Jasmine, with some political views coinciding precisely with his own. As the chief examiner, he always had certain privileges, so Jasmine didn't feel he had done anything wrong in assigning these ranks. Regarding the controversy Dane caused externally, Jasmine didn't consider it part of his responsibility. He was merely the school director, not the prefect, focusing solely on the quality of the essays without considering external factors. However, Jasmine hadn't expected the backlash against him to intensify rather than diminish. Sensing things were getting out of hand, Jasmine hastily ordered his men to leave through the back door and fetch reinforcements from the government office. At least a dozen constables would be needed to control the excited crowd of candidates. Chapter 156. It's good here. I'm not leaving. A quarter of an hour later, as the emotions of the failed examinees reached their peak, more than a dozen constables hurried to the scene. Along with the officers already present at the prefecture school, over 30 officials finally managed to calm the restless crowd. Accompanying the constables was one person, Francis. In just a few days, this little miracle doctor from Nanha County had become much more haggard. Francis pushed through the crowd to the examination results board, but didn't rush to look right away. Instead, he closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and fervently prayed. After praying to all the deities, Francis cautiously opened his eyes and looked at the second list. Though Dane ranked first in the county exam, those results were influenced by external factors, and Dane's reputation in Guangling Prefecture was notoriously poor, making it almost impossible for him to rank first here. Not finding Dane's name on the second list, Francis nearly cried. Brother Chen, what are we going to do now? The only one who can save you now is your teacher, Johan, but it will take him at least 7 days to get here. Will you survive that long? Just then, a candidate nearby said, I see why there's such chaos here. Dane's name is on the first list, at 8th place. Francis's heart leapt, and he quickly checked the first list. Sure enough, at 8th place, in bold letters, stood Dane's name. Relief washed over Francis, and he laughed aloud. Brother Chen, you're truly amazing. You've moved up 2 ranks compared to the county exam. You're naturally gifted at exams. His laughter was interrupted by several unfriendly glares. Someone asked, are you Dane's friend? Realizing Dane was now the target of everyone's resentment, Francis pointed to the 5th place on the list. Also named at 8th place, the situation became complicated. Candidates on the first list had at least an 80% chance of passing the college exam and a 50% chance of passing the provincial exam. This meant Dane could very likely become a xiuxian next April. Such a promising young man was tied up in their stable. Davenate, the steward, rushed to the stable. This troublemaker must be expelled immediately to avoid future complications. Upon arrival, he found Dane sound asleep. Despite being detained, Dane showed no panic, spending his days eating and sleeping and occasionally boxing in the stable. Ignoring the mess in the corner, the steward squatted down and gently shook Dane awake, saying, you can leave now. Dane yawned. Where should I go? Though he appeared lethargic, Dane was elated inside. Today was the day of announcement, and the steward's change in attitude clearly indicated he had passed and ranked high. However, Dane wasn't a dog to be summoned and dismissed at will. There had to be a price for detaining him. The steward softened. The old master said you've tainted the Xiuxian family's reputation, and detaining you for these days should suffice. You can return now. Dane stood up, stretching. The integrity of a noble family is paramount. I think a few days aren't enough to make up for my wrongdoing. So, I decide to stay until I completely mitigate the shout and spread rumors, potentially causing even more damage to the Xiuxian family's reputation. With no other option, the steward ran to seek the great patriarch. Inside the study, Frank was reading letters. These were all petitions to plead leniency for Dane. The influence of Peach Blossom Temple Song had begun spreading nationwide among the scholarly class, thanks to the struggles between officials in Vicky Prefecture and Guangling Prefecture. Many officials were awestruck by the poem's depth, and once they learned that Jarvis had been detained by Frank, they immediately wrote letters pleading for leniency. Some did so sincerely, while others saw it as an opportunity. Helping someone in need always trumps adding unnecessary embellishments when everything is already fine. Jarvis's talents were exceptional. Aiding him during his time of trouble could not only enhance one's reputation but also forge a bond of goodwill. If Jarvis were to succeed in the future, this favor might help bridge relations. Besides, sending a letter cost nothing. To miss such an opportunity would be foolish. Who knew a single poem could stir up so much attention? Frank murmured, placing down the last letter with a bitter smile. Great patriarch. The steward called softly from the doorway. Frank replied, I was just about to find you come to meet a grand academician of the Xuanhuan Pavilion. No, I don't wish to. The steward forced himself to remain calm. This isn't you requesting an audience. It's the great patriarch inviting you. No question of qualification. Dane asked, why does your great patriarch want to see me? The steward gritted his teeth. My great patriarch appreciates talent. Does that reason suffice? Dane thought for a moment and nodded. Not bad. Lead the way. After a few steps, the steward frowned. Why do you smell so bad? Dane replied, I've slept next to the privy for days. It wouldn't be strange if I didn't stink. The steward quickly summoned a servant. Take him to bathe and get him some clean clothes. Once the servant had tidied Dane up, the steward led him to the study door. Great master, he's here. Bring him in. Opening the door, the steward motioned Dane inside. Inside the study, Dane met Frank, the former grand academician of the Xuanhuan Pavilion. Despite being nearly 70, his hair remained black, and his eyes clear and deep. One would never guess his age unless told. Both men sized each other up. After a long pause, Frank chuckled, younger than I imagined. I expected the man who wrote people laugh at me for being too crazy to be in his 30s or 40s, struggling in life. A young man like you feeling this despondent is quite rare. Dane has died once. Frank frowned. Dane felt genuinely thankful to Casper at heart. If it weren't for all the wrongdoings Brant had committed, his own transformation after coming through wouldn't have carried as much weight. Rodknife's lessons are often understood only after experiencing hardship. The harsher the hardships, the deeper the understanding. As an old saying goes, no amount of teaching can match what experiences teach you. Dane had gone through a similar situation before he was reincarnated. Back then, he borrowed online loans for stock trading and later couldn't repay them, leading him into a debt spiral until everything collapsed. After struggling for several years to get back on his feet, Dane never engaged in any advanced consumption again and stayed away from fields he didn't understand completely. After finally climbing out of the hole over several years, Dane never indulged in advanced spending again and stayed away from areas he didn't understand completely. In the case of Brant, it was about a scoundrel who turned over a new leaf after dying once. The significance of such a change was obvious. After hearing Dane's past, Frank's suspicions diminished by 80%. Although Frank hadn't made those mistakes when young, he had met many people with experiences similar to Dane's. While they might not be as talented as Dane in expressing their feelings through poetry, most of them could still come up with profound words during conversations. Rodknife is indeed the best teacher for humans. As for the remaining doubts in Frank's mind, Dane erased them entirely with his next statement. My teacher is Gavin. In casual conversations with my teacher, I learned about his past. Reflecting on myself, I wrote Song of Peach Blossom Temple. Gavin, huh? Frank leaned back in his chair, lost in memories. He had been fully involved in the events triggered by Gavin back then. While he sympathized with Gavin's plight, he did not agree with his actions. Publicly exposing cheating among peers during the imperial examination lacked political acumen. After all, reaching this stage meant the candidates had backing. This backing wasn't about family background but the officials standing behind the candidates. The palace examination wasn't about elimination but ranking, meaning anyone who reached this stage would become future officials. Court officials would reach out to these candidates ahead of time to build connections. Candidates, seeking good posts, would also actively seek ties with court officials, hoping to join under their patronage. The accused cheater was a retainer of Duke Osiris. Gavin surely knew this, but still exposed the cheating in the examination hall. This could be seen as righteous, or just stupid. The outcome was as expected by the court officials. Gavin ranked last in the exam and was exiled to the frontier. For decades, every achievement he made was overshadowed by others, ultimately leading him to be isolated and alone in the officialdom. What did your teacher feel after reading this poem? Frank asked, snapping out of his thoughts. Dane replied, progressing further might be impossible. Perhaps I won't even pass to become a scholar. Frank asked, what are your plans then? Dane responded, your student can only revert to previous antics and act like a ruffian. The Xiuxian family brought me here without cause. They won't find it easy to get rid of me. Frank was taken aback. Indeed, a very ruffian move. Yet, the Xiuxian family was at fault first, making this retaliation justified. Frank sighed, calmly stating, young man, this old man has high reputation but meager assets. If you intend to extort money from me, you'll be disappointed. Dane smiled. Uncle Xiuxian misunderstands. Money isn't my goal. There's something else I want. Frank inquired, do you want me to recommend you as a scholar or offer you an official position? Young man, you're mistaken. I am well into my 70s, nearing death, and having angered Hansen before. I've long been on the fringes of the officialdom. The thing you seek, this old man cannot achieve. Dane retorted, Uncle Xiuxian is mistaken. Oh, how so? Frank asked. From what I see, Uncle Xiuxian will soon return to office, Dane said. Frank's face darkened, sneering, young man, I respect your talent, hence I speak this much with you. Don't toy with this old man. Do you really think I won't punish you? Dane responded, ancestor once decreed that all scholars can discuss politics, even matters involving the Son of Heaven. If what our founder allowed can be called disrespect, then what is? Frank smiled and pointed at Dane, sophistry. All right, let's assume your argument holds water. Then how did you infer that I am about to be reinstated? Dane replied, I have to thank the manager of the Osiris Shirlu family for this. In the past few days, when I said I was bored and wanted to read, they provided me with official gazettes and tabloids. My views are based on combining information from both. The official gazette is a government-published newspaper, not a novelty in ancient times, dating back over 1,000 years as the Dibao. After the fall of the Dui dynasty, China fell into 3 centuries of division, with warlords too busy fighting to publish newspapers. When the Great Yan Dynasty rose in the north and unified China, the Dibao reappeared. However, the first emperor of the Yan Dynasty found its name displeasing and changed it to Official Gazette. It was published monthly and distributed to various regions, states, prefectures, and counties. As for the tabloids, they come from various sources, often containing sensational news and gossip. Officially unacknowledged, they are popular among commoners, featuring serialized stories, some even quite risque. In an era lacking over the cabinet, given the emperor's younger self, such tolerance would have been unthinkable. Frank set down the Gazette, pondering, Prince Vicky's comments aren't without merit, but their publication doesn't imply anything significant. Dane responded with a wry smile. Do you really believe that, Mr. Xiuxian? Frank remained impassive. What are you implying? Dane said, since the scholar official class regained control, officials representing merchants have been continuously suppressed. Without the emperor's favor, these officials would have long been expelled from the capital. But the emperor's protection has dwindled yearly. Simply put, children from merchant families can never match those who study diligently in the imperial exams. Local officials also favor traditional scholars, leaving merchants' children unlikely to progress beyond the provincial level. With diminished influence in court and decreasing imperial support, the restoration of power to the scholarly elite is just a matter of time. Prince Vicky seized this opportunity to champion the traditional scholar officials, naturally becoming their leader. Having nearly ascended the throne before and now backed by the scholar official class, his claim to the dragon throne is only a matter of time. Frank stared at Dane for a long moment, bewildered at how deeply a mere student could understand court politics. Though his words seemed absurd at first, they were eerily insightful. The current emperor had indeed alienated scholars and lost favor among merchants due to endless exploitation. Combined with aging and declining energy, his control over the court was weakening. Prince Vicky, energetic and supported by scholars, had a significant chance of success if he aimed to usurp power. Considering this, Frank asked, even if your hypothesis is correct, how do you conclude that I will be reinstated? Dane earnestly replied, simple, because of Mr. Xiuxian's reputation. I believe that no matter how deluded the emperor may be, he cannot overlook this situation. To counter Prince Vicky's rise, the emperor must promote respected scholars to the cabinet to signal his continued support for them, not just the merchant's wealth. Reinstating you would be an acknowledgement of past mistakes and a gesture to the scholars. Frank looked at Dane strangely. This isn't just a student. This is clearly an old hand at politics. Hashtag chapter 160. Of course, choose the thicker one to lean on. Dane owed his profound understanding to his college dorm mate. As is well known, after the lights are turned off in a university male dormitory, it turns into a political forum. It all starts with one of the roommates' casual, "Are you asleep?" The conversation then moves from the school's beautiful girls, the canteen food, the Dalsur's unreasonable behavior, and make against me. After hearing this, Frank Bing thought about something else. In earlier years, scholars who did business wouldn't have faced so much criticism because the emperor encouraged vendors to study due to the financial benefits. Even if others reported them, they would face no consequences and might even get punished for doing so. But now, Dane faced suppression and defamation just for being a vendor for a short period. On one hand, this showed that the scholar class increasingly disliked vendors turned scholars, and on the other, it proved that the emperor was losing control over the cabinet. If Frank Bing were called back to the capital, speaking up for Dane would make him an enemy of all scholars. But not helping Dane could damage his reputation and prevent him from returning to the cabinet. Dane, you've truly given me a difficult problem. However, choosing the lesser of two evils, helping Dane would only possibly offend all scholars, while not helping him would mean the end of his political career. Moreover, if Dane succeeded and became a top scholar, helping him now would be considered a virtuous deed. Given his talent in poetry and literature, he should at least become a Jinsher, advanced scholar, even if not a top scholar. Understanding this, Frank Bing nodded slowly. Old man knows, go now. Leaving Xiuxian's home, Dane first found a place to eat heartily. Cursing, bastards. Ordinary failed candidates petitioning wouldn't concern him, but having the governor's son leading them made it serious. Clearly, this matter was initiated by the governor. Without his approval, the governor's son wouldn't lead the charge. Dane pondered what the governor intended to gain by suppressing him. Suppressing him, a non-first-ranked scholar, offered little benefit. Could it still be due to grudges against his teacher Gavin? It seemed unlikely. Many ways existed to settle old grievances. Inciting students to storm the government office was the worst option. After contemplating, Dane realized the governor aimed to regain respect among students. For him, Dane, rising from humble origins, offered no advantage. The civil service examination, while selecting talents, was riddled with vested interests. First-rank candidates came from prestigious families. Promoting them formed an interest alliance between local officials and noble clans. Moreover, Dane, poor and disgraced, provided no resistance to removal and earned support from noble families. With accusations of cheating, revoking his score painted the governor as perceptive and incorruptible, achieving 3 goals at once. Understanding this, Dane sneered, "Governor sure has a brilliant plan, but I'm not an ant. Crushing me won't be easy." It's fair to say that if the police overheard Dane and his roommates discussing current political issues back in the dorm, the whole room would probably be arrested and sent to work in sewing factories. After 4 years of such intense training, coupled with post-graduation exposure to various short videos and self-media platforms, Dane's views on politics became quite profound. Given the current situation, it was almost transparent. If Dane couldn't analyze it correctly, his former roommates would definitely ridicule him mercilessly. On the other side, Frank calmed down and said, "This old man is already like a leisurely cloud or a free-flying wild goose. I no longer wish to get involved in these court matters." Upon hearing this, Dane found it rather amusing. A true leisurely cloud or wild goose wouldn't boast about being one. Only those who craved fame and fortune would continuously emphasize their detachment. Their purpose was much like Lu Buwei's, waiting for the right price before acting. Dane replied, "Your high-mindedness is truly admirable, Unkit. But if an imperial decree comes one day, can you really ignore it?" Frank responded, "We'll see when that time comes. It's more about you. You've spoken at length. What do you actually seek?" Dane stood up and bowed deeply. "Your student seeks clarity. Because I once engaged in trade, all my poetry and examination results are deemed suspicious, even implicating my teacher. My teacher once offended some colleagues, so he cannot stand up for me. Only you, Unkit, can clear my name of these baseless accusations." After hearing this, Frank thought of something else. He wondered whether Francis had stayed at the inn waiting for him, or returned to the county directly. As soon as he stepped through the door of the inn, Francis started out like a ghost, tightly embracing Dane and exclaiming joyfully, "Brother Chin, you're finally back." Dane smiled in response. "You didn't leave?" Francis replied, "Am I the kind of person who abandons a friend? If I were to leave, I'd only do so after ensuring you're safe." The commotion drew complaints from guests outside, so they quickly moved inside. Francis said, "Brother Chun, you're amazing. A month ago when you told me you wanted to take the exams, I thought you were dreaming. Never expected that you'd rank among the top in both the county and prefectural exams, and even improved your position." Dane knew he passed but wasn't sure about his exact ranking. "Which place did I get?" "Rank 8. Francis said excitedly. Dane was surprised by this outcome. Initially, his goal was just to scrape through each round and obtain the title of Unkit. 2 rounds in, he ranked among the top. If he did the same in the final provincial exam, he would likely become a candidate member of the Imperial Academy. But Francis changed the subject. "Your ranking has made many unhappy. This morning, led by the son of the prefectural governor, a group of scholars petitioned the governor's office accusing you of cheating. They drafted a petition demanding a re-examination and revocation of your qualification. More than 60 students signed it." Dane's face darkened, cursing, "What a bunch of scumbags." If it were just a few failed candidates petitioning, Dane wouldn't care. But since the leader was the prefectural governor's son, the situation became serious. Clearly, the prefectural governor was behind this. Without his approval, his son wouldn't lead this group of disgruntled candidates. Dane pondered what the governor hoped to gain from this. He wasn't the top candidate. What benefit would the governor gain by undermining him? It couldn't just be old grudges against his teacher Gavin. That would be a foolish move. Thinking for a moment, Dane understood. The governor wanted to re-establish his authority among the students. Dane's low birth and recent rise posed no benefit. The examination system, though for selecting talent, was intertwined with interests. Top-ranking candidates usually came from prestigious families. Promoting them strengthened ties between local officials and powerful clans. Furthermore, Dane's humble background and questionable past made it easy to discredit him without angering influential families. By accusing Dane of cheating, the governor could gain praise for fairness and honesty while aligning with the elites. This matter wasn't about him, so how did Gavin come into play? But Finley mentioning Gavin must have a reason, so Dane kept his questions aside and listened. Vice governors report directly to Hansen, sometimes even overseeing local officials. Hence, they often ignore the sentiments of local officials. Our emperor is keen on collecting wealth. Since tax revenue falls under the purview of the vice governor, he becomes the emperor's primary financial officer, offering convenience to merchants within the jurisdiction. Some less principled governors are easily blinded by substantial wealth and choose to collude with the vice governors. The Guangling governor took this path. However, the political winds in the court have shifted over the past 2 years. Officials representing merchant interests have become scarce, while the scholarly elite have gained control. Moreover, Prince Vicky's performance has earned their favor, leading to discussions of making him the successor. With the throne threatened, the emperor will react. So, he decided to make an example of some officials closest to the merchants to reassure the scholarly elite in the court. Dane suddenly understood, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "Gavin, you old rogue finally got your comeuppance." Finley paused. "Dane, you have grievances with Vice Governor Yen?" Dane nodded. "It's a long story, but to put it simply, he almost killed me. He's going to fall hard and naturally, I'm happy about it." Francis stared at Finley in amazement. "Teacher, I thought you only knew herbs and healing. I didn't expect you to be so well informed about these political matters." Finley replied, "I didn't want to understand, but living at the governor's house, I can't help but overhear these things." "Chun, what do you plan to do?" Dane smiled coldly. "Gavin wanted me dead. Now I'll use his power to clear these false accusations." Meanwhile, outside the government office, nearly 100 failed candidates sat cross-legged on the ground, with 2 people seated at the front, one being the governor's son. The other was Dane's acquaintance, Iolo. He held up 2 poles displaying the petition letters signed by the candidates, marked by red fingerprints, which looked rather ominous. They had been sitting there for over 2 hours, starting with loud protests of injustice, which eventually turned into a silent sit-in. As time passed, more candidates joined them. Initially, there were 60. Now, there were 100. After every examination, such incidents occurred, but this was the first time it escalated this much. The local governor, Ernesto, rose from humble beginnings and achieved 3rd place in the imperial examinations. Despite this modest background, he enjoyed a successful official career. After 25 years, he became a 5th-rank governor in Guangling. Even if the vice governor exposed him in the capital, Ji could rally the candidates to appeal collectively, enduring this crisis. Because the emperor would not kill a respected governor like him when courting the scholarly elite. If Dane were present, Ji might have hugged him. "You're my savior, but please, die for me." Chapter 162. Iolo's betrayal. Ernesto was overjoyed, while ostracizing Jasmine of the Prefectural Academy was on the verge of pulling out all his hair in worry. He truly couldn't be a chief examiner. Every time he took the position, something went wrong. In the past, these incidents were usually caused by disappointed examinees who could eventually be pacified. But this time, the leader causing trouble was none other than the son of the prefectural Hayes. Jasmine, a clean official, didn't quite understand the political games played by others. He couldn't fathom why the magistrate's son would lead such a protest. The only thing he understood was that resolving this issue required the personal involvement of the prefectural Hayes. Jasmine's visit came as no surprise to Ernesto. In fact, Ernesto had been expecting him, or rather, waiting for him to seek help. Previously, whenever Jasmine visited, he would always maintain a high posture, believing himself to be part of the elite in Guangling's bureaucracy and free from any interest entanglements with other officials. But today, he looked haggard, his steps wobbly, and sweat soaked his temples. Your subordinate pays respects to your excellency. Ernesto pretended to be surprised. Yeah, what has happened to you? Please sit down and let's talk. Someone, bring tea. Jasmine carefully sat down, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. When the servant brought the tea, Ernesto pointed at the documents on the table and said, recently, I unfortunately fell ill, and the paperwork has piled up almost into mountains. Then Ernesto started talking about everything except the exam incident, wandering off on various topics. This made Jasmine smile increasingly bitter. He realized that Ernesto was giving him a subtle warning. Despite this, Jasmine had no choice but to rely on Ernesto, even if it meant enduring the warnings. Your Excellency, a group of examinees are surrounding the entrance of the prefectural academy. Ernesto calmly sipped his tea. Oh, I just heard about it. These examinees should focus on improving their studies instead of complaining about injustice, disgracing the ancestors' teachings. However, the commotion this time is much bigger than previous years. Over 100 candidates are sitting quietly at the academy's entrance, including many who passed. Trembling, Jasmine stood up, trying to speak but found his throat choked as if by a peach pit. Ernesto walked forward, holding Jasmine's hand, and comforted him. Don't panic, yeah, I will stand by you. If anyone is guilty of malicious slander, I won't show mercy. Jasmine forced a pained smile. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ernesto then ordered, bring all the leading protesters to the prefecture hall. I will personally interrogate them. Half an hour later, in the grand hall of the prefecture, Ernesto sat majestically, signaling for officers to bring in the protesters led by Iolo. They bowed respectfully. Students greet Your Excellency. Ernesto scanned their faces and coldly remarked, many of you, I recognize. You are men of merit within our jurisdiction. Take your seats. Jasmine, who had been listening in, felt relieved and resigned. While waiting for the students, he hoped Ernesto would severely punish them to quell the incident. But Ernesto's gesture of offering seats indicated the interrogation was merely a formality. It seemed Ernesto had a deeper relationship with these students, or had already communicated beforehand. Jasmine paused and suddenly understood. By appointing him as the chief examiner, Ernesto had tested his authority. Due to his aversion to the duty, Jasmine had failed to consult with Ernesto before launching examination. He was nothing but a complete ruffian and thug. He would either be wandering the streets or stealing chickens, or beating women and children. No one had ever seen him read a single page of a book. Later on, he somehow passed the Tongxing examination and set his sights on becoming a son-in-law to a wealthy family. This fact is well known in Nanhua County. When that didn't work out, Dane started doing business, still not paying much attention to his studies. But here's the peculiar part. He managed to rank in the county examination after just 10 days of preparation, and then within less than a month, he ranked again in the prefectural examination. Your Excellency, every scholar who achieves success must endure years of diligent study. Why could Dane achieve such remarkable results within a mere month? Jasmine wanted to refute this argument. After all, there are people called geniuses in the world, and Dane might just be one. However, before Jasmine could speak, Ernesto's light cough silenced him. Iolo continued, secondly, Dane never showcased his talent in front of anyone, yet overnight, excellent works started appearing frequently. He even joined Gavin's tutelage based on 2 poems presented at a poetry gathering. Gavin, a famous Jiren degree holder, is known for being conservative and traditional. Why would he take in someone like Dane, who came from a merchant background and had just passed the Tongxing exam? Matter was previously unknown. How could Dane's essays align so perfectly with Nye's preferences? Is there some shady transaction involved? Or did Dane buy off the guards to get hold of the test papers beforehand? This third suspicion was pure speculation but highly damaging. This is why officials who scrutinized actions in previous dynasties were often hated, because they could easily ruin a good official with just whispers and accusations. Even if proven wrong, they would never apologize because speculating and reporting suspicions were their powers. As for the damage done to the good officials, it mattered little to them. Iolo's actions now resembled those of a censorial official. He didn't care about evidence. He only voiced what he considered suspicious. Even if Dane cleared his name, this stain would follow him forever, always ready to be used against him. Jasmine had to respond. Even though Ernesto signaled him to stop, he had to speak up, because Iolo's last point targeted him directly. Leaking exam questions was cheating, and cheating was a grave offense. Nonsense. Jasmine stood up and shouted loudly, none of your so-called suspicions are supported by any evidence. They are all conjectures. Just because of these random statements, you dare to gather so many people at the entrance of the prefectural school and cause a public disturbance. You are the one who should be held accountable. Iolo felt a bit anxious but, remembering the promise made by his backer, straightened up fearlessly and replied, Academician yeah. Iolo lowered his head, not daring to look at Dane. Dane didn't expect to see Iolo under such circumstances. Seeing the accusation banner in Iolo's hands, Dane sighed, Brother Ning, you finally see me as your opponent. Iolo clenched his fists tightly. After a moment, he looked up and said, Brother Chun, I have no personal grudge. I only want to ensure the fairness of the examinations. Dane sneered, fairness? Ha, you participating in exams already lacks fairness. Iolo was speechless. A bailiff pushed Dane forward, stopping about 6 feet from Ernesto. Dane did not bow to Ernesto but instead greeted Jasmine with a student's bow. Student Dane greets academician Ya. Jasmine was uncomfortable, unsure whether to acknowledge or ignore him. Ernesto's face turned cold. Who stands below? Seeing this prefect, why do you not bow? Dane spoke boldly. I respect upright and honest officials but despise corrupt and incompetent ones. For the former, I show respect. For the latter, I hold in disdain. Unfortunately, your excellency falls into the latter category. Jasmine nearly fainted. It's over, completely over. This fool openly accused the prefect of being corrupt. Even without cheating, the prefect would never let him go. For the other students, they won't be so fortunate. Their scholarly paths will be severed. The faces of the students participating in the sit-in changed dramatically. Ernesto clenched his teeth and said, "What if you did indeed cheat?" Dane smiled. "Lord Prefect, you are a prefect. Is your understanding of Great Yan law really less than that of a student like me? The Great Yan law clearly states that cheaters will lose all ranks and be exiled along with their 3 generations. The chief examiner will be dismissed, stripped of rank, and exiled 3,000 miles. These people accused me of cheating, and you personally sat to judge. This has already become a matter of life and death. Today's outcome, either academician Ya and I die without burial grounds, or the prefect's son and his followers will suffer complete disgrace. There is no third way." Dane's words weren't directed solely at Ernesto, but were also meant for Jasmine. In the entire Guangling Prefecture administration, Dane had only one ally, Jasmine. Upon arriving at the government offices, he noticed Jasmine seemed unusually defeated, as if resigning to fate. The old man, advanced in years, easily lost composure when faced with difficult situations, especially after being overwhelmed by Ernesto's forceful tactics. He now seemed resigned to whatever would happen. Dane's goal was to rekindle Jasmine's fighting spirit. "Old man, you must pull yourself together. As an academician, you have no vested interest with Ernesto. Why be afraid? If you wish to preserve your reputation, you must stand up against Ernesto. If you allow him to defame Dane, you will inevitably bear the blame for exam leakage, destroying your lifelong integrity." These words did indeed awaken Jasmine. The worst-case scenario could only result in exile or ridicule from scholars across the nation. But if Dane's innocence could be proven and his own exoneration established, Ernesto would be disgraced. His reputation might even rise higher. It was indeed naive and laughable to hope that Ernesto would uphold justice for him. Having lived most of his life, he realized that even a student saw things more clearly. Jasmine wished to slap himself. However, while he thought clearly, there was still no immediate turn of events. The slap could wait. Jasmine wiped away his former despair, returning to his usual stern demeanor. Dane is correct. The points raised by the student just now are merely suspicions, not proof. It's unreasonable to convict Dane based solely on suspicion. What we need to do now is investigate these suspicions. If Dane is found guilty, then he should be punished accordingly. But if it's slander, those involved must also face legal punishment. As he spoke, Jasmine, "We cannot ruin the prefect's reputation based on a single accusation." Fuming with anger, Ernesto growled, "Academician Ya, what do you mean by this? Are you questioning whether our prefect has ties with the merchant party's traitor Gavin?" The angrier Ernesto became, the more relieved Jasmine felt. It was time he tasted slander too. "Lord Prefect, I did not mean to imply that," Jasmine replied. "I speak for your own good. After all, you wouldn't want the stain of collaborating with the merchant party's traitors, right? If Dane is proven to be lying about you, I will not forgive him." Outside the government office, the students murmured in confusion over the day's events. The whole scene was bizarre. This little student, Dane, stood fearlessly before the prefect and berated him. Even as a merchant-born student, he dared accuse the prefect of colluding with the merchant party's traitor Gavin. Wasn't this a true reversal of the heavenly trigram? Chapter 165. I am a genius. Is this guy really so arrogant that the Jarvis who wrote the Peach Blossom Hut Ode is actually him? Otherwise, where does he get the nerve to challenge an official like the prefect? Don't be ridiculous. Could a 20-something-year-old scholar write such a profound poem? What about encouragement to study? Dane recited it impromptu in front of many candidates. If Jarvis is truly Dane's pen name, he might indeed be called a genius. At such a young age, writing poetry that reveals worldly wisdom. It's hard to imagine anyone else in all of Danya could dare call themselves a genius. The group of candidates was split into 2 camps. One believed Dane was Jarvis and considered him a genius, while the other thought he was talentless and all his works were ghostwritten by others. However, this debate had been ongoing since the birth of the Peach Blossom Hut Ode, and neither side could convince the other. They would need to wait for the verdict from the prefect. Giroux's attitude, which was previously submissive, suddenly turned defiant. He seemed to have allied with Dane, sharing the same fate. While the academic superintendent wasn't a high-ranking official, he was far from being under the complete control of the prefect. When Giroux chose to confront the prefect, Ernesto found himself at a loss. Without concrete evidence, Dane could still retain his status as a scholar, and Ernesto needed the academic superintendent's approval to subject Dane to punishment. In essence, the academic superintendent was the teacher of all exam candidates in the prefecture. In more vulgar terms, beating a dog still requires the master's permission. Without Giroux's consent, it was impossible to punish Dane. This explained why Ernesto had initially tried to intimidate Giroux. By frightening him, Ernesto could handle Dane without hesitation. But unexpectedly, Giroux suddenly became firm, disrupting Ernesto's plan. Ernesto clenched his fists and glared at Giroux, then looked at Dane and said, "Dane, you insist that you didn't cheat. But now, so many candidates are jointly accused, and Su Dompa as virtual aides. Calling himself a genius made perfect sense. Unconvinced? Challenge me to a poetry duel." Giroux stroked his beard and nodded slightly, saying, "Indeed, he can be called a genius. To write something like encouragement to study at such a young age is impressive. By the way, I heard you also wrote a birthday poem for the Catherine." Dane nodded. "Yes, I wrote that poem during the Nanha County Poetry Conference. At the time, much like now, neither the county scholars nor the officials believed I was a genius. So the magistrate asked me to compose a poem for the Catherine's birthday. Iolo was there. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Ernesto immediately turned to Iolo. Is what Dane says true? Iolo clenched his jaw and after a moment's hesitation, said, it is true, but that poem was of extremely high quality. Many people doubted that it was written by Dane. Giroux said, Dane, recite that birthday poem. Dane nodded and, in front of everyone, recited the poem originally written by Su Dompa for his wife's birthday. After hearing it, the room fell silent. These candidates' thoughts mirrored those of the former Nanha County magistrate. This poem could be considered the epitome of birthday odes. It would be hard to find another birthday poem surpassing its quality. To put it mildly, even without Jarvis, this excitement was partly staged. Initially, Giroux didn't believe Dane could write the Peach Blossom Hut Ode. But now, since they were allies against the prefect, he had to back Dane up. Pretending to be excited served as a cover, making his actions less jarring. Dane apologized inwardly to Brother Michael. When he carved the Peach Blossom Hut Ode, while drunk, he meant to give credit to Brother Michael. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to claim it. Dane took a deep breath and acknowledged, yes, I am Jiang, Tang, Bo, who? He almost blurted out, the foremost of the 4 great talents of Xuanhuan. Giroux clapped in excitement and exclaimed 3 times, well done, well done, well done. The other students wore stunned expressions. He admitted it? He really is Jarvis. I don't believe it. Show proof. Chapter 166. Reconciliation? Not a chance. Ernesto's face was ashen. If what Dane said was true, then at such a young age he had written poetry that would be celebrated for generations to come. Calling him a genius would indeed be no exaggeration. As the governor of Guangling Prefecture, it should have been his responsibility to nurture and cherish such talent under his jurisdiction. The more gifted individuals in his region, the better his chances for promotion. The imperial court required counties to produce jiren, scholar official candidates, within a few years and prefectures to yield several jinshi, imperial scholars, within a similar period. If a prefecture produced top-ranking jinshi, such as the xuanhuan, continued, Your Excellency should know that these past days, I've been staying at the Xian family estate. Ernesto nodded. You were detained by the Xian household after a conflict with their servants. This incident has spread among Guangling Prefecture's examination candidates, so naturally, I am aware. Dane responded, You only know part of it. While at the Xian residence, I wasn't under house arrest. Instead, I engaged in scholarly discussions with Uncle Frank. Uncle Xian greatly admired my talent, and even questioned if the chief examiner deliberately gave me a lower score when he learned I only placed 8th. Now you say my writing style and penmanship resemble Tutor Nye's. I'm beginning to think Uncle Xian is right. Tutor Nye may have suppressed my scores to ensure fairness in the exams. This baffled Jasmine, who had intentionally given extra points. To have it turned around into suppression was astonishing. This young man, his mind works incredibly fast. Well, since you mentioned it, Jasmine sighed, Dane's writing style does bear resemblance to mine. Initially, I suspected he had some inside information about my role as the chief examiner and wrote accordingly. So, during evaluation, I did not Xian, once caught by them. Get real. With your wooden head, you can't even pass the preliminary exam. Discussing classics with Uncle Xian? More likely, you'd be chased away by servants. With Uncle Xian's endorsement, Dane's controversy can be resolved. His 3 poems will be recognized as his work, and the title of genius in Guangling will shift from Jackson to Dane. But he could still have cheated. For heaven's sake, brother, you're clueless. With his talent, why cheat? Tutor Nye admitted, suppressing his scores due to stylistic similarities. Without that, Dane might have ranked top 5. I read his exam paper. It wasn't that impressive. Not impressive? Can you do better? Go discuss classics with Uncle Xian. Ernesto took a deep breath, forcing a smile, speaking in an unusually gentle tone. Since Uncle Xian endorses you, your talent must be extraordinary. How about this? I'll pose a new topic, and you compose a poem on the spot. If it matches your previous 3, all doubts will be cleared as a misunderstanding. Given your talent, composing a poem here shouldn't be challenging. Dane smirked contemptuously. If Ernesto had taken this approach initially, he wouldn't mind reciting a poem to clear his name. However, Dane emphasized this was a life-or-death confrontation. For Ernesto to downplay it now and label everything as a he was just a young examinee without powerful backers. Frank only admired his talent, not serving as his patron. If it came down to a real confrontation, Dane stood no chance against the prefect. After the prefect dealt with Dane, he certainly wouldn't engage in post-incident reprisals. Even if Dane won, offending the prefect would mean alienating the entire Guangling bureaucracy. No official would stand up for him or initiate any such reprisals. Realizing this, the candidates hoped Dane would continue stirring things up. They even deliberately spread the news further, hoping to escalate the situation beyond control. Ernesto's forehead veins bulged as he looked at Dane with murderous intent. Rodneedle brat, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. While tension mounted at the prefecture office gate, Brooks, registrar of revenue at Guangling, was entertaining a distinguished guest. One of his clerks reported that Scholar Dane was clashing with the prefect at the gate, and the situation was about to spiral out of control. Brooks, somewhat annoyed, said, Didn't I say not to disturb me? The esteemed guest today is far more important than any prefect or Dane. Can't you understand that? The clerk quickly defended himself. Sir, Dane has gained recognition from Uncle Frank, who personally affirmed having engaged. Guest nodded slightly. If so, I will accompany you to observe. Brooks was taken aback. Director General, is it necessary for you to personally handle such a minor case? This distinguished guest was none other than Fergus, Duke of Rodney and Shui and Chief Pacification Commissioner of Vicky State Road. Standing beside him was General Hubert. Since their meeting in Nanha County, Hubert had kept Fergus informed about Dane through pigeon messages. Fergus valued the matter highly, but was occupied with official duties at the time. Once free, Fergus rushed to Nanha County only to find Dane had left for the Guangling examination. So, he hastened to Guangling. As a high-ranking official, every move caused jitters among lower officials who swarmed around him for attention. Though a military general, Fergus couldn't dismiss these officials rudely as traditional generals would. Thus, it took nearly half a month to reach Guangling. Upon arrival, he first sought out Brooks, not because they were acquainted but because, as registrar, Tong was best positioned to provide information on Dane. However, he soon learned of the conflict between Dane and the local prefect. Unable to stay aloof, Fergus proposed accompanying Brooks. Despite surprise and confusion, Brooks couldn't prevent the director general from going. They hurriedly arrived at the prefecture office. Outside, maintaining order, the guard's Nesto now appeared meek as a quail before Fergus. Jasmine's heart pounded nervously. Originally, he and Dane had almost completely reversed the situation together. But then Dane's stubbornness led him to insist on a fight to the death with Ernesto. Just at this critical moment, Xuanhuan Commissioner Gaius arrived, turning an already complex situation even more uncertain, especially with Brooks by the commissioner's side, who once fiercely criticized Dane's poem, Peach Blossom Nunnery Song. Although Brooks did not have much interaction with the prefect, their stances against Dane were at least aligned. With Tong leading the commissioner to the government office, it was likely that some unfavorable impressions about Dane had already been imparted. This further reduced the chances of Dane's and Jasmine's success. Such a favorable situation was ruined just like that. Jasmine was heartbroken and felt an impulse to thrash Dane for acting cocky and refusing to back down. He wondered how Dane would now extricate himself from this mess. Ernesto led Fergus to one side of the tribunal and said, "Please take your seat, sir." Fergus slightly frowned. "I'm only here to observe, so taking the head seat is inappropriate." Ernesto flatteringly responded, "Your Excellency, you hold a prestigious position, and you should rightfully sit in the main seat." Fergus calmly replied, "Very well, I'll overstep once then." Akin to a heteronym prince, Fergus earned this title for disintegrating the Zhongwu army, which would have most likely rebelled following Alfred's arrest. Thanks to Fergus, this major threat was averted. Therefore, the emperor bestowed him the title of Marquis and appointed him as the supreme military leader of Vikizhou Road. Some in the court argued that Fergus deserved even higher honors like the rank of duke. However, Fergus showed little interest in titles. Whether Marquis or Count, his only request was to work from Rodney in Shui County instead of the bustling state capital. The emperor worried Gaius might use his military power to fortify his position, so he had Gaius send his family to the capital as hostages early on. Gaius readily agreed without resistance. Other regions frequently changed Xuanhuan commissioners, but Gaius remained steadfast, gaining unparalleled prestige in Vikizhou Road. "Rodney, lift your head," Fergus commanded. Dane thought to himself, "Why lift my head if I'm not a beauty?" Did Xuanhuan commissioner share the same preferences as Gavin? Rodnikely so, given that he sent calligraphy to Gavin in exchange for services. Despite his age, Gavin maintained excellent skin and physique. Maybe Xuanhuan commissioner had these tastes too, considering historical instances of elderly men having young male favorites. Regardless of his internal grumblings, Dane lifted his head. Seeing Dane up close, Fergus's mind was again overwhelmed. So much alike, especially those eyes. Fraud case, right now in front of the Xuanhuan commissioner. Chapter 169, Accusing Gavin. Next, it was Jasmine's turn to speak. It was quite a feat for the old man, nearly 70 years of age, to have his tongue as sharp as that of a young man in his 20s just to save his life. He maintained a strong and steady voice throughout without any stumbles. Within the span of a cup of tea, he laid out the entire situation in clear detail. He even interspersed praises for Dane during his speech. By the time Jasmine finished, everyone's attention in the room was fixed on him. It was as if they were looking at some kind of monster. This sudden outburst had completely drained Jasmine's energy, leaving him in a state of exhaustion. After offering a bow to Fergus, he collapsed onto the chair, his head drooping down. Hubert went over to check his pulse, fearing that the old man might collapse right there. After confirming that Jasmine was fine, Fergus turned his gaze toward Ernesto and asked, "Is that how it happened?" Ernesto's face looked more bitter than yellow flower extract. He wanted to deny it, but didn't have the guts, stuttering incoherently. Fergus sneered coldly. "Lord G, you truly broaden my horizons. Dane is a prodigy. In any other place, he would be someone local officials need to nurture and protect carefully. Not to mention, he can discuss classics with academician Xiuxian at such a young age. Would such talent need to cheat? You are imprisoning such a rare talent based on unfounded charges. Is this because you are jealous or afraid your plot will be exposed?" Ernesto anxiously replied, "Sir, I absolutely did not mean to do this." Fergus said, "If you didn't mean to, then how should this matter be handled?" Ernesto responded, "Student Dane has remarkable scholarship. There is no way he could have cheated. All accusations against him are malicious slanders by others. These people are wicked, unable to pass themselves, and slander their peers. Their crimes are indeed grave. If not severely punished, it will be difficult to calm public anger. I have decided that all accusers who made the list for this provincial exam will have their positions revoked and are barred from taking the exams for 3 years. Those who failed will be barred for 5 years. And those who led the commotion, they will lose all titles and qualifications and be barred from exams for life." The whole room fell silent, so quiet a pin drop could be heard. Iolo slumped to the ground, his vision blurring. As the leader of this incident, it meant he could never participate in the imperial exams again. He spent immense effort finally securing a chance to take the exam, but now his future was destroyed. Iolo, "Lord G, you don't need to be so nervous. I do not have the authority to decide your fate, but this incident will be reported in detail to the cabinet. As for how the cabinet decides, it is beyond my control." Ernesto stumbled, holding onto the table as he slowly sat down, weakly arguing, "Sir, I am really innocent." Ernesto was done for. Due to his financial ties with Gavin, he was already precarious in the upcoming purge. He originally thought that solving Dane and gaining the support of the candidates would help him weather the storm. But who knew Dane had so many influential backers? Not only Frank, a university scholar, but now an ambassador, Fergus. Even if he survived this, he could only hope to preserve his family's lives. His official position and wealth would certainly be lost. Meanwhile, Jasmine, recovering from his exhaustion, felt like reciting a poem right then. What a turn of events. What a twist. A seemingly hopeless situation had turned around. Not only had his hard-earned reputation remained intact, but it would rise even higher after this ordeal. Eventually, the entire Guangling prefecture would acknowledge xuanhuan as first in terms of integrity, with Jasmine coming in second. Fergus turned to Dane and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Dane bowed deeply and said, "Sir, your judgment is most impressive. I do oppressing the students under my jurisdiction, disregarding the law and acting outrageously. If not severely punished, how can our administration face the tens of thousands of citizens? I beseech Ambassador Sir to give me the opportunity to personally handle Gavin, restoring justice to student Dane." Chapter 170. Hayes. Ernesto's tone was resolute and his demeanor unwavering, as if he were a genuinely incorruptible and benevolent official who championed the people. Seeing this scene, Dane felt like applauding Ernesto. At the same time, a classic line from the movie, The Final Combat, directed by Cade surfaced in his mind. Hayes. Hayes. Only those with skin thick as city walls can become officials. With Ernesto taking the lead, the students below followed suit, determined to fight against corrupt officials like Gavin to the end. Among them, Iolo shouted the loudest. He was fully aware that condemning Gavin might not cleanse him of his own accusations, but not doing so would surely mean certain death. Grant enjoyed this spectacle very much. The greater the public outrage, the more it helped him take advantage of the chaos to resolve the matter with Gavin. Gavin is guilty of embezzlement and disregard for the law, unpardonable. Officer G, immediately take people to Gavin's residence and apprehend him. If he resists, increase his punishment. Hubert, you go with him? After saying suffering today, Ernesto appeared gentle, but he was cunning and ruthless in reality. Jasmine's impeccable reputation would likely be ruined forever. As Meng Haidi toasted himself alone, celebrating his lucky escape, his steward rushed in breathlessly, saying, "Sir, something major has happened." Meng Haidi sipped his wine calmly and said, "What's the fuss about?" The steward replied, "News from the government office says Dane accused Gavin of corruption and intent to seize his assets." Meng Haidi sneered, "Dane should be worrying about himself. Accusing a Gavin, who is about to return to the capital? Is he crazy?" The steward urgently clarified, "Sir, it turns out Dane's cheating accusation was a frame-up. Uncle Frank personally vouched for him, praising his unmatched literary talent. The controversial Peach Blossom Temple song was also authenticated as Dane's work." Meng Haidi put down his wine cup, looking serious. "Frank vouched for Dane? This is getting interesting. Frank is about to rejoin the cabinet. Ernesto wouldn't offend him at such a critical juncture unless he's stupid." The grand spectacle of Dane's cheating scandal ended abruptly. Ernesto will probably spit blood, and this Dane is smart. By standing for justice and attacking Gavin immediately, Ernesto must also combat Gavin to make amends. Being a son-in-law to a wealthy family. The students from Nanha County can attest to this. It seems this person has even more hidden talents than shown. Otherwise, the steward was interrupted by Meng Haidi's sarcastic laugh. "Talent? Bullshit. How could he win over Frank and Grant solely with talent? There must be a secret." The steward suggested, "Sir, shall we invite Dane here and test him?" Meng Haidi couldn't believe it, glaring, "Have you been too comfortable? This is ridiculous. Do you want to get us killed?" The steward apologized profusely. Meng Haidi pondered, "Right, what about Gavin?" The steward wiped sweat. He resisted and was silenced. "Huh?" Meng Haidi asked, "Who silenced him?" The steward replied, "Not clear, sir. Witnesses say the scene was chaotic, and he couldn't speak after being subdued." Meng Haidi narrowed his eyes. "Someone wants Gavin silenced. I should lend some help. Organize people immediately to accuse Gavin. Make it loud. Even injuries are acceptable." The steward hurriedly replied, "I'll do it right away." Chapter 171. He is not yet strong enough. Over the next few days, the bureaucracy of Guangling Prefecture was buzzing with activity. The vice magistrate, Gavin, had been found guilty of crime of top scholar. Why congratulations. With Master Chin's talent, he should have been the top scholar from the beginning. He was unfairly suppressed. Well, we can still congratulate Master Chun for regaining what was rightfully his. "Master Chun, I've written 2 poems. Could you take a look and give me your corrections?" "Master Chun, today there are some beautiful courtesans at Yihonglu, all respectable and well-mannered. Would you join us for some entertainment?" Master Chun. Dane slammed the door shut, breathing heavily. "Oh my goodness, this is worse than zombies." Francis was packing his belongings when he saw Dane returning so quickly. "What happened? Didn't you want to see the results?" "There were too many people outside, couldn't get out," Dane replied. "But they did tell me about the new results." Curious, Francis asked, "What place?" "Top scholar," Dane said. Francis was elated and gave Dane a bear hug. "Brother Chun, you're incredible. You're the first top scholar of our Nanha County in the last 5 years. When you return, the Blake will personally welcome you." Previously, Dane would have found all this attention irritating because he never wanted to stand out. He just wanted to pass as a student to avoid corvée labor. But after everything that happened, Dane realized that being a student or even a provincial candidate was not enough. He needed to be at least a metropolitan candidate to protect his family's legacy. Therefore, it was no longer necessary to remain low-key. He needed to become more prominent. The more visible he was, the more difficult it would be for hidden enemies to attack him. Anyone questioning Dane would be questioning Uncle Frank's judgment. His only concern now was how to maintain this prominence. 2 months later was the academy examination. As the top scholar, a poor performance could have serious repercussions. If he didn't pass, Iolo might try to claim that Dane cheated in the previous exam. If Dane faltered, Jasmine would suffer as well, and even Frank could be implicated. At that point, survival itself would be questionable. This was what they called blessings and misfortunes come hand in hand. Let's figure out how to leave Guangling Prefecture first. These people are crazy, Dane said, sighing. Francis grinned. Easy, leave it to me. Do you have any spare clothes? Dane handed over a clean set of outerwear from his bag. After donning the clothes and covering half his face, Francis said in a muffled voice, I'll run out and draw their attention. You call the teacher and meet me in the back alley. Dane approached the door. Ready? Francis nodded seriously. With a flourish, Dane opened the door and shouted, Go, hero! Francis started out like an arrow. An hour later, a postal carriage slowly exited Guangling Prefecture. Dane lifted the curtain to take one last look at the city gate. Goodbye. Another half hour passed. Vice Governor Tobias led a group of officials to bid farewell to commit. ###Chapter 172. The Emperor's Calculations. Dane returned to Nanyang County, but unlike Francis's prediction, he was not warmly welcomed by the county officials. It wasn't that the county officials looked down on Dane for being the top scholar of the prefecture. Rather, Nanyang County was currently undergoing a power transition. Due to the impact of the Gavin case, the magistrate and registrar of Nanyang County were dismissed from their posts. The deputy magistrate was promoted to magistrate, while the county military commissioner was upgraded to deputy magistrate. The county military commissioner belonged to the criminal inspector system, separate from the deputy magistrate's administrative system. By conventional promotion logic, he would not be qualified for the deputy magistrate position. However, this time he managed to cross systems to become deputy magistrate, essentially benefiting from the fallout of the Gavin case. The Guangling Prefecture's bureaucracy was still in upheaval, temporarily leaving local governance issues unattended. The best approach was to swiftly address these matters with decisiveness. The newly appointed deputy magistrate placed great importance on his hard-won position and was determined to make significant achievements to secure it. After all, the prospects for a civil official were far greater than those for a military one. Thus, the new deputy magistrate had prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for Dane's return. Unfortunately, too shy to leave the room, Dane didn't press her. He kissed her lips lightly and left to change clothes. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Dane tightened his coat and hurried to the dining hall. Bridget immediately pounced on him like a kitten, grabbing onto his pant leg. Dane quickly lifted her before the pants tore. Imogen approached respectfully, bowed deeply, and addressed him as teacher. Dane gently stroked her head and asked about her welfare. As he spoke, a flash of gray dashed in, circling around Dane. Lowering his head, Dane saw Rodneytal Gray, now bigger and more impressive, with increasingly clear eyes, resembling a well-behaved dog. After calming Rodneytal Gray, Dane let Bridget take him to play, straightened his clothes, and approached Nick. He bowed and said, Teacher, I did not disappoint. Because Nanyang County was far from Guangling Prefecture, with no telegraph or telephone communication, Nick only knew that Dane had secured the top scholar position but was unaware of the specifics. Knowing his students' capabilities, Nick was curious about how Dane achieved such success. Seeing the situation, Ren said, All right, it seems you can't eat until everything is explained. Xiuxian, go to the study with your teacher and recount the events. Your wife hasn't come out yet. We can all enjoy a family reunion dinner later, she added. Dane nodded. Thank you, teacher's wife. In the study, Nick brewed a pot of tea and said, Tell me, under external pressure, the once disunited Unketli party has been forced to unite. They cannot allow anyone to challenge their power. Why did nothing happen earlier? One reason is that the emperor hadn't accumulated enough wealth. Another is the lack of a true leader. I even suspect that Prince Vicky's recent frequent appearances are part of a joint act with the emperor, aimed at eliminating the business party entirely. Dane was taken aback. Impossible. If true, the emperor is terrifying. Nick calmly replied. Everyone thinks the emperor is a money-loving miser, but how many truly foolish people could ascend the dragon throne? After expelling the business party, the emperor will start dividing the Unketli party. Frank represents the conservative faction, believing ancestral laws should remain unchanged. However, within the Unketli party, there are reformers who seek to transform the Yan Dynasty through changes. These reformers will become the new business party, clashing with Frank's conservatives. The emperor will continue to sit back and watch the ministers fight among themselves. Chapter 173. The reign continues. Although Gavin had been out of the political scene for many years, he had genuinely served as an official for over a decade, giving him a deeper understanding of court politics and current affairs compared to Dane. But this is why Gavin said he was lucky. Have you two finished talking? It's been almost an hour. Carly called from outside the study. I'm coming, Gavin replied. That's all for now. You must be tired from your journey back. Rest for a couple of days, then start preparing for the examination. Don't dwell on court matters. It might affect your preparation. Dane bowed. I understand. After dinner, Dane took his wife, 2 children, and Rodneytal Gray, braving the rain to head towards the tofu workshop. Upon arriving at the tofu workshop, it was bustling again. After the bustle, Andrea began to complain. Not about Dane but about the weather. It has been raining for 8 days straight with no sign of stopping. Brother Malachi can't go down to the villages to collect beans, causing a complete halt in production at the tofu workshop. Andrea sighed. If this rain doesn't stop soon, I'm worried there will be floods. Dane looked outside, where the rain continued heavily. This rain is strange. On the way back, it didn't rain in other counties, but as soon as we entered Nanha County, it hasn't stopped. Dane frowned. Jetty remarked, now vegetable and meat prices at the market are rising, yet still can't meet demand. Kendra, should we stock up some supplies just in case? Jetty asked. Dane said, the most important thing now is to get your parents into the county town. If Dane had come, Ewan's grandfather hurriedly got out of bed to greet him. Xiuxian, you're back. How did the examination go? Dane replied, passed. Ewan's grandfather asked, so you're a scholar now? Shaking his head, Dane explained, not yet. I have to take another exam in Vikizhou Prefecture in 2 months. After passing that, I'll become a scholar. Vikizhou Prefecture? So far? Ewan's grandfather was surprised. No wonder people say exams can bankrupt a family. Traveling so far to take exams costs a lot in travel, accommodation, and meals. But you can earn money, So you don't have to worry, he added. Dane smiled and asked, Grandpa, I just checked on the house. It's nearly finished, but I didn't see Rodney and Master. Do you know when he will return? Xuanhuan's grandfather replied hastily, Rodney and Master sent me a message. Because of the heavy rain, the last batch of materials hasn't arrived yet. Plus, the workers were worried about their own homes, so Rodney and Master let them go home to reinforce their houses before returning to finish up. Dane said, that makes sense. Grandpa, when they come back next time, please ask them to send someone to find me in the county town. I live in a tofu workshop there. Xuanhuan's grandfather quickly called Xuanhuan to write it down. I'm old and forgetful, but kids have good memories, he explained. Xuanhuan added, Uncle Lang, don't worry. I won't forget. Just as Dane was about to speak, there was a loud crash outside. He rushed out and saw that a wall on the west side of Xuanhuan's yard had collapsed. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's grandfather said, it's no big deal. We can fix it once the rain stops. Frowning, Dane said, Grandpa, this rain might not stop anytime soon. Why don't you and Xuanhuan come live in the county town for a while? I can rent a small house for you. If the walls collapse, imagine what could happen to the roof. Xuanhuan's grandfather waved it off, Xiuxian, I appreciate your concern, but my house isn't that fragile. We've survived worse storms in the past. Seeing the elder's stubbornness, Dane pulled Xuanhuan aside and whispered, Xuanhuan, if you ever notice anything wrong with the house, even if your grandpa yells at you, carry him out, understood? My new house is sturdy. You can take him there or directly to the county town to find me. Whatever happens, don't take any chances, got it? Xuanhuan nodded. Got it, Uncle Lang. Chapter 174, Broderick severely injured. Half an hour later, Dane met Jetty at the village entrance, who looked dejected. The cart was empty. There were no signs of his father-in-law or mother-in-law. Dane frowned and asked, what happened? Weren't you supposed to bring them back? Jetty smiled bitterly. I tried everything, but they refused to leave. They think this rain will stop in a couple of days. Hunter whispered in Dane's ear, Master, Jetty's father-in-law were given lighter tasks. Tessa and Broderick, unable to pay, were sent to quarry stones. Upon arrival, it started raining. Normally, workloads would decrease during the rain due to the increased danger of landslides and other accidents. However, the new magistrate ignored this and even increased the workload. If it wasn't completed, the guards would whip the workers relentlessly. Even if someone was injured or disabled, they had to continue working until their service was over. Yesterday, Tessa took a break while moving stones and was caught by a guard. Broderick saw this and immediately stepped in to protect him. Broderick's brain wasn't very quick, and once he became stubborn, even 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. The guard lashed out harshly, and in response, Broderick grabbed the whip and whipped him back fiercely. This action stirred up the hornet's nest. Over a dozen guards rushed over and brutally beat Broderick. Tessa knelt down, pleading for mercy, but to no avail. By the time Broderick was left barely breathing, the guards threw him into a shack and ignored him. Late at night, Broderick developed a high fever and started vomiting blood. Tessa used some home remedies without success. At dawn, he bribed a guard beaten yesterday? Yes, they are from my village. The one beaten the hardest is my brother. Dalen looked conflicted and pulled Dane aside, whispering, Xiuxian, your brother angered many people. If I let him go, I won't be able to work in the government anymore. Dane gritted his teeth. He's almost beaten to death. Wouldn't any anger be appeased by now? Dalen waved his hands. I didn't lay a hand on him. Others did. He also got permission for me to seek medical help. I didn't expect you to show up. Broderick's condition is dire. Even a doctor wouldn't help much. We must take him to the clinic immediately. Brother Dang, please find a way. There will be a reward if successful. Dane added a few silver coins to Dalen's palm. Dalen discreetly hid the silver in his waistband. Rubbing his nose, Xiuxian, wait here. I'll be right back. Translation note. Character names have been kept in pinyin format as requested. Chapter 175. The new county haze has a big background. A cup of tea later, Dalen returned. Dane asked anxiously, how did it go? Can we take them out? Dalen nodded, yes, but Xiuxian will have to spend some money. Dane said, how much? Dalen replied, 15 taels per person. Dane responded, as long as we can get them out, money is not an issue. Dalen assured, I can guarantee this. Pay up front and take the people out right away. Dane took out his money pouch, which contained only 20 taels. I'll write you an IOU for the remaining 10 taels, and I'll send it to you soon, Dane explained. I can't carry Broderick alone, so I need help. Dalen took the money pouch and patted his chest. Xiuxian, rest assured, you have a good reputation, and we trust you. Dane returned to the shack, and together with Amato, they carried Broderick out of the market and sent him straight to Pingzalin. He then had Amato go to the tofu shop to deliver the remaining 10 taels to the stonemason's officer. Francis was examining Broderick while muttering under his breath, damn scoundrels, they hit him hard. Several bones are broken, and his internal organs are damaged. If he weren't tough, anyone else would have died on the spot. Dane said, as long as he can be cured, money is not a problem. Upon checking Broderick's back of the head, Francis exclaimed, there's an old injury here. Dane glanced at it and explained, an old injury from childhood. Someone hit him with a blunt object on the back of the head, after which his mind wasn't quite right. Francis sighed, this brother has been through too much. All right, leave him with me, and I'll send him home once he's cured. Dane bowed and said, I entrust everything to you. Francis replied, you're still so formal with me? After bidding farewell to Francis, Dane returned to the tofu shop. Amato had just come back from the stone yard, and Rachel was hugging him and crying. The little girl hadn't seen her father for over a month, and upon reuniting, she found him emaciated, which made her heart ache uncontrollably. She sobbed in her father's arms, while Amato also wiped away tears. For ordinary people, conscription was no different from walking through the gates of hell. Originally, this assignment was supposed to be easy, but the new official started with 3 big moves, changing his position from miscellaneous labor to forced labor. If Broderick hadn't stepped forward, and Dane happened to return and spent money to redeem them from the stone yard, he would most likely have died there. Dane said, Brother Joshua, The rain hasn't stopped for a while. It's not safe for you to live in the village, so stay at the tofu shop for now. Amato knelt before Dane, bowing his head repeatedly. Brother Gustav, thank you for saving my life. Rachel saw this and hurriedly knelt down, saying, thank you, master, for saving my daddy. Dane said, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Amato choked up. I heard Hunter say that it costs 15 taels per person to get us out. Brother Gustav, you've done too much for me. I can't repay you. Dane said, get up first. I don't want repayment. Seeing Amato refuse to stand up, usually don't assign these individuals as heads of local offices, but rather as deputy heads or third in command to control risks and minimize promotion pressures. Dane said, with him being oppressive and exploitative, the lives of Nanha County's commoners will become even more difficult. Gavin agreed. The main problem lies with the current county clerk. Being from the censorate, he's already inferior to purely civilian officials. With the cross-level transfer, he dares not oppose the Blake. Power requires checks and balances. When a second in command cannot challenge the top leader is bound to lose control. This is just the beginning. Who knows what Arello might do in the future? Dane frowned, lost in thought. At the county Dillon's residence, the new county clerk Haywood called in his confidant to inquire about the recent situation at the county office. Since becoming the county clerk, Haywood had kept a low profile, barely interfering with county affairs. He intended to convey a message to Arello that he would not oppose him, making Arello the undisputed authority in Nanha County. However, maintaining a low profile didn't mean he was willing to surrender all his power. Officials always strive for advancement if there's any possibility. For Haywood, it was more about conserving strength. Given Arello's strong background, he wouldn't remain in Nanha County for long. If Haywood neglected his duties, he would never have a chance. Haywood pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, has Dane returned? The confidant replied, yes, and he went to the stone yard today, and spent several dozen taels to bring 2 people back. Haywood became interested. Tell me more. Chapter 176. Let the flood come with greater fury. After hearing his confidant's account, Haywood immediately decided to invite Dane for a dinner visit. He felt that he and Dane could form a united front against County Hayes Birch. As for the reason for the invitation, it was readily available. It was perfectly legitimate for the county deputy to invite the top scholar of the county for a banquet. That very evening, Dane arrived at the residence of the county deputy. Haywood lavishly praised Dane, congratulating him on his outstanding performance in the examination, which had brought great honor to Nanha County. After all, over the past few years, not only had there been no top scholar from Nanha County, but also very few qualified candidates had emerged from the prefectural examinations. Among all the counties in Guangling Prefecture, Nanha County had the least talent. Dane's appearance indeed made these officials feel proud. After several rounds of wine and various dishes, Haywood shifted the conversation toward the current political situation in Nanha County by bringing up Broderick's injury. Before setting out, Gavin had warned Dane that this meal would not be simple and advised him to stay cautious. Thus, when Haywood mentioned this topic, it was within Dane's expectations. Dane did not take the initiative to express his stance, but went along with Haywood's words. This report, sir, there's trouble. The water level of the Fuyang River has exceeded the warning level. Some farmland in Hajong village has been flooded, and there are several breaches on the official road. I've already dispatched workers to repair them. Pacing back and forth in the room, Haywood eventually instructed. Report this matter to Birch immediately. He must know about the potential flood hazard in his jurisdiction. The confidant hesitated. But the magistrate hasn't returned to the county yet. Find him. Haywood shouted loudly. No matter where he is, we must notify him. The next day, Haywood once again summoned his confidant to inquire about the progress. The confidant cautiously reported, Sir, we found the county Hayes at the Tail village and explained the situation to him. However, he said, Haywood, growing impatient, demanded, what did he say? The confidant replied, he said Nanha County hasn't had a flood in over a decade, and we are overreacting. Haywood stomped his feet in anger, cursing Birch as a fool. Prepare the sedan chair. I need to see Dane, he ordered after calming down. Meanwhile, in the Tail village, in a local gentleman's home, Birch sat at the head table while the newlywed wife of the local gentleman served him. Birch's hands were restless, roaming between her waist and chest. She said half smiling, I don't want to act. Blushing deeply, the young bride picked up the cup and placed it near Birch's lips, whispering, please drink, your excellency. Birch leaned closer, sniffing her neck, murmuring, you smell delightful. Would you spend the night with me? Her hand trembled, dropping the cup. The local gentleman cursed, worthless thing. You can't even hold a cup steady. What good are you? Birch casually waved off, no problem. This one doesn't mind. Pure innocence is most charming. This one appreciates it immensely, ha ha ha. At the Shang residence in Nanha County, Dane was reading when the steward informed him that the county deputy had come to see him. Dane asked about his teacher, and the steward replied that Nick preferred not to deal with officials and wanted Dane to handle it himself. Following the steward to the reception hall, Dane saw Haywood sitting, looking grim. Dane bowed politely, student greets your excellency. Haywood waved, no need for formalities, please sit down and talk. This time, Haywood cut straight to the point. You mentioned before that our county might face floods. I sent people to investigate, and indeed, there is a significant risk of flooding. However, when I reported this matter to the county Hayes, he dismissed it, calling me overly cautious. What do you think I should do next? Dane smiled and said, Excellency, my view is, let the flood come with greater fury. The first approach was undoubtedly the best. Water conservancy and fortifying embankments were long-term investments beneficial for generations. However, such officials often met unfavorable ends because most people were more concerned with immediate survival rather than benefits years or decades later. The second approach, while contradictory to the purpose of governance, garnered significant acclaim. Officials sharing hardship with the people became tales passed down through history. Yet, in reality, it was the laziness of officials that caused the people's suffering. In short, the second official saved the people from immediate danger without addressing the root cause. After a long pause, Haywood sighed bitterly. Jasper, I cannot answer this question. Dane replied, Sir, please don't worry. It's just a story. I merely want to convey that South River County is currently facing the second scenario. Since we can't control the floods, Sir must personally lead the frontline efforts and stand with the people. The worse the flood, the better your reputation. Reputation is the heart of the people. With their support, what do you have to fear as a Blake? Haywood suddenly felt enlightened. He stood up and bowed. Thank you for the guidance. Dane returned the bow. Sir. Guangling Prefecture. Unbeknownst to him, Oral, enjoying life in Hidui village, soon learned of this development. Oral got out of bed, where a gentry son's wife lay half naked beside him, her skin flushed from their recent battle. Oral, barefoot, stomped to the door, shouting, Didn't I say not to disturb my good time? Are you deaf, or have you grown some bear courage? Outside stood Waylon, an old acquaintance of Dane. Since Oral became magistrate, Xiao was promoted to clerk but lacked the rank of registrar. Oral promised to promote Xiao to registrar with 8th rank status once stability was achieved. Lately, Xiao had been busy collecting money for Oral. Upon hearing about Haywood's report, he rushed over. After hearing Waylon, Oral grew even angrier, roaring, Haywood, you dare defy me. Since you forced my hand, don't blame me for being ruthless. Order the guards to imprison Haywood. Waylon was startled. Sir, can we really do this? Oral glared. I'm the magistrate. Everyone in South River County must obey me. If I order his imprisonment, he will be imprisoned. Tell the officers, if Haywood resists, use force. Waylon felt uneasy. Such actions could lead to trouble, but now he and Oral were in the same boat. If Oral sank, he would surely drown too. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Haywood finally spoke up saying, I'll go with you. But before I leave, can I arrange a few more things? Basim quickly nodded. Of course, sir. Whatever you need, just say the word. Haywood smiled. Don't be nervous. I know you're under pressure, so I don't blame you. He then called his confidants and informed them he'd be in jail for a few days, and to report everything happening outside to him. After making arrangements, Haywood followed Basim to the county jail. I had already ordered the room cleaned and brought Haywood a very rich meal. Haywood asked for some books to read. Though he usually disliked reading, there weren't many other entertainment options in jail. The day after Haywood entered prison, patrol officers near the Fuyang River noticed something amiss. The river flow suddenly increased and became extremely muddy, floating debris such as branches and grass on its surface. The patrollers rushed from village to village, shouting, Hurry! Organize villagers to evacuate. A massive flood is coming. However, many villagers refused to leave their valuables behind. In desperation, an officer drew his knife and yelled hoarsely, Whoever doesn't move will be arrested. This threat proved effective. The villagers quickly moved. But their behavior almost made the officers explode. Villagers insisted on bringing all us grounded. Can you trade all your life? Land lasts forever. And trading invites deceit. Land never lies. Cultivate well, it rewards you. Andrea argued, Father, this isn't about trading or farming. We're escaping a disaster. Her father scoffed. Escape? Escape where? A rain scares you like this. You're forgetting who you are just because you've earned some money. Jetty interjected, Father, don't scold Kathy. She's doing this for your good. My brother-in-law, began Andrea. Her father scoffed again. Brother-in-law? You always talk about him. Didn't you beat him senseless before? Now, you can't stop mentioning him. Jetty sternly warned, You can scold me, father, but not brother-in-law. He's changed, not the troublemaker he used to be. He aced the exams in Guangling Prefecture. We haven't had an academic champion in our county in years. Her father dismissed it. As an old farmer, I don't care about titles. All I know is that he used to beat women and children. Jetty, angered, pulled the reins, ready to stop and argue. But then a loud boom echoed nearby. They turned to see a tidal wave, roaring towards them like a dragon. Andrea screamed. Jetty whipped the ox, driving it to run as fast as possible. Despite the ox's speed, it wasn't enough against the flood. Andrea cried, Xiuanhuan, are we going to die? Middle of the boat, wearing a makeshift life jacket that Dane had hurriedly prepared for her. She was also loudly calling out for Jetty and Andrea. As the boat reached halfway between Nanha County and River Village, several blurry figures came into view within Dane's sight. Soon after, the wind carried Jetty's voice, Brother-in-law, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Leora instantly collapsed, sitting down on the boat and bursting into tears. Dane signaled the boatman to approach them quickly. Dad, Mom, I told you brother-in-law would come to save us, Jetty said excitedly. Andrea's parents were also weeping uncontrollably. The past few hours had felt like an entire lifetime to them. Although Jetty had continuously reassured them that Dane would come, their trust had gradually diminished with time, almost disappearing entirely. Fortunately, Dane finally arrived. When the boats reached the earthen slope, Dane first helped Andrea's parents onto the boat. After some effort, he managed to get the ox onto another boat. An hour or so later, the two boats safely returned to Nanha County. Due to the flood, the city gates were not closed, but more guards were posted at the entrance. Entry into the city no longer required the inspection of identification cards. Anyone could enter to seek refuge. This rule had been established by Haywood before he was imprisoned. His intent was clear. In the face of disaster, all office depends on whether he can seize this opportunity. Leora furrowed her brows. Erlang, why do you hold such high hopes for this Blake? Dane sighed, I'm not optimistic about him. I just don't have a choice. When I talked with Haywood before, he mentioned Waylon's name in passing, saying Xiao had become the magistrate's clerk. Waylon once publicly knelt before me, begging for forgiveness. Now, he has turned into a clerk, and he'll surely want to regain his lost face. I definitely can't rely on Orlang, so I can only choose Haywood. Leora asked curiously, why is that? Dane answered, Orlang trusts someone like Waylon, which means he's a fool. How could a smart man like me curry favor with a fool? Although Haywood is also somewhat foolish, he's better than Orlang. Leora stuck out her tongue. Erlang, did you become head of the class and now think everyone else is a fool? Do I count as stupid in your heart? Dane smiled, a little. Leora complained, you really think I'm dumb, right? Do you want to find a clever mistress? Dane laughed heartily. Neve, you're becoming more and more feminine. I love it. Leora turned around, humph, I'm a stupid woman. You don't need to like me. However, she didn't realize that by turning around, her whole body pressed snugly against Dane. Instinctively, Dane moved slightly. Leora let out a light cry and unlocked the door. Haywood asked, what about casualties? The chief registrar of the Ministry of Household said, Your Excellency, we cannot yet determine the number of casualties in the villages, but there have been some injuries around the county town. The total is less than 20, mostly elderly people. The chief registrar of the Ministry of Works added, Your Excellency, I believe there weren't many casualties in the villages because we dispatched people according to your instructions to move villagers to higher ground in advance. Haywood coldly remarked, I don't want estimates or guesses. I want numbers. How long until dawn? The chief registrar of the Ministry of Households replied, less than an hour. After dawn, immediately send personnel to the villages to gather information. By noon, I want casualty reports from all the villages. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Haywood added, also, epidemics always follow floods. Send someone to invite Dr. Joshua to the county office. I need to ask him if there are any measures to prevent epidemics. As everyone was about to leave, Haywood asked one final question. Has the county haze returned? The chief registrar of the Ministry of Households cautiously replied, no, word is he's trapped in Rivertail village. Haywood pondered for a moment. Immediately send several boats to retrieve the county haze. With a major disaster underway, personally directing the relief operations on the front lines. Everywhere he went, the people welcomed him with genuine gratitude. This led Haywood to remark every day upon returning home, the advantage is mine. On the fourth day after the flood, Haywood's detailed report, along with the statistical data compiled by his subordinates on flood casualties, landed on Tobias's desk at the Guangling Prefecture office. After reviewing both documents, Tobias immediately summoned key officials for a meeting. This is the flood report I just received. One particular statistic has left me quite astonished, Tobias remarked, motioning for an aide to read out the casualty figures. Jing'an County, 4,260 casualties. Rodney and Zhui County, 1,520 casualties. Tongha County, 3,954 casualties. Nanha County, 37 casualties. Brooks, the former registrar and now deputy prefect of Guangling, frowned and said, this number doesn't seem right. Is Nanha County underreporting? The military registrar commented, Rodney and Zhui County falls under the jurisdiction of the Consolation Envoy, so lower casualties are expected. This Nanha County lies in the main region traversed by Fuyang River. Such low casualties must have some hidden issues. Prefect Ming, we should thoroughly investigate his counties. Brooks responded, you're absolutely right, sir, but removing Birch, the Sher family probably won't agree. Tobias said, I will handle this matter. For now, we need to assign officials for disaster relief. Director Tong, I'll entrust this task to you. Brooks nodded, understood, sir. At the Nanha County office, Dalen led Dane to the door of the vice magistrate's office and announced, Sir, Mr. Chan has arrived. The door swung open, revealing a disheveled Haywood, hair unkempt and beard scruffy. He looked extremely haggard, his eyes bloodshot, and emitted a faint odor. Though Haywood's frontline efforts might be motivated by a desire for fame, one cannot deny that his actions, regardless of intent, placed him alongside ordinary clerks in the muck, helping carry elderly women, earning him the title of, Just Heaven, sir. Sir, why have you summoned me? Dane asked with a slight bow. Haywood said, sit down first. Let me wash my face. Dalen, brew us some tea. The stronger the better. Dane glanced at Dalen, surprised to see this ordinary bailiff receiving such favor from Haywood. It seemed that as long as he didn't cause trouble in the future, becoming a constable would be no issue. Returning with a clean face, Haywood drained the teacup in one go, sighed deeply, and smiled. Forgive my... Sir, I need to conduct an experiment back home. If successful, all the victims can have food. I can't guarantee success, and if it fails, please don't blame me. Haywood nodded. Do your best. Chapter 181. Green Oak Cool Tapioca. Dane returned to the tofu shop, called out to Titus and Hunter, and set off out of town with a carrying basket. They walked westward from the west gate for about 5 miles until they reached a dense forest. The trees in this forest were exceptionally sturdy. Even floods had not managed to shake them. The three of them waded through the woods, their footsteps uneven as they reached the heart of the forest. Dane looked up at the tree canopy. Jetty and Hunter hurriedly followed his gaze, but found nothing of interest. There was indeed nothing on the trees that immediately caught their attention. While the trees bore fruit, these fruits were toxic and thus ignored by the two men. Dane said, Hunter, you're nimble. Climb up and shake the branches to knock down the fruits. Hunter transformed into an agile monkey god and scrambled up the tree in a flash, reaching several meters within moments. Jetty quickly asked, brother-in-law, you want these fruits? Dane nodded, yes. Jetty added, brother-in-law, as a learned man, you don't recognize these fruits. These are green oak fruits, which are toxic and cannot be eaten. Dane smiled and replied, toxic, but there were various methods to neutralize their toxicity. In his past life, Dane lived in the countryside for a long time. Every October or November, when the green oak fruits ripened, the elderly would gather them, soak them in water to remove the toxins, or boil them multiple times until the water became clear, eliminating the toxicity. They would then grind the fruits into pulp, which could be used to make tofu or cool tapioca. The taste was quite good, and a single bowl was very filling. Additionally, the green oak pulp could be mixed into swill to feed pigs because of its high starch content, helping the pigs gain weight quickly. However, too much would cause diarrhea. Once, Dane mischievously added several scoops of green oak pulp to the pig feed, nearly causing the pigs to die from diarrhea. He was hung up and beaten for it, leaving his bottom still sore whenever he thought about it. Returning home, everyone was shocked to see the trio bring back so many green oak fruits. Before anyone could speak, Dane rushed to explain, "I know these are toxic, but I can make them harmless." Everyone swallowed their words. Myra, start boiling water. Everyone else, start processing the green oak fruits. Break the shells and extract only the fruits inside. Just then, a gray blur dashed to Dane's feet, barking incessantly. Dane rubbed the wolf's head angrily. "Go watch over second kid." Xiuanhuan jumped joyfully, apparently happy to have a task, and scurried over to Jetty and second kid, becoming their loyal guard. Though Avodia, could provide some spiciness, it fell short compared to chilies for someone like Dane, who was accustomed to eating hot food. Considering not everyone could handle spiciness, he placed the Avodia powder separately in a bowl, allowing those who wanted spice to serve themselves. "Who wants to try?" Dane asked, holding up a bowl of cool tapioca. Looking at the dark contents of the bowl, the tofu shop staff were both curious and wary, hesitating to step forward. Jetty gulped and asked, "Brother-in-law, is this really edible?" Dane picked up a piece with chopsticks and tasted it. Spicy, numbing, fresh, and fragrant. "It tastes great." Then Hunter stepped forward, saying, "Boss, let me try." Dane asked, "Can you handle spicy food?" Hunter patted his chest confidently. "Of course, I love spicy food." Dane handed him the bowl. As soon as Hunter took it, the aroma of sour and spicy flavors hit his nose, causing saliva to fill his mouth. He swallowed audibly and then hungrily devoured the cool tapioca. Finishing the bowl, Hunter licked his lips, savoring the flavor and even sucked on his fingers that were coated with the sauce. "Brother, is it good?" Xiuanhuan echoed everyone's thoughts. Hunter nodded vigorously and said to Dane, "Boss, can I have another bowl?" Chapter 182. Birch feels this is a sure bet. Dane smiled and said, "Of course, but everyone is limited to 2 bowls. It's not that we don't want you to enjoy it, but eating too much of this doesn't aid digestion. Kathy, I'll leave this matter to you. Orson, finish this bowl quickly, then come with me to the county office." Dane had become increasingly adept at giving Orson orders. He pondered whether he should bring Orson along on his next exam trip, otherwise being alone in a foreign place would be quite boring. Orson finished his second bowl rapidly and wiped his mouth, saying, "Boss, I'm done." Dane pointed to the basket beside him. "Carry it, let's go." The two arrived at the county office and met Haywood under Dalen's guidance. Haywood looked even more haggard than when Dane saw him that morning, as if he could faint at any moment. But upon seeing Dane, his clouded eyes immediately brightened. "Student Chen, have you come up with a solution?" Dane nodded and signaled for Orson to place the basket on the desk. "Sir, this is the cold jelly I made. Please try it." Haywood lifted the cloth covering the basket and saw a bowl of something dark inside. Not very appealing. He sniffed it. The smell was acceptable. Haywood tasted a small amount with chopsticks and found the taste quite good, immediately piquing his interest. "Student Chen, what is this made of?" "Green oak nuts." Dane gave Orson a signal, and he left with the empty basket. Once the door closed, Haywood coughed lightly and said, "Student Chen, regarding this matter, it's not quite honorable. You can refuse. I won't hold it against you." Hearing this, Dane guessed Haywood's intention and smiled. "Sir, feel free to speak." Haywood tapped the method for processing green oak nuts on the desk. "Can I put my name on this formula?" "What formula?" Dane asked. Haywood paused briefly, then smiled. "Very well. As long as I am in Nanha County, you will be safe." Dane bowed. "Thank you, sir. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "You and your people." Haywood started. "They'll keep quiet," assured Dane. After Dane left, Haywood immediately called his trusted aides and Dalen, instructing them to spread the method of making cold jelly from green oak nuts and organize the famine-stricken people to gather these nuts and deliver them to the county office for unified processing. Remember, 1 pound of green oak nuts for 1 bowl of food. To fill their bellies, they must work. Keep the famine-stricken busy so they won't dwell on other thoughts. The aides and Dalen took the instructions seriously. Back at the tofu shop, Dane informed his family that he had transferred the method to Haywood and instructed them not to reveal this secret outside. Jetty was upset. "I thought he was a good official, but it turns out he's a corrupt one, trying to snatch a recipe, using toxic green oak nuts as food. Even dogs knew those were poisonous, yet Haywood wanted the people to eat them. Birch could stay hidden in Heatail village until mass poisoning occurred in the county. Then, he could return to clean up the mess, and the famine-stricken would remember his goodness, erasing past grievances." Birch chuckled evilly while pressing the girl, who shrank in fear at his eerie smile. Her reaction only spurred him further. A while later, Birch collapsed in bed, exhausted. He was over 50, relying on various drugs for nightly indulgence, each episode draining him a little more. "Go get me a bowl of deer blood," he said, pinching her chin. "You're a real temptress. After the disaster, follow me to the county and enjoy life together." Note: in this chapter, names like Birch, Haywood, and Dalen have been kept as pinions since they are used consistently throughout the story. The translation maintains the original tone, ensuring natural fluency and adherence to the storyline. ##### Chapter 183. The Curved Plow. Birchiu hadn't anticipated that his sweet dream of returning to Nanha County for a leisurely harvest would be dashed upon waking. A young lady-in-waiting, wife of the local gentry, stood by his bedside holding a bowl of something black and murky, whispering softly, "Sir, please eat something." Despite its unappealing appearance, Birchiu knew they were facing disaster, and the local gentry could not offer much in terms of hospitality. So, he paid no heed to the appearance and started eating. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good. "What is this?" Birchiu asked halfway through his meal, looking up. The young woman murmured, "Acorn jelly." "Oh, ah." Birchiu stared at the black jelly in the bowl, his eyes nearly bulging out. "Say that again?" Acorn jelly." The young woman's voice quivered with fear. Furiously, Xiu threw the bowl on the ground, cursing, "You want to poison me? I was planning to take you to the county seat for delicacies, and this is how you repay me?" Me. Enraged, Xiu grabbed a pillow and swung it. The young woman didn't dare dodge, squatting on the ground, hands covering her head as she endured the attack silently. Fortunately, Xiu retained some conscience and didn't hit her. Davinating, he said, "Stand up and explain." The young woman stood up reluctantly, tears rolling down her cheeks like broken beads. "I believe you didn't intend to harm me. Tell me, who told you to give me this?" The young woman replied, "Sir, it's a recipe from the county seat. It's safe to eat. We all ate it first to ensure it wasn't harmful before serving it to you." Xiu frowned. "A recipe from the county seat?" "Yes." The young woman nodded. County officials, Xiu changed this policy. Now, disaster victims had to contribute 4 pounds of acorns daily to the county office. Contribution, not exchange. If they wanted acorn jelly, they'd have to buy it. For 5 copper coins per bowl. Initially, unaware of the change, some victims handed over acorns expecting their usual bowls of jelly and received a beating from the officers instead, almost killed in the process. Upon discovering they had to pay, they were furious, leading to the demolition of the jelly cooking booth. When Xiu learned of the unrest, he ordered several riot leaders arrested and publicly flogged at the city gate until they were left barely alive. The victims lost all hope in Xiu, packed up their belongings, and returned home. Upon learning of this, Haywood immediately consulted with Dane. Dane remarked, "Sir, the victims returning home is actually beneficial. The floodwaters have receded. It's time to rebuild. Keeping them outside the county for too long could cause trouble. Hayes did a bad thing with good intentions." Haywood sighed, "But the people are impoverished post-flood. Rebuilding won't be easy." Dane observed, "Sir, common folk are like weeds, unremarkable but incredibly resilient. Any hardship is unlikely to break them. With just a bit of help, they can rise again." This resonated deeply with Haywood, being from humble beginnings himself. "Sir, all you need is to initiate the #####, Chapter 184, Cooperation with the Yamen." The craftsman Dane recommended was Malachi. Due to heavy rain and flooding, Malachi had been unable to go out to purchase soybeans for nearly a month. The woodworking tasks at home also didn't require much of his help, leaving him idle and bored. When Dane visited him earlier, he noticed that Malachi was practically going stir-crazy. Malachi truly wanted to be a carpenter. Taking on the role of procurement minister for Dane was only a temporary measure. His longing for carpentry stemmed from a deep-seated desire to prove himself. He wanted to show his father that he wasn't inferior to his elder brother and was vastly superior to his younger brother. When Haywood learned that Dane had a recommended candidate, he nodded and said, "Then let your recommended person make this farming tool. But I want to know how this farming tool can help with the current situation. Can this set of farming tools rival new houses?" Dane replied, "Your Excellency, what farmers value most is actually their land. As long as the land can produce food, they would be willing to live in huts. But if the land yields poor harvests or no harvest at all, even if you give them manors, they won't feel settled. After the disaster, farmland has been severely damaged, making winter plowing more difficult. If we continue using the traditional plowing methods, we might have to till the land again, or even twice, by spring. This will shorten the..." Malachi arrived at the county office led by Dalen. After reviewing the blueprints for the curved plowshare plow, Malachi confidently promised to finish it within a few hours. Delighted, Haywood instructed Dalen to fetch the tools and materials from the workshop and allow Malachi to work in his private courtyard. Dane provided guidance, further reducing the production time by a third. In less than 2 hours, the curved plowshare plow was completed. Haywood ordered it to be packed up, and then left the county office through the back with Dane and others. Outside the city, in an uninhabited area, they tested the plow's effectiveness. The result was outstanding. Excited, Haywood said, "With this, Birch cannot harm me anymore. I will return and write the detailed report immediately." With that, he got into the sedan chair and hurried away, leaving Dane and Malachi staring blankly at each other on the field path. Scratching his head, Malachi asked, "Is that it?" Smiling, Dane replied, "Of course not. Congratulations, Brother Rodney. You're now the exclusive supplier of farming tools for the county office." Malachi felt embarrassed and said, "This is all thanks to you. I just got lucky. Besides, I don't think the Yamen would entrust this business to me. They have their own workshops." Dane explained, "The Yamen's workshops are short-handed and Dane wasn't joking. This was based on his bitter experience. In his previous life, after graduating from university, Dane worked for a company that specialized in purchasing festival gifts for the government. This company lasted only half a year because all funds were promised verbally. When the company sought payment, the government simply said they had no money. The CEO contacted the media to expose the issue, causing some public uproar, but the government officials reassured the media they'd resolve it quickly. Once the media left, nothing changed. It took 8 years for the CEO to recover over $1 million in unpaid bills. By chance, Dane met the CEO on the street and barely recognized him. A man in his 40s looked as old as someone in their 70s. Malachi vowed, "Jasper, I promise you that if my shop opens successfully, you will always receive 20% of the profits." Dane replied, "I don't need that. I'm not short of money." Malachi insisted, saying if Dane didn't accept, he wouldn't do the business. Reluctantly, Dane agreed. Back at the tofu shop, he found Andrea's parents packing up. With the floodwaters receded, they couldn't wait to fly back to their hometown to check on their house. Seeing this, Dane thought he should visit Hajong village too, to see how the new house fared. He would also explain the operation of the water system to Azai, as promised. Reflecting on this, Dane approached Leora and asked, "Neve, ask you something. If our new home is destroyed by the flood, will we rebuild it?" Leora nodded. "Yes. No matter how good it is outside, it doesn't. We can set up secret watchers along the way to track any visitors. When we spot them, we'll arrange for some villagers to guide them to a pre-selected village. Once these officials reach our chosen village, we can showcase the improved plow. Seeing it in action will be far more convincing and impactful than just words." Haywood asked, "Isn't this deceitful?" Dalen replied, "My lord, How can this be deceitful? You saw the plow's effectiveness firsthand. It genuinely improves farming efficiency. Our goal is simply to make sure the prefecture officials see the plow sooner. Haywood thought for a moment, his frown gradually easing into a half smile. Not bad for a minor clerk. Dalen responded, all thanks to your leadership, my lord. Haywood asked, any other suggestions? Dalen nodded. Yes. Since Jasper tasked you with selecting poor households for housing assistance from the county, why not demonstrate this process in front of the inspectors? If you want to go further, perhaps we could arrange for a few people to act as beneficiaries. You understand, my lord? Haywood tapped the air a few times. You're quite clever. Being a clerk might indeed be a waste of your talents. From now on, stay close to me. Dalen was overjoyed, kneeling to bow. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will serve you loyally, no matter the cost. Haywood said, rise. Since this is your plan, you will oversee its execution. Do it well. Leave no room for mistakes. Dalen nodded vigorously. Rest assured, my lord. The next day, Jetty and his wife drove their ox cart to send his parents back to the countryside. Hunter followed in another ox cart with Dane and Xiuanhuan trailing behind. Xiuanhuan wasn't originally part of the plan, but he had nearly gone mad confined within the city. Spotting Dane preparing to leave, he sneaked under the tarpaulin of the ox cart. Once out of town, he emerged and couldn't contain his wild nature, jumping off the cart and darting back and forth along the road. The two oxen were used to his antics and continued plodding along without concern. Dane also ignored him, knowing that as a wolf, Xiuanhuan's desire to return to the wild might prove unstoppable. Yet, if Xiuanhuan preferred a life of comfort like his internet-famous cousins, Dane could manage. After racing around for a while, Xiuanhuan eventually bounded back onto the cart, nuzzled Dane's leg, found a comfy spot, and promptly fell asleep sprawled out. Upon reaching Hajong village, Dane parted ways with Jetty's family. Dane asked Jetty, Titus, I should finish soon. I'll come visit you in Xuanhuan village afterward. Jetty replied, brother-in-law, there's no need. Finish your work and head back to the city. It might take a while here. I may not be back in years with his sleeve. Elder brother, Rodnilia has gone mad. Dane froze, then asked, really? Arlen choked out, elder brother. How could I lie about something like this? Not only Rodnilia but father and elder brother San have nearly lost their minds too. I'm almost there myself. Elder brother, please show mercy and come home for a look. Chapter 186, Origins. Dane remained silent for a long time. Arlen stared at him, tears streaming down his face. Forget it, Dane sighed. I'll take a look. Hunter, go to the village and find Taitusihui. Make sure he doesn't hurt anyone. Hunter nodded. Yes, master. Following Arlen back to the Chen family residence, all that remained were broken walls and ruins. Graham sat in his chair, endlessly puffing on his pipe, but no smoke came out. He was just sucking on it to get some satisfaction since he had no tobacco left. Rico squatted at the door, his eyes vacant as he stared at the dilapidated courtyard, lost in thought. As for Perry, she was nowhere to be seen. Dad, second brother is back, Arlen called loudly. Graham slowly raised his head and coldly said to Dane, why are you here? To laugh at us? Arlen quickly intervened. Dad, don't say that. Second brother is here to help. Dane coolly replied, I never said I would help. Don't make things up. I'm just taking a look, nothing more. Graham let out a long breath. If you've seen enough, then leave. Dane turned to walk away. Seeing this, Arlen immediately knelt down and grabbed Dane's pant leg, pleading, second brother, don't go. He then turned to shout at Graham, Dad, I finally managed to bring second brother back. Why are you acting like this? Are you only happy when this family is completely ruined? Seated by the door, Rico chuckled foolishly. It's better if it's ruined. Better if it's ruined. Graham glanced at his demented third son, then at his kneeling fourth son, feeling a knife twist in his heart. Is inviting him back going to do any good? After splitting and severing ties, we have no relation with him. Would he give money for your mother and your third brother's treatment? Or to rebuild our house? Arlen gritted his teeth. Cutting ties doesn't mean we aren't still family. And I don't think second brother would be so heartless. With our family in such straits, he might help a little bit. Dane half smiled, half frowned. You're mistaken. I have no obligation to help you since we are strangers. Arlen's last thread of hope snapped with those words. He collapsed onto the ground, laughing bitterly. I'm such a fool. Let me go mad too. Graham slowly. It was right after the war, and everyone was impoverished. Five Tails was a huge temptation. We took them in, and 3 days later, you were born. At the same time, my first son was also born. Your mother was in very poor health after giving birth and needed a doctor, or she would die. So her servant made a deal with us. She gave us 50 taels of silver and a pair of gold bracelets, asking us to raise you and claim you as our child, twins with my eldest son. She said she would come back to take you when you were 7 or 8. But if you were gone or dead when she came, she wouldn't spare us. No one could refuse such an offer, 50 taels and gold bracelets. It was enough to raise you until adulthood, not just to 7 or 8. We agreed without hesitation. She then took your mother to find a doctor and never returned. Dane, if you have memories from before age 5, recall how we treated you well back then, raising you as if you were our own son. Why did we change? Because you killed my eldest son? He wouldn't have drowned if not for saving you. From then on, we realized you weren't really part of our family, and our attitude towards you became worse. I admit we didn't behave honorably. After accepting the money, we should have taken better care of you. But please understand our grief over losing a son. And the servant promised to come back for you, but she never did. Graham's eyes reddened, and he laughed bitterly. My youngest was abducted, my third son's wife ran off with the grandchildren, and my old woman went mad. Wine. But Dane didn't have the heart to attend to him just then. Hermes' words kept circling in Dane's mind. He claimed not to care, yet deep down, he couldn't let it go. After all, these were the only people in this world who truly shared blood ties with him. Master? Hunter noticed Dane's troubled expression and softly called out. Dane snapped back to reality. Hunter pointed ahead. The master carpenter has arrived. Just then, Azai approached Dane and said, Brother Chun, I was about to head to the county town to find you. The house was destroyed by the flood. Shall we rebuild it or? Dane composed himself. Master Rodnian, let's rebuild it and add a few more rooms. For this project, charge me the regular rate. Additionally, I'll provide you with the workings of the water system as agreed. Azai rubbed his hands together, looking quite embarrassed. Dane's help was indeed substantial. The previous house had been built at a loss, mainly because of the promised water system. By trade rules, any issues occurring before delivery are the contractor's responsibility. For natural disasters, costs are split between the craftsman and the homeowner. In this case, splitting the cost would leave Dane paying only a couple of taels without sharing the mechanics of the water system, while Azai would incur a significant. At that time, he didn't understand why farmers spent years earning money to build villas instead of buying city homes, and still rented houses elsewhere for work. Now, having experienced it himself, he finally understood. This house is the final retreat for workers. To the Chinese people, a small house in the countryside plus a few acres of land represents both the highest aspiration and the last line of defense. Success in big cities allows a peaceful retirement back home to enjoy life. Failure means returning home where a house shelters from the elements and farmland provides sustenance, allowing for regrouping and eventual comeback. So this rural house is very important. About half an hour later, a carriage appeared ahead. Colin, probably unhappy about not playing enough, stood up and howled at the horses. Dane quickly muffled his mouth, warning him not to misbehave. Hunter moved the ox cart to the side of the road, letting the carriage pass. The noble in the carriage peeked outside and froze. Jarvis? Stop the carriage. Stop immediately. But the horse was spooked by Colin. Despite the driver's efforts, the carriage bolted away. By the time the driver regained control, Dane had disappeared. Another person in the carriage asked, Who did you call out to? Jarvis, that is Dane, the top student in the Chapter 188. The village chief speaks up for Dane. The villagers nearby, seeing the county clerk surrounded, picked up their tools and rushed to help. The two prefectural officials had never witnessed such a scene before. They panicked immediately and said urgently, What are you doing? A villager loudly rebuked, You should be the ones asking what we're doing. Why make it difficult for these good clerks? The patrol officer from the prefecture was stunned. Good clerks? Sir, these two made your fellow villagers kneel. How can they be called good clerks? I see. Did they force you to say this? Fellow countrymen, don't be afraid. We can uphold justice for you. The elderly woman who was kneeling spoke tremulously. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I knelt of my own free will, without any coercion. The patrol officer was puzzled. On their inspection tour, they had seen all sorts of strange things, but never a case where commoners voluntarily kneel to officials. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, the clerk said, Since it's a misunderstanding, everyone should disperse. The villagers scattered. The only one left was the village chief. He still had one act left to perform. Two clerks, please stay for a simple meal. The clerk replied with great propriety, We'll skip the meal. Hayes Everard instructed us that after such a disaster, food is extreme dynasty standards. A Blake's annual salary is around 30 guan, including various subsidies and bonuses, totaling about 40 guan, or roughly 3 taels a month. However, since Haywood had been a Blake for less than a month, he hadn't yet received his salary. Before becoming a magistrate, Haywood was the county captain, whose salary was half that of a magistrate. Over 5 years as a captain, his total income would be about 100 silver taels. Using 100 silver taels for relief efforts barely scratched the surface and seemed more like showboating. If the amount exceeded this, it suggested Haywood was corrupt and had amassed wealth during his tenure. The patrol officer maintained a neutral expression and asked, Sir, could you tell us specifically how this magistrate has helped? The village chief explained, Hayes Everard sent these clerks to visit each village, selecting 4 to 5 households in the greatest need, giving each household 3 taels of silver for reconstruction. The patrol officer quickly calculated in his head, 5 villages around Fuyang River, 4 households per village at minimum, which matched the 100 taels Haywood supposedly provided. This seemed a huge sacrifice. However, the patrol officer doubted any official at this level would be so selfless. Moreover, if Haywood were truly so noble, he wouldn't have remained within the criminal. Were both honorable if done right. Why shouldn't someone do business and study? Without trade, Chin's family might have starved. Earning money and returning to study wasn't wrong at all. Pure scholars were overly critical. So, after conveying the required message, the chief spontaneously defended Dane. The officers didn't comment, merely noting down the information for reporting back. Sir, you mentioned the magistrate and the scholar, but not the Blake. Why? The village chief responded, Well, that's hard to explain. I have many tasks in the village, so I need to go now. Make yourselves at home. After some thought, the patrol officer got up and headed to the next village. Hashtag chapter 189. Lance Songjing comes again for recipes. Before they even left Hajong village, the two patrol officers discovered another novel invention. A farmer was plowing his field with a very uniquely designed plow. If it were just the appearance, the patrol officers might not have stopped to investigate. But this plow's efficiency in tilling was astonishingly high. Moreover, the farmer operating it seemed quite relaxed, which piqued their curiosity. They walked up to the bund and loudly asked, Villager, what is this farming tool you are using? Why haven't we seen anything like it before? Before the villager could answer, the village head appeared as if by magic beside the patrol officers, giving them a fright. This is called the curved shaft plow, invented by Magnus. The patrol officers widened their eyes. Impossible. He's a scholar. How can he know so much about inventions? Moreover, these are from completely different industries. Tofu is food, while this is a farming tool. They don't even remotely relate. The village head shrugged. There's no help for it. Magnus is just that impressive. He will definitely become the top imperial scholar someday, added the village head confidently. The patrol officers didn't care about Dane becoming a top scholar. What mattered to them now was the curved shaft plow. Its efficiency in plowing was astounding. If widely adopted, previously uncultivated wastelands could be reclaimed, boosting the Yan Dynasty's grain production significantly. This was truly a grand initiative benefiting both the present and future generations. Can we take a closer look at this plow? The patrol officer asked. The village head nodded. Letting the patrol officers inspect the curved shaft plow was the climax of this act. The farmer plowing the field wasn't an ordinary person but the village head's eldest son. Upon hearing his father's voice, the eldest son immediately carried the curved shaft plow over. The patrol officers circled around the plow, squatting down to examine every detail carefully, occasionally making admiring noises. Excellent. Excellent indeed. One of them remarked. The village head added, County Hayes Everard has said that once the disaster situation stabilizes, villagers can rent this farming tool from the county town's agricultural store for 20 coins during her summarily. Upon learning about her plight, Haywood sent someone to discreetly find her. If she agreed to play along, he promised to arrange for her to live elsewhere. She had no choice since her reputation was ruined in the region, leaving her only option to relocate. Through this woman, the patrol officers learned about Orlang's various misdeeds following the disaster, particularly his profiteering through selling green soybean jelly. The information enraged the patrol officers to the point where their chests felt ready to burst. Back at the inn, they wrote a detailed report swiftly and dispatched it to Guangling via courier. Then they headed straight to the county hall, identifying themselves and requesting to see Haywood specifically. Orlang hurried over upon hearing the news, but received a cold shoulder from the patrol officers, a literal closed door. Orlang raged furiously, but was helpless. The next day, Orlang sought out the two patrol officers again, only to find out they had already left Nanha County early that morning and were likely miles away by now. Furious, Orlang confronted Haywood, accusing him of badmouthing him in front of the patrol officers. Haywood no longer showed any subservience towards Orlang. Calmly, he stated he answered the patrol officers truthfully without embellishments or omissions. Mr. Everard, I truly underestimated you, Orlang snarled. But do you think you can bring me down this way? To replace me, your difficulties. Otherwise, Manager Lance would have gone gray overnight. Manager Lance had made several trips, hinting heavily about wanting Dane to sell him more recipes to help Tianshangju recover its market share post-disaster. After pondering for a couple of days, Dane finally came up with some ideas. Chapter 190, Braised Offal and Stir-Fried Rodnever. Dane first went to Stefan to buy a large amount of herbs. Just as he was about to leave, Francis came back, carrying Finley on his back, out of breath. Seeing this, Dane hurriedly went to help and asked, "What's wrong with Master Joshua?" After gently placing his teacher on a chair, Francis wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Nothing serious, just exhausted. You know, after a disaster, there's often an outbreak of plague. Master was entrusted by Governor Everard to travel from village to handle the epidemic. He hasn't slept for days, and I'm worried that if he keeps going like this, something bad will happen. I gave him some tranquilizing medicine and forcibly brought him back to rest." Dane remarked, "Master Joshua's medical ethics are truly admirable." Francis took a warm face towel from his junior disciple and, while wiping his teacher's face, asked, "Big Brother Chen, did someone in your family fall ill? Why did you buy so many herbs?" Dane shook his head. "No, everyone at home is healthy. These herbs are for making braising sauce." Braising sauce? Francis looked puzzled. "What's that?" "Something to eat," Dane smiled. "Francis's interest, regardless of whether it works or not. I'll let you know." Francis nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you, but no more than 2 days. My teacher and I have to leave the county soon." Dane replied, "Understood. I'll head back now." Back home, Dane started preparing the braising sauce. Making braising sauce wasn't complicated. It could even be described as simple. Even a complete beginner who had never cooked before could follow a recipe and boil up a pot of braising sauce. Previously, when Dane processed beef, he had made a pot of braising sauce. But without a refrigerator, the sauce couldn't be stored long-term and went bad after a few days. This time, when Manager Lance came asking for recipes, Dane remembered the technique. While boiling the braising sauce, Dane sent Hunter to the market to buy pig offal, lungs, liver, and intestines. Ordinary people in Dian rarely used offal because it was troublesome to process. Pig intestines, for instance, required hours of cleaning and might still remain dirty. Without proper cooking skills, the offal would turn out with a strong stench, which was why most families simply discarded it unless they were desperately poor. Pork vendors often threw away unsold offal at closing time. Hunter bought a large pile for just a few coins. Dane fetched a basin of soybean flour and taught them how to clean the intestines. While he didn't know the exact science behind using soybean flour to clean pig intestines, his elderly relatives used this method in his previous life, which worked remarkably well. After thoroughly cleaning the offal, Dane added part of the pig liver and intestines to the braising sauce. Meanwhile, he instructed Leora to knead dough for flatbreads. These flatbreads, or xiaobing, were actually made from unleavened dough. Though tough to chew on their own, when paired with braised offal, they became a classic dish, braised offal with flatbread, ludu huasal. As the food neared completion, Dane sent Hunter to invite Manager Lance over for dinner. Upon hearing he was invited to dinner, Manager Lance followed Hunter to the tofu shop without even changing clothes. "Prince Chen, have you finished researching the new recipe?" Manager Lance asked excitedly. Dane smiled. "Manager Lance, please wait a moment. The new dish will be ready shortly." He placed sliced pig liver and intestines into a clean pot and stirred slowly until the broth thickened into a paste. Manager Lance noticed Dane was using pig offal but smelled nothing foul, only a rich aroma filling the air. "Manager Lance, try this." Dane set 2 bowls in front of Manager Lance. "This is braised offal with flatbread, and this is stir-fried rodnever." Manager Lance swallowed, hesitating to pick up the chopsticks. "Prince Chun, is this pig offal?" Dane nodded. "Yes, pig liver, lungs, intestines, and pork belly." Manager Lance commented, "Improperly cleaned pig offal has a strong oath to handle the negotiation for him. He didn't discriminate against women since his daughter was actually the major shareholder of Xiuxian. As for why Dane wanted Andrea to take charge of the final negotiations, the reason was simple. He needed to sever ties with the tofu shop as much as possible. The current emperor was already targeting the merchant party, and once the scholar party completely controlled the cabinet, the requirements for students' background would only become stricter. Unkits who dabbled in commerce would either lose their eligibility or have it revoked. Although Frank backed him, he couldn't really rely on Frank. If someone were determined to target Dane over this business affair, Frank probably wouldn't intervene. Their mutual interests had been fully spent on the Peach Blossom Nunnery Song incident. As for Fergus, the enforcer and Fushy of Vicky Jo Road, he was Dane's last ace. Using him for something like an academic qualification would be akin to using an atomic bomb to swat a mosquito. Dane must have gone mad to do that. Note: I have made slight adjustments for fluency and natural reading in English, such as changing must have gone mad if he did that to must have gone mad to do that. Also, enforcer and Fushy is kept as is due to it being a specific title, but its explanation or significance should be provided elsewhere in the text for clarity. Besides, due to her personality, Leora would absolutely not get anywhere with Jalmer in the negotiations. Even if she eventually agreed on terms, it might as well have been given away for free. The most suitable person in the household was Andrea. Andrea lived up to Dane's expectations, sealing the supply agreement with Jalmer in less time than it took to finish a meal. Except for baked flatbreads, all other raw materials were to be prepared by the tofu shop and delivered to Xiuxian. Pork intestines cost 50 coins per catty, while pig hearts and lungs were the cheapest at 10 coins per catty. Pork stomachs and livers were priced at 25 coins each. Compared to tofu, this supply contract truly generated daily gold. In the market, pork offal could be bought in bulk at 1 coin per catty. If one were shameless enough, they could even get a pound or two directly from pork vendors. However, as the tofu shop's procurement volume increased, the pork vendors would inevitably raise the prices of pork offal. How to maintain high profit margins despite the rising prices would be a challenge for Andrea. As for why the tofu shop chose to collaborate with Xiuxian instead of selling ready-made snacks like stewed buns and stir-fried liver, it was partly because Dane had always maintained good relations with Jalmer, and supplying raw materials was more stable and less strenuous than directly operating food services. Moreover, starting food services would make the tofu shop a competitor to Xiuxian, and their previous cooperation would crumble. Even if Jalmer forgave them out of past camaraderie, xiuxian wouldn't spare the tofu shop. Having survived a huge uproar before, xiuxian had now formed a standoff with Xiuxian. If xiuxian attacked the tofu shop, it wouldn't last long. Thus, it was better for the tofu shop to stay as a raw material supplier and enjoy its profits without direct competition. After Jalmer left, everyone at the tofu shop got busy. Dane, accompanied by Jetty and Hunter, carrying baskets and axes, headed out of town. Jetty and Hunter were both curious. Last time, they gathered Chinese oak starch jelly, solving the famine crisis. What wonders would this trip bring? In the same woods outside town, Dane searched for a while before stopping at a tree. Finally found it, Dane said, panting. Jetty glanced at the branches and asked, "Brother-in-law, can we eat camphor wood?" "No, it's for medicinal use." "Hunter, go." Hunter understood, swiftly climbing up the tree and sitting on a branch. "Boss, what do you need?" "Leaves." "Got it." Hunter picked branches rich in leaves and snapped them off, throwing them to the ground. Dane handed the axe to Jetty to cut Chinese oak branches, which were quite sturdy and required an axe to break. By the time Dane filled a basket with camphor leaves and bark, Jetty had also collected a basket of Chinese oak branches. Back in town, Dane sent Hunter to buy mugwort leaves, peppermint leaves, agastache leaves, ephedra leaves, vitex leaves, and wild chrysanthemums. Returning to the tofu shop, they built a makeshift stove in the backyard, burning Chinese oak charcoal while drying all the leaves, including the camphor bark. Although sun-drying was best, Dane didn't have time, and the weather was still gloomy after the rain stopped. Mixing the dried leaves and bark into a paste with mugwort water, they kneaded it into a dough-like consistency and forced it through holes in a bamboo stick to form coiled shapes. Looking at the strange coils, Hunter curiously asked, "Boss, what is this?" "Mosquito coil, for driving away mosquitoes." Hunter widened his eyes. "This can drive away mosquitoes?" "You'll see when it dries." That night, Dane placed the first dried coil in a corner of the yard where mosquitoes were densest. Even burning mugwort couldn't keep them away for long. Rodnating the coil, mosquitoes began falling off the walls like drunkards within minutes. Everyone in the tofu shop watched in awe, amazed at how such a small thing effectively drove away mosquitoes, lasting almost the whole night. They could finally sleep soundly. The story continues with Dane ingeniously finding solutions to everyday problems while navigating complex social and political landscapes. His ingenuity and strategic thinking are pivotal in maintaining the tofu shop's stability amidst potential threats. The shop was short on manpower until Murphy and the recovered Broderick joined, resolving the urgent issue. Dane brought a dozen mosquito coils he had prepared to Theodore to demonstrate their efficacy to Dr. Joshua, who praised them highly. Mosquitoes were the primary carriers of the plague, so solving this problem would solve many others. Dane also shared some modern epidemic prevention practices such as washing hands before meals and after using the toilet, boiling water before drinking, and burying dead livestock deeply instead of eating them secretly. Though Dr. Joshua understood the importance of these details, as a doctor, he couldn't enforce these measures among the villagers. Dane suggested that the authorities handle it. Those who did not comply would be strictly punished, and once a few troublemakers were dealt with, everyone would follow suit. Finley picked up the mosquito coils and went to the county office to find Haywood. After seeing the effectiveness of the mosquito coils, Haywood promptly decided that until the epidemic was resolved, the county office would fund the purchase of all mosquito coils and distribute them freely to the people. Haywood could afford to be so generous because he had received disaster relief funds from the provincial government, 500 taels of silver, more than enough for mosquito coil purchases. However, upon hearing about this, Birch flew into a rage and rushed to Haywood's office, verbally abusing him. "How dare you use treasury funds without my approval? Do you still respect me as the Blake? Do you know the hierarchy?" Haywood wasn't intimidated, as the two officials from the provincial government had told him that the governor was very satisfied with his performance and encouraged him to act boldly. With the governor's support, Haywood wasn't afraid of Birch anymore. Hey sure, I'm using disaster relief funds, Haywood calmly replied. This money is meant for disaster relief. The mosquito coils invented by Dane can effectively kill mosquitoes, and Dr. Joshua from Theodore has confirmed that they can prevent the spread of the epidemic. So there is nothing wrong with using disaster relief funds to buy mosquito coils. If you think it's inappropriate, you can report me to the higher authority. Birch turned pale, pointing at Haywood through clenched teeth. Fine, you dare. We'll see how this plays out. He stormed out, but tripped on the threshold, almost falling down. Suppressing a smile, Haywood said, Be careful, sir. Back at home, Birch smashed items in his study to vent his anger. Moments later, the steward cautiously reported that Vicky Prefecture had sent a letter. After the two inspectors from Guangling Prefecture left, Birch had immediately written a plea to his relatives in Vicky Prefecture, hoping they would help negotiate with the Guangling Prefect. 1. To protect his position. 2. To transfer Haywood. There shouldn't be such a powerful assistant magistrate in Nanha County. However, though this felt good, Haywood grew uneasy, sensing Birch was plotting something big. Recently, Haywood began gradually relinquishing power, returning duties to Birch, who accepted everything but always added, execution must be approved by Lord Everard. Haywood realized Birch was trying to frame him by making unauthorized actions appear legitimate and then reporting him. It was a clumsy move, but given Birch's intellect, it showed some effort. The solution was simple, take a leave. With the disaster over and life back to normal, taking a leave citing exhaustion wouldn't raise eyebrows. Birch thought his plan had succeeded and felt triumphant. When someone feels victorious, they often make hasty decisions. Hashtag chapter 193. Invite Dane to be the chef. Birch felt that he had reclaimed control of the county office, and he believed a grand celebration was in order. He decided to invite all the local gentry and major merchants from the surrounding villages as guests, collecting gifts while also demonstrating who truly held power in Nanha County. When Waylon learned of Birch's plan for a grand banquet, he immediately offered a cunning suggestion. Your Excellency, this is a good opportunity to settle accounts with Dane. Birch raised an eyebrow. I almost forgot about that guy. If it weren't for his advice to Haywood, I wouldn't have been in such a difficult position recently. Now that Haywood has backed down, banquet? Have Dane cook. If any dish doesn't meet your taste, you'll have reason to punish him. That tofu shop of his is extremely profitable. Every item, tofu, preserved food, fried liver, even mosquito coils, earns big money. You can use dissatisfaction with the meal as a pretext to join his tofu business. By then, you'll be making money effortlessly. Birch squinted, pondering for a while before deciding, let's proceed as you suggested. Afterward, I'll share 0.5% of the profit with you. Waylon rejoiced inwardly and bowed. Thank you, Your Excellency. After successfully creating mosquito coils, Dane rarely showed up at the tofu shop, spending most of his time at the Shang residence receiving intensive pre-exam training from Gavin. One day, Dane returned to the tofu shop from the Shang residence. Before he could even sit down, Waylon swaggered into the yard. Dane coldly ordered, Out, you're not welcome here. Waylon retorted, Unkit-chin, I'm delivering a message from the Blake. Telling me to leave means you're disrespecting the magistrate. You are bold indeed. Dane suppressed his anger. What does the magistrate wish? Waylon said, in 5 days, the magistrate will host a banquet. Knowing you won a cooking competition in Rodney and Shui County, he requests you to cook at his residence. A job well done will earn generous rewards. Otherwise, there will be serious consequences. Jetty angrily shouted, How outrageous! My brother-in-law dares make demands on the magistrate. Dane remained indifferent. Then you've seen it. Pass the message along. Waylon pointed at Dane and angrily turned to leave. As soon as he left, Jetty rushed out from the house. Brother-in-law, you shouldn't have agreed. That damn magistrate is clearly trying to bully you. I don't believe he would dare do anything to you. As the top county examinee, he can't just treat you however he wants. Dane responded, he may not directly target me, but he can ruin our tofu shop. On the surface, this shop has no connection to me. If I speak up for it, it will prove my involvement in its operations. The magistrate knows this and uses it to make such demands. Jetty cursed under his breath. Damn official. Leora walked beside Dane, holding his hand softly. Gustav, it's just a meal. Pretend it's for pigs. Dane smiled. You're right, my dear. I'll treat it like preparing swill for pigs. Chapter 194. The Gourmet Murder Plan. The next day, Waylon returned, informing Dane that the magistrate had agreed to his request and allowed him to prepare only the main table dishes. Waylon deliberately emphasized the word request. Dane didn't bother arguing over semantics with Waylon. After all, once this meal was finished, the magistrate would most likely be reporting directly to Yama. At this point, it was pointless to he became completely paralyzed, and the mistress abandoned him without hesitation, looking for the next target. His wife sold the house, transferred all assets, and left the city by plane. The man lay in bed, wailing until he died. The cause of paralysis was the antagonistic nature of the foods prepared by the wife and the mistress, leading to a buildup of toxins that caused various diseases, ultimately resulting in paralysis and death. Dane planned to adapt this method from the movie. However, achieving the same effect would take a very long time, which he couldn't afford. Therefore, besides using the antagonistic properties of the ingredients, Dane needed to add something else, high-proof liquor. Dane found Malachi to build a distillation apparatus. After acquiring several jars of Yulo Chun, he used the device to purify it, eventually obtaining liquor around 42 proof. This was the limit for purification. To increase the proof further would require advanced distillation equipment and direct brewing. The tofu shop now had several ongoing projects and couldn't expand anymore. Moreover, brewing and selling alcohol required approval from the government, which Dane didn't have the time for right now. Besides alcohol, Dane also produced ice cubes using saltpeter. Mixing high-proof liquor with ice not only smoothed the taste but hastened the demise. Over the next 2 days, Dane busily acquired exam, becoming a chef is also a good career. Landlord, what do you think if Jasper comes to work as a chef? The landlord smiled. If Jasper wants to come, I'll make him the head chef. Oral said, did you hear that? Thanked the landlord. Dane bowed, landlord, I'll remember your words. If I do come, don't deny it. The landlord replied, if Jasper doesn't believe me, we can sign an agreement. Laughter erupted around them. Only one person didn't laugh inside. I thought he'd have some dignity after becoming the county's top scholar, but he's still a rogue. He's truly a hopeless case. The speaker was Michaela from the Osiris family silk shop. At the poetry meeting, Dane's 2 poems stunned everyone, causing Michaela to worry about retaliation. But he didn't act, improving her impression slightly. Later, when Dane topped the county and prefectural exams, Michaela wondered if he pursued her again. Should she agree? Securing the top spot at the prefectural level meant he was halfway into the scholar rank, with over a 50% chance of passing the imperial exam. Such a person was indeed worthy of her match. Although the Osiris family had produced a few scholars in the past, none had succeeded in recent years. Without a few educated individuals to support the family's prestige, she feared maintaining the vast estate alone would be impossible. Although Dane was previously unscrupulous, his potential after reforming seemed bright, and being with him wouldn't be too demeaning. But today's performance disappointed Michaela greatly. A scholar lacking integrity, if married, he might sacrifice, explained, Your Excellency, I added some ice cubes into the pot to enhance the flavor. Birch uncapped the pot, and an intense aroma filled the air. He couldn't help but praise, good wine. The other guests at the main table looked eagerly at Birch's pot, wishing to share a taste due to its inviting fragrance. Birch then handed the pot back to Dane, instructing him to pour for the guests first. This would not only check for poison, but also demonstrate his respect for his guests. Upon smelling the wine, all guests wore mesmerized expressions, savoring the exquisite taste. The old man has been drinking for half a century, yet this is the first time I have truly tasted nectar, one guest exclaimed. Being able to drink such wine leaves me with no regrets in life. Bowen, you say this wine is brewed by you? Can you tell us how? Seeing everyone drink without issue, Birch motioned for Dane to pour him a cup as well. Indeed, the flavor was distinct from any wine he'd tasted before. Just then, someone asked about brewing techniques. Birch coughed twice and said, Gentlemen present are all distinguished people. It's impolite to inquire about secret methods directly. Your secret recipe wouldn't be shown randomly either, right? The merchant asking the question blushed and replied, Your Excellency is right. My manners were lacking. Bowen, please don't mind. Birch wasn't being kind-hearted. His remark came because he already viewed Dane's recipe as his own. Secrets should not be revealed. He then asked, How much of this wine do you have left? Dane responded, Your Excellency, making this wine is very challenging. I only managed to brew 3 pots, approximately 4 pounds. Bring them all here. Birch waved a hand. After Dane brought all the liquor, the main guests assumed they would get at least an ounce or 2 each. Instead, Birch drank it all himself. To the ancients used to mild wines, 42 proof liquor was like poison. However, the ice reduced the burning sensation, and Birch drank continuously without stopping. While enjoying the liquor, Birch kept eating, especially favoring the carrot braised mutton and salt-baked ribs, precisely the dishes Dane most wanted him to finish. By the time the food on the table was mostly gone, Birch was completely drunk, having long forgotten about dealing with Dane. After servants carried Birch away in a sedan chair, the banquet officially ended. Waylon watched the departing sedan with a mix of frustration and helplessness. My magistrate, you promised to deal with Dane, but why did you focus only on eating and drinking? Christining this opportunity, handling Dane again would be unknown when. Everard Dawes' leave was also ending soon. Once he returned to challenge the magistrate, would Birch still have time to act? While Waylon sighed regretfully, Dane went back to the tofu shop, relaxed after bathing, and enjoyed a night with Leora. Leora was unaware of Dane's true intentions. After a worried evening, seeing him return normally and still playful after bathing reassured her. But she soon encountered a different problem. Dane started rubbing, and another hand moved lower. Leora, highly sensitive, soon grew warm and trembled. When Dane's hand delved deeper, Leora turned around and hugged him tightly. Rodnate's out. The next morning, a scream echoed through the entire magistrate's residence. Birch's concubine ran out of the room, clothes disheveled, crying, The magistrate is dead. The news swept through the entire officialdom of Nanhian County like a whirlwind. At home, Haywood dropped his teacup upon hearing the news. Early morning madness? Haywood lamented over the shattered pieces. This teacup he cherished for years was now broken. Dalen clarified, Sir, it's true. The magistrate really died. Realizing the severity, Haywood rushed out. Arriving hastily at the magistrate's residence, he heard sobbing even before entering. Heading straight to the concubine's room, he paused to wait for Dr. Finley. Seeing Haywood, Birch's wife wailed, Hayes Everard, you must find justice for our lord. A person can't just disappear like this. It must be murder. Haywood replied, Madam, calm down, and doctors conducted the autopsy, while other officials carried out interviews and investigations. After a full day and night of work, the prefectural authorities reached their final verdict, death from excessive alcohol consumption. Haywood breathed a sigh of relief upon learning this. However, Birch's wife refused to accept it, accusing the prefectural officials of incompetence and perfunctory investigation. The officials from the prefecture ignored her completely. Before leaving, one of the officials found Haywood and warned him to brace for an unexpected surprise soon. Haywood could guess what this surprise might be, likely related to the curved plow. Given the significance of this agricultural tool, the prefectural magistrate did not dare make a decision without reporting it to the imperial court. This back and forth would naturally take time, but Haywood could wait. After sending off these officials, Haywood did not return to the county office. Instead, he went to the Shang residence to see Dane. Over the past 2 days, Dane had been busy with various inquiries from the officials sent by the prefecture. There seemed to be no end to them, with hardly any rest in between. Dane was fortunate to have previously secured the top rank in the prefectural exams. Otherwise, the officials might have treated him less courteously, dragging him to the courthouse for intense interrogation. The officials chose to question Dane individually, which is standard practice during investigations. Repeated, rapid questioning aims to deny the suspect any breathing room. If the suspect feels guilty, they are likely to make mistakes in their answers. However, Haywood replied, "I am simply curious, Mr. Chen. How delicious was the wine you provided for Hey Sure? I heard that the guests at the main table praised it highly that night." Dane smiled. "I happen to have some left. Let me get it for you. Please wait a moment." A few moments later, Dane returned with a bottle of wine. "Here you go." Haywood took the bottle, uncapped it, and sniffed. His eyes lit up immediately. He then poured himself a small cup and sipped. "Truly exquisite," Haywood remarked. "Mr. Chen, I didn't realize you were so skilled, even in winemaking. This wine could easily qualify as tribute-worthy." Dane modestly replied, "It's just something I experimented with. No special skill involved." "Speaking of tribute, that's too much praise, Commissioner." Haywood said, "Though potent, it's not enough to cause a hymn. I must go. Official business awaits." Dane offered, "Let me escort you." "Not necessary. Stay here." Haywood stood up, tucking the wine bottle under his arm. "This bottle is mine now." Dane added, "If Commissioner likes it, I can provide some every month, though not in large quantities." Apologies for the limited amount. Haywood was inwardly delighted, but maintained his composure. "That's inappropriate. People might say I'm accepting bribes." Dane countered, "Just a couple of pounds of wine. Not a bribe. I've offended many in politics, yet I'm still alive because I have principles. Otherwise, today you kill me, tomorrow I find someone to kill you. Our government and society would descend into chaos." Dane bowed deeply. Teacher's wisdom is profound. Disciple knows wrong. This translation preserves the original tone and style, ensuring natural and fluent English, and maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 197. The Emperor is truly stingy. Gavin said, "I don't know if you will enter the government in the future, but whether you are in politics or among the people, one must have a moral bottom line when doing things. Just remember that if you can kill others today, they can also kill you someday. If they cannot kill you, they can certainly harm those around you. Kneel here for an hour and think about it deeply." After Gavin left, Dane sighed. His teacher was right. Killing might seem like a quick solution to problems, but in reality, the risks involved were greater than not taking such extreme measures. Just like this time, even though the authorities had given the final verdict, saying Oral died of alcohol poisoning, his wife and kin would likely still blame him. They might launch their revenge at any moment. Though Oral was gone, seemingly solving the trouble, he had actually invited bigger trouble. Furthermore, Tobias said, "You're impressive indeed, youth." Dane bowed and replied, "Your lordship flatters me. I am unworthy of such praise." Tobias waved his hand. "Don't be so modest. As the top student of our prefecture, who invented the advanced farming tool like the Xuanhuan plow, you fully deserve this compliment. Haywood, Dane, kneel and receive the imperial edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees." As Tobias read the imperial edict, Haywood trembled with excitement, even shedding tears. Having served as an official for many years, this was the first time he received an imperial edict. The glory of the family name. Dane was indifferent, however, feeling regret instead. Had he known he would receive an imperial edict, he shouldn't have taken the risk to kill Oral. An imperial edict might not be a carte blanche, but it was an excellent talisman. With it, Oral wouldn't dare bother him anymore or meddle in his business. Now, having killed Oral, he had effectively planted a time bomb for himself. The emperor should have issued the edict earlier. The efficiency is too low. Your humble servant thanks your majesty for his benevolence. Haywood's loud response interrupted Dane's thoughts, and he hurriedly followed suit. Tobias handed the edict to Haywood, saying, "Haywood, due to your successful relief efforts and the life-saving contribution of Vikagangzi jelly, the cow tool is worth just 50 taels?" Haywood's face darkened. "Dane, this is disrespectful to Hansen. This is the first and last time I tolerate this. If I hear anything like that again, don't blame me for losing my temper." He then climbed into the carriage and left. Standing on the road, Dane was dumbfounded. After a moment, he looked up at the sky. My God. Over an hour later, Dane returned to the tofu shop exhausted. "Brendan, where have you been for so long?" Leora set aside her work and asked with concern. Dane waved his hand. "Don't ask. Everard Lord threw me off halfway." Everyone in the tofu shop was stunned. "Huh? What happened?" "You and Everard Lord usually have a good relationship," Leora asked. Dane explained, "I complained about the Emperor and angered Everard Lord." Everyone in the tofu shop gasped. Huh? 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 After Dane recounted the story, everyone stopped exclaiming and joined him in anger. Damn, Emperor is truly stingy. The Xuanhuan plow is such a valuable invention, yet the reward is so meager. Maybe Everard Lord took the credit for the Xuanhuan plow when writing his report? That's possible. Screw it. We thought he was a good official, but it turns out he's no different. All officials are equally corrupt. Dane interrupted. Let's drop it. Remember not to talk, however, because the government offers very little reward for these contributions, they are unwilling to share them with others. The ruler does not see the gravity of this situation. Rodneying in the palace, he might not understand the hardships of the common people. But if even the high officials do not recognize the value in this, spending all their time on political intrigue, something as beneficial as the curved plow can't even catch their attention. That is what truly frustrates me. After listening to Dane, Gavin sighed deeply. You're right. Every dynasty has always spoken of the importance of agriculture, but has never given farmers enough recognition. But mere complaints won't change this. You must become an official, gain power, and only then can you achieve your ambitions. Dane smiled awkwardly. Teacher, I've never thought of becoming an official. Then why are you talking big here? How can you practice your ideals without being an official? Just by talking? Gavin said impatiently. Dane dragged his foot along the floor. I'm just venting some frustration. Frustration? Gavin sneered. Seems like you haven't done enough exams yet. He took out a stack of exam papers from the bookshelf. Finish these before you think about eating. Dane looked at the pile of exam papers on the table, his face turning even more bitter than a cucumber. Just then, the steward came to the door. Master, you have a letter. Gavin responded. Write it quickly. I'll check later. And stop your useless complaining. Focus on answering the questions properly. If I see you write irrelevant content again, the ruler will be waiting for you. Dane nodded and sat down obediently to work on the exam papers. Gavin took the letter from the steward and sat in a corner of the study to read it slowly. The sun gradually set. Dane wrote 6 examination papers in one go, his wrist aching so badly he could barely hold the pen anymore. Just as he put down the pen to rest for a moment, Gavin's voice rang out. Finished? Dane hurriedly picked up the pen. Not yet. All right, don't pretend. Take a break. I need to talk to you, Gavin said. Dane sighed in relief, rubbing his wrist. Teacher, what's up? Gavin explained. Your teacher inquired about the new superintendent of education in Vikijao Prefecture. I didn't learn much about his preferences, but I did find out something else. He's named Jensen. His official record isn't extensive, but he has an elder brother who works as a vice minister in the Ministry of Revenue. Therefore, it's rumored in Vikijao that he got this position thanks to his brother. Dane calmly responded. Choosing talent should not exclude relatives. As long as this superintendent is competent, his brother promoting him is fine. It's better than appointing someone incompetent just to avoid suspicion. Gavin agreed. That man's it. Previous superintendents mingled with the literati upon taking office, but he does everything opposite. Discussions about him are widespread in Vikijao. Candidates are guessing what games he's playing. I couldn't get his preferences for you, so you'll need to investigate yourself once you arrive. Dane acknowledged. Understood. Gavin added. One last thing, a small request from me. Dane replied. Please tell me. I don't expect you to top the list like in the prefectural exam, but I hope you do better than Elwood students. Dane instinctively responded. Coleman? Gavin nodded. Dane clenched his teeth. Rest assured, teacher. That old rogue mocked both you and me in Guangling Prefecture. This time, I will definitely humiliate them. ##### Chapter 199. Spring Festival arrives. Defeating Jackson was not as simple as saying it out loud. Coleman had placed immense importance on Jackson, imparting all he knew to him. Jackson did not disappoint Coleman, winning first place in both the county and prefecture exams. He had a high chance of achieving a trifecta, but an issue with his health during the prefecture exam that year disrupted his studies. Once his health recovered, the new chief examiner had yet to take office, so his exam date was postponed by another year. This year, Jackson would challenge the college exam again. Many fellow students had already spread the word that this year's college valedictorian could only. Aliana is too young to endure it. We have plenty of time left in our lives. There's no need to rush. Dane said. Neve, your level of education has improved. Leora replied. Aliana, Imogen, and Ambria have been learning from their adoptive mother these days. Occasionally, I listen in and now can speak more fluently. I need to learn more about culture to keep up with you in case you look down on me later. Dane gently tapped Leora's nose and said, Don't worry about such nonsense. Because of what you said, tonight your husband will use new techniques to punish you severely. Leora hooked Dane's chin with her finger, flirtingly saying, You only have 2 moves. I'm not scared at all. Dane widened his eyes. Oh, you dare underestimate your husband. Your husband will punish you right now. He bent down and carried Leora on his shoulder, striding towards the bedroom. Leora blushed red with embarrassment and struggled, saying, All right, Erlang, put me down. In broad daylight, people will think I'm dead if they see us like this. Dane patted Leora's bottom, asking, Afraid? Leora pouted. Afraid? Dane let her down. She steadied herself and stuck out her tongue. Gotcha. She then ran away. Hey, stop right there, witch. Dane took off after her, but stopped when he saw Aliana riding Xianhuizi coming through the side door. Mom, I'll help you. Aliana jumped off the wolf's back and said, Xianhuizi, go block dad. Xianhuizi glanced back at Aliana, questioning, Really? Aliana nudged Xianhuizi. Stop standing around, go quickly. Xianhuizi yawned and promptly played dead on the ground. Don't drag this wolf into your family feud. Dane laughed loudly. My obedient daughter, your helper isn't cooperating. Daddy will catch both you and Mom and spank you afterward. Aliana covered her bottom and ran toward Leora, crying, Mommy, save me. Leora responded, Go ask Grandma for help. Dane rolled his eyes. Even calling in reinforcements? That's a bit much. Leora retorted, You can ask Grandfather for help too. Dane sighed, Forget it. The teacher is afraid of his wife. Cough. A heavy cough came from outside the courtyard, followed by Turner walking in with a grim expression. Airly followed behind, barely holding back her laughter. Aliana rushed over and hugged Sheng's wife's legs. Grandma, Daddy's hitting me. Sheng's wife smiled sweetly. Grandma will help you hit back. Aliana made a face at Dane triumphantly. Turner said, All right, leave your dad alone. Erlang, go write the Spring Festival couplets. Neve, call everyone from the tofu shop. We'll celebrate New Year's Eve together tonight. Leora nodded. Yes, grandfather. Dane went to the study to write the couplets. Just as he laid out the red paper, Aliana led Xianhuizi in. Daddy, I'll help, she chirped. Dane agreed. Good, grind the ink for Daddy. Excited, Aliana dragged a chair over while Xianhuizi pushed it next to the desk. Standing on the chair, Aliana helped grind the ink. However, this didn't last long. With Imogen and Ambria arriving, Aliana lost interest in helping and rode Xianhuizi out of the study as a wolf knight. Imogen then replaced Aliana, continuing her work. While writing, Dane questioned Imogen and found her responses impressive, feeling proud. The teacher indeed has better teaching skills. Imogen, you should try writing a few couplets too. We can post them at the tofu shop later. Dane handed Imogen paper and pen. Imogen was thrilled. Teacher, can girls write Spring Festival couplets too? Dane answered, Of course, gender doesn't matter here. Go ahead. Imogen held the brush, pondered for a while, recalled 2 auspicious phrases, and wrote them on the red paper. Though those phrases weren't ideal for spring festival couplets, Dane knew that if Joshua Xuanhuan knew these were written by his daughter, even if they read, after X year comes X year, just passing 1 year, he'd frame them and hang them proudly at the gate. Seeing Imogen write, Aliana and Operation. In the show xuanhuan, many viewers criticized Unkit for being heartless when Alia left for a few months and moved on. Back then, Dane also thought Unkit's deep love was just a persona. But now, Dane empathized with Unkit profoundly. Alia lived in the capital city. Even by carriage, it took a month to reach. For Unkit, there was little hope that Alia would return. Moreover, once Alia returned to the capital, not only were there no letters, but not even a message was sent. In an era without phones or internet, this basically meant they would never meet again. He and Leora were like Unkit and Alia, their roles reversed. From Nanheshan County to Vikizhou Prefecture by carriage would take half a month. Given the long journey and potential dangers along the way, Dane and Leora might be separated permanently. Even if safe, upon arriving in Vikizhou and passing the examination, wealthy families might propose to Dane directly, recruiting him as a son-in-law. Leora had even heard that after each academy examination, servants from affluent families would wait by the results board, ready to knock out the top scorer and forcibly wed him to their daughters. Thinking about this, Leora couldn't calm down. Leora wished to accompany Dane, but feared it would make people think she was a jealous wife, potentially harming Dane's future prospects. So she pretended not to want to go. Now, faced with imminent separation, Leora could no longer maintain this act. She just wanted to hold her husband forever. Dane felt his shoulder turn cold as Leora's tears soaked through his clothes. Neve, come with me. Dane pulled Leora up to the roof, sitting on the rafters under the moonlight. Neve, I'll recite a poem to you. Leora rested her head on Dane's shoulder and replied softly, Delicate clouds play tricks. Shooting stars transmit sorrow. Silver river spans afar. Golden wind meets jade dew, outshining countless human bonds. Tender affection flows like water. The meeting is a dream. How can one bear to look at the bridge? If love lasts long, why need it every single day? At Osiris Mansion in Nanheshan County, Michaela sat by the window, supporting her chin while gazing at the bright moon, sighing almost imperceptibly. Her maid quietly draped a cloak over her shoulders, whispering, Christina, it's late. You should rest early. Michaela smiled bitterly. Lancer, must women always marry? Maid Lancer replied, Has Master 3 been urging you to get married again? Michaela nodded. Today, I received a letter asking me to visit Vikizhou Prefecture for a marriage arrangement. Lancer frowned. Vikizhou Prefecture? That's so far. If you marry there, who will handle the business in the county? Michaela said, I've compromised repeatedly, from Vikizhou Prefecture to Guangling Prefecture, and then to Nanheshan County, yet they are still unsatisfied. They believe women can't manage family businesses. These years, they've constantly introduced men to me, trying to marry me off so that all business can be handed over to the male members of the family. But do they have the ability? They've already ruined the businesses in Guangling Prefecture, and the Osiris family fabric shops in other counties barely exist. Now they're targeting Nanheshan County. Where do they expect me to retreat to? Lancer quickly said, Christina, don't be angry. It's not worth damaging your health. Michaela closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. Lancer, pack my belongings. I'm going to Vikizhou Prefecture. Lancer asked, Christina, won't you be giving up the business here by going? Michaela stated firmly, I'm not going for matchmaking or marriage. I'm severing ties with Uncle 3 completely. I refuse this familial relationship. Lancer gasped, Christina, are you breaking ties with your own family? People will gossip about you. Michaela replied, better to be gossiped about than to be bullied for the rest of my life. Besides, even someone like Dane can do it. Why can't I, Michaela? Seeing Christina Osiris's resolve, Lancer didn't argue further and went to pack the belongings. Morning came, and with the first rooster crow, several carriages exited the side gate of Osiris Mansion, heading towards the city gates. Dane said calmly, closing the window. Hunter turned the carriage toward a nearby street. Hashtag chapter 201. Let's get reacquainted. Dane had thought that by staggering their travel times with Michaela's caravan, they wouldn't run into each other on the Imperial Road. However, Murphy's Law proved otherwise. The more one wished to avoid something, the higher the probability of it happening. After 2 days of travel on the Imperial Road, Dane encountered Michaela again at a post station. Both parties felt awkward and made the same spontaneous decision. Pretend not to see each other. The next morning, Dane woke up early, urging Hunter to set off before Michaela's caravan did. Unfortunately, just as he hitched up the carriage, Michaela, accompanied by her maids and guards, arrived at the carriage park. They exchanged brief glances before turning away guiltily. Dane muttered, Damn, Murphy's Law is really that accurate? Hunter remarked, Master, the coachman over there is signaling us to go ahead. Hurry up then. Once we hit the Imperial Road, I'll gallop and whip the horses. There's no way they can catch up, Dane said confidently. A few hours later, a torrential rainstorm began. Hunter hurriedly sought shelter, eventually finding an abandoned mortuary. Looking up at the spiderweb-covered sign of the mortuary, Dane sighed, If a female ghost shows up tonight, this journey will feel like I'm in a Rodney-Atai episode rather than preparing for exams. Inside the mortuary were several dilapidated coffins, but none contained bodies. Hunter was visibly frightened, trembling from head to toe. Dane, having watched numerous horror films, was already desensitized. In fact, he even joked with Hunter, saying, Hunter, let me give you a piece of advice. Remember it well? Hunter timidly asked, Master, what advice? With enough courage, even female ghosts take maternity leave. Scratching his head, Hunter replied, What about male ghosts? Fencing becomes one of life's great pleasures then, Dane chuckled. Hunter was confused. Master, what is fencing? Dane playfully smacked Hunter's head. You're too young to know about such things. Hunter felt wronged. After all, it was Dane who started the topic. But being distracted like this, his fear gradually diminished. He knelt down and bowed toward all directions, muttering, "Gentle ghosts. Master Chen is on his way to the capital city for the exams. We mean no disturbance. We'll leave once the rain stops. Please be kind to us, and if Master Chen passes the exam one day, I will burn extra paper money for you." Dane didn't stop Hunter's actions, knowing that a bit of reverence isn't bad for anyone. Suddenly remembering something, Hunter rushed outside, retrieved a bundle from the carriage, and opened it to find several stacks of paper money. Dane was stunned. "Hunter, why do you have this?" Hunter explained. "It was Sage who told me to bring these. She said on the journey, there would be nights spent outdoors. If we encountered solitary graves, burning some paper would show respect." Sage was one of the 2 female servants at the tofu shop. Dane nodded approvingly. "Sage thinks quite thoroughly. Burn some then, treat it as payment for safe passage, so they don't trouble us." Hunter burned some paper money in each corner of the main hall, feeling much more at ease. Next, they lit a fire, dried their clothes, and prepared food, all in an orderly manner. Until Michaela's caravan arrived, soaked from the rain, Michaela entered the mortuary's main hall and spotted Dane roasting cakes by the fire. She couldn't help but sigh. Rubbing his temples, Dane smiled bitterly. "Christina Osiris, perhaps this is destiny. If so, let's not shy away from each other. Act naturally. If you want to chat, I won't mind." After a moment of contemplation, Michaela nodded. "All right." Michaela's guards cleared another space on the opposite side of the hall and started another fire. Her maid Lance arranged some poles and rocks to create a partition with a curtain, isolating their space. The guards went to rest in another room. Soon after, Hunter, who was eating, suddenly let out a surprised yell. "This stretch." Surprised, Dane responded. "Christina Osiris is also going to Vicky Prefecture? To settle some family matters," she explained. "Dane, I should apologize for hiring people to attack you. It was wrong of me. I sincerely apologize and hope you can accept it." Dane waved it off. "There's no need for such formality. That beating was deserved. If I were in your shoes, I might have done worse. After all, back then, I was very beastly." Dane's candidness left Michaela momentarily speechless. "Let's put the past behind us and start anew," he said, bowing politely. "I am Dane, from Hezhong Village, Nanha County." Michaela smiled gently, rising to perform a formal salute. "I am Michaela, of the Osiris Family Textile Shop." Chapter 202, A Chinese Ghost Story. Forgiveness and a new meeting did not mean that Dane and Michaela could immediately become friends. Their relationship had merely upgraded from enemies to strangers. After exchanging a few words, Dane returned to Hunter's side, ate dinner, and then lay down on the ground to rest. In the late hours of the night, Dane woke up and saw Hunter sitting by the campfire, swaying like an unsteady doll. Dane walked over and patted Hunter on the shoulder, saying, "Go to sleep. I'll take the second half of the night." Hunter rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "Master, I'm not sleepy." Dane replied, "Go to sleep. I can nap in the carriage during the day while you have to drive." Hesitating, Dane guessed instantly, "Christina Osiris, do you need to relieve yourself?" Michaela nodded awkwardly. "Lancer has even less courage than I do. Even if we woke her up, neither of us would dare to go outside. So after much thought, I have to trouble Master Chun." Dane agreed. "All right, let's go." Each holding an umbrella, they walked along the corridor to the back of the hall. There was a small ditch there, suitable for use as a toilet. Dane turned away. "Christina Osiris, take your time. I'll stand here." It was dark all around, including the ditch, making Michaela too scared to even take off her pants. However, as the urge grew stronger, she couldn't hold it any longer. Stepping over the ditch, she quickly removed her pants. At that moment, Michaela thanked the rain. Without the sound of rain, the noise she made would have been very embarrassing. After finishing, Michaela pulled up her pants and stood up when she heard Dane ask, "Christina Osiris, are you done yet?" Before she could answer, another voice from nearby said, "Done." A chill ran up Michaela's spine, and she shrieked loudly, "Ghost!" Then she stumbled towards Dane. Dane turned and found Michaela clinging to him, wrapping her legs around his waist, shaking violently. "Master Chun, did you hear it? It was a ghost speaking." Instinctively, Dane wrapped his arms around Michaela's waist. "Want to hear a story?" Hunter eagerly nodded. "Master, I love stories." Clearing his throat, Dane began. Once upon a time, a scholar failed his exams and took up debt collection. One day, after a failed collection, penniless, he asked the townspeople if there was anywhere he could stay for the night. They told him about a place called the Xuanhuan Temple. The scholar was about to head there when the shopkeeper who owed money to his employer offered to repay the debt if the scholar could survive a night at Xuanhuan Temple. Suspicious but desperate, the scholar went. That night, while reading, he heard a creak. Turning, he saw the door open by itself. "Ah!" Hunter screamed, jumping in place, shouting, "Ghost! Ghost!" Chapter 203, The Abandoned Village. "There's no ghost. It was me shouting," Lancer said awkwardly. Hunter patted his chest, still feeling the lingering fear. "Christina Lancer, when did you come? You scared me to death." Lancer tightened her toes and whispered, "Master Chin's story was so interesting that I couldn't help but come over." "I'm sorry for scaring you." Dane laughed and said, "Hunter, you're really timid." Christina Lancer wasn't afraid, but you were startled. Hunter blushed and replied, "Master, this isn't fair." Dane said, "All right, I was just teasing you. Let's end it here for tonight." Lancer was very disappointed. She had been enjoying the story so much and wished she hadn't interrupted. Hunter wanted Dane to continue to prove he had more courage than it seemed. However, as a servant, he didn't dare ask the master for more, and could only accept it gloomily. The two guards outside the door felt equally regretful, having been deeply engrossed in the story. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Michaela's voice called out, "Master Chin, please finish the story." Dane and the others turned their heads and saw Michaela peeking out of her blanket with wide, sparkling eyes illuminated by the campfire. Lancer asked, "Christina, when did you wake up?" Michaela coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment and said, "I woke up when Master Chun started telling the story." "Master Chun, can you continue?" Seeing everyone's unsatisfied expressions, Dane agreed, "All right, I'll finish it." "Where did we stop?" "At the door opening." Hunter answered quickly. The scholar walked over to close the door but found nothing outside. He closed the door and returned to his table to continue reading. A moment later, the window opened again on its own. The scholar felt uneasy, cautiously walking to the window and looking out, where he saw a beautiful girl staring at him affectionately from outside. Hearing this, Dane was surprised. "Rodneytal girl, you were born in the wrong era. If it were the internet age, your mind would make you a star writing CP fanfiction." Given how unconventional this CP pairing was, Dane couldn't help but marvel. After packing up, Dane had an idea. He told Hunter to wait with the Osiris family convoy outside while he went to the place where Michaela had been disturbed last night. It wasn't out of any perverse interest, but curiosity about what had upset Michaela. According to her, it was a ghost speaking. At the time, Dane assumed she was simply terrified and talking nonsense. She retreated into her shell after returning to the hall, so he didn't get a chance to question her further, and he eventually got engrossed in telling stories, forgetting about it. Now, as they were about to leave, he remembered and decided to investigate. He needed to know if it was human or ghost. Reaching the drainage ditch behind the hall, Dane carefully examined the area and indeed found something. A bare footprint imprinted on the wall. Based on its freshness, it must have been left last night. Dane erased the footprint and returned to the group without mentioning it, knowing it wouldn't prove much and might cause unnecessary panic. He would remain vigilant during the journey. If anyone was following stealthily, the Osiris family's guards could deal with them. That way, he wouldn't violate his teacher's instructions. The convoy continued on its way. By mid-afternoon, Lancer pointed forward from her carriage. "There. Someone." Chapter 204. The Painted Skin. One of the Osiris family's guards hurried over and shouted, "Fellow villager, don't run. We are traveling merchants caught in this sudden downpour. May we take shelter at your place? We'll pay." The hidden figure hesitated after hearing this, then stepped out, asking, "Are you really traveling merchants?" The guard nodded repeatedly. "We're not only merchants. We have a scholar with us who is heading to Vikijou Prefecture for the imperial exams." The reputation of a scholar carried more weight than that of traveling merchants. He said, "Follow me then." The guard sighed in relief and signaled for the others to follow. The convoy followed him to a dilapidated small courtyard that looked even worse than the mortuary where they had stayed before. The villager said, "Only 4 can stay here. The rest will need to find other households. Work it out amongst yourselves." There wasn't much to decide. The guard would go to another household while Dane, Hunter, Michaela, and Lancer stayed here. However, before parting, Lancer whispered a few words to the guard, instructing them to take turns coming to watch over during the night. This village gave off an eerie vibe, so caution was always better. The guards left with the carts, while Dane and the 3 others followed the villager into his main room. In the center of the room hung portraits of 2 elders. Ancient portraits aimed for impressionism rather than realism, even with human figures. Thus, under the flickering light of incense, these portraits appeared quite eerie. Lancer glanced once, but couldn't bear to look again. Hunter, however, wanted to stare as he felt it showed bravery, but after Dane slapped the back of his head, he became obedient. Who stares at someone else's ancestors' portraits like that? Hunter rubbed his sore head and mumbled an acknowledgement. The villager pointed to 2 rooms on the west side and coldly said, "You'll be staying in those 2 rooms tonight. Dinner will be called when it's ready. I have matters to attend to. Make yourselves at home." Dane said, "Please hold on. May I ask your esteemed name?" "I am Joa, the village chief of Green Ox Village." Joa left after saying this, turning and departing. Hunter remarked, "He's really cold." Dane replied, "Coldness is the normal response. If this village chief greeted us enthusiastically from the start, that would truly be suspicious. Let's go change out of these wet clothes first." Wet clothes should be dried immediately to avoid a strong sour smell if left damp. Dane led Hunter to the kitchen to dry their clothes by the hearth fire. Just outside, they met Michaela and Lancer holding their wet clothes too. Michaela walked up to Dane and whispered, "I found children's clothing in the house." Dane began to say, "Christina Osiris, it's inappropriate to rummage through the host's belongings." Before he could finish, Joa rushed past without greeting Michaela. "Please make do." Dane replied, "Chief, it's very kind of you. Being able to eat warm food in this weather is already great. Thank you." Everyone ate quietly, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Dane tried to strike up conversation. "Chief, are you alone here? Where are the children?" Joa expressionless. "Just me." No matter what Dane said afterward, Joa didn't respond. Dinner passed in a somber silence. After finishing, Dane offered to have Hunter help wash dishes but was declined by Joa. They all returned to their respective rooms to rest. However, Michaela and Lancer soon came to Dane's room. They wanted to hear more stories. Lancer specifically asked for a touching and perfect story. Dane thought for a moment and began telling the story of Painted Skin. An hour later, Michaela and Lancer hugged each other tightly, their faces pale, trembling uncontrollably. The story was over, but they were too scared to return to their room. It was far more terrifying than the legend of Lady Nya, frightening them immensely. "Master, you're so mean. I asked for a touching story, not this horror." Lancer pouted angrily. Dane laughed. "I found it quite touching. Look at how moved they were, almost crying." Lancer retorted, "Not moved to tears, terrified to tears. Never asking you for a story again tomorrow," out from inside, startling Abdur so much that he turned and ran back to Master Chen's side. His heart was still pounding as he returned. He wanted to wake Master Chen and tell him what had happened, but seeing the master snoring away, he couldn't bring himself to disturb his peaceful sleep. That night, Abdur slept very restlessly, plagued by nightmares. Each time, a child would peel off their skin in front of him, revealing a bloody, raw body beneath. During breakfast the next morning, everyone except Dane had dark circles under their eyes. Lance reclined on the table, mumbling, "Master Osiris, after hearing your story last night, I had nightmares all night long. A child was crying in my dreams. It was so real I couldn't get any sleep. Michaela was taken aback for a moment before saying, I dreamed about a child crying too. Abdur hesitated to speak. Dane noticed Abdur's hesitation and asked, did you also dream about a child crying? Abdur began, Master, it wasn't just crying, it was. Just then, Joa arrived with a tray of food, clattering it onto the table with no expression and ordered them to eat. Lance stuck out her tongue and whispered to Dane after Joa left, he's so mean. Michaela interjected, let's eat quickly and leave. After breakfast, they set off. Just as they reached the gate, Dane suddenly turned around. Behind him, we should leave quickly. Before Dane could respond, Michaela approached him directly. Master Chun, I need to talk to you. What is it? My guard heard a child crying last night. Abdur paled. Even they heard it. There must be ghosts in this village. Master, let's run. If we wait too long, we won't make it out alive. Dane reassured, don't scare yourself. Michaela blinked, recognizing the line. Isn't that what you just said? Dane asked, what do you think, Christina Osiris? I don't think it's ghosts. I believe it's people. Dane nodded in agreement. We're thinking along the same lines. The hidden children are likely kidnapped and thus kept away from us. So what should we do? Report it to the authorities? Michaela asked. Let's find evidence first. If we confirm this village is involved in trafficking, we'll report it in the next town we pass through, Dane proposed. Michaela pondered. How do we find evidence? Leave with Christina Lance and find a safe place to hide. Leave one strong guard behind with me. Realizing she and Lance wouldn't help by staying and might even hinder Dane, Michaela nodded and agreed readily. Michaela instructed the guard captain to stay while she and Lance left the village quickly under the protection of the other guards. Dane, accompanied by Abdur and Muhammad, returned to the village elder's home. As they neared the entrance, they heard children's voices inside. Dane signaled to Muhammad, who then barged in forcefully. Even the seasoned Muhammad couldn't help but gasp at the sight before him. Abdur peeked from behind Muhammad and exclaimed, oh my, ghosts. Joa hadn't expected their return and hurriedly hid the child behind him, angrily demanding, why did you come back? Stepping into the courtyard, Dane calmly said, Elder, stop hiding. I've already seen everything. Joa blushed furiously. You saw nothing, get out. Dane sternly warned, Elder, if you don't explain the origin of those children, I won't leave. And don't even think of killing us to silence us. My friends have already left the village. If I don't meet them within an hour, they'll report it to the county authorities. To add, I'm a scholar. Killing a scholar can result in clan extermination. For added effect, Dane embellished a bit. Joa sighed. Unkit, this child is my grandson. If he's your grandson, why hide him? Dane queried. Joa sighed bitterly. Don't be frightened when you see him. With that, he brought forth his grandson from behind. Abdur promptly hid behind Muhammad. Though Muhammad was also startled, he steadied himself, knowing the white-spotted child was human, not a ghost. Dane showed no emotion, instead approaching the child and squatting down. Can I take a closer look? Shocked, Joa stammered. Unkit, you aren't afraid? Dane gently touched the child's face. What's there to fear from vitiligo? Chapter 206. Going all the way to help. Seeing how calm Master Chen was, Abdur summoned the courage to step out from behind Rodney who, and asked, Master, what is vitiligo? Dane replied, it's called leukoderma. Rodney who exclaimed in sudden understanding, so this is leukoderma. I've heard of it before, but this is the first time I've seen it. Joa anxiously asked, Unkit sir, you mean my grandson has a disease, not a curse? Dane confirmed, I'm certain. This is a medical condition, and it has nothing to do with curses. Is your village a clan village? Joa nodded, yes. Dane continued, then there should be quite a few elderly villagers who also suffer from this disease, right? Joa was startled. How did you know that? The Liu family had moved to this area 100 years ago. From then on, some of the ancestors started showing symptoms. At first, only a few people were affected, but as time went on, more descendants began to exhibit these symptoms. By the time of Joa's grandson's generation, almost every household's children showed signs of the problem. The clan believed it was a curse, punishment from heaven. Among others, all of which were expensive. Liu family's courtyard was run down, far poorer than an almshouse, unable to afford these herbs. More importantly, treating leukoderma was a long process, requiring continuous use of these costly herbs. Even Dane found it difficult to bear such expenses. After much thought, he sighed, Bodhi, honestly, curing leukoderma requires a fortune. My suggestion is to find a good doctor in the county town. Get a prescription to control the condition and prevent further spread. Joa smiled bitterly. We can't even enter the county town. The guards at the gate think the condition is contagious and won't let us in. Dane frowned. Let me take you in my carriage. The guards won't make things difficult for a scholar like me. I'll return the child after getting the prescription. Hearing this, Joa tried to kneel again. Dane quickly stopped him. Dane took the village head's grandson safely into the carriage. 5 miles outside the village, he met Michaela and explained the situation. She sympathized deeply and praised Dane's kindness. She even offered to donate money to improve the villagers' lives. At the county town, Dane presented his examination documents and seal, and was allowed to pass without inspection. Arriving at the best clinic in town, Dane led a well-wrapped Emmett inside. A clerk greeted them, asking if they were there to buy medicine, treatable only by the wealthy. Dane said, then prescribed 2 months' worth. The old man wrote a prescription and instructed Dane to pay up front. After receiving the medicine, Dane brought Emmett back to Vikigniu village. Michaela gave Dane 50 taels of silver for the village head, Joa. When Dane returned, he handed over the medicine, prescription, and 50 taels to Joa. Joa was touched but worried. One child needed 3 taels a month, and with nearly 20 affected children, 50 taels would last only 2 months. Joa knew Dane and Christina Osiris had done everything they could. Asking for more would be unreasonable. Unkit sir, and Christina Osiris's kindness will never be forgotten by everyone in Vikigniu village. Emmett, thank our benefactor. Learning from experience, Joa made his grandson show gratitude. Emmett quickly kowtowed 3 times. Dane pulled him up, patting his head. Go all the way to help. Let me give you another way to earn money. Chapter 207. Snow Ice Cold UNZ. Joa was somewhat bewildered and asked, Unkit Gong, what do you mean by this method of making money? Dane replied, just as it sounds. Joa pushed the just risen clod back down, saying, quick, continue kowtowing. Dane, torn between laughing and crying, pulled Claude up again. 1 kowtow is enough. Hunter, bring the items over. Hunter came forward carrying 2 jars. If you want to charge more, you can add honey or some fruits to the soybean powder. This would raise the price by another 7 or 8 cash. Tears streamed down Joa's face as he mentally equated Dane to a celestial being, helping their entire village with divine powers. Unkit Gong, you are our Green Ox village's great benefactor. I will have every household worship your tablet daily, morning and night, to thank you for your boundless kindness. Wiping his tears, Joa spoke. Dane's lips twitched. Village chief, there's no need for the tablets. I still have to prepare for the imperial examination in Vikizhou Prefecture, so I must take my leave. One day, if I have the chance, I'll come back to visit everyone. With that, he grabbed Hunter and hurriedly walked out. Joa whispered something into Claude's ear. Claude nodded and ran off over the wall. When Dane's carriage reached the village entrance, he found the path blocked solidly by the villagers. Joa appeared from the back of the crowd like a magician and shouted, Kneel! The villagers knelt down in unison, exclaiming, Thank you, immortal. Even Hunter was startled. Master, they're calling you an immortal. Dane poked Hunter, don't join in on the fun. Then he jumped out of the carriage, rushed to the villagers, and said anxiously, You don't have to do this, everyone, please rise. Joa responded, Immortal, you're great benevolently, and bring her food. Dane felt relieved. It seemed the crazy woman who scared Michaela half to death that night was indeed harmless. Not a ghost, nor bandits. Dane bowed and said, Goodbye. Joa replied, May you pass the examination, immortal. Back at the inn in the county town, Dane briefly recounted the village situation to Michaela, especially explaining the incident at the charitable hall to put her mind at ease. Though it was early, Dane decided to stay one more night at the inn. The reason was simple. He wanted a bath. Having been caught in the rain for 2 consecutive days, his hair was matted and sticky. After leaving this county town, the next few days would be spent surviving in the wilderness. If he didn't seize this opportunity to wash, the coming days would be unbearable. After enjoying a comfortable hot bath and a good night's sleep on the inn's soft bed, the group enjoyed a hearty breakfast the next morning before setting off. The rest of the journey was uneventful. Dane and his party smoothly arrived at Vikizh's capital city, Vikizhou Prefecture. Showing his credentials and travel permit to the guards, Dane entered Vikizhou Prefecture. Viki Prefecture looked much like Guangling Prefecture, or rather, most ancient large cities shared similar appearances. Since Dane had already seen Guangling Prefecture, he lost interest after a cursory glance. However, Hunter was excited, looking left and right, at 5 cash silver per day. Dane had brought enough money for this trip, so staying in such an inn wasn't a problem. After checking into the inn, except for bathroom breaks and bathing, Dane didn't leave his room, focusing all his energy on last-minute cramming. He aimed not only to pass the examination, but also to surpass Jackson. As the date approached, his stress increased, even leading to insomnia at times. Fortunately, the next day after his sleepless night was the exam day. With the first rooster's crow, Dane headed to the inn's bathing area, took a cold shower, and felt instantly invigorated. Returning to his room, he put on the special exam robe, made by Leora, looking at himself in the bronze mirror and saying, You can do it. Turning around, he saw Hunter standing at the door, carrying the exam basket with a bright smile. Master, it's time to go. Dane nodded, straightened his clothes one last time, and walked out of the inn with steady steps. Upon arriving at the examination hall, he found nearly 100 scholars already gathered there. He thought he was early, but clearly, there were others who were even more prepared. Hunter, you should head back, Dane said, taking the exam basket. While I'm gone, don't deprive yourself. Eat whatever you like. Hunter responded seriously, Master, I believe in you. You will definitely pass. Smiling, Dane nodded again. Go back. Watching Hunter leave, Dane exhaled deeply, found a secluded spot, sat down, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. After some time, a voice broke through his silence. The gate is open. Dane opened his eyes, stood up, and followed the crowd forward. Compared to the county and prefectural examinations, the inspection process here was stricter and more standardized. Besides the search by guards, armed constables lined both sides of the gate, watching the candidates intently. Any unnecessary talk would be swiftly punished. After passing the initial inspection, the scholars waited in temporary exam sheds. As more people gathered, several scholars from Guangling Prefecture recognized Dane. Brother Michael? Dane's name was well known in Guangling, and most people called him Tang Michael rather than Dane. Once someone initiated conversation, many others joined in to greet him. Dane felt a small sense of pride. After all, he was quite famous among the scholar candidates. However, this feeling was short-lived when someone shouted, Miguel has arrived. Rodnike thunder striking. This announcement dispersed those around Dane, who then surged towards another direction. Dumbfounded, Dane shook his head. A bunch of fickle fellows. Facing the surging crowd, Miguel remained calm, responding politely, Thank you all, but I'm not worthy of such praise. As he spoke, he moved closer to Dane, stopping about 3 paces away. Bowing respectfully, he said, I have heard much about Brother Michael. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Unkit Xian didn't bother Dane much, but invoking his teacher Shang Gaizliang added pressure. If he failed, his teacher would surely be implicated. But showing fear now would be worse. In exams, failure could be blamed on ability, but weakness of spirit was unacceptable. Losing the battle, but not the array. Dane calmly replied, I'm curious if Master Han's brilliant disciple lives up to the hype. Before Jackson could respond, several officers arrived, announcing, Get your numbers. Everyone dispersed. Dane took his number and entered his assigned shed. rubbing his hands slowly while repeatedly reminding himself to stay calm. The boast had been made. Now, he needed to focus entirely on the exam. Even if he failed, he'd just return to being a petty trader, paying taxes every year. Life wouldn't end. Soon, an official, accompanied by attendants, began inspecting the exam area. When he reached Dane, one attendant whispered something in his ear, causing the official to look over. Dane felt uncomfortable under this gaze, similar to the panic he experienced when fishing by the river during his first days in this world. An attendant announced, "Dane, this is Inspector Jensen. Please stand and greet him." Chapter 209. Cedric's Assistants. Dane was greatly startled. A supervising scholar was, by nature, a learned official who should be well-read and cultured. But this supervising scholar, his eyes were fierce. Examination. I will review the papers personally, so don't expect any luck. With that, he left with his subordinates, striding away imperiously. The people around Dane watched him with malicious glee, as if they could already foresee his failure. The sudden storm of criticism from Terry stunned Dane. He had two hopes for this examination: to pass and gain the title of scholar, and to outperform Jackson to clear his teacher's name. However, Terry's words almost sentenced him to failure. Is Terry another enemy of my teacher? Is this why he's giving me a hard time? Dane's previously calm mind was once again tossed about like a boat in rough seas. Losing due to academic prowess didn't bother him, but losing because of the examiner's bias felt deeply unfair. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of drums echoed as an officer shouted, "Silence!" Then, the examiners carried the question boards down the central aisle of the examination hall. Dane cleared his mind of all distractions and quickly copied down the questions. When he reached the final policy essay question, he paused, because this topic seemed unusual. An upright man seeks wealth. Why would a seasoned supervising scholar choose such a simple topic? Moreover, Terry had hinted at his disdain for merchants. Yet, here was a question about wealth. What did it mean? Was this an operation orchestrated by the elite fact peering into a narrow alleyway? Jackson, upon exiting the hall, searched the crowd for Dane. Finding none, a trace of disappointment flickered across his eyes. "How did you fare, Master Ku?" asked one of his companions. Jackson sighed. "Not as well as expected. I might drop out of the top 3. Seemingly modest, yet arrogantly confident. Rodnike modern top students boasting of underperformance only to ace the exams. This wasn't lost on his followers. The more Jackson said this, the more certain they were of his success. Back at the inn, Dane threw himself onto the bed, pulling the covers over his head. "Hunter, I won't see anyone until the results are announced, not even if the Emperor himself visits." Hunter noticed his master's grim expression. He knew something was wrong, but dared not ask for fear of upsetting him. "Master, do you want anything to eat?" "I can go fetch it," Hunter asked tentatively. "Buy me a roast chicken and 2 pounds of wine," Dane replied, emerging briefly from under the covers. "I need to get drunk." Hunter returned 15 minutes later with a bulging oil paper package in one hand and a jug of wine in the other. Sitting at the table, Dane devoured a juicy chicken leg and demanded, "Fill up." Hunter poured a bowl of wine but couldn't help asking, "Did you not do well, Master?" "This isn't about doing poorly, it's about going too far." These commissioners lost their nightlife, confined to working diligently within the office. Though inwardly resentful, they complied outwardly without daring to cause trouble. By late night, dozens of top-tier examination papers had been selected and delivered to Jensen's desk. Accompanied by several trusted scholars, he reviewed these papers together. After perusing a few, Jensen suddenly exclaimed, "This Jackson, isn't he the outstanding student of Coleman from Guangling Prefecture?" The scholars nodded. Jensen continued, "His essay is indeed well written. I heard he was called a prodigy. Initially, I thought Coleman might have exaggerated, but after reading this essay, it seems he deserves the title." One scholar agreed. Jackson previously won first place in both the county and prefectural exams, but delayed taking the provincial exam due to illness. "I have read many essays, and while some are decent, none match Jackson's level of expertise." Jensen wrote some comments on Jackson's paper and placed it on his desk. Everyone knew what this action implied. It seemed Jackson would be the top candidate for this provincial exam. With Jackson setting the bar high, Jensen found subsequent papers less impressive. It felt like switching from feasting to eating kimchi every day. Jensen rubbed his forehead and then asked, "What about the top candidate from Guangling Prefecture, Dane? Has his paper passed the second review?" A scholar immediately raised his hand. He had waited so long for an opportunity to prove that everything lost could be regained. Suppressing his excitement, Jensen calmly placed Dane's paper atop Jackson's and declared, "Dane shall be the top candidate for this provincial exam." Everyone looked up in shock, disbelief evident in their eyes. Dane's essay was inferior to Jackson's, and Jensen had publicly disdained him during the exam. How could he now choose Dane? A cautious voice asked the question everyone was pondering. Jensen maintained his composure, because Dane's essay has a stronger thematic core compared to Jackson's. Jackson's essay looks grand on the surface but lacks depth upon closer inspection. Dane's essay, though less adorned with flowery language, carries a much more compelling core message. The scholars appeared unconvinced. They had read Dane's essay and found its core argument, that gentlemen in the court must make money, totally unacceptable and contrary to current cabinet policies. Ignoring their skepticism, Jensen ordered, "Let's work through the night to grade all the papers and announce the results tomorrow." Again, confusion spread among the scholars. Such haste was unprecedented. No provincial exam results had ever been announced the day after the test. Unwilling to explain further, Jensen walked toward the back courtyard. Once there, he didn't rest immediately but stood quietly in his study, recalling every word of Dane's essay. A gentle voice soon interrupted, "Brother, it's late. Haven't you rested yet?" Jensen recovered, opened the door, and said, "Come in," mad and demanded the emperor bestow heavy rewards. However, the other 5 ministers disagreed, thinking it was just a farming tool and not worth excessive praise. Standard rewards would suffice. The woman hummed, "Agriculture is the foundation of our nation. These officials are truly short-sighted." Jensen added, "They merely do not want to see farmers and merchants rise above them again." A highly efficient farming tool invented by a merchant. Once widely promoted, the common people will know it's a creation of a merchant. They've just barely reclaimed the cabinet from the merchant party. How could they cheer for merchants at such a crucial moment? The woman inquired, Brother, what does this event have to do with the article? Because the article was written by the inventor of the curved plow, Jensen explained. He is Dane, also known as Jarvis. The woman exclaimed, Jarvis of the Peach Blossom Pavilion? Jensen nodded. She remarked, This man truly is interesting. His poetry reflects deep insights into the world. His invention benefits the country and its people. Yet he is passionate about making money through business. So only he could write such an article, gaining Frank's approval. Jensen commented. The woman frowned. Brother, are you saying Uncle Frank is also? Jensen responded sternly. Frank's stance and attitude don't matter. I just know that this article can be useful to me. My older brother in Xuanhuan Pavilion keeps watch on palace movements. He wrote yesterday that a noble from the palace had arrived in Vicky Prefecture. Now that I hold the advantage of time, place, and popular support, Vicky Prefecture will be where I rise again. The woman calmly stated, I understand brother's desire to return to the cabinet. But if you choose this path, you must be prepared for suppression. Jensen laughed aloud. Suppression? Have they not suppressed me enough over these years? I want these people to know that relying solely on so-called righteousness won't make the nation prosperous and strong. The woman brushed her hair aside. Since brother has decided, I will support you unwaveringly. The only thing I'm curious about is whether Dane wrote this article to appeal to your tastes or because someone hinted to him. Jensen said, Perhaps it isn't that complicated. Why do you say that? The woman asked. Jensen speculated. I think Dane wrote the article mostly to vent his anger at me. Because at the beginning of the examination, I once reprimanded him. The woman realized, You did it intentionally. Jensen confirmed, Yes, I wanted to see if scolding him would bring out his pride. After Gavin's death, more than 90% of the candidates showed disdain and even hatred for the merchant party in their words and actions. Expecting such an article from them is unrealistic. Only someone like Dane, who has been a merchant, would recognize the importance of wealth to a nation. A gentleman seeking wealth indeed strengthens the nation. It's an 8-character truth. The next day, Dane struggled to sit up from his bed. His throat felt dry after a night of drinking, almost on fire. Looking out the window, it was already broad daylight. Hunter, Dane rasped, bring me a cup of water. However, no one responded despite several calls. Reluctantly, Dane got up to find water himself. Just as he picked up the teapot, the door was forcefully pushed open, and Hunter rushed in, red-faced and breathless. Master, you passed, Dane asked. Passed what? Hunter excitedly cried. Master, you passed. First place. The top scholar. Clang. The teapot dropped to the ground, shattering into pieces. Dane grabbed Hunter by the collar and stared wide-eyed. Say that again? Hunter, tears welling up in his eyes, said, Master, you're the top scholar of the examination. Dane's hands trembled slightly. Are you sure? Hunter nodded vigorously. Without another word, Dane ran out of the room. Hunter hurriedly shouted, Master, put on your shoes. Dane then noticed he was barefoot and quickly slipped on his shoes before continuing to run. Just as Hunter was about to follow, Master turned back and pulled him inside the room. We'll escape through the window. Dane tore off the bedsheet to create a row of announcers. Every year during examinations, they would wait overnight outside the examination hall and run to announce results to top scholars to get rewards. Higher rankings meant larger rewards. Especially wealthy candidates were generous, sometimes giving silver instead of copper coins. News of Dane's bet with Jackson had spread throughout the Vicky Wong Palace, and these professional announcers checked his background, finding out he came from a business family and presumed he was very wealthy. Therefore, a large number of people came to announce Dane's success, nearly reaching 100. What they didn't expect was for Dane to escape through the window. Chapter 212. Coleman seeks justice for his student. People in business really can't be trusted. I thought someone who topped the examination would have some scholarly grace, but it turns out you're as cunning and deceitful as any merchant. After pulling an all-nighter, I thought there would be some reward, but not even a single copper coin. What a loss. Should have gone to young Master Rodney last year. He passed the prefectural exam and, despite being one of the last few, his family made a fortune and distributed nearly 100 silver taels. Did young Master Rodney pass this year? He seems to be on the list. Damn, what are we waiting for? Let's go. As the newsbearer ran towards young Master Rodney, literatus cursed so vulgarly. Right, he wasn't a literatus. He was a merchant. Merchants were always so crude and uneducated. But if he had no education, how did he become the top scorer? The scholar felt his brain tying itself in knots. The old man scrutinized Dane and sneered, So, you're Dane? Seeing his hostile manner, Dane retorted, And who are you, you old onion, daring to spew such nonsense here? The old man sneered, Last time you brought a calling card to my residence, bowing and scraping to meet me and ask for guidance. Now you play dumb and pretend not to recognize me? Dane's pupils contracted sharply, and he clenched his fists instinctively. This old man was none other than Coleman, who had humiliated him in Guangling Prefecture. And this old stick was not only devious but shameless too, daring to spread lies in front of everyone. He indeed went to his residence, but never once bowed or scraped. So you're Elwood, whom I didn't meet in Guangling but encounter here. You've gone to great lengths for your beloved student, running around despite your age. Pity your student isn't ambitious enough to achieve the trifecta. By mentioning Jackson, Dane aimed straight at Coleman's heart. Why did Coleman focus on cultivating Jackson? Besides cherishing his talent, he wanted to use Jackson to build his own reputation. A person's name is as important as a tree's shadow, and called Xian Mei. The beautiful woman appeared and asked, Brother, what is it? Jensen explained the situation and asked, Shall I send them away, or see them? The woman smiled. Of course, we should see them. As a renowned Vicky Zhou scholar, Coleman's visit can help us showcase Dane's article publicly. The bigger the controversy, the more likely our esteemed guest will notice. Jensen breathed deeply. If we compare articles, Dane is inferior to Jackson. If Coleman insists, how should I respond? Should we return the top spot to Jackson? The woman chuckled. Brother is truly crafty, pretending to need my advice when you already have a plan. Jensen laughed. My sister, please assist in analyzing this. The woman said, we shouldn't return the spot. Returning means admitting fault, which undermines authority. To handle it, hasn't Hansen set an example for all officials? Let Coleman and Dane argue and bicker while you remain neutral. This way, if anything happens in the future, brother can easily extricate himself without getting involved. Chapter 213. I have more talent than you. Jensen returned to the main hall and ordered Dane and Coleman to be summoned. The two men arrived at the main hall, bowed formally, and Coleman couldn't help but speak up immediately. Sir. This calm demeanor under pressure, I find it quite commendable. Why don't you sit down as well? Dane bowed. Thank you, sir. Instantly, Coleman felt thorns pricking his bottom. He could barely sit comfortably. Why should this student receive the same treatment as myself? After both were seated, Jensen asked Coleman, what brings you here today, Elwood? Coleman stood up again, his expression serious. I heard, sir, that you named Dane as the top scholar of this session. This confuses me greatly, and I came here seeking your explanation. Indeed? What's your confusion? Please elaborate, Jensen responded calmly. Coleman explained, Dane has only superficial talent and cannot possibly rank as the top scholar. Dane sneered, I've seen shameless people, but never one as shameless as you. If we weighed our talents on a scale, mine would weigh dozens of pounds more than yours. Coleman retorted, did you hear that, sir? His speech is full of crude and vulgar remarks typical of commoners, lacking any scholarly grace. I believe you might have misjudged while grading his exam paper. Dane fumed, old man, how dare you accuse the sir of poor judgment? Coleman retorted indignantly, when did I insult the sir? Stop spreading false accusations here. Jensen glanced at Dane. Hasn't your teacher taught you respect? Not only did you speak without permission, but you also disrespected your elder. Is this how you usually address your teacher? Dane inwardly cursed and admitted, Sir, I admit my mistake. Seeing Jensen defend him, Coleman felt elated and continued, Sir, I've reviewed Dane's papers from both the county and prefecture exams. Frankly, his advancement mainly owes to luck. His fundamentals are rather sloppy. Both in the county and prefectural exams, he left blank spaces for memorization questions, indicating he hasn't dedicated himself to studying but indulged in shortcuts. Especially in the prefectural exam, his essay style resembled Chief Examiner Jasmine's so much that Jensen remained indifferent. Elwood, get straight to the point. Coleman gritted his teeth. I respectfully request, sir, to publicly display the exam papers of Dane and Jackson for all candidates to review. With these words, Coleman had burned all bridges behind him. However, he believed it was impossible for Dane to surpass Jackson, whom he had meticulously nurtured for over 10 years, in just a few months. Dane stood up. Sir, I think this isn't appropriate. Do you think it's your turn to speak? Jensen scowled. Dane inwardly cursed, utterly confused about Jensen's stance. Jensen pondered and remarked, Elwood makes a valid point. Fetch Dane's exam paper. Servants quickly brought Dane's paper and Jensen gestured for Coleman to review it directly. After reading the first part, Coleman felt uncertain. Dane's progress was faster than expected. He didn't leave blanks or fill randomly for memorization questions, but answered them all correctly. Halfway through, Coleman felt somewhat relieved. The analysis of classic texts was merely average from Dane. Here, Jackson had already pulled ahead. By the time he read the concluding policy essay, Coleman couldn't suppress a sneer. The essay's theme could be summarized in 4 words. Nonsense. Though well written, its core deviated right from the start. No matter how well written, it was futile. Coleman declared confidently, Sir, if I may speak frankly, Dane's essay cannot compare to Jackson's. Jensen remained expressionless. Is it truly that bad? Coleman responded, Sir, after the exam, Jackson recited his essay to me. Both in terms of depth and language use, it far surpasses Dane's nonsensical work. Jensen turned to Dane. Elwood says your essay is nonsensical. Do you have anything to refute? Dane thought finally, it was his turn to speak. Elwood's words stink like a dog's fart. Not discussing the essence, just in word choice, Jackson can't match me. Elwood, you may disagree, but can your student write Peach Blossom Hermitage? Coleman stammered, poetry is a minor art. How can it be compared with grand essays? Dane smirked, your student has said something similar. Seems it runs in the family. Fine, let's stick to the essence. I believe my essay has a profound essence. Advising those in power to prioritize national finances, what's wrong with that? Coleman scoffed, you're spouting nonsense. Leaders should think of the world, not be fixated on trivial gains. Moreover, wealth in the world is finite. More wealth for those in power means less for the common folk. How can leaders compete for profit with the people? Dane argued, that's why they should foster economic growth in markets. Merchants need capital to pay taxes, and taxes fund infrastructure and strengthen the military. End of translation. This chapter maintains the original tone and paragraph structure while providing an accurate and fluent English translation. Chapter 214. Jensen's Gambit. Coleman didn't want to continue debating with Dane. In his mind, Dane wasn't qualified to debate with him. Engaging in such a debate only diminished Coleman's own standing while elevating Dane's. Even your incessant rambling can't change the fact that your article is nonsensical, Coleman said coolly, hoping to end this uninteresting debate with this statement. Dane raised an eyebrow and retorted, so, in Elwood's view, a prosperous national treasury and strong military are nonsense? I thought Elwood was learned and wise, but you're nothing more than a short-sighted fool. Coleman turned livid and shouted, frugality establishes one's name. Extravagance instituting a monthly stipend for students. This generosity drained the national treasury. To cover the deficit, military funds were diverted, weakening the army. The Rodnio in the north capitalized on this, launching a devastating campaign nearly reaching the capital. After signing unequal treaties, the Rodnio retreated, leaving the national treasury empty. The emperor realized words alone couldn't halt the Rodnio cavalry. A robust military required a full treasury. However, altering policies without causing unrest was tricky. Grandiosing scholar benefits would lead to chaos, so the emperor turned to merchants. Thus, merchants gained influence within the government. But their power became a new problem. Merchants, driven by profit, lacked principle. So the emperor aimed to curb their influence while still benefiting from their wealth. He intended to remove pure merchants from politics and promote literati who understood economics. Sensing this, Jensen chose Dane as the top candidate in this examination, submitting his loyalty to the emperor. Coleman's words clearly violated this unwritten rule. Unaware of these implications, Coleman believed it was just a debate. Unaware his actions discussed the most pressing political issues. Jensen's face darkened. Elwood, I have always respected you as a distinguished scholar of Guangling Prefecture. Your words have greatly disappointed me. Guards, expel Elwood. Coleman was stunned. What was wrong with his words? Nothing. And he, a respected scholar, was being expelled from the official residence? This was a blatant insult. The illustrious censor must be a remnant of the merchant party. Coleman shouted, you and Dane are of the same ilk. Jensen's face grew grim, pounding his desk. Expel him. Hold. Dane interjected, sir, although Elwood speaks absurdities, he is a scholar. Expelling him violently would be improper. Jensen stared at Dane incredulously. Helping an enemy? Was he crazy? Coleman was also confused. Had Dane lost his mind? Dane straightened up. Our high ancestor decreed that non-officials discussing state affairs should be exiled 3,000 miles. Following the law ensures public trust. Coleman almost choked with rage. Dane wasn't helping. He was trying to destroy him. High ancestor's decree was outdated. Applying it today would exterminate all merchants. But it was ancestral law, so if Jensen followed it, it wouldn't be problematic. Dane hoped to eliminate Coleman to prevent future trouble and vent his teacher's frustration. A two-for-one deal. However, Jensen didn't accept Dane's suggestion, merely having Coleman expelled. Dane was disappointed but powerless. Upon expulsion, you pride yourself as a notable from Guangling Prefecture, look down on someone of humble origins like me, and try to suppress me with power. But you've forgotten that everything decays except justice, which stands eternal. I have justice on my side, so I'm not afraid of you. The implication of these words was clear. Coleman was trying to use his reputation to oppress a scholar from a humble background, but although Dane came from a lowly origin, he wouldn't back down against oppression. Coleman's immense talent was now completely overshadowed by his rage. In response to Dane's retorts, all he could muster were curses like dog traitor and shameless, utterly ineffective. Noticing the growing crowd, Coleman's students quickly dragged their teacher away to prevent further embarrassment. After humiliating Coleman and defeating Jackson, Dane felt exceptionally pleased. He cut through the crowd to find Hunter and said enthusiastically, let's go celebrate somewhere. Earning the top place in the college exam made him an official scholar, signifying that Dane had officially entered the circle of privileged class. Although scholars had few privileges, being exempt from forced labor was enough to drive people mad. This had been Dane's ultimate goal when he started studying. But now, this ultimate goal had become just a phase. Once inside any circle, it was hard to avoid getting entangled in various affairs, making it difficult to remain detached. We may not fight, but can we report this to the authorities? Reporting it. Dane smiled wryly. Hunter, if these hooligans dare do this in broad daylight, do you really think the authorities don't know? Most of the officers are bribed by them, acting as their protectors. Hunter angrily replied, indeed, crows everywhere are black. These officers are no good. Let's go, said Dane. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice came from the carriage. Mr. Chun, please help me. Hunter stopped. Master, this voice sounds familiar. Oh, it's Christina Osiris's voice. Dane's expression changed. If it were the old Michaela, he wouldn't care about her fate. But after traveling together from Nanha County to Vikizhou Prefecture, they had formed a slight friendship. Now, seeing Michaela in danger, leaving her behind felt wrong. Hunter, go report this to the authorities, Dane instructed immediately. Master, didn't you say reporting wouldn't help? Hunter asked. Dane replied, ordinary methods won't work, but tell them that the top scholar of this session has been attacked. They'll come. Hunter understood and ran off. Dane straightened his clothes and walked toward the carriage. Stop. Release that girl. No. Release that carriage. His loud command startled the hooligans momentarily. Turning around. Note asterisk the chapter captures the tone, style, and nuances of the original Chinese text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. The structure and line breaks are maintained as requested. Chapter 216. Michaela, a disgrace sherry? Dane was in shock. Meanwhile, the hooligans led by Giacomo had collectively kneeled out of sheer fear. Their intention to extort money from the outsiders was met with soldiers who clearly viewed them as rebels. Clear the area. All civilians must move away. A general-like man spurred his warhorse and swiftly approached. The young general wasn't old, and he was rather handsome. Dane thought it was likely another young lord from a prestigious family. Seeing that Dane didn't move, the young general pointed his spear at him and shouted, "Get out of here!" Dane inwardly gulped, realizing these weren't the reinforcements Hunter had gone to fetch. He quickly backed off. He did not want to tangle with armed soldiers. The young general arrived beside the carriage and spoke briefly with the woman inside before turning and ordering, "Tie up these hooligans and escort them to the yamen. The rest of you, protect our noble guest." With the onlookers expressing astonishment, the soldiers escorted the carriage away rapidly. Dane was confused. Wasn't Michaela sitting in the carriage? She was just a cloth merchant. When did she become a person of such nobility? Could she be a princess living among the common people? There was no chance to ask now, so he would have to wait until they returned to Nanha County. So customary? Dane asked. The innkeeper nodded. Dane sighed. All right, if it's custom, here goes nothing. After pondering for a moment, he wrote, I think, therefore I am. The innkeeper stared silently. Dane smiled. Thank you, Greg. Goodbye. With that, he left with Hunter. At the inn entrance, they were stopped again. You're Dane? Furrowing his brows, Dane replied, I am indeed. How may I help you? The man said, my master wants to see you. Dane asked, may I know who your master is? He responded, you'll find out when you meet him. Slightly irritated, Dane thought, does he think I'm some cheap nobody? Sorry, I'm in a hurry to return home. No time to meet irrelevant people. The man calmly replied, consider carefully. This involves your teacher, Gavin. Dane's expression changed. How does this relate to my teacher? Want to know? Come with me, the man said. Clenching his fists, Dane agreed. All right, I'll come with you. The man clapped his hands, and a carriage slowly arrived. Please. Dane turned and instructed Hunter, wait for me at the inn. Don't wander off. Worried, Hunter whispered, Master, this man is unknown. Are you sure? It's fine. They won't kill me, Dane reassured him, climbing into the carriage and leaving Hunter standing worriedly. The carriage wound through the streets of Victim Moore was why Maverick wanted to involve himself in passing this message instead of directly inviting Gavin or personally visiting to show utmost sincerity. As if reading Dane's thoughts, Maverick added, your mentor faced political setbacks. If I approach him hastily, he might ridicule and humiliate me publicly. I also have my dignity. In this translation, I aim to keep the original tone and structure intact while ensuring it flows naturally in English. Names are kept in pinyin form as requested. Chapter 217. Seems Rodnike got a bit out of hand. How to put this? Dane found it hard to believe. More accurately, he doubted Maverick would think highly enough of Gavin to offer him such a position. One was a promising and energetic Tongpan, vice magistrate, with a bright future, while the other was a 50-something scholar who had made many enemies in his official career. They simply moved in different circles. The idea of Maverick hiring Gavin as an advisor seemed ridiculous. But regardless of whether he agreed or not, this matter concerned his teacher's future. Dane decided to accept the offer provisionally and discuss it further with his teacher to see if he could discern something more profound. Lachlan esteems my teacher so highly. I thank you on his behalf, Dane bowed respectfully. However, traveling from Vicky Prefecture to Xuanhuan County will take at least 7 to 8 days even under the fastest circumstances. The definite news might only reach you a month later. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that my teacher will agree to come out of retirement to assist Lachlan. If he ultimately refuses, I hope you can understand. Maverick replied calmly, no problem. A month is not too long for me to wait. By the way, are you still in contact with xiuxian? Frank? Suddenly, Dane understood. After all this trouble, this must have been Maverick's true intention. These officials were never straightforward, always circling around their goals and speaking ambiguously, leaving subordinates guessing and blaming them for lack of insight when they failed to decipher it. Bah, what nonsense. Though Dane cursed inwardly, he maintained his composure and responded, Lord, I have no further dealings with xiuxian. Maverick frowned. I heard that previously you spent several days discussing matters with xiuxian. What did you talk about? Don't overthink it. I'm just genuinely curious, he added hastily. Just poetry and literature, Dane answered nonchalantly. Maverick was taken aback. He didn't expect this new scholar to be so cautious. The reason Maverick wanted to elevate Gavin was to win Dane's gratitude. Once grateful, Dane would open up during their conversation. But it wasn't happening. Dane remained calm throughout, every word carefully chosen. Maverick felt a bit helpless. Gavin, savings can stabilize the nation, but increasing revenue can strengthen it. Maverick tapped the table rhythmically, lost in thought. A bead of sweat slowly formed on Dane's brow. Maverick's question was clearly probing to determine if the article reflected someone else's intentions. Dane hadn't expected his venting to attract attention from both the chief examiner and the Tongpan. It felt like standing on a cloud, knowing that any moment, he could fall from the sky and shatter into pieces. Maverick pondered this deeply. The Emperor appointed him as Tongpan of Vicky Prefecture ostensibly to reform the local bureaucracy, but in reality, to gauge the attitudes of regional officials. Although Gavin was dead, his influence had just begun. A young man in his 20s, even with business experience, couldn't possibly have such a deep understanding of national finances. Economic issues required rich life experiences and insight. Therefore, Dane must have received guidance from an expert. There were two likely sources behind Dane, Gavin and Frank. While Gavin showed no particular economic talent during his official career, Frank, though retired from court affairs, was not to be underestimated. When the Emperor summoned Frank back to serve as Deputy Minister of the Board of Civil Appointments, it indicated significant implications. If this essay truly represented Frank's intentions, then the Emperor's decision to recall Frank might carry deeper meaning. Besides them, Jensen deserved close attention. Before coming to Vicky Prefecture, Maverick had no connection with Jensen and begged to write him a letter first and have the post station deliver it. Couriers always travel faster than you. After leaving these two sentences, Maverick hurried away. A short while later, the person who had brought Dane here appeared again. Unlike his arrogance at the inn, he now seemed particularly obsequious, bowing and scraping as he said, Young Master Chen, Irvin has sent me to escort you out of the residence. Dane politely replied, Thank you for your trouble. Not at all, not at all, the man replied with a face full of smiles, bending his waist to lead the way. But they hadn't walked far when a servant rushed up to report, Irvin, the master wants to see young Master Chun and has asked him to go to the side hall. Though Irvin was somewhat puzzled, he had no choice but to follow orders. Understood. I'll take young Master Chen there immediately. The servant looked slightly odd and added, Irvin, the master wants you to wait in the front hall. I'll take young Master Chun to the side hall. Without any suspicion, Irvin nodded and said, Young Master Chun, please follow him. Sure thing, Dane replied. The servant led Dane into the inner courtyard of the residence, where there were armed guards everywhere. When they arrived at the side hall, the guards here were fully armored, looking fierce and menacing. Dane couldn't understand why Maverick, an inspector, would keep so many armed guards in his backyard. Could some outlaws or wandering knights be after his life? The servant led Dane to a room and said, "Young Master Chun, please enter." The master is waiting inside. Furrowing his brow, Dane asked, "Is this the side hall?" The servant wiped the sweat off his head, replying, "The side hall. Adjacent to a small room. Is Maverick really inside?" Dane asked again. Note, Da-run is a term of respect, usually translated as official, or the person's name with title. Here it's better to use Maverick's name for clarity and consistency. The servant replied, "You'll know once you go in." "I think you're trying to deceive me," Dane said. "If Lachlan wanted to see me, why would it be in such a place? Moreover, I just parted ways with Lachlan not long ago." The servant's forehead was covered in more sweat, unable to respond. At this moment, several armed guards walked over, drawing their swords halfway out, coldly ordering, "Go in." Dane's lips twitched slightly. "Let's talk this out. Why resort to weapons? I'll go in if you put your swords away." The guards didn't budge and blocked all escape routes for Dane. Reluctantly, Dane steeled himself and entered the room. Inside, the room was exquisitely decorated, not fitting for someone like Maverick, who looked more like a man's study. It resembled a woman's chamber instead. Dane's mind raced, thinking. Sound of weapons clashing arose from all around, followed by armored soldiers bursting through the doors. Next, the young general Dane had seen on the street strode in with a long sword. He gave Dane a cold, murderous glance. "How dare you, you villain, invade Christina Nikita's quarters in broad daylight? Seize him, and deal with him according to military law." The situation unfolded too quickly for Dane to comprehend. By the time two soldiers grabbed him, he snapped back to reality. "Let me go, you're framing me." The girl scoffed. Which woman in the world would sacrifice her chastity to frame someone else? This statement struck Dane with an intense sense of familiarity. Damn, wasn't this the most common excuse used by female boxers in the internet age? "What exactly do you want?" Dane struggled fiercely, but the two soldiers holding him were extremely strong. He couldn't break free and only felt pain in his arms. The young general pressed down on his scabbard, shouting sternly, "Stay still, or I'll cut off your head." Infuriated at being slandered and facing execution for something he didn't do, Dane's anger surged like a volcano erupting. "Come on, chop here." Dane stretched his neck towards the young general. "If you have the guts, chop me down right here. If you're too scared to chop, you're a eunuch." The young general's face turned livid as he drew. "I need to test your courage first." "Very well, you haven't disappointed me." Dane flipped her the middle finger and said, "Idiot." Then he turned and walked away. The young woman was stunned. She didn't understand the meaning of that gesture but knew it certainly wasn't one used to express goodwill. Dane's immediate departure left her utterly bewildered. Was he not clear on the situation? "Hey, stop," she called out. "Do you know how serious it is to barge into a maiden's chamber? If I report this to the magistrate, your titles will be revoked." Dane stopped at the door, his face suddenly turning ashen, and said, "You are deliberately slandering me. Lachlan can testify for me." "Lachlan? Sorry, he has returned to the capital." Dane frowned and turned around, asking, "Lachlan returned to the capital?" The young woman, smirking triumphantly, added, "Not only did Lachlan return to the capital, but the servant who brought you here should be on the road out of the city by now. There's no one who can prove you're not deliberately slandering me." Dane clenched his fists, very much wanting to punch the girl in the face. But he also knew that while hitting her would vent his frustration, it would also cost him his head. "You rest assured, as long as you do what I say, the incident of barging into my chamber won't be pursued," the young woman said, sounding, "Might be the only chance they'll get to see it." The young woman panicked completely. She hadn't expected Dane to make such a drastic shift from scholar to thug. She truly didn't dare call for help. If she were seen disheveled, she couldn't live with the shame. Seeing her panic, Dane realized her earlier bravado was all an act. Essentially, she was just bluster. "Why don't you call for help?" Dane asked sarcastically. "Need me to help shout?" Grinding her teeth, the young woman said, "Aren't you afraid I'll have someone kill you once you leave here?" Dane slapped his forehead. "Right, you reminded me." With that, he moved behind her, holding her neck, saying, "I can take you hostage and walk leisurely out of here. On the street, I can tear off your clothes. Even if I die afterward, I won't lose out." Cornered, the young woman resorted to her ace, yelling, "Sister Osiris, save me." Floral Dream emerged from behind the screen. Surprised, Dane asked, "Christina Osiris, why are you here?" Michaela looked equally helpless, bowing slightly to Dane and saying, "Can I ask you, xiuxian, to release Christina Nikita for my sake?" Dane said, "Hold on, I'm confused. Who is this idiot to you?" Nikita retorted, "I'm not an idiot." "Shut up." Dane tightened his grip, making Nikita's eyes roll back. Michaela said, "I've only known Christina Nikita for a few hours. I was walking down the street when she suddenly jumped into my carriage, claiming she was being chased and needed help. Pitying her weak appearance, I helped her. Unbeknownst to me, we were taken here by those soldiers outside." "Xiuxian, loosen your grip, you're choking her." Seeing Nikita's face turn red and strained, Dane quickly released her. Nikita seized the opportunity to run to Michaela's side, gasping for breath and complaining, "For a learned man, you sure don't care for women." Dane chuckled. "Sister Osiris, I really was being chased." Nikita defended herself. Michaela said irritably, "One word less makes a huge difference." Nikita clung to Michaela's hand, cooing, "Good sister, forgive me, don't be mad." Michaela sighed, "If I had known you were plotting against Xiuxian, I wouldn't have told you anything." Turning to Dane, she bowed apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xiuxian. This mess is my fault. Back on the street, when I called for your help against the thugs, I didn't realize it gave Nikita the idea. After we arrived here, she started asking about you, and I didn't suspect anything. But she took things this far. I stayed hidden because I didn't know how to face you. In any case, the blame is mine. I'm sorry." Dane said, "Christina Osiris, please don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault." Nikita added, "Sister Osiris, I messed up. Please don't be angry." Dane, I was wrong. I apologize. You can go now. Thinking he would leave immediately, Dane surprised them all by saying, given how far we've come, I'm genuinely curious what kind of favor you want from me. Hashtag chapter 220, seemingly fallen into a trap. Dane asked this question simply because he didn't want to go through all this trouble without even knowing the ultimate purpose of the other party. It was like watching a Japanese movie where the two main characters were already intimately close, but then the screen went black. In 2 words, uncomfortable. Moreover, understanding the other party's intentions didn't necessarily mean agreeing to help them. Margot's eyes brightened upon hearing Dane's question and she said, I've been sent by the princess to visit the future prince consort in Vicky Prefecture. The princess wants to know if the person she is to marry is as handsome and talented as the ladies in the palace say. After hearing this, Dane felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. Christina Margot, I may not have seen much of the world, but I am not stupid. Although the selection of a prince consort uses the word recruit, the princess has no real choice. The emperor decides whom the princess will marry. Even if that person is a fool or a cripple, the princess must accept it. Margot responded, ordinary princesses indeed have no choice, but young Xiuxian is the emperor's favorite daughter, and she does have some say. Furthermore, young Xiuxian's marriage also involves some palace secrets which I cannot disclose further. Dane asked, who is young Xiuxian going to marry? Margot replied, have you heard of the 4 prominent surnames in Vicky Prefecture? Dane shook his head. Margot curled her lips. Just as I thought, you haven't seen much of the world. Rodney stood up. The 4 prominent surnames in Vicky Prefecture are Wei, Pei, Rodniu, and Osiris. The man the princess is to marry comes from the Wei family and is named Everard. Dane murmured, if Huang Chao had come along, these so-called aristocratic families would have behaved more humbly. Are you still listening? Margot asked. Dane said, oh, yes, I'm listening. Then what? Margot continued, I want to meet him, but I have no connections. He is highly educated and talented, and you, being the top scholar in the current examination, might be able to connect with him. So, are you willing to help me with this? Dane said, this favor isn't hard to help with, but the problem is, as someone who hasn't seen much of the world, even winning the top scholar title wouldn't impress those 4 surname families. Margot chuckled awkwardly. Actually, you're not that rustic. You do have many strengths. I heard from Sister Osiris that you wrote a poem called Peach Blossom Whatnot Song, which is particularly good and famous throughout Vicky Prefecture. Just for that, Wazy Everard would certainly give you face. Dane glanced at Michaela, surprised that she knew about his poem, Peach Blossom Hermitage Song. Michaela explained, I heard it from the elders in my family. Margot said, well, will you agree or not? Dane flicked his sleeves and smiled faintly. If I agree, what benefit would I get? Margot paused for a moment. Helping the princess, isn't that a great reward? Dane laughed dryly. If you say so, then we have nothing more to discuss. Look for someone else. Margot hurriedly said, then what do you want? Dane replied, I'm a businessman, naturally. I'd want money. The princess, coming from a noble background, could easily give me tens of thousands of taels, just enough for me to spend lavishly. Margot almost popped her eyes out. Tens of thousands of taels? How can you even ask for that? The princess's monthly allowance is only 200 taels. After deductions for servant tips and various expenses, she would barely have 10 taels left each month. Tens of thousands of taels, she couldn't save up that much in a lifetime. Your condition is too harsh. Change it. Dane tapped his nose and after a brief pause said, if you can't provide silver, then gold, jewelry, antiques, and calligraphy would also work. Margot gritted her teeth, took off a hairpin from her head, and handed it to Dane. Here, take it. This is the princess's pearl-inlaid gold floral hairpin. It's a very precious item. Taking this as a reward shouldn't demean you. Dane unceremoniously accepted the jade hairpin, feeling its unusual quality. Upon closer inspection, Dane's expression grew strange. The hairpin was intricately carved with dragon patterns. Even a history novice would know that gemstone carvings have strict hierarchy limits. In short, dragon patterns belong exclusively to the emperor, and others are not allowed to use them. Unauthorized carving means not just losing one's head but the extermination of the entire clan. To find dragon patterns on such a small jade hairpin meant it was bestowed by the emperor. However, imperial gifts cannot be given away again. As a royal member, Yongjia Sherry surely understands this rule. Could it be that the current emperor indulges Yongjia Sherry so much that anything given to her can be passed down at her discretion? Dane felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Don't zone out. I really only have this. If you're unsatisfied, I can't offer anything else. Margot's words snapped Dane back. He thought that since it was an imperial gift, perhaps Margot would find a way to take it back after the task was completed. At that point, he could politely return it. Kayla pondered for a moment. Okay, but you should send people to bring my maid Lancer and the guards over. Margot patted her chest. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 221. Sending out invitations. Dane returned to the inn and immediately wrote 2 letters. One was for his teacher, and the other for Neve. As Maverick had said, messengers always ran faster than him. Plus, with his current predicament, he couldn't leave anytime soon, so it was best to inform his teacher of Maverick's purpose through a letter. Whether or not the teacher would come depended on him. In the letter to his wife, Dane used the simplest language possible to express his deep longing for her. He didn't use any of those flowery poetic lines because Leora's level of education meant that anything too fancy might confuse her. Simple and direct was best. Thoughts about how much he missed every inch of her skin and different postures crossed his mind. After finishing the letter, Dane read it once. It tasted heavily of Lord Rodney's sentimentality. Dane was quite satisfied. He sealed the letters and gave them to Orson, instructing him to deliver them to the postal station as quickly as possible, ensuring they reached Nanhian County without delay. After Orson left with the letters, Dane started drafting invitation letters. But just as he put pen to paper, he encountered a problem. Apart from Bear, whom Margot had mentioned, Dane didn't know any famous scholars in Vikijou Prefecture. An invitation without invitees was pointless. Dane thought for a moment, then called for the inn boy. What can I do for you, scholar sir? The inn boy asked, bowing deeply as he entered the room. Dane placed a few pieces of silver on the table and said, I have a question for you. If you answer well, this silver is yours. The inn boy's breathing quickened, and he hurriedly replied, Uncle sir, ask whatever you want. I'll tell you everything I know. I am organizing a floral banquet, and wish to invite notable scholars from Vikizhou Prefecture. However, I don't know the area well. Who do you think I should invite? The inn boy smiled broadly. Uncle sir, you've come to the right person. Although I'm just an inn boy, I know all about the scholars here in Vikizhou Prefecture. The first ones you should invite are the 4 major families, Wei, Osiris, Pei, and Rodniu, and others besides. As the inn boy rattled off names, Dane wrote them down. By the time he finished, nearly 30 names were listed. Dane asked the inn boy to narrow it down, eventually finalizing a list of 10 people. All right, take your money and go, Dane said, pointing towards the door. Thank you, scholar sir. The inn boy left, beaming. Just as he reached the door, Dane called out, Wait, do you want to earn more? The inn boy replied, What else does Uncle sir need? Wait outside. I'll call you when I finish writing the invitations. Dane placed a Tuliang silver ingot on the table. The inn boy nodded vigorously. Yes, Uncle sir. I'll wait outside. Call me when you're done. It took Dane about an hour to finish the invitations and have the inn boy send them out. The next morning, Dane rode in a carriage to Maverick's residence to invite Margot to the venue for the floral banquet. Margot was dressed as an ordinary servant, accompanied by Michaela. Is Christina Osiris still here? Dane asked. Michaela glanced at Margot. Margot immediately said, I asked Sister Osiris to stay and keep me company. What? You have something against it? Dane smiled. No, just asking. Get in the carriage. Margot said, I have my own carriage. As she spoke, a luxurious carriage pulled up beside Dane's. Dane felt like a Rolls-Royce had parked next to an Alto, but it wasn't over yet. As they set off, Dane noticed many disguised guards mixed in with the crowd, secretly protecting Margot. A mere servant required so many bodyguards. Was her identity fake? Dane shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. He was just doing his part as asked. The other party's identity didn't matter. Upon arriving at the pre-booked tavern, Dane explained their intentions to the owner, who then had a waiter lead them upstairs. Once seated, Margot looked around appreciatively. This place is pretty good. You really know how to pick. Dane replied, I didn't choose. I just asked which tavern in Vikizhou was the best. 8 out of 10 passers-by recommended this one. It is indeed good, but also expensive. Remember to reimburse me later. Margot pouted. Look at you being stingy. You already have my hairpin. Are you still going to ask me for money? Dane responded, hairpins are hairpins. Booking fees are booking fees. They shouldn't be confused. I'm just a poor scholar. Earning money isn't easy. Margot retorted, don't fool around. Sister Osiris told me you made a lot of money back home. That's back home. How could I bring all my savings on a long journey to take the exam? Dane countered. Margot rolled her eyes and pulled out a small, exquisite money pouch from her sleeve, tossing it onto the table. Take what you need. Dane opened the pouch and took out 10 taels of silver. Okay, that's enough. Return the pouch. Margot snatched it back, muttering, so stingy. Dane dismissed it, snapped his fingers, and called the waiter. Bring tea. After drinking a whole pot of tea, none of the invited guests had shown up. Margot became impatient. Hey, did you really invite them? Dane said, of course. Writing those invitations made my wrist ache. He said, you're quite skilled with that set of boxing forms. Elsewhere, you might even become an opinion leader. Margot frowned. I didn't practice any boxing. What are you talking about? Dane said, but your set of moves did give me some ideas. If polite invitations won't bring them, then I'll force them to come. Curious, Margot asked, how do you plan to force them? Dane squinted and said, do you know what the first thing martial artists from the Rodningnan region do when opening a martial arts school in a new place? Margot shook her head. Kick down their doors. Dane's eyes narrowed. These people claim noble status and refuse to associate with someone like me, a commoner. If so, I'll raid their places and make them show up. Christina Margot, please send someone to invite the manager of Vicky Prefecture's largest gambling house over. Slightly embarrassed, Margot replied, there's only Sister Osiris with me. Who else is there? You can't possibly expect Sister Osiris to go to a dirty gambling den, can you? Dane retorted irritably, enough. We're both seasoned foxes. Let's not play these tricks. There are plenty of your people around this inn. Just call one of them. Margot swallowed hard. How did you know? Dane said, it wasn't my deduction. It was because your bodyguards haven't read The Actor's Self-Respect. A muscular man who can punch a bull dead, pretending to be a beggar on the street initially. Given that Dane was challenging 6 individuals who were highly esteemed for their talents and virtues, it seemed overly arrogant for him to aim to sweep all 6 single-handedly. When no bets were placed, the gambling house's shills took action. A disheveled man holding a wine pot staggered to the betting board, glanced at it, then went to the betting counter, placing all his money on the table while burping and saying, all on Dane. This remark shocked everyone. Drunk, huh? He's betting several taels of silver on Dane. How stupid can he get? The drunk man turned around and mocked, that's why you lot will never make any money. A small risk could turn a donkey cart into a carriage, and a bold move could turn a courtesan into a beauty queen. What kind of person comes to a gambling house without guts? You guys, just watch as I get rich. With that, he took the betting slip from the gambling house servant and swaggered off. Moments later, another person arrived with money, saying, that brother was right. Since we're gambling, we need courage. I'll bet everything on Dane. News spread quickly. In a tea house in West City District, a few scholars learned of this through a tea-serving boy. One of them slammed the table angrily. What audacity Dane has, using us to boost his reputation. Though he achieved 2 consecutive victories in exams at heart, he remains a merchant, lacking any grace of a gentleman and filled with the greed and vulgarity of common folk. Mentioning our names alongside his is an insult. The speaker was Hugh, a member of the Rodnew family, and one of the 6 invited scholars by Dane. Yesterday, when a servant brought him an invitation from Academy top Unkit Dane, Hugh dismissed it immediately, ordering the servant to burn it. His high status made attending Dane's banquet tantamount to boosting Dane's fame. By morning, close friends informed him they also received invitations from Dane. Their unanimous decision was clear. They would not give Dane the chance to gain fame through such antics. Yet Dane had taken unexpected measures, resorting to unsavory tactics. A literati working with a gambling house. How ironic. He might actually be a businessman. Such bad luck. Although Dane's actions seem flamboyant, if we really don't show up, won't it appear as if we fear facing him? It seems this has escalated beyond a personal feud between us and Dane. It's now a struggle between scholars of Guangling Prefecture and Vicky Prefecture. Brother Ku, I'm not blaming you. Don't misinterpret. Jackson felt awkward. Since he too was from Guangling Prefecture, taking sides in this literary battle seemed improper. Not at all, argued Yarden, another scholar, waving his fan. This isn't a regional conflict. This is a war between scholars and remnants of the merchant party. Everyone agreed. There's a rumor that Dane promoted wealth accumulation in his examination essay. He's clearly a merchant party sympathizer. The current emperor is purging the merchant party. As a scholar, he should not advocate for them. If we don't discipline him, wouldn't it make Vicky Prefecture's scholars look foolish? Jackson closed his fan and said, my master was recently offended by him and is still bedridden. As a student, I must seek justice for my master. I'll lead the charge when we arrive at the inn. Hashtag chapter 223. I challenge all of you alone. Spectating is an eternal pastime for the Chinese people. Even if they were busy contemplating suicide a moment ago, if there's gossip to consume in the next, they'll put their suicidal thoughts on hold. News of Dane challenging the 6 famous scholars spread quickly, and soon the area in front of the high tower was packed with spectators eager to catch the drama. Everyone was watching the intersection, hoping the famous scholars would appear soon. After more than an hour, someone suddenly shouted, they're here. The one leading is Master Jackson. I remember he and Dane are both from Guangling Prefecture. Is he going to help Vikizhou Prefecture against his fellow townsmen? You don't know? Jackson's teacher, Coleman, protested loudly outside the examination hall on the day of the announcement. He then met Chancellor Tishue with Dane, only to come out cursing Dane as a dog and beast, and subsequently fell ill. I see. So Jackson is here to avenge his teacher. Goodness, Masters Bear, Yarden, and Hugh. 3 members of the 4 great families have shown up. This is going to be huge. Hugh excels in painting, Master Yarden is unparalleled in poetry, and Master Bear is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Any one of them could easily defeat Dane. Oh no, I bet on Dane. Can I get a refund at the gambling den now? What are you thinking? True, the odds for the 6 scholars are low, but it's a surefire way to make money. I've already put all my savings on them. This will surely be a big win. Jackson and company ignored the spectators' chatter. Under the guidance of the tavern waiter, they marched with deliberate steps toward Dane. Margot and Michaela had already hidden nearby, observing from the shadows. Dane remained seated, not even bothering to stand as a gesture of welcome. He simply gestured for them to enter, saying, please take your seats. Before they settled down, Dane continued, your reputations in Vikizhou Prefecture are quite well known. However, embarrassingly, I can't tell who is who among you. Please introduce yourselves, so I don't end up not knowing whom I've defeated later. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Jackson and his group were enraged by Dane's attitude, their faces turning livid. However, the other spectators on the second floor felt that Dane's demeanor was impressively domineering. These scholars usually looked down on everyone else in Vikizhou, believing anyone outside their circle was a fool. The crowd had long been fed up with their attitudes, and now that someone was standing up to them with the same disdain, they felt a sense of catharsis. Jackson took a deep breath and bowed, Master Chun, we have met before, so there's no need to reintroduce ourselves, right? Dane glanced sideways at him, calmly stating, a defeated general dares to step into my camp? Jackson's face turned iron gray once more. Dane said, what? Not convinced? Shall I remind you of the wager we set outside the examination hall? Seeing Jackson about to lose control, Hugh quickly pulled him to the back of the group, then turned to Dane with clenched teeth. This is Hugh. I've heard that Master Chun is known for being an overbearing genius. Meeting you today, I must say, it's just as I expected. Dane feigned surprise. I have such a reputation? I didn't even know myself. But speaking of arrogance, I am far inferior to all of you. In the time I waited for you to arrive, I've heard many tales of your exploits. Each story is hundreds or thousands of times more audacious than anything I've done. So, calling me an overbearing genius seems misplaced. You keep that title. Hugh felt himself losing composure too. Having lost 2 key figures in the opening exchange, the remaining 4 realized this literary duel wouldn't be as easy. Yarden lifted his chin slightly, arrogantly replying, indeed. Dane responded, put your chin down. Don't be so proud. If we compete in poetry, you won't be my match. Yarden snapped, you. Dane interrupted, I haven't finished. I'll give you a couplet to respond to. If you can, you win. Yarden clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Go ahead. Southern Rodney and Beizhou, mountains full of beasts bow down. Dane said with a smile. The crowd burst into applause. By mentioning Guangling in relation to Vikizhou, Dane had insulted the scholars of Vikizhou, while giving the students of Guangling some satisfaction. Yarden's expression changed abruptly, his mind racing to find a response, but the more he tried, the harder it became. Dane said, Master Osirise, take your time. We have plenty of time. At this point, Kieran from Jackson's group chimed in, couplets are meant for entertainment. Not responding doesn't mean much. Dane glanced sideways at him. Prince Kieran, from Jing'an County, aren't you called? Rodneytal poet immortal? Kieran unfolded his fan, somewhat smugly. My peers have overstated it. I am not worthy. Dane sneered, you should feel ashamed. With those half-baked poems, poems. You dare to call yourself Rodneedle Poet Immortal? You dishonor the name. Pa, what nonsense. Chapter 224. Writing poetry, I can't. Copying poetry, you can't. Kieran's face turned as red as his surname. You say that I am unworthy of the title Rodneedle Poet Immortal. Well, then I must humbly ask for your guidance, he said. Dane replied disdainfully. Guidance from me? You are not worthy. First, write a poem better than the Peach Blossom Hermitage song before speaking to me. Enraged and speaking without thinking, Kieran retorted. Whether you wrote Peach Blossom Hermitage song is still undetermined. Dane responded with a half smile. Frank, the academician, personally authenticated it. By saying this, are you questioning the authority of academician Xian? Baring his teeth in anger, Kieran continued. Academician Xian only acknowledged your talent, but never explicitly confirmed that you wrote that poem. If you can truly recite an excellent piece like the Peach Blossom Hermitage song at will, why would you fear reproducing it here? If you can't write it, it proves that you're a deceitful glory seeker. Taken aback for a moment, Dane thought these so-called literati had some substance after all. Under such circumstances, they could still turn the tables. Seeing Dane silent, Kieran felt he had regained the upper hand and even bowed to everyone present, declaring, everyone here is a witness. If this young man can compose a poem, Xiuxian was more than enough to crush this so-called Rodneedle Poet Immortal. After a brief silence, scattered applause broke out and grew louder, almost lifting the roof off the tavern. Nikita and Michaela, hiding in the shadows, were also stunned. Particularly Nikita, who often interacted with the grand academicians in the Palace Rodneebrary, had heard no less than 30 or 40 masterpieces, some superior to this one. However, those masterpieces were painstakingly written over many years by old men in the Palace Rodneebrary. Dane walked just 7 steps. To produce such a poem in 7 steps, it's unbelievable. Nikita sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Dane approached the paralyzed Kieran and coolly reminded him, Prince Gaius, don't forget your promise. Staring blankly, Kieran remained speechless. Jackson stepped forward to pull Kieran up and address Dane. Young Master Chun, be magnanimous. Dane sneered, you're quite the saint. I ask you if I lost, would you say such things? Jackson fell silent. According to their original plan, he should have challenged Dane first, severely dampening his confidence. But Dane's words enraged his companions, disrupting the agreed order. Next, Dane used a couplet and a poem to neutralize 2 of their strongest fighters. Now he had to step up. 7 steps for young Master Chun, indeed impressive. However, I have some understanding of poetry as well. I'd like to exchange a few verses with you. Jackson maintained his gentlemanly demeanor despite boiling anger, which won the admiration of many onlookers. Compared to Dane's arrogance, they preferred Jackson's refined elegance. Dane thought for a moment and suggested, 1 each, when does it end? Why not this? Within 1 cup of tea, we each write poems. The one who writes more and better wins. Jackson frowned. Reciting poetry is high art. Turning it into a street trade as young Master Chun suggests disrespects literature. For you, it's high art. For me, it's business. In business, you pay, get goods, leave. Reciting poetry means getting a topic, writing, and applause. Jackson stuttered. Applause? Indeed, didn't you hear? Everyone cheered when I finished. Blushing furiously, Jackson declared, rude and vulgar. Do better, Dane sneered. Jackson retorted angrily, fine, as you wish. 1 cup of tea, see who writes more. Bring pen and ink. The waiter immediately brought 2 sets of writing supplies, placing them before Dane and Jackson. Start, the keeper announced as Jackson dipped his pen in ink, full of fighting spirit. Dane immediately started writing swiftly. Stunned, Jackson thought, is he human? By the time he regained composure, Dane had already finished a poem. Bear whispered, Master Ku, hurry. Shaking slightly, Jackson tried to write, but his mind went blank. Time's up, the keeper shouted. Stop your pens. Approaching Jackson, he said, Master Ku, 2 poems. Walking to Dane, the keeper froze. Others urged, Keeper, speak. How many did Master Chun write? The keeper swallowed hard. 14. The scene erupted in chaos. Hashtag chapter 225. Play the flute? Play mine. Jackson's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, this is impossible. With that, he snatched the paper from the innkeeper's hand and scrutinized it closely. An old man in a straw cloak and hat, fishing alone on a cold river under snow. Outside Suzhou city walls, at Han Temple, midnight bell sounds reached the traveler's boat. To see 1,000 miles further, climb 1 more story. Jackson trembled violently as the paper slipped from his hands and fluttered to the ground. How could someone write such high-quality poetry in such a short time? Could this be the work of a mere scholar? A quick-witted onlooker picked up the paper from the floor and loudly recited the poems aloud. The crowd's murmur turned into continuous applause. Anyone with a bit of education knew how profound these poems were. Dane rubbed his sore wrist and shot a provocative glance at Jackson. Well, are you convinced? Jackson gave a bitter laugh, sat down, and fell silent. Dane held up 3 fingers and said, play blow. But no one at the scene understood the reference. Dane's attempt to look cool went unnoticed. Having defeated 3 people in a row, Donald, the youngest of the 6 renowned scholars, who had just passed his 20th year, couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and declared, let me challenge you. Drawing a jade flute from his waist, he said, I want to challenge you to a flute duel. Dane gave Donald a sideways glance and replied, I only accept others playing my flute. Donald was stunned. Then bring it out, and I'll play yours. Dane struggled to suppress a laugh. I don't have that kind of hobby. Donald was utterly confused, not understanding what Dane meant. Bear scowled. Dane, uttering such vulgar language in broad daylight. You truly insult our culture. Dane responded sarcastically, oh, so you understand a lot about this? Bear stammered, I don't understand. If you don't understand, why do you call my words vulgar? Playing the flute is just that. Bear flew into a rage. You dare insult me. Dane yawned instead of replying. Vicky Prefecture indeed disappoints me. His words hit hard, but none of the Vicky Prefecture students dared to stand up against him. After all, even the 6 renowned scholars couldn't match Dane. Dane surveyed the room, feeling it was enough fire for now. He tidied his clothes and walked towards the staircase. Noticing Yarden still sitting on the ground pondering the couplet, he asked casually, "Authorized, sir. Did you figure it out?" Yarden lifted his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Dane commented, "It's okay if you didn't. After all, your literary talent is only so much." Yarden coughed up blood. Dane raised an eyebrow. "Writing couplets is supposed to be fun. I didn't expect brother Authorized to vomit blood over this. Truly impressive. If only he had a fan, it would be perfect." Thailand won May. After Dane left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Margot and Michaela also sneaked away amidst the dispersing crowd. In the second-floor lounge, only Jackson and the others remained, staring at each other awkwardly. After a long silence, Jackson sighed, "Ultimately, we fell for his trap." Everyone pondered and realized the truth in Jackson's words. Dane was indeed talented, especially in poetry, far surpassing them. Knowing his strength, he directed the conversation towards poetry from the start. Somewhat discontentedly, Dane replied indifferently, "You entrusted me with something, and I've already taken care of it. If I didn't leave, should I stay to invite those people for dinner?" Margot said, "Get in the carriage. I have something to talk about." A young general accompanying the carriage immediately stopped her. "Christina Margot, this is inappropriate. There's a distinction between men and women. How can you invite a man into your carriage?" After saying that, he spurred his horse and came in front of Dane, looking down at him coldly. "This has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Dane had no intention of getting into the carriage because he considered Margot a trouble magnet. To him, her carriage was a pirate ship that would inevitably stir up trouble once he boarded. However, the young general's attitude annoyed Dane immensely, so he bypassed the man and swiftly climbed into the carriage. The young general's hand immediately rested on his saber hilt, angrily shouting, "Get out now!" Dane turned around and made a face at him. "Songlang." The saber drew from its sheath. The young general held the saber in one hand, his face full of anger. Margot said indignantly, "Yosef, you're too presumptuous. Dane is my friend. How dare you point a sword at my friend?" Yosef's hand trembled slightly as he clutched the saber. After a moment, he sheathed it and bowed. "I understand, General." "No other questions. Please tell the driver to stop at the next intersection." Margot pleaded, "No, I haven't finished asking. I want to know what you plan to do next." Dane said, "Go home. I've been away for so long. I miss my wife and daughter. I'm almost driven mad." Margot pouted, "Men should aspire for greatness. Why limit yourself to family ties?" Dane widened his eyes. "Damn, what kind of nonsensical theory is that? Who taught you that?" Margot replied, "The scholars in the palace say so." Dane scoffed, "These people should be flogged to death. They have their ways, I have mine. In any case, career or prospects mean nothing compared to my wife and daughter." Margot was surprised. "You're a devoted man." Dane responded earnestly, "This is called responsibility." Margot pursed her lips. "Fine, even if you were responsible. But you've defeated 6 celebrities of Vicky Prefecture at the peak of your fame. Not capitalizing on this opportunity is a pity." Dane said, "It doesn't matter. I came to Vicky Prefecture to pass the exams. Now that the ultimate goal is achieved, the rest is secondary." Margot asked, "Can you stay for a few more days?" Dane frowned. "Why?" "I promised Sister Osiris to help her with family matters. Since you two are from the same hometown, traveling together will provide mutual support," Margot explained. Dane looked at Michaela, who nodded slightly. Dane thought for a moment and said, Finian remained calm, replying, "I've read it, but I don't see anything shocking about the content. While the commercial party has indeed caused chaos in recent years, we cannot discard beneficial practices due to past issues. A prosperous national treasury signifies the strength of our nation." The envoy's face changed slightly, perhaps not expecting such words from Finian. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Finian continued, "I invited you here not because of this article but for other matters." The envoy, having lost respect for Finian, believed he might be a remnant of the commercial party. However, he still endured and asked, "May I inquire further, sir?" Finian said, "Recently, this office received several detailed reports claiming that Kyongmin abandoned his old wife for his career and publicly beat his wife. Is there any truth to this?" The envoy frowned, "I have not heard of this, but since many are saying it, it may not be entirely unfounded. I will have it investigated upon my return." Finian added, "Furthermore, it is said that when Kyongmin served as Blake in a certain county, he closely associated with wealthy merchants and accepted bribes. He promoted an uneducated son of a rich merchant to the top rank, stripping the original top scorer of his qualifications. Have you heard of this?" The envoy was outraged, unreasonable. The imperial examinations are meant to select capable individuals, not drunkards. As the commissioner of the the cabinet had ultimately returned entirely to the Unkatli party. So, after an agonizing night, most officials made what they believed to be the correct choice in aligning themselves. By the next morning, countless memorials were dispatched from various stations across the country, rushed to the capital via express delivery. In the imperial capital, with Hansen reappointing Frank, the entire imperial city radiated with renewed vigor, as if everything was moving toward a brighter future. During today's court deliberation, a minister reported that a locust plague had broken out in the Basha region, causing severe losses to farmers. The emperor immediately issued an edict, allocating 20,000 taels of silver from the national treasury for disaster relief. The counties hardest hit by the disaster were exempted from taxes and corvée labor for 1 year, to allow the peasants to focus on farming without any burden. Such benevolent policies had emerged more than once, more than twice since the Unkatli party took over the cabinet. When the scholars in the capital heard the news, they were filled with excitement, discussing matters of the court freely in tea houses and taverns. They felt that Frank's return not only put the country back on track, but also made the emperor acknowledge his mistakes, achieving feats comparable to those of ancient sages. After the court deliberation ended, the emperor returned to the Xiuxian palace. In today's court deliberation, several ministers insisted on a thorough investigation. Maverick paused for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, abandoning one's wife is a personal matter. Using this as a reason to attack Minister Chong seems inappropriate. As for colluding with merchants, that's nonsense. How many local officials haven't had dealings with merchants over the past few years?" The emperor leaned back in the dragon throne, slowly tapping the armrest with his left hand, falling into a long silence. Maverick stood motionless in place, not daring to move. These people still won't give up. They appear to be impeaching Jensen, but in reality, they are warning me. The emperor's voice suddenly turned stern. They shouldn't think I dare not take action against them. Maverick gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, your servant will thoroughly investigate this matter and clear Minister Chang's name." The emperor smiled again, a chilling smile that turned the entire Xiuxian palace unbearably cold. "There's no need. If they want Jensen removed, so be it. Spread my imperial edict. Jensen has committed embezzlement and corruption. He is demoted to Hayes of Rodney County." Maverick's mind raced. Rodney Inshui was a border market. What do border markets do? Make money. Additionally, Rodney Inshui was under the jurisdiction of Duke Fergus. On the surface, it seemed the emperor was demoting Jensen, but in reality, he was protecting him. No minister besides the emperor could reach into Duke Gaius's territory. The emperor continued, "This Dane is quite interesting. Bring me ink and brush." An attendant immediately brought pen and ink. The emperor wrote a passage swiftly and then ordered the eunuch to mount the calligraphy. A few days ago, Dane contributed a farming tool to the court. The ministers of the Ministry of Works said this tool would benefit generations to come. But the cabinet ministers, citing ancestral laws, only awarded Dane 50 taels. I had to go along with their wishes. After some reflection, I feel that Dane deserves a greater reward, so I have written this piece for him. Maverick, you must travel back to Vikizhou Prefecture to personally deliver this scroll to Dane. While there, tell Yosef to send Margot back. She doesn't want to marry, and I understand. But such matters cannot be left to her whims. Maverick took the mounted scroll from the attendant, bowed, and said, "Your servant understands the imperial command." Just as Maverick turned to leave, the emperor suddenly said, "Wait." Maverick asked, "Does your Majesty have more commands?" The emperor asked, "Are you from Ramon's disciples?" Maverick nodded. "Yes, your Majesty." The emperor said, "Ramon has been ill for several days and hasn't attended court. Take some silver on my behalf to him," imagining the beef jerky as those troublesome scholars outside. Dane tore the beef jerky into small strips and slowly chewed them. The current situation had also taken him by surprise. Originally, he thought it would take at least 4 or 5 days for the examination results to be released, but unexpectedly, the article appeared the day after his literary debate with Jackson and the others. The students of Vikizhou Prefecture who had once praised him as the Rodneytal poet immortal immediately turned on him, denouncing Dane as a remnant of the merchant party. Incited by certain individuals, the agitated students came to the inn where Dane was staying, intending to teach him a lesson. Initially, Dane tried to patiently debate with these students, but as more people gathered and their chants grew louder, Dane sensed danger and quickly hid back inside. He thought about using the same tactic of escaping through the window, but when he pushed the window open, he saw that it was also full of people. Those celebratory messengers from before had even shared his escape route with the students. Thus, the storm that Maverick mentioned finally began. Fortunately, these students still had some sense of propriety. They only blocked the door, preventing Dane from leaving and stopping the innkeeper from bringing food inside. They aimed to force Dane out this way. For the past 2 days, Dane and Hunter had relied entirely on the beef jerky they brought from home. But the beef jerky would only last 1 more day at most, which was why Hunter refused to eat. He wanted to save it all for Dane. After finishing the beef jerky, Dane picked up the teapot on the table, only to find it empty. Hunter took out a water pouch from the bag. "Master, this is the last one." Before Dane left, Hunter had packed 2 full water pouches. Just as Dane lifted the water pouch, the shouts of the students outside rose again. "Chun, come out. You wrote that kind of article, so you have the guts to open the door? Cowering like a turtle, what kind of hero are you? Come out." Dane slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth. "Damn, how can they be so unreasonable? Do they really think I'm afraid of them?" "Hunter, pack our things, let's break through." Hunter nodded and quickly packed their belongings. Just as he was about to open the door, there was a loud bang as someone crashed through the door. Dane grabbed a chair to throw. "Don't be rash, it's me." Margot shouted urgently. She then instructed her soldiers to close the door and guard it, preventing anyone from entering. Dane put down the chair and breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you here?" Michaela apologized. "Sorry, Master Chun. Margot has been helping me deal with family matters recently, and I didn't pay attention to your situation. When we heard you were besieged by students, we rushed over immediately." Dane replied, "Christina Osiris doesn't need to apologize. This matter isn't related to you." Back down. The carriage smoothly exited the city and drove for about half an hour until they reached a station. After getting off the carriage, Margot stretched lazily. "This is as far as I can take you." Dane cupped his hands in a respectful bow. "Thank you so much, Christina Margot." Margot blinked her eyes. "You helped me once, and I helped you once, we're even. But since I like owing favors to others before we part, I'll tell you one more thing." Dane frowned slightly. "Please enlighten me." Margot smiled slyly. "Have you ever wondered why the authorities haven't moved against the students causing trouble?" Dane replied, "Of course I have. Without the authorities' tacit approval, it wouldn't have escalated this far." Margot continued, "Hayes Chui is away, so Vikizhou Prefecture is under Mayor Finian's absolute control. Did you offend him?" Dane remembered something. "The mayor of Vikizhou Prefecture is surnamed Sher?" Margot nodded. "Yes. Do the Sher family have relatives in the palace serving as consorts?" Dane asked. Margot was surprised. You know this already? Dane narrowed his eyes, realizing, so, this is where it stems from. But the issue is, publicly, Oral's death has nothing to do with me. It seems unlikely that the mayor of Vikizhou would use this as a reason to target me. Seeing Dane fall silent, Margot became slightly annoyed. Hey, if you have thoughts, just say them. Don't keep us guessing. Dane replied, I wasn't thinking of anything specific. I learned about the Schur family having a relative as a possible. Even if your background is entirely clean, they can still find ways to tarnish your reputation. Dane sighed, calmly saying, my conflicts with Bear and those rich kids arise from our different social standings. We must attack each other within a certain circle and not go beyond that. Now that they've stepped out of this circle to attack me from elsewhere, it's completely against the rules. If they can do such things, I can do worse. In the end, it might come down to a last stand where everyone goes down together. Margot exclaimed, are you really going to confront them head-on? You're all alone. Even having a provincial degree holder as a teacher won't be enough to compete against these powerful clans. Dane raised his hand to interrupt Margot. An ordinary man's anger can cause bloodshed for 5 paces. If they truly mean to kill me, I'll make a bomb with my bare hands and send them flying into the sky. Margot was taken aback. What's a bomb? Dane didn't answer but bowed to Margot again. Thank you for telling me all this, Christina Margot. I need to go now. Margot pointed to the nearby soldiers. They will escort you back to Nanha County. How embarrassing, Dane remarked. Margot said, I told you. I like it when others owe me favors. All right, wish you a smooth journey. See you later. With that, she got into her carriage and left. A short while later, 2 brand new carriages appeared before Dane. Michaela's maid, Lancer, was in one of them. Dane said to Michaela, Christina Osiris, I need to get home quickly, so we'll be traveling at top speed. There's no need for you to rush like me. These military officers can escort you back slowly. Michaela smiled calmly. It's fine. I also miss home after being out for so long. I can keep up with you, young master. Dane said, all right, it's up to you. Then, he boarded the carriage and instructed the soldier driving to return to Nanha County as quickly as possible, and only stop if necessary. ##### Vicky Prefecture. Upon learning that Dane had escaped the city using a trick, the scholars surrounding the inn cursed loudly and dispersed. But one person split off from the group and headed straight for the Wei residence. Master, Dane has left the city. Bear frowned. With so many people surrounding him, how did he escape? He was secretly escorted away by a young girl and a group of soldiers. Bear said, good thing he left. If he died here in Vicky Prefecture, we might get implicated. If he dies at home, it's none of our business. As he spoke, a servant reported that Frisco, Osiris Feng, and others were visiting. Bear ordered them to be brought in. Frisco eagerly said, Brother Xiuxian, Dane has escaped. Did you know? Bear dismissed the servants and nodded. Just found out. Frisco asked, why aren't you worried? Bear laughed. Why should I worry? Even if he hadn't left today, I would have found a way to make him leave. Osiris Feng's eyes lit up. Brother Xiuxian, do you have a brilliant plan? Bear confirmed, exactly. Kieran asked excitedly, what's the plan? Tell us. Bear replied, I had someone investigate Dane's background, and they stumbled upon something unexpected. Everyone waited eagerly for Bear to continue. Bear had sent someone to Guangling Prefecture to gather information. Upon arrival, his people started asking around, and someone approached them with stunning news. Dane isn't from Yin but from Rodneo. The magistrate of Nanha County accepted bribes from Dane and secretly changed his household registration. Moreover, Dane's adoptive parents could attest that he was indeed from Rodneo. Over 20 years ago, when the Rodneo forces attacked Yin, Nanha County was once besieged by the Rodneo troops. Later, Alfred's loyal troops arrived, repelled the invaders, and during that time, Dane's adoptive parents rescued a Rodneo woman carrying an infant. The infant turned out to be Dane. When Bear finished reading the message delivered by carrier pigeon, his first reaction was disbelief. He hadn't heard of soldiers bringing pregnant women into battle, and even if it happened, how coincidental was it for Dane's adoptive parents to rescue them? Taking another step back, why would Yin citizens, who hated the Rodneo people, not only spare their lives but also raise a Rodneo child? This story was too outrageous even for a storyteller in a tavern. Just as Bear was about to write a scathing letter to chastise the servant, he suddenly realized something. Why would someone from Guangling Prefecture fabricate such an absurd backstory for Dane? There was only one reason. Someone wanted to ruin Dane. Understanding this, Bear became highly energized and immediately summoned Frisco and others for discussion. So, that's it, Frisco sneered. No wonder he's been promoting money-making schemes. He's trying to undermine the foundation of our Great Yin and break the backbone of our scholars. If confirmed, execution by slicing would be too lenient for him. Osiris Feng added, then what are we waiting for? Let's report this to the prefect immediately. During that literary contest, Osiris Feng had been severely injured, especially by Dane's final taunts, turning him into a laughingstock across Vicky Prefecture. He was the one most eager for Dane's demise. Bear reminded, that's true, but don't forget Dane has backing. Kieran guessed, could you be referring to academician Frank? Bear nodded. Kieran chuckled. Brother Xiuxian worries too much. If proven that Dane is a Rodneo spy, academician Xian would distance himself rather than defend Dane. Bear explained, I'm not worried about him distancing himself, but about Frank defending Dane to protect his own reputation. Frank's influence is significant. If he speaks up for Dane, it would make people believe Dane is a Yin citizen, even if he isn't. The group agreed, finding this logic valid. Osiris Feng fumed, are we just going to let it slide? Bear clarified, of course not. Based on my speculation, Dane must have offended some major figure. Otherwise, who would risk offending Frank to expose Dane's true identity? So, all we need to do is spread the news and create chaos in the city. The investigative officials from the inspection bureau will surely act. I never intended to stoop to his level, but he disrespected us so much. With this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 230. Anyone who bully my student will face my wrath. A few days later, The news that Dane was a person from Rodney spread across Vicky Prefecture and Guangling Prefecture. At first, very few people believed this rumor, finding it absurd. However, when some learned that Dane's adoptive parents had confirmed the matter, everyone gradually began to realize that Dane's identity as a Rodney person might not be fabricated out of thin air. After another 2 days, Drake, the envoy commissioner of Vicky Road, personally led people to Guangling Prefecture to investigate Dane's household registration. Although no evidence was found proving that Dane was from Rodney, they did discover evidence that he had altered, cheated on the exams, or was excessively greedy in business. It would make more sense. Saying Dane is from Rodney? Are they treating the entire world like fools? Darius mused, so the essence of this matter is not aimed at Dane. Gavin? Haywood asked. Darius shook his head. He's not capable enough. Haywood replied, then it must be Frank. But as the leader of the scholar bureaucrat faction in the court, anyone who wants to strike against him can only be from the merchant faction. Dane has done business before, so he barely counts as part of the merchant faction. Using a merchant faction student to attack the leader of the scholar bureaucrat faction is even more absurd than saying Dane is from Rodney. Darius said, my lord, the matters of the court are too far away from you. There's no point in pondering too much. Focus on the present situation. Haywood sighed. Focus on the present? Then Dane must be discredited. I have a debt of gratitude to him. Treating him this way makes me feel guilty. Darius remained silent for a long time before saying, my lord, to remain guilt-free in officialdom is extremely difficult. The only thing my lord can do is try to protect Dane's family. Everything else will depend on fate. Haywood nodded slightly. I called you here for this matter. Word has it that Dane returned an hour ago and is currently at the tofu shop. Go find him and gave him 10 taels of silver. I didn't expect this old man to accuse my brother-in-law of being from Rodney. They even say Ellen was trafficked to Rodney by my brother-in-law. It's absurd. Mourning is useless. Let's think about how to solve this problem. What do you think, father? Dane is my student. Whoever touches him, I'll face them to the death. This voice was familiar to Darius. After a moment, he recognized it. It was Gavin. Surprisingly, this old man still had spirit. However, upon further thought, it seemed this old man had no other choice. If Dane's identity as a Rodney person was confirmed, Gavin's outcome would also be grim. Currently, Gavin and Dane were sharing the same fate, rising together or falling together. Actually, after learning that Dane had become the top candidate in the examination, Gavin sensed trouble coming. He knew exactly what level his student was at. Passing the preliminary exam to obtain the title of xiuxian was possible, but getting top marks was absolutely impossible. Most likely, Dane was caught up in something again and used as a scapegoat by officials. A few days later, Gavin received a letter from Dane. Besides mentioning Maverick's invitation, Dane also talked about part of the examination essay content. After reading it, Gavin became even more convinced of his suspicions. Dane was once again let down by these officials. Gavin immediately replied, urging Dane to return quickly. Coils and the curved plow. The materials for the mosquito coils were all provided by the villagers of River Central Village. And because of this, River Central Village became the first village in Nanhan County to recover after the flood. As for the curved plow, it was also provided to the villagers of River Central Village free of charge. Gavin felt that just with these two deeds, any villager with a conscience would stand up and support Dane. Not to mention that Dane had previously allowed them to earn considerable money by helping catch fish, shrimp, and crabs. Without the income from catching aquatic creatures, many families in River Central Village wouldn't have been able to afford the communal joy tax. Dane sighed, to ordinary citizens, the government offices are no different from the gates of hell. Gathering people to storm the official office is akin to negotiating with Yama, the god of death. One mistake could cost lives. No matter how significant the kindness, it counts for nothing when faced with life and death. Gavin pondered and said, if this route isn't viable, then I will have to go to the capital to file a complaint directly to the emperor. Dane replied, Master, let me think about it some more. Dunk, who was listening outside, couldn't help but sigh after hearing Gavin's plan. Indeed, there was a clear difference between someone who had served as an official and someone who hadn't. Mobilizing the crowd to cause a disturbance was one. Seek your own way out. Xuanhuan, Kathy, take the children back to the village tomorrow morning and don't return to the county town for a while. Neve, you should go with them. Our old house back home should be ready to live in. Once I settle this matter, I'll find you. Big brother Joshua, please take care of Broderick. That's it, everyone, go on and disperse. Dane waved them off, walking into the room with a desolate demeanor. Leora forced a smile. Let's do as Gustav suggested. Everyone, go rest. Come find me for your indenture papers and travel expenses tomorrow morning. Jetty said, Sister, wait a moment. Leora asked, what is it? Jetty dismissed the servants and said, I want to leave the city tonight. Leora was puzzled. The city gates are closed. How can you get out? Besides, what are you going to do out there? Jetty said, I don't believe the people of River Central Village are all ingrates. Even if they are, I need to try. After so much effort, our life has finally started to improve. If it's destroyed like this, I can't bear it. Andrea added, I agree. Since it has come to this, we should try every possible method. It can't hurt. Leora said, that makes sense, but how can you get out of the city? Jetty replied, I know a drainage ditch. Following it will his arm, and leaned her head against his shoulder, saying, Gustav, don't worry. At worst, we'll return to farming. There will always be food to eat. Dane patted Leora's hand and gently said, Indeed, I'm particularly grateful that I kept a house in the countryside. So even if I die, you and the child will still have a place to stay. Hearing this, Leora couldn't hold back any longer. She turned and tightly hugged Dane, sobbing, Gustav, I don't want you to die. Dane patted her back and said, Neve, don't cry. I just said it might happen. My life is as resilient as a cockroach. It won't be easy for them to kill me with fabricated charges. Leora cried. Why do these people always make things hard for us? All we want is to live peacefully. Is that too much to ask? If they really drive us to the brink, I'll go to the capital with my godfather to appeal to the emperor. Even if I die at the imperial palace, I must get justice for you. Dane gently pushed Leora away a bit, held her face in both hands, and kissed her lips lightly, saying, silly girl, listen. Even if I'm gone, you must live well. Leora bit her lip and said, without you, what meaning does my life have? Gustav, I belong to you in life and in death. Chapter 232. Xiuxian was taken away. Dane had imagined many scenarios for the first night after he returned from Vikizhou, but most of these scenarios were all linked to the 4 words, not suitable for children. The few remaining scenes that could pass review would still be intimate moments between the couple. However, what he never expected was that on his first night back, he and his wife would sit under the eaves watching the eastern sky lighten up. At this moment, Dane suddenly thought of a classic line from a CEO romance novel. It's dawn, time to bankrupt a certain family. Unfortunately, Dane wasn't the CEO. He was the certain family. And it wasn't just about bankruptcy. There was a possibility of being crippled, or even death. Because only if Dane were dead, his identity as a Rodnianian would be confirmed once and for all. Rodnianian? Huh. Dane laughed bitterly. Damn, I've turned into Chief Zhao. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the courtyard. Leora opened the door and saw several villagers from River Village carrying Jetty inside. Covered in injuries with an extremely pale face, Jetty nevertheless wore a smile and said, sis, I've brought help. Dane quickly walked forward and asked, what happened? Leora replied, I'll tell you later. She immediately called over the servants to take Jetty to Theodore. Jetty said, sis, I'm not going to Theodore. I need to go to the courthouse. Dane frowned, in your condition. How can you go to the courthouse? Rodney, to your sister, go to Theodore and find Francis. Springflower, take your husband to the clinic quickly. Andrea hurried out, tears welling in her eyes as she saw Jetty's injuries but held back her tears. She summoned 2 male servants from the tofu shop to carry Jetty on a stretcher to Theodore. Hunter May, Rachel, you 2 look after the kids, Dane instructed. Hunter May and Rachel nodded, and each took a child into the house. Dane sighed. Now can you tell me what happened? Leora said, last night, Xuanhuan insisted on leaving the city to seek reinforcements. I agreed. But how did he get out? The gates were closed. Climbed through the drainage ditch. Dane was stunned. The ditch leading out of the city, also known as the sewage channel, contained human waste, animal carcasses, and highly concentrated marsh gas. A misstep could mean death. Yet, Jetty chose this path and survived. What a tough kid. Such loyalty. You should have told me, Dane sighed. If something happened to Xuanhu, how could we face Kathy? Leora lowered her head. My fault. I lost my composure and didn't stop him firmly. Thinking back, I'm terrified. Dane gently pulled Leora's hand. Neve, I don't blame you. Just, forget it. Go wash your face. I'll talk with the villagers. Leora nodded and went toward the kitchen. Dane looked around and realized nearly everyone from River Village had come. He felt deeply moved and, but a peasant, worthless in the eyes of officials. They planned to imprison him and force a confession, using threats or worse. Even if Xiuxian remained as stubborn as a rock, they could still forcibly press his bloody thumbprint on a false confession. Once Dane was dealt with, they'd find a reason to release Xiuxian, leaving him powerless. Dane clenched his fists and said sternly, everyone, Xiuxian was taken because of me. I must go to the courthouse to save him. If you're willing, come with me. The villagers responded eagerly. We came for this exact reason. The courthouse can't wrongfully accuse good people. Second brother grew up here. How could he be a Rodniolian? These officials are up to no good. Let's go demand justice at the courthouse. Led by Dane, dozens of River Village residents marched towards the courthouse. Along the way, Gavin joined them. He told Dane, second brother, if things get out of control, push everything onto me, saying it was my idea. Dane looked at Gavin, recalling their initial meeting when Shang hesitated to accept him as a disciple for fear of implicating him. Now, it seemed Shang was the one implicated by Dane. Dane smiled warmly, Master, I appreciate your concern, but this is aimed at me. Even if I blamed you, their target would remain me. So this time, I must fight tooth and nail, either win or die. Giving a bitter smile. Master Chun, I'll inform them inside. The ground is cold. Why don't you stand up while waiting? Dane closed his eyes and ignored him. The guard sighed and ran into the office. Inside the hall, Xiuxian was already kneeling, and Drake, the itinerant inspector, sat in the middle, looking stern and aloof. County Hayes Haywood sat on a small stool beside him, looking like a mistreated housewife. As the guard reached the entrance of the hall, he encountered Nathaniel. Upon learning that Dane had brought people to cause a disturbance, Nathaniel's face slightly changed, and after gesturing, he said, Understood, you may go. Then he entered the hall, bowed, and reported, Your Excellency, Uncle Gavin and candidate Dane have led nearly 100 villagers to blockade the entrance, demanding to see you. Hearing this, Haywood was shocked. He hadn't expected Dane could gather so many people to cause a commotion. Better to resolve this today, to prevent future trouble. Just as Haywood was about to invite Dane in, Drake gave a cold laugh and said, A crowd of ruffians causing a scene, and the government office remains inactive? Are you siding with these riffraff against the court? Pass the order. Ignore these ruffians if they stay outside peacefully. But if they storm the office, arrest them all. Nathaniel swallowed hard and looked at Haywood, who nodded and said, Follow the Imperial Commissioner's orders. Nathaniel then bowed and withdrew. As an itinerant inspector, Drake didn't need to personally handle county-level affairs, but he chose to do so, seemingly to deal with Dane, yet actually harboring other intentions. Dane's greatest support came from Frank. Though their relationship appeared only formal, after Frank returned to the cabinet, many policies indirectly protected merchants' rights, differing from what the scholarly faction expected. However, due to Frank's high status, he couldn't be handled like ordinary merchant allies. The scholarly faction discovered Dane, a potentially crucial pawn. Despite his outstanding talent, Dane's history in business was undeniable. Before rejoining the cabinet, Frank had discussed philosophy with Dane for several days. Perhaps during those discussions, the renowned academic was influenced by the merchant-turned-scholar. Thus, solving this issue became straightforward, changing Dane's nationality from Great Yan to Northern Rodneo. Given the deep-seated enmity between Yin and Rodneo, how could University Unkit Frank neglect Yin students to associate with the Rodneo dogs? This was disloyalty. Great Yan's cabinet wouldn't tolerate such a person holding power. By then, Frank would either resign quietly or choose death to prove his loyalty. Expelling Frank and purging the cabinet would be Besides, leg shackles aren't as severe as caning. It won't cause major harm. He then glared at the guards inside, shouting, "Why are you hesitating? Carry out the torture. Do I have to do it myself?" Chapter 234. Indeed, it's still related to Frank. Two constables approached Grandpa Gaius with hand irons and whispered apologetically, "Old sir, I'm sorry." Grandpa Gaius remained calm, voluntarily extending his hands. "Lads, this isn't your fault." The constable's hands trembled as they shackled Grandpa Gaius. Having served for so many years, it was the first time they were imposing punishment on a 70-year-old elder, an act that weighed heavily on their conscience. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside the county yamen. The angry roar of Drake reached everyone's ears. When Gaius heard it, he wept and rushed toward the county yamen. At this age, if Grandpa were punished, he might not survive. "Second brother, do something," Aunt Luke said while pulling at Gaius. Dane raged fiercely, raising one arm high, shouting, "Corrupt officials, treating human lives like grass. How dare they torture an elderly person? This goes against all decency. Villagers, let's charge in and save Grandpa Gaius first." Though storming the county yamen was a capital offense, the villagers from Hajong village had a fierce spirit. With Gaius leading the charge, others followed without hesitation, surging inward. "Corrupt officials, release him!" the villagers shouted as they charged forward. The constables obligingly moved aside, allowing the villagers to rush straight into the main hall. They felt Drake's methods were excessively cruel. How could anyone torture an elderly person? Within moments, Dane led the villagers into the county yamen hall. Haywood panicked as he watched the crowd storm in. Commoners assaulting an official government office, especially in such numbers, could be considered treason. The county yamen represented the imperial court. Assaulting it was tantamount to attacking the emperor himself. But compared to Haywood's panic, Drake secretly rejoiced. He had been worried about how to eliminate Dane, and now this foolish man had led commoners to assault the yamen, confirming his identity as a Rodneo spy. How could an educated person from Diyin do something like this? Only Rodneo dogs would. By making this move, Dane had cemented his identity as a Rodneo dog. Actually, Drake and Dane did not have any deep-seated grudges. His motivation for targeting Dane mirrored Jensen's. It was a political gamble. Through dealing with Dane, he wanted to demonstrate his loyalty to certain people in the cabinet. Drake stroked his mustache and suppressed his smirk before waving for all constables to step back. "Unkit Dane, you have great audacity. You impersonate a citizen of our Diyin, and now incite innocent villagers to assault the county yamen. Do you think our Diyin yamen are soft targets?" Dane's words indirectly confirmed that Frank no longer represented the Unkitli party, but had defected to the merchant party. The emperor's reinstatement of Frank wasn't a concession to the Unkitli party or an apology to scholars, but a preparation to confront them head-on. Thinking of this, Drake felt increasingly righteous. If previously fabricating charges against Dane left him slightly guilty, now that guilt was completely gone. "I'm doing this for the prosperity of Diyin, and for the scholars across the land. Even if the means aren't honorable, they are forced upon me." Drake clenched his fists. "You and Unkit Frank indeed colluded." Dane didn't respond, just sighed. Drake asked darkly, "Why sigh? Do you think what I said is incorrect?" Dane replied, "I sigh for Diyin. To hold an important post like yours, yet you behave so mindlessly. Continuing this way, the country will fall apart." Drake sneered, "I've heard you're good at twisting logic. Today, I see it's well-deserved." "Dane, stop dodging. Are you a Rodneo person or not?" Dane responded defiantly, "Of course not. My adoptive parents and I have always had a strained relationship, known by all in Hajong village. Their testimony holds no value. As for the magistrate you mentioned, may I ask, what punishment should be given to a magistrate who changed a Rodneo person's identity to a Yin citizen? Against me. Unfortunately for you, sir, your actions were too rushed. If you had delayed for a year or two, perhaps you could have gathered flawless evidence instead of accusing me as someone from Rodneaning so absurdly. This charge is not only preposterous, but also laughable. If you manage to return alive to Vicky Prefecture, make sure to execute whoever gave you this advice. They are clearly out to get you." Drake could no longer maintain his composure. In anger, he slammed the table, interrupting Dane furiously. "Silence! Silence!" Initially, regardless of how eloquent Dane was, Drake felt confident in controlling him. After all, Dane was just a scholar candidate while he was an envoy of the inspectorate of Vicky Prefecture, making their positions vastly different. Unexpectedly, Dane found and seized the loopholes in the evidence swiftly, leaving Drake struggling to keep up. According to the plan, Jake should first be forced to admit that Dane was from Rodneaning. Then, the previous Blake's confession would be presented, followed by testimony from Dane's adoptive father's family, solidifying Dane's identity as someone from Rodneating beyond doubt. Given Dane's achievements, handling the case carelessly would risk undermining the effort aimed at Frank. However, the current situation did not allow Drake the luxury of taking things slow. He needed to conclude the case quickly. Drake steadied himself and said, "Even if what you say has merit, gathering so many peasants to storm the prefectural government as a scholar candidate is still considered breaking the law knowingly. To storm the government office is rebellion. Within a few years like previous dynasties. To gain support, Emperor Gaozu established stringent laws for officials, aiming to instill hope in the commoners. These laws initially proved effective, boosting the populace's loyalty. However, as stability set in, the laws became obsolete, replaced by new ones. It became increasingly difficult, even impossible, for commoners to challenge officials. Due to stability, public complaints were futile. Dissenters faced execution. As for rebellion, life could go on despite its hardships, better than during times of chaos. Sacrificing lives for corrupt officials was deemed unworthy. While commoners might ignore the old Great Yan Code, officials could not. They often cited ancestral laws as unchangeable. The old Great Yan Code, enacted by Emperor Gaozu, epitomized these ancestral laws. Denying it meant denying one's own principles. Gavin, who hadn't spoken since entering the office, pulled out a copy of the old Great Yan Code from his sleeve. He was passionate about collecting books, including various editions of the code. Using the old Great Yan Code to justify the storming of the office was Gavin's idea from the previous night, relayed to Dane on their way to the office. Otherwise, given Dane's knowledge, he wouldn't know such details. He hadn't even read half of the current code. Gavin opened the book, locating the relevant. Current Great Yan was no longer what it was at the time of its founding. If anyone could arrest officials based on old laws from the early days of Great Yan, while the court remained indifferent, would tens of thousands of officials still have a way out? Would the world not regress back to the precarious times of Gaozu's era when everyone lived in fear? What troubled Drake was that Gavin had used the old laws to erase the crime of Dane attacking the county office. Dane had now become a victim. As for Drake himself, he had shifted from the just party to the perpetrator. As Drake hesitated, he heard Dane's furious cry, "All you uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters, why are we still waiting? Seize this evil official, and it will be a great deed." The younger people like Donald immediately rolled up their sleeves to take action. Terrified and pale-faced, Drake nearly slipped under the table, shouting, "Bring them all down." Gavin adopted the demeanor of a scholar and shouted fiercely, "Whoever lays a hand on them becomes an accomplice to this despicable official and, according to our ancestral laws, shall be punished more severely." The bailiffs in the county office had never liked Drake, but had been forced to act against their consciences due to his rank. Now with Gavin invoking ancestral law, they were almost ready to clap in delight, let alone help him. County Hayes Haywood was busy examining a spider web on the beam. The web really looked like a spider's work. However, Drake had brought some of his own men, who promptly entered the hall and stabilized the situation. Voice rang out outside the hall, "Everyone, stop." Then over 20 armored soldiers rushed in. Drake's men were instantly frightened into immobility, with some dropping their weapons. Seeing the emblem on the soldier's armor, Drake's complexion changed dramatically. How did Fergus's border-stabilizing army arrive here? Dazedly, a man dressed in purple robes strolled in. Although he looked unkempt and exhausted, his eyes exuded immense power. Dane recognized him. He was Maverick, vice-governor of Vicky Prefecture. Maverick's gaze slowly swept over the crowd before he took a long breath. From the capital to Guangling Prefecture, and then by boat to Nanheshan County, I thought I could finally rest, but this place seems busier than Guangling. His eyes landed on Drake. "Isn't this Drake of the Inspectorate? I've heard of you." Drake dared not be disrespectful and bowed respectfully. "Your Excellency, please receive my greetings." Maverick said coolly, "No need for formality." He then walked over to Dane, but didn't speak to him directly. Instead, he bowed to Gavin, saying, "Brother Wendy, long time no see. You still look as impressive as ever." Though Maverick called Gavin by his courtesy name, Gavin couldn't reciprocate due to the vast gap between them. Gavin paid a deep respect, saying, "Old me pays my respects to your Excellency." Maverick replied, "No need for such formality." This wasn't the time to delve into such details. Drake had to make a statement. Otherwise, he might lose everything in Nanheshan County. "Your Excellency, the Inspectorate received reports accusing Dane of being a descendant of Rodneo. I had to investigate as an Inspectorate courier. After investigation, I confirmed that Dane is indeed a Rodneo descendant." Right when I was about to convict him, Dane lashed out, leading dozens of villagers to storm the county office in an attempt to reverse the truth. Dane mocked, "Your Excellency, still pulling that trick? Aren't you tired yet? For the sake of eradicating traitors for the country, how can I tire?" Drake retorted. Maverick said calmly, "This is the business of the Inspectorate, beyond my authority to interfere. But before you convict Dane, couldn't you first allow me to complete my imperial assignment?" Chapter 237. Dian Rodneyangzi, fetching wealth for the nation. Egon clearly understood what it meant to be an imperial envoy and maintained a solemn expression. "Sir, please proceed." Maverick calmly said, "Present it." A subordinate entered carrying a long box, knelt on one knee, and presented the box to Maverick with both hands. Maverick gently opened the box, took out a scroll, and carefully handed it to Dane. "This is the Emperor's reward." Then these soldiers must have been sent by Fergus? Why was Fergus here to join the chaos? Drake inwardly scoffed but dared not utter a word aloud, even forcing himself to act as if he hadn't seen the defending border army. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. While Dane's imperial gift couldn't be equated with a pardon token, it indirectly confirmed that Dane was someone greatly favored by the Emperor. After all, in all his years of service, he had never received such an honor. Before Maverick arrived, Dane and Gavin had already begun their counterattack against him. Now, with the Emperor's backing, their counterattack would only intensify. Even if he surrendered now, it might not quell their hatred. Caught in a dilemma, there was only one way out: persist. As long as he could convict Dane, even if the Emperor held him accountable later, he could still gain the reputation of being upright and unyielding. With such recognition, many ministers would likely plead for him. Thinking this, Drake took a deep breath, removed his official hat, and took off his official robe, trying to project an aura of fearlessness before imperial authority. He said sternly, "I see why you are so arrogant. You recognize the censor." From this simple statement, Drake's adeptness was evident. A censor-born official might lack other skills, but his talent for accusations was unparalleled. Through these words, "Guilty?" Drake retorted sharply, "That you are a chiton is clear as day. This fact cannot be denied." Determined to press his advantage, Drake stuck to his story about Dane's chiton identity. Dane had hoped Drake would present something new, but they were back to accusing him of being chiton again. "Do you want to know what the Emperor's scroll says?" Dane asked. Drake frowned. "What does that have to do with the Emperor's calligraphy?" Dane smiled. Everything. He then unfurled the scroll in front of Drake. As Drake read it, he trembled, nearly falling to the ground. Haywood, intrigued by Drake's reaction, surreptitiously leaned forward to glimpse the scroll. Dian Rodnyangzi, fetching wealth for the nation. Haywood immediately understood, now regarding Drake with a mix of pity. Drake had charged Dane based on his alleged Khitan identity, which gave him leeway even if he offended the emperor. But those 4 words directly confirmed Dane's background. Dian Rodnyangzi. The emperor's word was absolute truth. If the emperor said Dane was a Yanese, he must be Yanese, even if he were originally Khitan. Vice versa. These 4 words shattered Drake's last hope. No amount of evidence could overturn the emperor's decree. Dane's status as a Yanese was indisputable, yet Drake's torture of a 70-year-old man was irrefutable. And to the townspeople, wouldn't it? Drake collapsed onto his chair, watching Dane's relentless advance. He had already considered pleading for mercy. At this point, continuing resistance would not only ruin his reputation but could also cost him his life. Only by conceding might he have a chance at survival. Just as Drake prepared to plead for mercy, another person entered the county hall. Seeing this person, Drake instantly understood why the border defense troops were present here. This person was named Hubert. Hubert walked calmly to Drake and asked, "Have you finished questioning him, Your Excellency?" Drake opened his mouth, wanting to say something but couldn't find the words. Haywood, who had been observing all along, hastily stood up and bowed respectfully. This official greets General Pei. Although civilian and military officials belonged to different systems with little interaction, since Hubert was a 5th rank while Haywood was only 7th, calling himself a subordinate wasn't out of place. Hubert returned the bow and said, "Your Excellency is too polite. Our Duke of Rodnyanshui heard that the top scholar of our Vicky prefecture was a spy for Rodnyo, so he specially sent me to Nanha County to investigate. Now it appears everything was baseless. Drake tarnished the reputation of our scholars for his own benefit, which deserves condemnation. Drake, I'm arresting you now. Do you have anything to say?" Drake lowered his head dejectedly and said, "I have nothing to say. Take him away." With a wave of Hubert's hand, several border defense troops came forward and escorted Drake. Normally, only an official of governor level being a Rodnyo spy would warrant such attention from Fergus. Something was off, very off. Despite pondering for half the day, Haywood couldn't figure out what was happening. He came back to reality to find the county hall empty, with Dane and the villagers from Hajong village already gone. Haywood frowned, slightly annoyed. Was Dane getting too arrogant, leaving without even greeting him, the magistrate? Suddenly, Secretary Rong approached quickly, looking pale from shock. "Your Excellency, since this incident happened inside the county hall, shouldn't we have notified higher-ups about Drake's arrest?" Haywood waved a hand, saying, "Now that Duke Gaius has intervened, this is beyond our jurisdiction. I have something else for you to do. Compile a report of today's events and send it to Guangling Prefecture. Don't add unnecessary embellishments, just stick to the facts." Rong replied, "Your Excellency, it might be better if you write it personally." Haywood agreed, nodding, "Very well, I'll write it later. Call the messenger in to ensure this detailed report reaches the governor as quickly as possible." Rong answered, "I'll take care of it immediately." Dane bid farewell to the villagers outside the city walls, giving each of them 1 guan as compensation. Xian received an extra 2 guan for emotional damages and medical expenses. After watching the villagers depart, Dane hurried back to the Shang residence. He wanted to ask his teacher whether accepting Maverick's offer to be a strategist was final. Arriving at the Shang residence, he noticed the servants were already packing up things. Madame Shang held Bridget in her arms, clearly reluctant to part. "Your teacher is waiting for you in the study," said Ren. Dane nodded and hurried towards the study. Inside, Gavin was organizing books in the cabinet. Hearing Dane enter, he didn't turn around but said directly, "Each book I've left you is crucial for your examinations next year and the year after. Study them carefully. Don't slack off when I'm gone. I await your success in becoming the top scholar." Dane felt a lump in his throat. "Teacher, have you really decided?" Gavin turned around and smiled. "Erlang, all good feasts must come to an end. We may be separating, but it's not a permanent farewell. Why such a gloomy face? You'll still come to Vicky Prefecture for the exams next year, so we will meet again. Moreover, this return to officialdom may not go smoothly. I might be demoted again within a few months." Wiping his eyes, Dane said, "Teacher, I believe this time you will surely succeed." Gavin sighed, "I hope so too, because only through success can I protect my only disciple." Dane's heart froze, his voice trembling. "Teacher, is this why you're returning to officialdom?" End of trans. Sit and talk. The two sat facing each other. Gavin continued, "I once told you that Hansen's actions against the merchant faction aren't meant to crush them entirely like during Gaozu's time. Handling the merchant faction is more of a strategy from Hansen. With the failure in the war against Rodnyo 23 years ago, issues of redundant officials and excessive expenses became evident. Combined with the annual tributes to Rodnyo and gifts to xiuxian, the national treasury cannot bear such expenditures. Grandiosing official salaries or decreasing their numbers is impossible. Taxing the common folk would only increase their burden, leading to uprisings. And our principle has always been pacification. The more we pacify, the poorer the treasury becomes. So Hansen turned to the merchants, granting them the power they've long sought to exploit their wealth. Over 10 years, the treasury indeed grew rich, and the people, well, their lives aren't too bad. The only ones suffering are the scholarly class. If no measures are taken to pacify them, they will threaten imperial authority. Dividing and dismantling the merchant faction, removing them from the cabinet, is a show for all the scholars in the land. But how can Hansen easily give up on the merchants? Without them, who will finance the country? Rely on farmers? Not that farming is bad, but relying solely on to divide and dismantle the scholarly faction. Gavin said, "Frank definitely has strong political insight. He should realize that a prosperous nation relies not only on scholars, but also on merchants." Given Frank's character, if he hadn't seen this, he wouldn't align with Hansen. Rodney Quise, Maverick and Jensen probably saw this too, which is why they criticized your examination paper. Dane hesitantly asked, Teacher, do you think this approach is correct? Gavin nodded. Initially, I didn't believe so, but spending time with you made me see some merit in this viewpoint. Still, I maintain that merchants must be regulated. Without restraint, who knows what horrors they might commit. This is the stance I will uphold upon returning to public office. Gustav, you may continue trading, but I hope you possess integrity and principles. Don't resort to any means for profit like the merchant faction. Dane stood up and bowed deeply. Your student will remember your teachings. Gavin said, after I leave, this mansion will be entrusted to you. Watch over it for me. I intend to return here for retirement in a few decades. Dane smiled awkwardly. Teacher, actually, I also plan to leave Nanha County. Gavin frowned. You're leaving too? Where will you go? Dane took a deep breath. To a place where I can fully spread my wings and engage in trade. Gavin quickly understood Dane's meaning. You're disappointed with County Hayes Haywood? Dane nodded. Yes, this incident opened my eyes. Haywood isn't worth investing in or trusting. Drake used an unusual reason to attack me. Remaining when the next year's examination comes around, I'll visit you in Vicky Prefecture with my wife and daughter. Gavin smiled contentedly. Very well. I await your arrival. Late at night, in the main room of the tofu shop. What Dane had imagined when he returned from Vicky Prefecture finally came true this night, in this very room. After an intense exchange, Leora lay contentedly beneath him. When Dane tried to turn over, Leora held him tightly. Don't move. I'm heavy. A woman doesn't mind pressure. Dane chuckled and still turned to the side, patting his chest. Leora understood immediately and leaned into him. Dane hugged her and said, this is better. Her flushed face pressed against Dane's chest. She listened to his steady heartbeat and smiled contently. It feels so good. Dane laughed. These two words might be simple, but they carry deep emotions. If those experienced people analyzed it, they could write a 2,000-word essay. What are these experienced people? Leora asked curiously. People skilled at driving fast, Dane answered solemnly. Seeing his expression, Leora knew he was up to no good. She lightly bit him. You're just teasing. Plus, Haywood revealed his foolishness after Bertsia died. I have no interest in continuing our partnership. Leora resisted slightly. Though Rodney Inshui was attractive, it wasn't home. Moreover, their new house had barely been lived in. Leora, unlike Andrea, was more conservative and didn't enjoy venturing out. Small comforts sufficed for her. The current life suited her, and suddenly moving to a new place filled her with anxiety. Sensing this, Dane kissed her lips and consoled. Neve, Rodney Inshui isn't far from Nanha, just a day's journey. If you miss home, you can come back anytime. If you can't adjust right away, stay in Nanha. I'll establish myself in Rodney Inshui first, and come back for you and Lori. Leora huffed. I'm a little scared, but this time, I won't separate from you. Dane tensed slightly. Can't bear this? Leora scoffed. Exactly, what's the problem? And I heard those barbarian girls in Rodney Inshui are quite bold. I need to keep an eye on you, lest those love-struck swains crowd around you. Are you really that distrustful of me? Dane teased. I'll punish you first. The next morning, Dane took his entire family to bid farewell to Gavin as they left the city. Mabel hugged Lori tearfully, reluctant to part. They sent them off mile after mile until nearly 30 miles away Mabel finally released Lori. Aware they'd leave Nanha County, Maverick gestured for the driver to go. As the carriage nearly vanished from sight, Dane shouted, Teacher, take care. In the carriage, Gavin hugged Mabel, murmuring, Gustav, take care too. Hashtag chapter 241. A meeting of minds. Knowing that Jensen was going to serve as the magistrate of Rodney Inshui County, Dane decided not to rush there. He had to meet Jensen first and smooth things over in advance. From an official standpoint, being demoted from a provincial examiner to a Blake was a severe blow. However, viewed from another angle, an official aligned with the merchant party being sent to govern a commercially thriving county like Kaichang didn't feel like a demotion, but more like the emperor giving him a free hand to manage things his way. This led to some officials in the court questioning the demotion, though Frank quashed those doubts. Currently, the scholar officials in the cabinet were gradually seeing Frank's true colors and began to unite against him. But because of Frank's reputation, they dared not openly oppose him as they did the merchant party, resorting only to minor confrontations. When a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Revenue learned that Drake failed to get rid of Dane and instead got himself into trouble, the cabinet scholar officials conveniently forgot about Jensen's demotion to Rodney Inshui County. Frank also made concessions, offering no opinion on the replacement for Jensen in Vicky Prefecture. The new provincial examiner selected meticulously by the Ministry of Revenue rushed to Vicky Prefecture, expecting to have a power transfer ceremony, only to find Jensen had already left. A different path can be forged. Even if it fails, it won't have been in vain. Just then, a servant announced from outside, Master, Dane has arrived. Jensen's sister retreated behind a screen. While he said, Please bring him in, Dane stepped in, bowing respectfully. Your humble student, Dane, pays respect to your excellency. Jensen waved his hand gently. No need for formality. Bring him a seat. Once seated, Dane immediately spoke up. The imperial decree to demote you. Jensen waved again. Let's not talk about this. When I appointed you as the top student, I anticipated this outcome. But you've caused quite a stir lately. Having served many years, I usually read people accurately, but you remain a puzzle to me. Before Dane could reply, Jensen continued, You should remember, a tall tree attracts strong winds. You come from humble origins and are involved in commerce. If you were just a simple merchant, you might live in peace. But you chose an official career and even managed to defeat a writing examiner from the censorate. Continue this way, and you'll attract greater troubles. Of course, the censorate targeting you is largely due to me. Should anyone else challenge you, I'll do my best to help. But you must also be cautious and not act so conspicuously. Jensen's reasoning resonated deeply with Dane, yet the current situation left no room for remaining low-key. Dane responded solemnly, I will keep your teachings in mind. Your Excellency. It wasn't my intention to draw attention, but circumstances forced me into it. To some, the identity of a merchant is etched onto me. No matter how low profile I am, they will use it against me. Since I can't avoid it, I choose not to hide. They disdain me for doing business, so I'll show them exactly that, and do it on a massive scale. Behind the screen, Jensen's sister was taken aback by this statement. This speech mirrors what my brother just said. They both walk paths uncharted by predecessors. Though thorny, these paths brim with opportunities. Rodney-wise, Jensen was moved by Dane's words. After a moment's thought, he laughed heartily. That truly speaks to my heart. Once your business grows, remember to open a shop in Rodney and Shui. Let me collect taxes from you for some political achievements. Dane replied, Your Excellency, that was precisely my intention. Jensen's smile faded slightly. Is this an attempt to curry favor? Dane shook his head. Not at all, Your Excellency. Before learning of your appointment to Rodney and Shui County, I had this idea. Commerce and studies are both influenced by the environment. Mediocre teachers can't produce outstanding students, and mediocre officials can't nurture great merchants. Rodney and Shui County, being a trade hub, has a rich commercial atmosphere, allowing fewer restrictions on any business ventures. Nanha County, despite its large population, has an average commercial climate and a mediocre magistrate, making it likely that I'd hit roadblocks developing business here. Jensen stroked his beard. The magistrate of Nanha County seems to be from a military background, correct? Dane nodded. It's normal for a criminal judge not to excel in commerce. But let me be clear. If you do business in Rodney and Shui, I won't give you special treatment. Everything depends on your own efforts. Dane assured, Rest assured, Your Excellency. I'll try not to cause you trouble. Jensen nodded. Very well. I'll wait for you in Rodney and Shui. You may leave. Dane stood bowed again. Your humble student takes his leave. Chapter 242. Farewell preparations. Dane returned to the tofu shop, where Leora had already informed Jetty and his wife about their plan to move to Rodney and Shui. Jetty seemed reluctant. Brother-in-law, you're really going? Why not? We can still do business in Nanheedian County. Dane smiled and shook his head. Xiuanhuan, the business I plan to undertake cannot be fully developed in Nanheedian County. Moreover, doing business here is not safe. Both of Gordy's legs. Don't worry about retaliation. They dare not. Jetty's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had been waiting for this moment. Secondly, when you return to the village, go to Huzhong village and invite Xuanhuan and his grandfather to stay in the newly built house. If your parents no longer wish to live in Shanghai village, they can move in as well. Andrea interjected quickly. Brother-in-law, isn't this improper? You've never stayed in that house. What would people think if my parents lived there? Dane replied, houses are meant for living. An empty house loses its meaning. Moreover, houses need human presence to maintain. Otherwise, they deteriorate easily. Xuanhuan's grandfather suffered greatly because of me. Letting him stay there could be considered compensation. After pondering for a moment, Jetty asked, Brother-in-law, what about Auden's family? Should I beat them up as well? Dane responded, since accusing me of being a Rodneo person failed, Auden's family can no longer stay in Huzhong village. They might have moved away already. No need to waste time on them. Jetty snorted, this family of ingrates, moving away would be too easy on them. If they don't, I won't let them off easily. Dane continued, apart from the house in the countryside, please take care of teacher's house as well. I will entrust this house to a real estate agency, but it would be best if you check it every month to ensure everything is in order. If anything goes wrong, write to me immediately so I can handle it. Jetty nodded. Understood. Brother-in-law, is there anything else? Dane answered, next is the manpower arrangement. Turning to Amato, he asked, Brother Joshua, are you coming with me to Rodney and Shui, or staying at the tofu shop? Without hesitation, Amato decided to follow Dane. The main reason was his daughter Rachel. Dane was now a scholar gentry, and Rachel learning from him was a rare opportunity. Staying in Nanheedian County would only turn her into a servant like others at the tofu shop. Even if she became a maid, serving Savannah would be the best fate for Rachel. Broderick walked up to Dane and tugged at his sleeve, mumbling, me. Dane smiled and reassured him, rest assured. I will definitely take you along. Broderick grinned foolishly. Hunter, you and your sister should come with us. Hunter's smile mirrored Broderick's. Yes, sir. Ever since returning from Vikizhou Prefecture, Hunter never stopped calling Dane sir, unlike other servants who called him master. This made Hunter feel dignified, though Dane didn't notice. Looking at his servants, Dane said, I previously promised to set you all free. That offer still stands. Ambria to become a refined lady, not a village girl. Jetty assured him, okay, brother-in-law, I will hire a tutor for Ambria. Dane nodded. All right, that's it. I have some old friends to visit. Say goodbye to Neve properly. Hashtag chapter 243, the Point King of Nangi County. The first old friend Dane mentioned was Francis. Upon arriving at Theodore, Dane learned that Francis and Finley were still out on a medical tour and had not returned yet. So, he asked the apprentices in the shop for paper and pen to write a farewell letter to Francis. Unexpectedly, just as he picked up the pen, Francis and Finley returned, dust covered from their journey. Seeing Dane, Francis rushed forward, grabbed Dane's shoulders, and examined him from all angles. Relieved, he said, Brother Chun, it's such a relief to see you're okay. We were out on a medical tour when we heard about what happened to you, so we hurried back immediately. What really happened? Why are people saying you're from Rodneo? Francis bombarded Dane with questions, leaving no pause. Finley slapped her apprentice's head and said impatiently, let Brother Chin speak. Francis scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Teacher, I just got too anxious. Dane clasped his hands together and said, both of you care so much about me. I'm truly touched. I was indeed slandered this time, but everything has been resolved now. He then briefly recounted the events. After hearing Dane's account, Francis harshly condemned the Chins. The first time I met them, I knew they weren't an iron are off limits for now, but there are plenty of other profitable businesses. I have a preliminary plan. Once I reach Rodney and Shui, I'll gradually expand. Francis was taken aback. Brother Chin, you're going to Rodney and Shui? Dane responded. To conduct business, one needs to go where the commercial atmosphere is rich. Rodney and Shui, being a trade fair, is like an economic development zone of Dadayan. Francis exclaimed. What kind of zone? Dane smiled. Anyway, doing business in Rodney and Shui means fewer restrictions. Finley agreed. This choice is wise. Rodney and Shui has far more wealthy people than Nangi County, plus many Rodney people who spend extravagantly. Francis sighed. Once you go to Rodney and Shui, Brother Chin, we'll rarely see each other. Dane assured him. Rodney and Shui isn't far from Nangi, and since you travel with Master Joshua, my move to Rodney and Shui would give you a fixed base. You won't have to stay in inns anymore. Francis thought for a moment. Makes sense. Then you have to always leave a room for me. Of course, Dane replied. Then he turned to Finley. Dr. Joshua, after I leave, the tofu shop will continue making mosquito repellents. Feel free to take what you need whenever necessary. No charge. Finley chuckled. I've always had a thick skin. Dane bowed again. I won't disturb your rest further. Farewell. We'll meet in Rodney and Shui. This store no longer belongs to young mistress. Dane frowned. I don't quite understand. Christina Lance explained. Young mistress severed ties with the family. The local branch will send someone to manage the business in Nangi County. However, the family allows her to take all the cloth from the store. Dane realized. So, the trip to Vikijo Prefecture was about this matter. Christina Lance nodded. They forced young mistress into marriage, which she refused. Eventually, they parted ways, agreeing not to interfere with each other's lives. Dane remarked, your young mistress is quite resolute. Christina Lance smiled. We owe it to Mr. Chun. Your decision to sever ties gave her courage. Dane asked, what does your young mistress plan to do next? Christina Lance sighed. We haven't figured that out yet. The residents will also be returned to the family soon. After handling the store, I'll need to find housing through a real estate agent. Dane brightened up. Actually, I have an idea. Chapter 244. You're the only one in my rod knife. Go to Rodney and Shui? After hearing Lancer's recount, Michaela's delicate brows knitted together. Lancer said, Christina, I think this plan is feasible. Just consider this. If we're starting over anyway, it would be much easier to do so in Rodney and Shui than in Nanha. Your main family definitely won't sit idle and let you grow strong. They will certainly suppress you. But going to Rodney and Shui eliminate, what do you want to say? It's, cough about Michaela and me. Leora's face changed instantly. Dane hurriedly explained, Neve, don't misunderstand. Nothing happened between Michaela and me. He then quickly recounted everything that happened on the way to Vicky Prefecture. So, Michaela and I have reconciled. We went from enemies to ordinary friends. Yeah, that's it. Dane looked at Leora earnestly. Neve, please believe me. In reality, Leora was quite happy. The fact that Dane felt compelled to explain himself proved his place in her heart was irreplaceable. Had it been another man, such an explanation would have been unlikely. Moreover, during Dane's time preparing for the examination in Vicky Prefecture, Andrea and Mabel often brought up the topic of multiple wives and concubines. They believed Dane would inevitably marry other women in the future because a talented and wealthy man wouldn't settle for just one woman. It was common for influential men to take multiple wives in this era, and neither Andrea nor Mabel found anything wrong with it. While the idea of lifelong commitment was romantic, it was rare. Mabel and Andrea discussed this topic to prepare Leora on how to be a competent matriarch and manage the household affairs well. Andrea advocated teaching any new wife who entered the Chen household a lesson to assert dominance. Mabel believed in winning through reason. As long as Leora daylight, Leora hastily gave in. Dane continued, let's get back to what we were discussing. I've said before that once in Rodney and Shui, besides the liquor business, we need to engage in other ventures. This includes the textile trade. As fate would have it, Michaela has left her main family in Vicky Prefecture. The Osiris family textile shop is now run by them, leaving her jobless. Michaela has years of experience in the textile trade and considerable skills. I invited her to join us in Rodney and Shui and take charge of our textile business. Leora said, you decide on business matters. But will Christina Osiris agree to start anew in Rodney and Shui? Dane replied, if she stays in Nanha County, she'll still have to start over and deal with suppression from her main family. In Rodney and Shui, those concerns don't exist. Leora thought for a moment, that's true. But Erlang, are you familiar with the textile business? If Christina Osiris comes to Rodney and Shui and finds out you know nothing about it, it could affect her perception of you. Dane laughed. I don't understand much about dyeing or weaving, just the general principles. But I do know about garment design. Do you remember the box where I keep my designs? It's under the bed, Leora replied. Dane rushed to the bed, dragged out the box, cleaned off the dust and opened it. Neve, once these 2 garments I designed are made, they will shock everyone. To put it conservatively, at least 30% of Dian's women would go crazy over these outfits. In her courtyard, standing at the gate, Leora finally met her nominal rival for the first time. She quickly sized up Michaela and felt her confidence soar. Because Michaela's chest wasn't as big as hers, Leora knew very well how much her own chest attracted her husband. While she was sizing up Michaela, Michaela was also examining her, thinking, do all women who've given birth have such large chests? Leora took the initiative and said, Christina Osiris, greetings. I am Dane's wife, Leora. Your reputation precedes you. It's an honor to meet you. Michaela collected herself and greeted with a smile. Mrs. Chun, greetings. On the way to Vicky Prefecture, Master Chun spoke highly of you, saying you are the best wife anyone could ask for. Today, meeting you, I understand why Master Chun didn't exaggerate. This comment was carefully crafted, subtly revealing the nature of her relationship with Dane, hinting that their past had been mended on the journey to Vicky Prefecture, implying no prior involvement. Leora couldn't help but admire Michaela, wondering if this was what it meant to be born into a wealthy family. Her eloquence was impressive. Why are you standing here? Come inside. I have something interesting to show you. Dane, growing impatient inside, called out from the door. Leora breathed a sigh of relief, stepping aside slightly. Christina Osiris, please. Mrs. Chun, please. Michaela responded. Ultimately, the two women entered side by side. Maid Lancer hadn't intended to enter, but Dane invited her in as well. To avoid suspicion, Dane left the door open. Despite this, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Dane broke the silence. Christina Osiris, I knew you would come. Michaela replied, Lancer mentioned that Master Chun has a plan for me to establish myself quickly in Rodniji County. I'm very interested in this method, so I couldn't resist coming. Dane gestured to the chairs. Let's sit and talk. Once everyone was seated, Dane opened his treasure box and took out a piece of paper. Neve, Christina Osiris, and Maid Lancer, what I'm about to show you might be quite shocking. Please try to remain calm and refrain from any extreme reactions. His words were met with varied expressions from the three women. They all had the same thought. Could these papers be erotic illustrations? Leora kept signaling to Dane, hoping he wouldn't do this. Showing erotic illustrations to visiting ladies was not appropriate. That's just inappropriate behavior. Dane placed the paper on the table. Ladies, please take a look. However, to support those water bags. Wouldn't that feel much lighter? Leora and Lancer imagined the scenario and agreed it seemed easier. Especially Leora, whenever Dane supported her chest, it not only felt lighter but also comfortable. As for Michaela, she glanced down at her own chest. So troublesome. How can I imagine that? Chapter 246. Underpants for convenient movement. Seeing the other two girls still imagining the comfort of wearing a corset, Michaela huffed and pointed to a picture beneath the corset, asking, Young Master Chin, what is this? Dane replied, it's an upgraded version of underpants. The current underpants have very long legs which aren't very comfortable to wear. This upgraded version corrects these flaws. It's snug, light, and convenient for movement. Michaela frowned. Movement? Dane cleared his throat. For courtesans, this would certainly be more convenient than regular underpants. Although Michaela was still unmarried, she wasn't entirely naive about such matters. The old nanny at home had shown her relevant illustrations before. Hearing Dane's words, Michaela immediately imagined some rather embarrassing scenes, causing her face to turn as red as if blood was seeping through. Leora also caught on and pinched Dane's arm again, lowering her voice. Christina Osiris is still unmarried. Speaking like this is too disrespectful. Dane winced. My dear, I'm wrong. Let go of me first, or you can pinch somewhere else if you like. Only Lance remained puzzled by the meaning of movement, looking at everyone with confusion. Michaela took a deep breath, adjusting her mindset and evaluating the outfit from a merchant's perspective. If this outfit truly has as many advantages as young Master Chin claims, it could effectively address several daily pain points for women. But, young Master Chun, you cannot sell this outfit publicly, because it challenges public decency and social norms. Not only would those old scholars be rated, but even ordinary men and women would criticize it endlessly. Dane smiled. Therefore, we need to change our business strategy from public sales to private customization. And the specifications for custom orders should be raised so that not just anyone can wear it. In simple terms, this outfit should follow the route of imperial tributes. Not everything can be a tribute, and only a select few can afford to enjoy items that become tributes. Once the price of one set of underwear matches 50 or 100 sets of clothes in the past, we've succeeded. Michaela pondered for a moment and said, Second question. This outfit is easy to replicate. What will we do when imitations appear? Dane replied, Good question. This involves brand effect. Our goal is not just to make an outfit, but to build a brand. Michaela looked puzzled. Could you explain further, young Master Chin? Dane explained, It's quite simple. Imagine there are 3 fabric shops in the county. When commoners want to buy clothes, they'll prioritize the shop with the best reputation, even if its fabrics and finished garments are priced higher due to its good name. The same principle applies here. From the start, we need to plant the idea in buyers' minds that our lingerie is the best. This best includes both quality and the premium associated with the brand. We aim to achieve a status where noble ladies wearing Osiris Family Fabric Shop lingerie can unreservedly look down on those wearing underwear from other shops. This theory is widely used in modern society. Women wearing counterfeit goods can't hold their heads up in front of those wearing authentic ones. At first, Dane didn't understand either. Aren't they just pieces of cloth? What's the difference between LV and 1Jo? Until a colleague gave him an example, Dane got it. Authentic items are like Steam. Counterfeits are like Wii Game. Dane was enlightened. Given Michaela's years of experience as a shopkeeper, she quickly grasped the subtleties of Dane's explanation. So, how exactly should we do this? Michaela asked. Dane replied, Branding. When making the outfit, embroider a unique mark of the Osiris Family Fabric Shop in a relatively hidden spot. Only lingerie embroidered with this mark is authentic, the rest are fakes. Of course, cultivating this awareness takes time. Michaela remarked, I didn't expect young Master Chun to have such profound business insight. This young woman is truly impressed. Discomfort during labor. And the pants are for convenient movement? Dane froze in place. Michaela, holding Lance's hand, hurried away. On the carriage, Michaela cupped her burning face, a voice screaming in her mind. Michaela, you must be crazy. Back inside, Leora curiously asked, Jeremiah, what did Christina Osiris say to you? You look stunned. Dane said, I suspect she's possessed by xiuxian. Leora asked, Who's xiuxian? A female ghost, Dane replied. Leora rolled her eyes. Talking about ghosts in broad daylight, are you? Dane laughed, whispering into Leora's ear, Neve, once this lingerie is ready, you must let me see it first. Chapter 247. Hunter, I have great expectations of you. Leora imagined the scene and blushed uncontrollably, covering her face as she ran away. Dane watched his wife's perfect back view, especially her round and plump buttocks, pinching his chin in contemplation. He wondered if the design of the undergarments could be made more daring. After thinking for a while, he felt something was amiss with his body. Quickly, Dane rushed back into the house. holding the already cold tea water and gulping down an entire pot to barely douse the fire within him. Satiation leads to carnal desires. The sages indeed did not deceive me, Dane sighed, tidying up the drawings. Houses, one for us and one for Michaela. Money isn't an issue, but the house must be large enough, with necessary facilities like courtyards and cellars. The surrounding environment is also crucial. It shouldn't be in a chaotic area. Ideally, the neighbors should be of high quality, from scholarly families or merchant clans. Hunter kept these details firmly in mind. Master, anything else? Dane added, also, gather information about the liquor market in Rodney-in-Shui. Besides the price of available alcohol, you should also investigate the raw materials and brewing ingredients required. Hunter felt pressured, but also highly motivated. If he succeeded in this mission, his future position beside Master would surely rise. Perhaps one day, he might even become Master's steward. That afternoon, with 10 taels of silver in his pocket, Hunter set out alone on the road to Rodney-in-Shui. Indeed, Dane was intentionally cultivating Hunter. As his household expanded, he needed fully trustworthy assistance. During Hunter's trip to Rodney-in-Shui, Dane had some leisure time, while Michaela became extremely busy. She even invited Leora to her home to study how to make undergarments. As for why they didn't ask Dane, it was because comfort issues were involved, which men wouldn't understand well. Personal experience was essential here. Although Lancer could provide feedback, one prelude, I must have forgotten. Let me go to the blacksmith tomorrow to make them and deliver them to Christina Osiris's residence. Leora responded, come early, as we're waiting for this final step. Dane nodded, hugging Leora tightly. Sleep now. Next morning, Dane went to the blacksmith shop and showed the blacksmith the class designs, including the circular clasps for the back and the shoulder straps. The blacksmith looked at the designs and commented, Sir, this is delicate work. Dane said, fine craftsmanship deserves good payment. How about 5 taels for a set? The blacksmith waved his hand. Sir, 2 taels is enough. Dane replied, I need it urgently. The extra will cover the rush fee. Hearing this, the blacksmith immediately called his 2 apprentices, ordering them to prioritize this task. Materials like iron wires and rings had been around for a long time, but such small items were unprecedented. After gaining experience, forging became relatively easy. The main challenge lay in making the shoulder strap clasps, which consisted of 2 elliptical iron rings welded together. Ancient welding techniques were lacking, so the blacksmith had to forge it manually. The 3 worked diligently for nearly an hour, finally creating several identical shoulder strap clasps as per the blueprint. Dane took the samples to the inn where Michaela stayed. Since the Osiris family mansion had been returned, Michaela temporarily resided on the garments. It wasn't suitable for him to stay. However, Dane didn't leave but found a shop boy and booked the room next door. About half an hour later, Dane overheard an intriguing conversation. Christina, it really is secure. Young Master Chun is truly a genius. Sister Neve, how can yours be so much bigger than Lance's? I don't know why either. Christina, don't be disheartened. I've heard that they get bigger after marriage. Sister Neve, did yours? Seems bigger than before marriage. But I don't want to get married. Why don't you try wearing the bra? It makes your chest look larger, at least visually. Alright, I'll try it. A moment later. Wow, Christina, it really does look bigger. It feels fake though. When you wear clothes, who would know it's fake? Maybe this can become a selling point. Upon hearing this, Dane's face turned slightly pale. Fellow men of the Yin, I, Dane, owe you an apology. You'll experience padding for deception, centuries earlier than expected. For days later, Hunter returned from his journey with good news. Firstly, regarding housing. After a detailed inspection, he identified 6 potential properties and secured the floor plans, which were hand-drawn copies. Additionally, Hunter gathered valuable information about the liquor and textile markets in Rodney-in-Shui County, as they felt sad. Brother-in-law, I broke both of Gordy's legs, Jetty said. His father stood there and couldn't say a word. It felt so satisfying. Can Andrea's parents stay in Xuanhuan village? Not likely. I've moved them to your place. Iwan and his grandfather live there too, but in guest rooms, not the main house. Thanks, Dane said. You should thank me for accommodating my in-laws, Jetty joked. Houses are meant to be lived in. But still, beware of the Zhao family's retaliation. If they dare retaliate, I'll break their legs. Xuanhuan is now as timid as a mouse in county school, fearing that his rank will be revoked. Besides, brother-in-law, you're now a scholar and top of the class, way more powerful. He won't dare act rashly. Be cautious of their tricks. I will. Well, goodbye. Write to me if anything happens. Don't forget to find a teacher for Ambria's studies. I'll keep the ox cart for you. Take good care of the ox. It's a founding member of our tofu shop. Dane patted Jetty's shoulder and climbed into the carriage. At this moment, the Osiris family's carriage arrived. Brandy Girl presented Leora with a box, whispered something in her ear, and Leora asked Dane to wait while she took Andrea inside. The middle-aged woman sighed. I've told you many times, simple fare is enough. I don't need any delicacies or gourmet dishes. Take it away. The maid insisted. Madam, General Pei instructed that you must try this dish. He brought it all the way from Nanha County, and it's not some rare delicacy, just a few coins worth. The middle-aged woman paused, murmuring, Nanha County. Place the meal in the dining room. I'll come after changing. The maid bowed and left. After a short while, the middle-aged woman, now changed into fresh clothes, entered the dining room and saw Fergus waiting for her. Ying, come sit. Fergus beckoned to the woman. Vicky frowned slightly. Dingbian, weren't you supposed to be in the capital? Why did you return so quickly? Fergus smiled. Halfway there, I suddenly didn't want to go anymore, so I came back. Vicky was taken aback. Won't Hansen be displeased? Fergus replied. If I had actually reached the capital, I wouldn't know if Hansen would be angry, but someone else might have died. Uninterested in court politics, Vicky did not pursue the matter further. Approaching the table, she did not sit beside Fergus, but opposite him. Fergus clenched his fist slightly, his gaze showing a complex mixture of emotions. He soon composed himself and pointed to a dish on the table. This tofu comes from Nanha County, specially brought by Hubert. It was invented by a scholar. Try it. Vicky felt Fergus's behavior was a bit odd, but did not dwell on it. She picked up her chopsticks, tasted the tofu, and nodded approvingly. Not bad. Fergus said, if you like it, I will have someone buy it from Nanha County for you regularly. Vicky shook her head. Dingbian, no need for such trouble. Sister Davina would be unhappy. Fergus frowned. Has someone been gossiping to you again? Vicky said, no, Dingbian, don't jump to conclusions. Fergus said, let's not talk about those distressing matters. Let's eat. The food will get cold. Vicky hummed in agreement, but did not immediately pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she looked at Fergus. Dingbian, have they found them yet? Fergus's hand hesitated for a moment. Not yet. That family moved shortly after you left. But rest assured, Hubert has found some leads. We may find them soon. The news did not stir much in Vicky, for over the past 20 years, she had heard similar promises too many times. After the meal, Vicky returned to the side hall to continue her recitations. Fergus returned to his study with an unfriendly expression, summoning Hubert. Hubert hurried in. Duke, sir. Fergus waved him off. How's Drake? Hubert said, he has been sent to the capital and will be tried by the Ministry of Justice. He will likely be demoted, planning to settle here. Fergus said, this kid has quite the insight. Since he's come, we can't leave him without acknowledgement. He wants to buy a house, right? Let's gift him a grand mansion. You figure out the details. Hubert saluted. Understood. Besides the house, does Dane need more assistance? Fergus calmly said, no need. One must walk their own path. Over-assistance can be detrimental. If he truly has the ability, he'll naturally make his way to me step by step. Hubert said, understood. Go ahead. Fergus said. Hubert saluted and left. Meanwhile, at the post station on the official road between Nanha County and Rodney County, Dane sneezed several times in a row, feeling like his brain was shaking. Leora handed him a handkerchief. So many sneezes. Did you catch a chill? Dane rubbed his nose. No chill. Someone must be talking about me behind my back. No worries, let's continue. Where were we? Michaela interjected. In Rodney County, I have no connections and must start from scratch. This attire cannot be sold openly, nor should it be sold secretly as it might be reported as indecent. How can we sell the first set of clothing smoothly? Dane half smiled. Simple, sell it to the Flower Queen. Talented scholars and beautiful women sound far more appealing than gold-digging stories, don't they? Imagine if the storybook wrote that the head courtesan did everything to marry a wealthy man. Would you still want to read it? Lancer thought for a moment and admitted, I probably wouldn't. Dane said, that scenario does exist but is too rare to be meaningful. More commonly, from the moment a girl is selected to become a head courtesan, her education aims to make her a suitable match for a wealthy man. They won't pin their hopes on an uncertain scholar waiting to pass exams. Why wait when they could directly become a concubine to a successful man? Of course, I'm speaking specifically about the courtesan community, not comparing them to virtuous women. Please don't misconstrue my words as a general critique of all women. Michaela pondered for a moment. Young Master Chun, how does this relate to selling clothing? Dane responded, absolutely. Head courtesans have social networks reaching upward, connecting with many wealthy men's concubines and wives. Concubines and wives don't resist them much, often interacting on equal footing. Securing this group means owning a network that spans all secondary wives in Rodney County. With them, promoting lingerie becomes easier. Michaela furrowed her brow, muttering, is that true? She then fell into deep thought. Dane didn't rush to continue. Dane offered, if you need any help, just ask. Michaela smiled. With young Master Chin's trust, failing at this first step would betray your confidence. Dane reassured her, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Launching a new product is challenging, especially one that can't be openly advertised like other goods. Michaela affirmed, I'll do my best. Dane concluded, we should continue our journey. With 2 hours left, we should reach Rodney County soon. Hunter approached immediately, young master, how may I assist? Go ahead to Rodney and book a lodge. That way, we won't need to search upon arrival. Hunter nodded, I'll set off now. The post station provided horse rentals, so Hunter rented a horse and headed to Rodney first. About an hour after he left, the rest followed. 1 hour later, Hunter arrived at the most luxurious lodge in Rodney. Just as he tethered his horse, a young servant came up to him. Seventh sir, we've been expecting you. Initially uncomfortable with the title sir, Hunter gradually accepted it, even feeling a bit pleased. A servant treated like a master. This treatment comes from being with the right master. Suppressing a smile, Hunter glanced at him. I don't recognize you. The servant replied, Seventh sir, you forget things easily. It's normal not to remember me. I work at the real estate agency and showed you houses before, remember? Hunter recalled, oh, it's you. Do you have time? The servant added, Seventh sir, it's a great opportunity. After you left, we acquired a cheap property. The owner needs to sell quickly. I've been waiting for you. If you're free, please follow me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chapter 250, The 3 Levels of Courtesans. Courtesan? Michaela frowned. Mr. Chun, wouldn't selling to a courtesan contradict the brand image you previously mentioned? I won't cite others as examples. Let's talk about myself. If this outfit were designed by someone else and first worn by a courtesan, I probably wouldn't wear it. It would seem degrading and shameful. How can virtuous women be compared with courtesans? Dane smiled and said, it seems you have quite a misunderstanding about courtesans. Courtesans can be categorized into 3 main types. First are those at the lowest level, who focus on physical trade. Second are those waiting for the right price. Not that they won't sell, but that the price hasn't been right yet. Third is the highest tier, the courtesan queens. Here, queen refers to an entire group, who receive top-notch training in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, dance, and performing arts. Their goal is only wealthy, influential families. Lancer raised her hand. Mr. Chun, many rich people's concubines, or even their wives. Concubines and wives often view queens as equals. Gaining this group means establishing a network among concubines throughout Rodney and Shui County. With their help, promoting lingerie will be natural. Michaela frowned. Is it really like that? She then fell into deep thought. Dane didn't rush to continue, letting Michaela mull over the implications. Some things need personal understanding. No amount of explanation can substitute for self-realization. Dane's words weren't fabricated. In the internet age, there's a unique group called noble ladies. They are modern-day courtesans, with the baby being the most famous. The baby used her skills to attach herself to a tycoon, transforming from an obscure model to a sought-after celebrity with numerous luxury endorsements. Her fashion choices became widely emulated, creating a societal trend. Other exemplars include Diamond Jejia and Tian Puju. Thus, securing one courtesan queen, even if married, can effectively promote lingerie. Ideally, choosing unmarried queens active in public and seeking wealthy patrons would be best. With lingerie enhancing their allure, achieving goals becomes faster. Developing an addiction to lingerie, they become loyal advocates, fostering invaluable word-of-mouth promotion. After some time, Michaela spoke again. I work for the real estate broker, having shown you houses before. Remember now? Hunter realized. Oh, it's you. The servant excitedly said, Great news, Sir Luke. After your last visit, we got a great property at a bargain price. I've been waiting for you. If you have time, come see it. You'll surely love it. Note, names Diamond Jejia and Tian Puju are kept in pinyin as per the user's instruction. Chapter 251. A mansion falls from the sky. Hunter was, after all, young. He found this to be a good thing and did not consider all the illogical aspects. Excitedly, he followed the agent from the real estate agency. Only when they reached their destination did Hunter realize something. This place was a bit remote. Could this real estate agent be a kidnapper in disguise? Hunter gripped the horse's reins tightly. At any sign of trouble, he would ride away immediately. Sir Luke, this is it, the servant said without noticing the change in Hunter's demeanor. Look, isn't this mansion large enough? Swallowing hard, Hunter replied, it's indeed big, but it doesn't meet my master's requirements. It's too remote. The servant responded, Sir Luke, didn't you say your master is a scholar who plans to take exams next year? Hunter nodded. Then this place is perfect, the servant said. It's exceptionally quiet. Ideal for studying without external disturbances. Furthermore, neighbors here are all officials or wealthy people of Rodney and Shui County, ensuring safety. Lastly, the house is spacious, with 3 gardens and several cellars, perfectly meeting your master's needs. Scratching his head, Hunter asked, You've talked so much. How much does this house cost? The servant showed 5 fingers. 50 taels. What? Hunter was taken aback. At the entrance of Rodney and Shui City, Dane's convoy had just entered the city when Hunter intercepted them. Opening the carriage door, Dane asked, Hunter, did you book the guest house? Noticing Hunter's strange expression, Dane further inquired, What happened? Did someone hit you or scam you? Hunter said, Master, a good thing has fallen from the sky. Annoyed, Dane replied, This kid, talking nonsense during the day. Did you handle what I asked? Biting his lip, Hunter urged, Master, please come with me. Dane asked, What exactly happened? Hunter replied, I can't explain it. Just come with me. Dane couldn't help but laugh and sigh. All right, you lead the way. Hunter led the convoy to the mansion's gate. Looking around after getting off the carriage, Dane asked, Where are we? Before he finished speaking, the servant from the real estate agency approached, bowing deeply and saying, Are you Master Chin? I'm an agent from the agency. Call me Fagin. Dane raised an eyebrow. A real estate agent? I'm a bit confused. Can you explain what's going on? Fagin pointed at the mansion. Master Chun, Hunter brother came looking to buy a house. Coincidentally, right after he left, the owner wanted to sell quickly. After inspecting the layout, I found it very suitable for your requirements, so I reserved it for you. Master Chun, why don't you come inside? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Dane carefully examined the main gate and walls. Although worn, they were still luxurious. If the interior maintained the same quality, this mansion would likely cost over 1,000 taels, more than Dane could afford. Though the house is good, it's beyond our budget, Dane directly refused. Let's just get 2 ordinary houses. This one, leave it for rich people. Davinaking, Fagin hurriedly said, Master Chun, this house is very cheap within your means. How cheap? Dane asked skeptically. 50 taels. Dane's expression conveyed disbelief. Are you joking? Fagin shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. Dane turned to leave. Fagin stopped him. Master Chun, if you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate. Dane coldly replied, It's not dissatisfaction but rather that this price is unreasonable. Selling a mansion like this for 50 taels? Are you fooling around? Fagin stomped his feet. Master Chun, let me be honest. This house has bad feng shui. Dane laughed sarcastically. How bad? Fagin whispered. Many scholars lived here and none passed their exams. They say a female ghost haunts this house, luring them at midnight, preventing them from passing. Amused, Dane asked, Did you read Strange Tales from a Chinese studio too? Confused, Fagin replied, What's that? Dane's patience was wearing thin. If you don't tell the truth, I'm really leaving. Kneeling down in tears, Fagin pleaded. Master Chun, please, save me. Calming down, Dane said. Speak up, no need to kneel. Fagin sobbed. This house was acquired by me. After finding out its issues, the boss said if I couldn't sell it, I'd lose my job. My family depends on me. I can't lose this job. Please help me out. Dane sighed. Besides the haunting, is there anything else? Fagin swore. That's all. Dane pondered. Let me discuss with my family. Get up now. He then explained the situation to Leora and Michaela. Leora remarked, We've lived in a haunted house before. Nothing to fear. Michaela added, If we can buy it for 50 taels, even if it's haunted, it's a great deal. Dane looked at Joshua Yue. Joshua Yue said, an innocent heart fears no ghosts. Seeing everyone agreed, Dane decided, let's buy it. Honestly, I'm quite satisfied with this house. 50 taels, it feels almost free. Returning to Fagin, Dane asked, do you have the contract? Yes, Fagin replied. After thoroughly reviewing the contract and finding no issues, Dane signed it and put his thumbprint on it. Fagin said, Master Chun, I'll file this with the authorities shortly. Starting now, this house belongs to you. I'll send some workers to help settle things. If you like them, inform Hunter, and I'll bring their indenture contracts. With that, he bowed and left. Dane looked at the contract in his hand, and then at the mansion. Last life, I wish I had such luck buying a house. Chapter 252. Fergus asks Dane to be the chef. At the brokerage, after Fagin returned, the shopkeeper dragged him into a corner and asked how things went. Boss, aren't you confident in me? Everything is settled. Fagin said with a sycophantic smile. To get young Master Chun to buy that house, I even knelt before him. Who cares about that? The shopkeeper said irritably. Where's the contract? Did he sign? Fagin produced the contract. He signed it. I'll take it to the government office later. The shopkeeper took the contract and, seeing Dane's signature and fingerprint on it, felt reassured. Great job. Go to the accountant and get your reward, the shopkeeper said. Fagin beamed. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Also, the laborers selected for young Master Chun are waiting in the backyard. You will escort them there and make sure they stay. If this task is done well, there will be another reward. Fagin's smile froze. Boss, it's not wise to send laborers outright. The house is so cheap that young Master Chun is already suspicious. If we give him free laborers, he'll definitely think something's wrong. The shopkeeper mused. You're right. Charge 2 taels per person symbolically. Bring all the indenture papers with you, and hand them over to young Master Chun. Fagin replied, I'll handle it immediately. Walking a few steps, Fagin turned back. Boss, who is this young Master Chun? The shopkeeper glared at him. Mind your own business and do what you're told. Fagin smiled awkwardly and bowed as he left. 15 minutes later, Fagin brought 8 servants to Dane's home. Dane looked at the 8 servants skeptically. Are the standards of your brokerage so high? Fagin had prepared an explanation on the way. He whispered, young Master Chun, they are descendants of the Yin and Rodneo people. They have impure blood and face discrimination everywhere. Slavery is their only option. Dane nodded. Mixed heritage. No wonder they look quite decent. What's the price? 2 taels per person, Fagin said. Asked, did you mention the previous owner? Hubert replied, no. The brokerage boy said the house was haunted, hence the low price. Fergus chuckled. Even if there really were ghosts, they wouldn't dare disturb Dane. Hubert added, the servants chosen by the mansion were also taken by Dane. Fergus nodded. Keep this secret from Lady. Anyone who mentions it loses their tongue. And since Dane cooks well, find an excuse to have him prepare a meal and send it here. Hubert bowed. Understood. Strolling leisurely down Rodney and Shui Street, Dane and Orson passed crowded taverns and inns without interest, instead eyeing desolate shops. After a circuit, they stopped at a place called Lonely Wild Goose Pavilion. Curiously, despite neighboring bustling stores, this one had no customers. Dane snapped his fingers. Let's go in here. Orson was puzzled why his master chose a deserted tavern over thriving ones. Without customers, the wine must be terrible. But his master always had reasons, so he followed. Entering Lonely Wild Goose Pavilion, the waiter barely acknowledged them, remaining lazily on the counter. Welcome, 2 guests. Dane glanced around, finding the place elegantly decorated with numerous paintings. Regardless of authenticity or quality, they were hung. Dane chose a seat. Hardy, bring your strongest wine. The waiter fetched a bottle from the cabinet, listlessly approaching Dane. 2 taels a bottle. Pay first. Dane gave him 2 taels of silver. Fill up. The waiter poured a cup. Sir, this wine is very strong. Before finishing, Dane drank it. Hardy, is this watered down? Dane tasted. It has no flavor. The waiter frowned. Wrong bottle? Impossible. He opened the bottle and sniffed carefully. It was the same taste. Sir, the wine is indeed strong. Don't force yourself, the waiter cautioned. Dane took the bottle, drank 3 cups, then said, confirmed, it's water. Hardy, just because you have no business doesn't mean you can serve water as wine. Hashtag chapter 253, a stroke of luck. The waiter scrutinized Dane, noting his unchanging expression and clear gaze, realizing that the alcohol truly had no effect on him. Today, I've encountered a true wine immortal, he thought. The waiter swallowed hard and said, Sir, please wait for a moment. I'll fetch the innkeeper. A few moments later, the innkeeper rushed in and immediately apologized. Sir, I apologize for our inadequate service. Please bear with us. Then he placed 2 silver coins on the table. You don't need to pay for the drinks. Dane didn't touch the coins and smiled. Greg, do you think I'm here to cause trouble? The innkeeper replied, Sir, given the situation in this tavern, I believe you wouldn't choose such a quiet place if you were here to stir up trouble. Dane bluntly said, I'm here to discuss buying this tavern with you. The innkeeper's face darkened slightly. Bowen, please don't joke. Dane replied seriously, I am very serious. The innkeeper's expression turned grim. Boy, show him out. The waiter pointed toward the door. Sir, we are not selling this shop. Please leave. Dane asked, why? Is it your ancestral property that you can't let go of? The innkeeper's face turned ashen. What does it have to do with you? We don't welcome you here. Leave now, or I'll report you. Hunter stood up, scolding, how unreasonable you are. My young master is trying to negotiate business with you, and you chase us out. Dane stopped him. Hunter, sit down. The innkeeper gritted his teeth. Your Rodneying family finds it amusing to send different people every so often to buy my shop. I've told you many times, this is an ancestral property, and I won't sell it even if you beat me. Dane frowned. I'm not from the Rodneying family. I just arrived in Rodney and Shui today. Don't act. What fun is there? The innkeeper waved his sleeve angrily. Leave now. Before he finished speaking, a burly man with a menacing look entered, almost wearing the words, I am a villain, on his. The brute sneered, so, you've made up your mind to hit the wall without turning back. In that case, we'll see you at the court in 7 days. He leaned closer and threatened, don't think the new magistrate will help you. In Rodney and Shui, anything our young master wants will eventually be in his hands. With that, he laughed loudly and left. The innkeeper slumped into his chair dejectedly. Dane hadn't expected to encounter such a situation at a random tavern. It seemed Rodney and Shui was indeed his lucky spot. Upon arriving, someone gave him a residence and servants. Now, he could potentially gain a tavern at the lowest cost. Owner, do you believe I'm not from the Rodneying family now? Dane pulled up a chair and sat next to the innkeeper. The innkeeper slowly raised his head, listlessly saying, it doesn't matter anymore whether you are or not. You heard it. In 7 days, this tavern and the land will no longer be mine. Dane said, Owner, if I tell you I have a way to revive this tavern within 7 days, would you believe me? The innkeeper gave a helpless smile, clearly disbelieving. Dane continued, let's make a bet. How about that? What? The innkeeper asked. Within 7 days, I guarantee you can earn 2,000 taels to repay all debts. Dane added, if successful, the tavern belongs to me, but the land still remains yours. If there are any expenses, I will cover all costs. You just need to wait and see the result. The innkeeper bit his lip, thinking there was no way out anyway, so he might as well give it a try. What if it worked? Fine, I'll bet. The innkeeper took a deep breath. Hardy, bring pen and ink. Let's write this agreement right now. Hashtag chapter 254, the Arab. Holding the signed gambling contract, Hunter scratched his head as he walked out of the lonely crane tower, feeling that something was amiss. We were supposed to come for drinks, so why did it suddenly turn into a bet? And this bet, it's really terrifying. 7 days, 2,000 taels. Master is indeed very capable, but earning this much in just 7 days feels impossible. However, seeing the master's confident demeanor, Hunter held back his doubts and asked instead, Master, where are we going next? Dane replied, to buy wine at the tavern. Rodney Shui County had 2 wine shops, one run by Khitan people and another by Yan people. The Khitan wine shop sold liquor with a slightly higher alcohol content than that of Great Yan, but it lacked the richness and robustness of strong liquor, leaving much to be desired in terms of taste. Meanwhile, Yan wine was too light. While Rodneytel Gray responded, Dane picked up the stick from the ground and threw it far. Rodneytel Gray darted off like a gray bolt of lightning. Dane then went over to Aliana and Imogen, saying, stop writing. It's getting late. Write any longer, and you'll strain your eyes. Aliana exclaimed happily, Daddy's the best. Imogen said, okay, teacher. Dane asked Hunter's sister, do you want to learn too? Hunter's sister lowered her head, servant girl dares not. Dane replied, don't say that. Our family doesn't have those arbitrary rules. Imogen, yes, teacher. Starting tomorrow, take Hunter along. Wait, Hunter? Hunter quickly approached. Master, you called me? You've been with me for so long, and I don't even know your names. Hunter answered, Master, my name is Zhang, and my sister is Zhangjume. Dane. It seemed that Hunter's parents favored minimalist naming conventions. Well, now Hunter has become Jume. What was the point of asking? Dane chuckled helplessly. Imogen, from now on, when you read, bring Jume along. Teach her whatever you know. Imogen nodded. Yes, teacher. I understand. Just then, Leora emerged from the kitchen, saying, dinner's ready. Let's clean up and eat. Dane picked up Aliana and headed toward the kitchen. Aliana wrapped her arms around Dane's neck, showing immense affection. Her father hadn't hugged her like this in a while. Her actions made Dane realize he had indeed been neglecting her recently. So at dinner, he didn't put Aliana down but continued to hold and feed her. Her happiness was evident as her eyes crinkled with delight. Leora said helplessly, Gustav, don't spoil her like this. Dane replied, spoiling my own daughter is only natural. Aliana, how about we go out to play after dinner? Aliana danced excitedly, yes. Dane added, after dinner, we'll all go explore the night market of Rodney Shui. He then told the newly hired servants, each of you will receive 2 mace of silver for expenses. Go buy whatever you like. The servants bowed gratefully, thank you, master. After dinner, the entire family set out together. The reason behind this suggestion was that Dane noticed everyone except himself and Hunter felt apprehensive about Rodney Shui, as if it were a fearsome place. It was understandable since Rodney Shui was completely unfamiliar territory to them. More outings would make them more comfortable and diminish their fear. The night market in Rodney Shui was indeed livelier than Nanha. The streets bustled not only with Yan and Khitan people, but also with foreigners like Persians and Arabs. Aliana saw these blue-eyed, high-nosed, curly-haired individuals for the first time and was almost wide-eyed with shock. Daddy, they look so strange, she whispered. Chapter 255, the 21 petals of the Malin flower. Hello. Dane approached the stall and asked, can I take a look at what you're selling? The man from Persia responded in an awkward tone, if you don't plan to buy, there's no need to see. Hunter remarked, how do you conduct your business? Not even letting us see the items. How can we know if my master would purchase? The Persian man said, looking without buying is just a waste of time. Dane instructed, Hunter, go buy a bowl of wontons. Hunter turned and left. A short while later, he returned with a bowl of steaming wontons. Master, here are the wontons you asked for. Dane gestured, give it to him. Hunter exclaimed in surprise, ah? The Persian man was also taken aback. What do you mean? Dane explained, I saw your eyes were practically glowing green with hunger. If I didn't let you eat something, I feared you might start eating people. The Persian man watched Hunter hand over the steaming hot bowl of wontons and swallowed hard. Really? Dane confirmed, of course. Unable to resist the temptation, the Persian man snatched the bowl from Hunter's hands and started eating without even using a spoon. Hunter warned, be careful, it's hot. The Persian man screeched in pain from the heat, but refused to spit out the food in his mouth. Hunter sighed. He must be really hungry. After finishing the bowl of wontons, Dane asked, "Can I take a look at what you have now?" The Persian man quickly handed over his goods. In China, there's an old saying, "A meal's worth of kindness should be repaid like a spring of water." I only have this valuable item on me. If my friend doesn't mind, please take it. Of course, if you could give me some money too, that would be great. Dane squeezed the ball of rope in his hand, finding its elasticity quite good, and signaled Hunter to give the man a few ounces of silver. Tears welled up in the Persian man's eyes as he clutched the silver. "By Allah, you're truly my brother." Dane smiled and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Ferdy. My Chinese name is Chavi." Dane introduced himself. "My name is Dane." "Oh Allah. Meeting you has been truly wonderful," Chavi said. "Once I return home, I will sincerely pray for you before Allah." Dane replied, "There's no need for prayers. I want to ask if you're interested in making a deal." Chavi said, "I've already given you my goods." Dane clarified, "I'm not talking about this. I heard that your country produces natural soda ash?" Chavi was surprised. "You even know this?" Dane continued, "If you can bring natural soda ash to Great Yan, I can buy it at 10 times your procurement price." Chavi's breathing quickened. "Friend, are you serious?" Dane solemnly replied, "When it comes to business, I never joke." Chavi gritted, "This now is premature. It remains uncertain whether this Persian merchant can successfully bring these items along the Silk Road. Since the founding of Great Yan, it had never regained the former dynasty's glory or incorporated western regions into its territory. Currently, the western regions, including the Hushi Corridor, belong to the Western Xia, while areas like Gaochang and Kucha were under the rule of the Uyghurs. Though the Silk Road still existed, traversing three countries posed tenfold the risk compared to the previous dynasty. However, Persians were born traders, driven by the Islamic belief that merchants are God's messengers on earth. Guided by noble religious teachings, these Persian merchants traveled fearlessly across the world. Among all, Dane most desired the cotton seeds. During the former dynasty's administration of the western regions, cotton briefly entered the Central Plains market, but did not receive much attention. Cultivation remained limited to the western regions until the fall of the dynasty when cotton vanished from there. Countries possessing cotton knew its strategic importance and strictly regulated it to prevent foreign export. Obtaining cotton seeds would require smuggling. Whether Chavi had the guts was yet to be seen. This investment was a precautionary measure, and only time would reveal its outcome. Dane and Hunter returned to the candy figurine stall where three little girls were happily munching on their sugar figures. Leora noticed Dane holding a brown rope ball and asked, "What's this?" Dane smiled, "I'll show you when we get back." Then he picked up Savannah. "Let's continue exploring. It's still early before curfew." They strolled around for another hour before returning due to the girls' exhaustion. Upon arriving home, the servants had prepared hot water and everything else. But Savannah refused to bathe because her father promised to show her a new toy. Dane unfurled the rope ball, which extended to about 1.5 meters, forming a loop. He placed the ends around Savannah and Rachel's ankles. Savannah curiously asked, "Daddy, what is this?" Despite feeling slightly embarrassed, Dane wanted to provide future entertainment for his daughter. He took a deep breath. "Pay close attention. I'll only demonstrate once. Rachel, Jiumei, remember this." The three girls became serious, thinking Dane would show something remarkable. And then, their worldview nearly collapsed. Dane started hopping around, chanting, "Malin flowers bloom 21, 256, 257, 282931. Chapter 256, Can we do it by hand? After Dane finished jumping, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Everyone remember. Why are you all looking at me like that?" He looked around and saw the entire family, including the servants, staring at him with wide eyes. Aliana asked cautiously, Are you my daddy?" Dane gave Aliana a light tap on the head, saying irritably, "Nonsense. Of course I'm your dad." Aliana, rubbing her head, couldn't believe it. "Oh my goodness." Leora walked up and asked, "Gustav, what was that jump you just did?" Dane replied, "This is called jumping rope, a fun game and a great way to exercise." Leora clarified, "That's not what I meant." "How did you learn this?" Dane confidently answered, "I invented it myself." Leora raised an eyebrow. "You invented it?" Dane calmly replied, "Your husband is talented in many ways. You know this already." "Of course, this game isn't entirely original. There's a similar game that kids in Vicky Prefecture play. I developed the jump rope based on that." Leora immediately looked at Hunter. "Is that true?" Hunter hesitated for a moment before nodding quickly. Yes, there is such a game, and I've seen it. Master is incredibly intelligent. It's normal for him to improve a game," she added. Dane nodded slightly. "You're learning fast, my dear." Leora said, "I see, I thought." She stopped mid-sentence. Dane asked, "What did you think?" Leora shook her head. "Nothing anyway. Jumping rope seems quite interesting. I almost feel like joining in." Dane grinned. "Then let's go. I'll hold the ropes with Hunter, and you girls can jump." Leora's ability to learn was impressive. Or perhaps it was the natural talent girls had for this kind of game. After a few jumps, Leora had mastered the technique and danced between the ropes like a butterfly. As for the young girls like Aliana, though they didn't learn as quickly as Leora, their movements soon became more coordinated. Soon, Dane started increasing the difficulty by raising the height of the rope. Eventually, even Broderick joined in, laughing and jumping with everyone. Laughter echoed through the courtyard. The servants standing under the eaves felt a strange sense of joy watching the family play so happily. If Master has such a good temper, the future days will certainly be bright. Phew, exhausted. Leora leaned against Dane, her freshly bathed skin smooth and tender like jade. "Gustav, I was so focused on jumping earlier that I forgot to ask, why does the jump rope have elasticity?" Dane caressed Leora's round shoulders and explained, "This rope is called rubber bands, made from rubber." "Rubber?" Leora frowned. "I've never heard of it." Dane explained, "We don't have it here. Rubber trees grow in very hot regions. The people of Dashur live in such areas, collecting this sap from trees and processing it into various products. But because the production process is complex, only wealthy and influential people can afford it. The man who sold me the rubber bands carried over a meter of it with him, indicating he wasn't ordinary. That's why I decided to take a chance. Leora noted, "Oh, I heard Hunter mention you ordered soda ash and cotton from him?" Dane nodded, "Especially the cotton. If we can introduce it domestically, the profit would be immeasurable. In another world, your husband could become a vassal king directly. Unfortunately, our emperor is too stingy. He only gave me 50 taels for the curved plow, though he did gift me a calligraphy piece. But it doesn't change his frugal image." Dane often rambled nonsensically, and Leora was used to it, ignoring his words and asking instead, "Gustav, why do you know the foreigners so well?" Dane answered, "From books. These foreign merchants love writing travel diaries, recording everything they see along the trade routes. I learned about their customs from these books." Leora yawned, feeling sleepy. "Tired. Let's sleep." Dane blinked in surprise. "Already? Time for bed?" Leora sensed his hesitation and teased, "Gustav, don't you get tired?" Suddenly, a classic cheesy pickup line came to Dane's mind, and he jokingly replied, "But holding it in is bad for my health." Leora blinked. "Really?" Dane nodded firmly, like he was ready to join the party. "Yes." Leora bit her lip gently and slowly leaned close to Dane's ear. "Does husband enjoy this?" Dane's Adam's apple bobbed, and his breathing quickened. "A bit cold." "Then I'll stop." Leora teased, really stopping. Dane felt like crying, "Dear, you can't just stoke the fire without putting it out." Leora winked, teasingly, "Too tired from jumping. I'm going to sleep. You deal with it yourself, husband." Dane rolled over, pinning Leora down. "Rodneytal devil, can you escape my palm? Hold your horses, here comes Israel's blow." The next day, Dane emerged from the room, feeling refreshed, only to find the courtyard piled with wooden parts. Hunter was counting them one by one. Seeing Dane, he said, "Master, the carpentry shop delivered everything we ordered yesterday." Dane stretched lazily. "Big brother Joshua, since you've used this equipment at the tofu workshop, you should know how to install it, right?" Joshua Yue nodded. "All right, the installation is up to you," Dane said. "I'll wash up, and then we'll start distilling alcohol." The alcohol distillation Dane referred to was actually rectification. It involved redistilling other people's alcohol multiple times to obtain a purer form. In the era of short video proliferation, even someone who never received formal education could learn distillation after watching a few videos. And Dane, having undergone higher ed hour, hadn't expected Dane to produce the liquor so quickly, and even suspected he had bought it ready-made from a tavern. Dane didn't explain much, and directly opened the wine pot stopper. The rich aroma of the wine immediately stunned the innkeeper. Having sold wine for many years, the innkeeper had smelled and tasted all kinds of wines. But a wine with such an intense fragrance was unprecedented. The two wine taverns by the lake could never brew such a level of wine. Even throughout the entire Great Yan, no one could produce this quality of wine. At this moment, the innkeeper truly believed that Dane had brewed the wine. However, the aroma was just one aspect. What mattered most was the taste. The innkeeper fetched 3 cups and began tasting each one. Seeing him fill each cup to the brim, Dane kindly warned, "Sir, just a small taste will do." The innkeeper replied, "Are you afraid I'll get drunk?" "Rodneedle brother, old man here is known as the one who can hold his liquor through 1,000 cups. Your wine may smell good, but it won't be easy to knock me out." Dane pointed to the low-grade wine. "How about starting with this one?" The innkeeper, however, lifted the 60-degree bottle. "This one smells the best." Then he downed it in one gulp. Dane gave a thumbs up, impressive. A moment later, phew, ha, phew, ha. The innkeeper's face turned red, veins bulging, eyes even turning red, looking like a cooked crab. Dane smiled and asked, "Sir, how is it?" The innkeeper exhaled deeply. "What potent wine." Dane continued, "Want to try the other two?" The innkeeper, looking apprehensive, replied, "These two aren't also this strong, are they?" Dane said, "They're not. These two are relatively mild." Thinking it over, the innkeeper agreed that the flavors of the other two didn't seem as strong as the one he had just consumed. This time he was wiser, and took only small sips. After careful tasting, the innkeeper's eyes shone brightly. "Excellent wine. With these 2 wines, Lonely Crane Tower has a chance. But there isn't enough time. There's just not enough time." The innkeeper alternated between joy and sorrow, twisted like a pretzel. Dane stayed silent, letting the innkeeper pace around. Already tipsy, after circling a couple of times, the innkeeper felt increasingly dizzy and quickly sat down, calling for tea to sober up. "Mr. Chen, your 3 types of wine are all top-notch. The first suits our Great Yan, while the other 2 would definitely please the Rodneo people. In another time, I'd sell everything I own to collaborate with you. But we don't have that kind of time now. Even if this wine is excellent, it's impossible to earn 2,000 taels within the remaining time." Dane said, "Sir, I've told you, leave the earning part to me. You just need to cooperate with me." The innkeeper bitterly smiled. "That makes sense, but this concerns my ancestral property. It's hard not to worry." "Can you tell me more, sir? What's the plan next?" Dane replied, "I have 2 promotion plans for your consideration." The innkeeper eagerly said, "Please do tell." Dane explained, "The first plan is to hold a wine tasting competition. Participants drink 4 ounces of the first wine, 3 ounces of the second, and 2 ounces of the third. If they can stay sober, they get free drinks at the Lonely Crane Tower for 3 days. This will spread the word rapidly." The innkeeper frowned. "It's a good idea, but somewhat unsophisticated. As you see, this tavern follows a refined approach. Your method is too crude. Also, even if successful, the demand for wine will be huge. Can you supply it? So, let's hear your second plan." Dane laughed. "The second plan is to embrace elegance completely. First, perfect the packaging. Such fine brew can't be served in ordinary containers. Only the finest porcelain bottles will do. I'm new here and need help from you, sir, to arrange it." The innkeeper nodded. No problem. I'll contact someone right away and get a batch of ceramics made within 3 days. Dane continued. Secondly, create a buzz to attract customers. Long ago, 1,000 gold was spent on horse bones. Let's do 1,000 gold for the second half of a poem. I'll write the first half, and whoever completes it correctly wins 1,000 taels. The innkeeper's mouth twitched. Sir, I'm not questioning your literary talent, but to make it unanswerable, the poem needs to be extraordinarily difficult. Dane calmly smiled. Do you have ink and paper? The innkeeper hurriedly called for pen, ink, paper, and brush. Dane swiftly wrote the first half of the poem. The innkeeper leaned over and read aloud. When did the moon appear? I ask as I raise my wine toward the blue sky. I wonder what year it is tonight in the celestial palace. I wish to ride the wind back home, yet fear the jade buildings might be unbearably cold, higher than the clouds, dancing gracefully in its shadow. How different it is from being among mortals. This famous piece by Xuanhuan, Water Tune Prelude, When Did the Moon Appear, remains a masterpiece in any era. The more knowledgeable a person, the more they could appreciate its power. And this was only the first half. If the first half was already this impactful, how powerful must the full poem be? Finally, the innkeeper understood why Dane confidently offered 1,000 gold for the second half. Throughout Great Yan, no one might be able to complete the second half.